Bănaș cu oilii, bată-mi de pâilii, că-ai lăsat tu oilii și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Și-ai plecat cu fetilii, și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Eu m-am pornit după oi, duru-duru-duru-du, m-am întâlnit cu un iepuroi, duru-duru-duru-du. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi? Oi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi? Mi văzut, nu le-am văzut, din păscuțel le-am păscut, prin pârloage tot sărloage, la fântâna lui Iordan, nu mai cap de Ticărlan, la fântâna lui Gheorghiță, nu mai cap de Ticăpriță. paparul de rude, stai în sus și ude, stai în sus și ude, ude cu cofița, ude cu cofița, ca să crească vița, ca să crească vița. La 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 paparul de rude, paparul de rude, stai în sus și ude, stai în sus și ude, ude cu găleata, ude cu găleata, ca să crească roada, ca să crească roada. La 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 paparul de rude, paparul de rude, stai în sus și ude, stai în sus și ude, ude cu ulciorul, ude cu ulciorul, să crească ficiorul, să crească ficiorul. La 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 paparul de rude, paparul de rude, stai în sus și ude, stai în sus și ude, ude cu cănița, ude cu cănița, să crească fetița, să crească fetița. La 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 la.
just runs into the cogs, ends up dead. Yamich gets the kill. They'll look for Red Panda, but now he goes into the Supernova. We've got all these heroes to right-click the egg, and they'll finally pop it. They'll make an omelet. 2 heroes gone as they'll look for Boom, but the Rod of H the stun on 3, mid one. Oh dear, even Doom though, he'll die. Spear again, connect.
Damn.
And he was there, and then he wasn't. Walrus Punch now hits, and Ooh is just dead. Never stood a chance. Triple kill here for Ghost. Oh boy. Snowball. And GG is called. Can he get a Rampage? He's got an Ultra kill.
Yeah, just
step by step away. Or this.
On the fight. Primal Beast initiation right off the bat. The Helmet of Undying is already used. Black Hole is available still if they want to try to use it at the last moments of his life. Nullifier applied. That's going to be a lot of damage when Natsumi destroys Satanic. That's 3 cores dead for PARIVISION. Just like that, it's a full team wipe. 9 class can be fully healed, but still getting right-clicked by Nico. Pops the ult to be able to survive, and that's a dead Nyx Assassin. Crimson Guard applied, okay. Black Hole only onto the 1, and that's a refresher for DM. Can he pull this around onto Natsumi? They do get him in the end. And that is a Divine Rapier on the deck. Satanic picks up a second one. Now he's destroying the Primal Beast. Yopaj is dead. Natsumi is dead again. That's a dieback for me. He instantly gets destroyed. And now Snowball going to save 2 for the time being for OG. Is they're in a lot of trouble now. The right clicks from Satanic are truly stacking up, but there's the Primal ult right on top of that chicken head. He's dead. 120 seconds of no Kez. Now they're going to apply some more onto Ducalis. Trample will be enough to take him out. Inside of the pit, goes for the hoof stomp into the crush. That's a lot of damage, but the Ravage comes in onto 4 heroes, but the damage is done. Michael, first to die, instantly buys back, but nothing to say. Drops really hard to Parker. As the Centaur stun locked in place, goes for the D-ward at the last moment. Ame is hitting so hard though. El Micho's dead. FY follows suit to Parker's right click, and now double buyback from the Cobra side. Onto the high ground, Ame trying to take out the TA. Parker's dead. Ultra kill for Ame.
Uh-oh, hello.
There goes. As we got the call down onto both of them, he's just going to get grabbed, and they'll try and jump away, but he's going to get caught out by the charge. Might hurt him big time. He's going to get Y turning up as well, but they're sort of holding their ground at 2 versus 3, BetBoom. They'll take out Y's courier. Y's heal soon to be coming to an end, and he just dies through it. Katsuomi, he's falling low, they'll get him, but throughout it all, Kirin teaches to survive and gets the double kill. Might just get the triple kill. Get the disruption on towards, got the juice. Nice 3-man who stomp from PMA. Jump forward as well here with the quap. They've got enough to take out the 2 supports. And at the side, Riddy's, he's playing around with Divine Whisper, making sure that those 2 can't get a jump back in. Also, they have the song for the setup, bringing in PMA in position, ready for this stop. But there's the jump from Whisper. He's in with the black hole onto the 3 of them. They kill Riddy's off. The crush follow-ups there. I mean, they might still have to clean up here with the physical damage. You've got the juice who turn towards Juma. They've killed off both Whisper and Juma. Gonna make the jump outside of the base, but Schofield gets caught in response by the Who's. There's the black hole. That is going to be the first life. Let's see if we can set up for the second one. Here we go. Ready with the second black hole. Needs a bit more damage for them to get. Got the juice. Here comes Divide in on towards him. We've got the juice able to get the refresh. Oh, he lived. Back up to pretty much full HP. Yuma and Divide trying to stay on top of the TA, but it looks like he's going to be fine. They couldn't quite kill him off. Now he can look to turn towards Yuma. Triple kill for PMA. I mean, that was the double black holes. They needed to kill this TA. Maybe now, no. Refraction into the blink away. Got the juice. It's going to be fine. They brought back on both Divine and Yuma for this, and they're still not killing him off. And this Centaur's just slowly killing them all.
Yatoro. Yatoro has not spotted them yet, but Counterspell will allow him to walk away into the Manta. Now the Warriors punch in from Rue, and a big Sonic Wave lulls in there in time. They're not all dead yet though, but here comes Clutch with the two-man stun. Fly in big danger. He'll drop the Eclipse, but can he survive long enough? I think he might. He just might. Claps will drop. Fly still surviving. Gets a double kill. Yatoro's in the chase though. Pato is as well. Fly is all by himself, and the Warriors punch out from Rue. Will hold him down long enough. Double kill for Yatoro. Make it a triple, but Boca also caught out as Emo now, trying to clean up. Will jump in on Rue, but is completely out of mana. And that's not good news for Emo, Jonathan. That is not very good news.
Oh, Emo.
Yeah. Oh, they're taunting him. That's not nice, Jonathan. This could be scary. They'll try, but Boca in with the disruption. They're going to find the stun out onto the AM, but can they burst Yatoro down in time? The Sonic Wave, the snowball. He's bought time. Yatoro's fine. Rue saves the day again. Fly's the one to go down. Tianming is gone. It might be time to call it. There it is. GG.
Oh, man.
Team Spirit. GX still trying to find a way to defend this. 33, he's moved in with the wolf form, looking for Toby, and just, oh my god. 33, have some shame. My goodness, have some mercy. Samal, he'll jump in on BZM, but the clockwork hookshot's there. Samal trying his best to salvage it. Omar and Samal are gone. Buybacks are available, but it just feels like it's all for naught as they call the GG. It was a tough game. It was a very, very hard game.
You just throw all your gold in and nothing happens.
It's so amazing.
Oh, Sumail.
Sumail's gone. Pure, uncontested. Ravage out. 33. 4-hero Ravage right by the fountain. And that should be all she wrote. Or is it? They'll continue trying to fight this one out. BZM will buy back, but so will Toby.
Hello, esports fans, and welcome back to PGL Wallachia Season 6. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. We had a great day of Dota 2 yesterday, and that will no doubt continue today because we are blessed with amazing games, amazing teams, and of course, amazing analysts. We've got Lacoste, we've got Jenkins. How are you doing, guys?
Doing good. We had a breakfast. Even though Jenkins said he's going to have breakfast with me, he didn't show up for some reason.
You did not have breakfast.
I did have breakfast.
What did you eat for breakfast?
I had banana and the French croissant.
Nobody stutters when they're talking about what they ate for breakfast. This was less than an hour.
It's an orange juice. I had like 5 minutes. I woke up late.
And there you go with the cat's
everyone
out of the
at home,
bag.
don't worry. He did do a lot of preparation, though. You'll see that. It's going to show over the course of today. But other than that, excited
for a good day of Dota. Yeah, we had a great day yesterday. We had some like new tech coming out as well, some interesting heroes as well. Yeah, it was about time. We were in this patch for a long time, and excited to see what's going to happen.
We had long
today.
matches, and we had really short matches too.
Yeah, a bit of everything.
Very volatile.
Smorgasbord.
Yeah.
Of Dota 2.
Right.
Look, and we can look at it on my favorite graphic. The tiniest logos in all of esports. We'll zoom in, but what results jump off the page for you?
The big one's definitely OG against PARIVISION. Yeah. You could see that PARIVISION were definitely tilted. The table slam that did happen, and this is something that not a lot of people did expect. But I think we put them as one of the dark horses as well. Because this team, we were wondering whether they're going to be clicking together or not. It's their kind of first showing as OG squad, but they did really good.
Yeah.
The age-old narrative of Southeast Asia needs captains, and the age-old narrative of No Tail and Seb will captain a team of youngins to victory. It's one day, granted, but they beat a very good team.
Sure, I mean,
maybe it's happening.
I mean, PARIVISION have got problems. There's no getting away from it. All the fans are seeing it. They're all seeing what we can see. And obviously, fans have a bit more license to talk about these things. I always try and keep it real. I think there's problems with that team just in terms of different ideas, it appears to be right now, about who should be getting prioritized over who can pick what. And they look a bit easily tiltable in pressure situations.
Most definitely. And remind me if I'm wrong, Jenkins, but I believe 9 Class, like a month ago, he did have Looking for Team on his stream, and then that kind of disappeared. So this tells me, there are potentially some problems.
Because even if he's joking, they of course say, Richard Lewis, in the comedy world, there's truth behind every joke.
I have heard that. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's true.
But it's a tough balance, because I do think, like, when they were the most dominant, like any team that's very dominant, you have a lot of egos, right? And there's this balance where you want people to be like, yeah, I'm the best. Like, I'm the best in the world at something. But you don't want to be too crazy that you're making mistakes, but you want people to be confident enough that you can, like, obliterate teams,
Yeah.
It was a lot of confidence yesterday when they first picked that Kez, which didn't turn out too good. Like
there's confidence and then there's overconfidence.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's like I love the attitude and the swagger of any player that's going to say something like, I'm the best at this hero, I want it every time. But then if you lose like 4 out of 4 picks, it's probably time to accept reality a little bit and just temper those expectations. Maybe. Just an idea.
Yeah, the best usually tend to win.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's usually more often than not. You would hope so. But anyway, what about your dark horse pick for the tournament, Jenkins? How did they do? I'm of course talking about Team NGX.
NGX.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the one series I didn't watch because I was so sure that they were going to win. No, I mean, it's Tundra. Like, Tundra did extremely well at the last tournament. They won.
Of course. They're one of the favorites to protect.
Yeah, it was very close. But I think the only team that can take it to Tundra currently is not here, and that's Falcons. Maybe the others, like Spirit, if they're in good form. Their series yesterday was long, but I will say there are tournaments where Spirit has won, where they go through a group stage and they're having these long games against teams that you wouldn't expect them to. Like this, in my opinion, is kind of when they do well. It's because they're under the radar compared to when they're like slamming through a group stage. So I think for Spirit fans, like, you want them to win, but not stomp, so that people are looking at them as contenders to win the whole thing.
Yeah, makes sense. We can also check in with the meta. I mean, look, we've been on this patch for ages. Anything that can be said, has been said. But as you did say, Dom, there has been some new tech coming out, some new ideas. People are bored, trying new things. So let's talk about the biggest winners and losers so far from day one.
Yeah, we have some very interesting ones. Of course, there's going to be some familiar faces showing up on the screen because...
Too familiar.
Maybe 2 familiar faces. Of course, there's going to be a hero like Dragonite that people are going to be talking about for a good reason. Because this hero... It just gives you everything. It can be flexed. I think the one that stands out the most is this Ancient Apparition, a hero that we've seen had great success yesterday. He did win all 3 games. We kind of doubted it, but it was good for the game. It's not like the strongest laner by any means, but if you have a lot of these small cooldown, low cooldown spells that you can land the blast on, where you can win some of these fights, burst a hero immediately. Yeah. This hero is very good.
I think also when you look at a lot of the other heroes that are popular in the meta, like AA counters a lot of them.
Yeah.
Something like a Tidehunter, you can't dispel the AA blast, like you can actually focus him and kill him. DK as well. A lot of the, like, how many times yesterday did we see some satanic turnaround, not the player, but the item turnaround where 10% HP, all of a sudden satanic is popped. We saw it in the clip there with even Templar Assassin getting satanic. All of a sudden full health. They win the fight because their carry has 2 lives without an Aegis.
Yeah.
AA prevents all of that, right? Timbersaw, also super popular hero. AA counters that, so it feels like it fits for the
banned.
Yeah, this is true.
And Slaughter's the one.
That's
also.
the one.
Like that's the big one because
I want to go back. I want to say it was like the last Wallachia. It was like people were picking it as like a counter, like a hard counter to an Ember and
or Puck.
Yeah, or Puck.
Yeah, or a Puck. And even then, it was still losing lane, and it couldn't catch up on farm.
Yeah, he has one
bad
issue
place
where he might win the lane, but you can see the teams also understanding how they need to be playing against Slaughter, where they kind of shut him him down, they delay his Blink Dagger, and if you delay his Shard as well, that also means that he's not going to be farming as much, because this hero doesn't really farm that fast. And if you're showing in the lanes, that also means you're not ganking. So a lot of the times you will see him 10 minutes in on top of the net worth, but between 15 and 25, he's always there at the bottom of the net worth between the cores.
I think, by the way, that's the big difference between this Wallachia's Slardar and the previous, is that people are putting a lot more value on the Shard. It feels bad to buy early Shard on heroes because you kind of want it.
You might get it for free.
You want it from the Tormentor.
Yeah.
Really, it's one of the things that feels the worst. But there are some heroes where people have realized, like, this Shard is just broken. Like, you need it. You know, Zeus, people are going Shard. Monkey King, as soon as possible. Even if you're a carry, you go for Shard because it gives you kill threat. It gives you the way to, like, exit the fights. And with Slardar, it solves the problem of farm that he has that's so bad. And then you get this lane dominator that's also farming. And of course, people are maxing W because you're going for the Shard early as well.
So yeah, surprised to see it, but always good. I like it when Slardar's doing well. Let's take a look at losers. These are the heroes that haven't been doing as well. And there's some names on here which we already talked a little bit about Puck. I mean, Puck's one of those ones, sure, situational pick, but
he got Slardar. That's why. Insane high win rate.
I was going to say those two numbers being what they are makes total sense. But I mean, overall as well, I mean, you know, the 0 win rate on the Shadow Demon was
5 games. I was not expect. I would say if you asked me before the tournament how many times Shadow Demon overall is going to get picked, I would probably say between 3 and 5. But he got picked 5 times already and didn't win a single game. This hero is, I would say, one of those position 4s that you need to have the perfect positioning. Like this hero, if you jump him, and we're seeing a lot of these backline jumpers, a lot of spirits coming out from the mid lane, from the off lane as well. Even some of the carries as well do have a jump. Like we're seeing a lot of Dragon Knights, we've seen a lot of Gyrocopters. So if your positioning is not good, you're playing against MOUZ, who's super popular here, you get caught inside of it, you're gonna die. So not really surprised by Shadow Demon's win rate. I would maybe give him, you know, one win, maybe 2, but this is just horrible. 5 games.
Yeah, the Chen, though, 14%, whatever it was on 7. What's surprising there is Chen has been, I think, I was looking at the numbers, and like he's a first pick, like in a lot of these games he's losing.
He is, but you know, you also have to consider like what players are causing Chen to have such a high win rate in previous tournaments. It's Celery, he's not here yet. It's Snaking from Falcons. They're not here. So I think there's a lot of people that are trying to copy the Chen tech, but it's a very difficult hero to play individually, but then also to play around. So I think if the right players were there, like you would see the win rate be higher. And I want to make a prediction in defense of Puck.
Again, that's going to be a lot of predictions. We're keeping the track. Let me just write that down.
Listen, we were not a believer in the AA yesterday, okay?
True. You were.
It looked good. It looked good. I have a gut feeling, an instinctual feeling, which I think in Dota you have to trust these because there's too much data out there, right? You have to trust your instincts. I think Puck's win rate will be way higher in the playoffs because BetBoom will make it to the playoffs. And I think Puck is in the same situation as Chen, where the good Puck players will not just get dumpstered in lane, and then you'll see how OP Puck is in the late game. A lot of Pucks we're seeing now are getting dumpstered in lane. They don't have a game. GPK, for example, knows how to get through the laning stage on Puck against these counters like the Slardars and the Huskars of the world.
Okay.
Yeah, I do have to agree with that one. I think.
That's not. I don't even think that's a hot take.
Yeah, it's not a hot take by any means, but I do agree.
You want a hot take?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. No, let me cook.
Yeah, all right, let him cook. We'll take a look at the most contested heroes while Jenkins is percolating over there in the corner. I mean, this is kind of just typical from what we've seen, you know, while we've been in this patch. The Dragon Knight obviously is just, you know, kind of an OP hero. The Timbersaw, people aren't really letting that through. You know, Tusk has been doing really well when it's got out into the games, had a lot of high impact.
Yeah, the Timbersaw is definitely up there. He's been up there in the last 2 major tournaments that happened before for a good reason. He's the counter. And the reason why Dragon Knight is also having a really good time is because Timbersaw is banned in almost every single game. So there aren't many heroes that are going to be countering that Dragon Knight. Maybe some like stacking damage coming out from Ursa, something that you know, he doesn't like to play into. Maybe some like casual Viper down the line. But this hero becomes super tanky. And Tusk, I would say it's not a big surprise for me because I think for the last like 5-6 years, this has been for me. I would say if you ask me which hero is the best position for hero in the last 5 years, I would just say Tusk because this hero has everything.
He got buffed like
Not
in the
much
most
has
recent
changed.
letter patch. His innate attack speed slow on.
It's just
tag-
back to where it was before the nerf.
Why? He was already good. I don't understand that.
Shut up, Jenkins.
You can't trade with him anymore.
You're ruining it.
I can't stand playing against this hero. It's so frustrating.
I get it because he's one of those heroes. It does have a bit of everything, and it's
He does.
Yeah, and like in the hands of impact players, that's the worst thing that can possibly happen. Them having all these options,
I do want to mention Naga, by the way, which we saw at 100% win rate. I feel like this hero exists in the category that almost always happens in Dota, where there's like 1 or 2 permaban heroes in the game, and there always comes a point where the hero's permaban because pros just don't want to play against it because it's frustrating to lose to.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating. You take a good fight, you take a good pick off, you go into Roche, you do something, like you make a play and Naga's just like, nope, no play, right? So people let it through just to see, like, is it at that point? And it's not. It's clearly not. Like the 2 Naga games that we saw, she was incredibly dominant. So I don't think this one is worth letting through for this tournament. That hero needs a patch.
Yeah, we'll see if it comes out later today. For now, let's take a look at the schedule. These are the games we're going to have coming at you. Obviously, it's a PGL event. So there are, of course, 2 streams, so you can pick which games you like to watch. We've got the technology. You can see NGX will be closing out the day against GamerLegion, newly in Dota. Great to see them here. We've got Heroic versus Raw, Tidebound versus Yakult Brothers, and, of course, starting the day, PARIVISION versus Team Cobra. That's a spicy one based on what we saw yesterday.
Day 2, there's going to be a lot of good matches. Day 1, judging how the Swiss works, we might...
That's going to be a bloodbath. PARIVISION Cobra, an absolute bloodbath for sure. I could see Cobra winning that.
So could I. They played really good
Navi
yesterday.
as well. I did put Navi as my potential dark horses of the tournament as well. I did put a lot of them there, but they did have a great performance yesterday.
I agree.
Say that this team is powering up. Not the easiest opponent for them. Bibbidi Bobbidi team, they are very strong. Like this team is super strong in the laning stage that can close out the games relatively early on as well. And they just seem to be powering up. Like they had a very good run during the TI, and then they fell down, and now they're back up.
Yeah, they weren't at Slam, right? Or they were, but in the original stages or whatever. But they did get second place at Fissure, and it was a pretty close grand final. So I feel like this is another like Tundra level team that people. I think Navi is a good dark horse choice. If they can win this one, I will be like they're shooting all the way to the grand finals. If they can do it, they've really powered up.
That's the hot take. That's what he was percolating.
No, that's not
let's take a look at the A stream as well. This is what we're going to be preoccupied with here on the desk. Again, working our way backwards. Tundra versus OG. That's got a wonderful flavor to it now based on what we saw on day 1. BetBoom will be taking on Navi. Team Spirit versus MOUZ is our understanding, by the way. No doubt we'll talk about it nearer the time. MOUZ are using stand-ins at the moment because it's winter and everyone's got the lurgy. We're all sick. So hopefully they're able to get their full lineup back at some point over the tournament. But starting out, we're going to be talking about Team Liquid versus Xtreme Gaming. And that's where we're going to start. Let's talk about Team Liquid. Season 3, Season 4 champions at Wallachia. One of the teams of the year that have made this 2025 so interesting, so spectacular. What I love about Team Liquid is I think even when they're struggling, they are still good enough to beat anyone in a series at any time. You underestimate them at your peril.
Yeah, I was talking to Blitz during Fissure Playground, and he said something like very interesting, the way like they prepare for a certain tournament. Like you're not preparing to like there's 16 teams here. You're not preparing to win against 15 teams.
Yeah.
You're kind of prepping to win against potentially 4 or 5 teams maybe, because the way Dota works, like it's pretty top heavy. You're going to be having like these top 8 teams that can potentially take it. I don't remember last time when we had like some dark horse really winning the tournament. Maybe we could call like Heroic during Season 2 of Wallachia. Sure. But most of the times it's these Spirits, it's these Falcons, BetBooms that are winning the tournaments. So this is the team that did swap 2 of the players. And
I was going to ask you guys about that because obviously we haven't had time to talk on a broadcast about it. What have you made of the roster moves?
I think it's great. I mean, I know that behind the scenes, like the X Gaming guys and the Liquid guys are very close.
Yes.
They're friends. They talk a lot, which is why we saw a very similar play style, very similar drafting. They just believe in a lot of the same ideas. So this made complete sense to me. It's just that Liquid historically, they went from 33 to Saberlight, and they've had all of these different offlaners, Zai, like over the years, that are very, very different in play style. They get them on the team, and honestly, Liquid sucks. The moment they get a new player on the team, they're like out of the top 10 of contention. And then they get better, and they get better, and then they get better, and then all of a sudden they're getting second place at every tournament, or they're winning a TI. So I agree with you. I think you underestimate this team at your peril, just because maybe their last tournament they didn't have the greatest results. Like, if you go back and look at those games in Fisher Playground, for example, they were all very close.
Yeah.
Like, there was literal millisecond windows where somebody doesn't die and gets a Satanic off, and the game goes one way or the other. So if Liquid powers up like 10% and that situation doesn't even happen, like they could stomp all the way through, So
I just think of them like a playoff team. Like, that's when they do their best work.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We can take a look at some of the past encounters. Obviously, they're going to be taking on Xtreme today. Two teams very familiar with each other.
Yeah,
Obviously on the
doesn't look too good for Xtreme Gaming.
Definitely doesn't.
This is 2025 encounters, and they can't win a series. They did manage to draw during Dream League Season 26. It's just a matter of playstyle. Liquid is a very strong, very early game-oriented team that knows how to close out the games early. Like yesterday, they did close out the games in like 30 minutes, 35 minutes as well. They can definitely speed things up. This is the combination, as you said, of Team Liquid plus Gaming Gladiators. If we go a couple of TIs back, when the Gaming Gladiators 2023, when they were speeding things up, they understood how to do it, and it's just a combination of these two teams. So many good ideas that are coming into a play compared to Xtreme Gaming, who is a team that is very slow, extremely slow when it comes down to them closing out the games. They can close out the games early when they're losing, like we've seen yesterday in the first game that they played, which was not a competitive game by any means.
Yeah, well, we can definitely talk about Xtreme as well. Obviously, had a change of roster themselves in FY, kind of coming into the Team Vision queue. And, we've got various feelings about that on the panel, which we talked about yesterday. But I feel like we saw the good and the bad from Xtreme yesterday. We saw the real passive, inactive, let's hope Army, levels up on his jug or whatever, and then we're going to go and take fights. They got absolutely stomped by Team Cobra in that game. And then when they were active, they looked really good, and then they took their foot off the throat of their opponents, let Cobra back into it. Could have lost the series 2-0, but managed to be 2-1 winners. So a bit of a mixed bag for them yesterday.
Yeah, I think that series was a lot closer than what you would think for the TI grand finalists. Having the player replacements that you mentioned does make the way that they play the game very different. Like, XM had a very toxic hero pool, a very weird hero pool, and so did Jin Q. Like, half of the new meta stuff that we saw in the last season was Jin Q, like Monkey King sniping couriers. Like, this guy had the ability to just cook stuff.
Yeah.
And also they were able to play everybody around Ame because their other heroes were so weird and would make so much space that Ame could have this 4 protect 1 that he loves. And I don't question that, like, Zhao at a point will be able to mold this team into something that fits, something that makes sense. But my question just is, have they found their identity yet? And after seeing yesterday, I don't think so.
It was like 4 protect 1.
Yes.
For Xtreme Gaming, while on side of Liquid, they're playing as a unit. Like, I think Mickey, he's very, very aggressive as a player. He's going to be joining a lot more in these earlier fights, considering the heroes that he has been playing. The Kez, this is most played heroes this month, and
he's the guy making Kez work.
Yeah, most of the players do have negative win rate with Kez, but he's sitting at 70%, and he knows the insides and outsides of the heroes. There's one guy that I believe that's going to be playing Kez really well. That's him. He banged it out yesterday as well. His gyrocopter has a pretty terrible overall win rate. Maybe this is something that he needs to shape up, but other than that, Mickey, he's just a beast. Like, the way he plays... twin gate rotations, early engagements, coming to the mid lane to go for the tower. He's always there.
That's what Liquid do really well. Even a version of Liquid that isn't, fine-tuned, let's say, they just move around the map so well. I mean, they're one of the best teams for that, understanding timings, how to exploit twin gate stuff. They just do it as well as anyone in Dota. And I think based on what we saw from Xtreme Gaming yesterday, they seemed to just be a bit flat-footed. Like, they didn't really have the same initiative.
Yeah, there's potential that Xtreme just straight up gets run over today. So I would assume if I were them, you know, you would go through the replays yesterday and identify exactly what we did. Just
so much aura on the screen right now. I just love it. But here we are. We are ready to get into the draft.
This man played Bat Rider twice yesterday. This is all he did. He's just a Bat Rider. I like that people are playing it as a 5 now as well. It feels like it makes a lot of sense. Like the lane is so far up that you
can get so many stick in.
You can get so many stick in
the long lane. Some heroes are just way better in the longer lane.
So they just straight up first phase ban it. They say you're not getting the Bat Rider.
And Liquid is like, you know what? This Dragonite, even though we do have first pick in this one, we do not want to go for it, but we also don't want to play against Ame's Dragonite because he, let's be fair, he kind of single-handedly won game 2 and game 3 with it.
Yeah, it was absolutely all. Well, obviously as well, they were augmenting him. You know, they were, like you say, they were back to that 4 protect 1. I think that's where Xtreme kind of need to be right now. And there's the Naga that you highlighted, Jenkins.
Wow, giving away Naga is very bold. So it really does make me question what's the reasoning.
I do praise XXS for his Mars always. I always put him in top 3 because this guy is just a god on the hero. But they picked it into Naga Siren. Usually it's the other way around where you can actually counter it, even if you're playing with the Bloodsport Facet where you can't see inside of the arena. The AoE from Song is big enough to cover the initiation that Mars wants to do. But still, there are ways around it if you're the one getting jumped. If the Song is on cooldown, of course, you don't have it all the time. But yeah, not sure if I like it too much just after seeing Naga Siren. And I also do consider Naga Siren to be one of the strongest heroes in the last 6 months, maybe even a year.
It is. And what I think is so frustrating about Naga for a lot of teams is that when it's in the pool, it completely changes the set of heroes that you can now draft that are now very good. For instance, Shadow Fiend is amazing. You have the Naga net into Reelin, easy triple raise combo in the laning phase, and then Song into Requiem is like insta-kill on anything. So you can go for a mid SF, you can go for a safe lane SF here, of course. Both Mickey and Nisha love to play it. Weaver would also look good, like any of these ranged carries, love to play with a Naga position 5. So Xtreme, they've got to make adjustments to their draft, like anticipating these strong ranged carries.
Question for you, Jenkins. What happened to Dark Willow? Like, this hero is nowhere to be seen.
Meta shift, I guess. You know, like the meta changes. There's a lot of ground targeted damage. For instance, like Dark Willow hates playing against Timbersaw. I mean, I get that it's banned out every game.
Is also popular.
Yeah, exactly. Like you absolutely destroy her. I would love to see some Lesh in these games. Actually, I feel like we've not seen it enough. It is very volatile. It goes either way. Like either you're feeding or you're destroying. But I feel like these good Lesh players, like Nisha, can, or Nothing to Say, can make it work.
It's an insane hero. Like if you get the ball rolling with Leshrac, you're kind of dominating the game. You're solo killing pretty much any hero on the map, no matter what. You need to have, probably against Lesh, Pipe might even need to have a Mage Slayer buyer as well. So if you pick it later in the draft when you see a good opener for it, this is where Leshrac really bangs.
Mars Tusk. I mean, strong lane. It's similar to the Tusk plus Dawnbreaker, where you're getting the Rebuke crit on top of the tag team damage that Tusk has. And you can also spear to the Ice Wall, which is very, very nice. So you can Ice Wall, guy walks out, spear them, snowball. It's like a ton of disable and damage all at once. And they go for the Kez. Okay, so even with the Naga, they still really value Kez as a hero, just generally speaking. So
not too bad of a combo if you think about it. You did mention some of these like overall better combos, I would say, with the Shadow Fiend, like Gyrocopter, these type of heroes. But Kez also keeping people in place so that he can deal damage. And this is a hero that has been used as a counter to Kez in the last couple of tournaments, because all you have to do is lock him down. Like, you just need to hex him. He can't use his abilities. You have the burst to kill him. So they're kind of taking that away, potentially, from Xtreme Gaming. I don't think this line necessarily counters Tusk or counters Mars. It's just more of a, we do not want to give you Lion.
I completely agree. This is just a very meta understanding of Kez. I think another potential response is something like a Skywrath Mage, but I also feel like Liquid's almost baiting it because Sky will just fall over against the Naga plus Kez. It's so much physical damage. And they actually do go for the Lesh. Okay, good.
This is a good counter to Kez as well. Like, Kez wants to use his abilities, like he wants to stand there against Leshrac. You can't really do that.
No hero in Dota can stand against Leshrac right now. The facet that makes your Edict tick twice as fast is
now
way
it's
too
time for Ace to choose his pipe hero. You have to have it. You're playing against Mars.
Here comes the Underlord.
Here comes the Underlord, probably.
Oh, this is so Underlord, dude.
No.
You need like an ultimate pipe buyer right now. I mean, Tide, I guess, is
Tide works. I think,
it can't be Underlord. It can't.
I think Undying. Tide's my first pick. I think Undying is also a good one.
Tide is a Mage Slayer buyer too, potentially. Like you could actually get both pipe Mage Slayer.
I like Undying because they have no attack speed whatsoever. It's going to give them a lot of team fight as well. He does go for pipe.
Oh, there's the Mage Slayer.
There's the Mage Slayer. This is what we talked about.
Okay, so
you kind of need to have it. So they picked Leshrac on 16. They saw 3 heroes. They saw Naga, Kez, and Lion, which are very susceptible to dying after seeing... Like, it's a good Lesh pick after seeing these 3, but something we talked about is you're going to have Mage Slayer most likely. Even though Ember Spirits nowadays... Nobody's going for the item. Mostly it's just Spirit Vessel into Shivas, but in this one, I really wouldn't mind.
What about Blade Mail? I mean, I love Blade Mail in general against the way people play Leshrac. They take out the Underlord. Yeah, they see what we see. Like, it's just weird on Ember when you also want a Mage Slayer, because I feel like Blade Mail and Mage Slayer take up the same kind of slot. Like that cheap 2,000 gold item before you go for the big items. But an offlane Blade Mail pipe buyer would be excellent, which Undying fits this perfectly.
Yeah, we've seen a fair bit of Undying yesterday. Obviously,
there's a couple of left
against
in the
an AA, most of it. So
I'd say Undying, Tidehunter. Tidehunter gives them slightly more team fight. Gives them another counter initiation, which Undying doesn't. But
how do we feel about this Phoenix? Obviously, the Mars Phoenix combo, just a classic old school thing, but how do we like Phoenix in this game in general?
It's a lot of survivability. Like, I think the combination with Lesh plus Phoenix plus Tusk gives Lesh, like, another round of spells that he can use because of the Snowball. Let's say you get your Edict, you get your Nova during the Snowball, you're still going to be dealing damage. Having Sunray behind Leshrac, who does have relatively good front line as well with Mars and potentially Tusk as well. So I think this Lesh on paper, like, just that we're seeing 8 heroes right now, should have a good time.
They should make it so Kez can't bring himself to hit Egg because he's a bird.
It's child abuse. I'm trying to look at the unpicked heroes to see if there's like some crazy thing that they can whip out that, you know, would also answer Egg, get some sort of, you know, pipe buyer. It really feels like the only one that I could think of is Kunkka, because it's a Blade Mail pipe. It's not an egg hitter.
It's really deep.
I know it's really deep into the pool, but you can also boat into the Mars arena, which is you don't want a Kunkka against Tusk though. And it's Ace. I mean, Ace is such a, like, he will play his heroes time and time again. I really feel like Tide Undying. It's like he's deliberating this entire time just to say Tidehunter. Oh. Okay, not going to go with a pipe buyer. It kills the egg.
It does. I think that was the fundamental problem they had to solve with the draft, right?
So they believe that, like, Naga can get a pipe in this game then, or that they don't need a pipe and a Mage Slayer on Ember is enough.
Sufficient, yeah.
Or is there a world where you go Marcy, like, offlane Dom into pipe? I mean, if anybody's going to do it, I could see Ace.
Like, maybe. It's just, like, I feel like you need one damage item, something in between, and then maybe, but if they wanted to pick it, they had way better options to choose from. Something that we did mention, these Undying, this Tidehunter.
Okay, so Ame gets absolute last pick. He sees the entire draft of Team Liquid. This is his favorite position to be in. Make the call, Ame. What is it? What's
Juggernaut.
What's the wacky weird hero? Juggernaut's banned. They thought the same thing that you did.
Okay. Oh yeah, it is. I mean, I don't think they needed to do that, but fair enough.
I mean, Magic Immunity would be very nice in this game. Maybe Lifestealer is the other approach.
For some reason, I'm feeling some Doom, that he's just going to slap it. Morph against Kez.
And Lion.
This is the first time I'm actually seeing this matchup.
You're questioning what happens when Morph turns into Kez. Is it actually good?
Yes.
It might be sick because you get so many. You get the stance right. Can you change stances when you're?
That's what I don't know. That's why I'm asking, because I haven't seen it yet and I haven't tested this.
This is, I mean, for testing purposes, this is going to be a very fun match for all of us to watch.
Thanks, Ame.
Like clearly, Ame knows something that we don't. You know, he's spamming Morphling in his pubs, and everyone has been playing Kez since it came out. So he definitely thinks that this is a good matchup. I'll be very interested to see. I mean, Morph versus Lion is a weird one too, because turning into Lion feels so good, getting these free disables. Even the mana drain kind of feels good sometimes. But then it goes the other way, where Lion can hex and jump and kill the Morphling when he's low stats. So definitely a double-edged sword there.
So, grading the drafts overall, gentlemen, how are we feeling?
I do like Extremes slightly more. I feel like this Marcy is not checking the box that I wanted it to see, because we did praise Leshrac a lot. I think this hero could potentially pop off in this one, and I'm not sure if Liquid can really push the tempo in this one. Sure, you have Kez. If he's off to a good start, this hero can give you tempo. So does Ember Spirit from the mid lane. But Marcy is a bit of a question mark for me, so I'm kind of liking Extreme more.
I'll bring in our commentators. They're ready. It's, of course, Suns fan and Cinderin. Sunny Disposition fan, how are you doing?
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Very good to see you again after breakfast. Delicious.
Yes, it was. It was a delicious breakfast. Everyone's talking about breakfast today for some reason. Cinderin, can you answer the question of the Morph Kez conundrum?
No.
Great.
I will say that I think the Morphling turning into any carry that has mobility has always been strong. So, and I guess Kez to some extent you could say has that with Falcon Rush.
Very political answer from you.
Yeah, I know.
That's I'm so sorry.
Dodging the answer.
Remembers one ability. He thought of the other one. Grappling Hook? Is that what it's called?
There's Grappling Claw and there's Falcon Rush.
Grappling Claw, that's
I mean, Falcon Rush is nice on Morph. You just charge, right? And you get the attacks, so I could see it.
You know, Cinderin is always very neutral, but yesterday he actually called FY Wash, so this is very interesting. No, you thought I said that, and then you kept repeating it over and over. So
Dom said the same thing, but privately.
There you go.
Well, it looks like we're getting ready for the game, guys. So I'll hand it over to you. You do your thing. Suns fan and Cinderin, take it away.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, this is going to be a very cool match because Liquid, we haven't gotten to cast their new lineup as of yet. Xtreme Gaming, we cast them yesterday. They looked a little rusty, especially FY, until game 2 and 3, and then he started to dominate like days of old. But see if they power up as this tournament goes on, Mr. Cinderman.
Yeah, I'm mainly interested in just the clash of styles that this game is, because you could have taken a screenshot of the Dire lineup and asked me which team in the tournament is playing it, and I would have probably said Extreme. Like, this is just genuinely such an Xtreme Gaming lineup. Hyper carry on Ame, big team fight abilities on XXS and on one of the supports. This time it's Xnova, and then you've got nothing to say on his like trademark Leshrac, right? So it's very, very standard for them. On the side of Liquid, they're one of the teams that seems to like Kez. I believe this is the 3rd game of the hero of the tournament. They've now played 2 of those 3. And they're way less heavy on the team fight. Their lineup is a lot more skirmishy. It's a lot more about going in duos and in trios and finding pickoffs. And then you have this one key combo breaker support that they overall first picked in Naga Siren on Tofu. That is hopefully for them their solution to this whole Mars Phoenix problem, where they're just likely going to use Song of the Siren as a disengage tool this game.
Is there a better solution in entirety of Dota?
Probably not. So
really
that also makes sense as a first pick, and it also begs the question, why did Xtreme go down this route anyway when they saw Naga first picked? Do they just not think it's a good enough solution? Do they not feel comfortable playing too much of other styles than this heavy team fight. We'll see if it works. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on Tofu if the early game doesn't go well for Liquid, because I think at that point the team fight of the Dire is just significantly better when you look at it. So then you're going to have to either enforce a different type of playstyle if your lanes aren't good, or your Naga has to clutch.
No, I also think it's safe to say, since this is still a relatively new hero, Kez is always a wild card.
Yeah.
In these types of games, especially when there's a Morphling, like you talked about earlier. Have no idea how good that is.
Yeah.
We'll find out one way or another. Of course, it's going to be a small sample size by the end of this game. We see Ame playing that Morphling. I'm going to keep bringing it up every time we cast him, Cinderin. You know where this is going. Ame, when he has played ultra passive, I feel like this team is super easy to read and play around. Yesterday, game 1, he played that way on Juggernaut. They got dominated. Game 2 and 3, he played much more aggressive, actually involved in team fights relatively early. I feel like just switching it up. Like, you can play that farm-heavy passive style occasionally, but if it's every single time, surely these teams are going to catch up to that.
Yeah, I would say yesterday was also by nature of what heroes he played, right? It's not necessarily just I'm going to play like this every game. More, does my hero dictate that style of play? In game 1, he was Juggernaut. In game 2 and 3, he was Dragon Knight.
Do you think at TI that was the case, though?
For Jugger or for him?
Just in general, him, yeah. I feel like they had... I mean, I know they made it really far.
Yeah, I think most games he definitely played the heavy farm style. But there were a couple of them where he was playing a bit faster. But I guess you would make the... I'm assuming your angle here is that he was playing the greedy farm basically every game?
For the most part, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. He's definitely one of the carry players that is the most...
Because if you're playing one... It doesn't matter what style of play you have. If you're playing one way, then you are completely dependent on the patch. And that means you're generally not going to be that consistent. So I feel like he's good enough that he should be able to do whatever.
Yeah. I feel the same way, and that's why I feel like it's a choice rather than by, you know...
Yeah, that very well may.
By necessity.
So blame Zhao 8 is what you're saying.
Sure.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I guess he's washed too now, huh? It's
But you said it, not me.
I quoted you. That's not really
if you're
how this
washed,
works.
then you're not really playing professionally, which he's not, so...
I'm pretty sure Twitch chat would beg to differ. I think about half of players, according to chat, are washed.
True.
In different situations, so...
Okay, getting harassed a bit by FY on his Tusk as that tag team at the ready.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting thing. How good is this matchup for Tusk? I think the Kez matchup has to be kind of bad, right? Kez has 2 escape abilities with the Falcon. I mean, specifically the grappling claw is obviously really good for getting away.
Yeah.
So putting laning presence or laning pressure onto Kez as Tusk is probably a lot harder. Big damage here coming out from Mickey. Went for the Shoto size switch and then...
Yep, gets speared to a tree though, but XXS stuck inside the shards. Might be the doom for him. Looks like that'll be first blood going the way of Mickey. Tofu will eventually get cleaned up, but this is going to be a double kill in all likelihood from Mickey. Snowball will delay it a bit, but one more right click does the job. So Kez with the double kill, including first blood itself, cannot ask for a better start for Liquid.
It's really nice for Kez to play against double melee because the way Kez's fights usually go is either he gets pressured out of fights early and loses them, or if he gets to hit melee heroes many times, he's just going to win because of Kaz, right? Katana bleed, right? It's just a matter of time in those situations. And see it again, Mickey is... Oh, actually, Boxy will be taken out in the meantime, courtesy of an FY rotation. But this is really bad news for XXS. If he ends up dying here, he does.
Claw ensures it. Another kill to Mickey's name. And does he even have a TP available?
He immediately TP'd into die again. That's why this is rough. Like, MOUZ does not recover from lanes like this very well. You can't just go jungle and or get like... You know, a lot of the offlaners have been running this Helm of the Dominator build. MOUZ, I don't think I've seen do it a single time. It just doesn't really fit the hero that well. So his recovery curve is going to look rough, and he's going to return to lane against a level 5 Kez as a level 3 MOUZ. Good luck. He's going to bleed you to death.
Yeah, that's pretty dirty.
Really
Rebound and the Hex, and that is a kill onto Ame. Beautifully done from Liquid.
This lane is strong.
That attribute shift was not able to be used beforehand, and the stun locks layered quite nicely.
Yeah. Marcy Line is a nasty lane. So much kill power. They might even think about X-Nova here. They will start.
Yeah, they reel in to get the initiation. And again, XXS, he is here.
Blood grenade
Only
is
so
bleed,
much
it's
he
enough.
can do. FY ticking away to the blood grenade, as you said. So Tofu with a kill to his name now. This bottom lane is a complete shellacking. Domination for Liquid.
We are already 6 minutes in a position where I'm looking at nothing to say to have to solve this game. Now, the good news is for him, he's actually crushing it mid. This is a less favored matchup against the Ember, but I think considering the players here, he is beating Nisha but by more than I was expecting. Here's the replay, by the way, of the top kill. Just very standard stuff. Marcy plus any support with disables. You're going to find kills. Just really strong in the laning stage. And Morphling offers nothing in the laning stage against this. So you're just... You find an opportunity, you're just going to go on it. Yeah, nothing to say has to solve some problems here, because Mars isn't going to be the one doing it, and your carry is a Morphling. That guy is not going to make those big moves that will change things too much. So I think Liquid are very happy with how this first few minutes have gone. And they're, as we talked about, the nature of their lineup is very explosive. They can play very fast, they can play skirmishy around the map. All of their cores are enabled. Something like Kez Ember is actually just so dirty. Could just see them killing any hero at any time.
Yeah, it feels like this could snowball pretty hard for Liquid, but like you said, nothing to say in that mid lane, dominating for the time being. That's a one saving grace for Xtreme, and he went for, which I guess is the standard, but the Misanthropy facet.
Yeah.
They won't be able to push the tower, as you see the Raptor dance from Mickey onto FY. Foxy came to play as well, and that'll set up likely another kill. One more right click is needed, but the
Bleeding
rebuke,
out. He's bleeding out.
he does tick out to Mickey in the end.
It's deceptively strong, the bleed. When Kez gets to hit a couple of times, you'd be surprised how much damage this actually does in the laning stage.
I'm always surprised what Kez can do, because I still don't understand.
That's fair. That genuinely, that thought crossed my mind when this hero was picked in the draft already. I was like, how familiar are Xtreme with this? Like, when they're scrimming, is
Mickey's actually coming to play in the mid lane to try to take out Nothing to Say, forcing out the remnants from the Ember, and looks like that might be where things end, although Tofu in a bit of trouble. Tag team upon him. Nisha has actually healed up pretty nicely. Gets the Searing Chains onto the Lesh, but won't be able to get the kill as of yet. The Echo coming out from Mickey. That's a lot of damage to Nothing to Say, and Boxy actually gets the kill with the Impale. They turn it around onto X-Nova as well. This is a full team fight in the mid lane. Even Ame coming to fight it, but he's in a lot of trouble. Gets Hex. Attribute Shift is not enough. 3 kills for Liquid. Likely the tier 1 as well.
And this, Shannon, this is why you are not a pro team coach, because Ame did what you wanted him to. He showed up to the fight, and it was completely worthless.
Trying for the deny. XXS does get killed by the neutrals.
Would have been better off staying up top on the morph. What's he doing rotating?
I mean,
Maybe Shawade listens to the cast. Shawade, if you're listening, I'm the guy you want to listen to, okay? I'm the guy who knows what's going on. Shannon doesn't even know how Kez works.
Does anybody know? Come on. Okay, to be fair, I didn't say he should be fighting at 9 minutes. I'm saying don't wait until minute 45 when you're down 40k net worth to start fighting. That's it. That's all I want.
It's actually really crucial here that Nisha gets lucky on the rune. So you see this 8-minute rune spawn is coming up, and he gets a haste. And this enables him to re-engage into this fight and find the angle and Nothing to Say. It was obviously just a matter of lack of information here. They have no idea he's finding this rune, and it might not look like much that he gets this slight change, but ultimately that leads to Mickey being able to kill the Lesh together with Boxy, and after the Lesh is dead, the fight's over. Like, you have nothing in the tank. These heroes don't do damage, so nice and easy cleanups. This is
just
a
like
massive
that.
lead.
Absolutely. 4k, 5k in fact, net worth lead now for Liquid. Xtreme. Not off to a good start, to say the least. And that mid lane, Nothing to Say's advantage, kind of just out the window for the most part. Like, you can see his net worth basically even
there's no lead now.
with Nisha.
All right.
Well, Nothing to Say does
one.
get the kill onto Tofu here, but the Searing Chains onto 2 from Nisha. Does he have any backup? XXS is on the high ground. And Nisha looking to get a little bit more aggressive, dodges the spear, but he's out of resources now. Blood Grenade upon him. Slowed to a crawl, gets off the Remnant again. Earn charge onto Nothing to Say. I don't think he's getting a kill, but I mean, he is creating a ton of space. Okay, with Boxy here and the Finger, they will get the 1 kill onto FY.
I mean, that's just... What more can you ask for? He's playing a 1v3, and he forced out the Lesh. and then gets a kill for his support that ultimately does show up. That is a masterclass in just space creation. And even if they don't find a kill there, it's still a massively valuable play, right? The whole map is just under your control when you're forcing that many heroes to
Ame rebounded. Unleash upon him as well. Tofu in the area with the ensnare. Do they actually have the damage they do? And that's through Sunray as well. Only a level 5 Phoenix. This is going to be another kill for Liquid. They are completely dominating. This is getting out of control real fast.
This is easily the most one-sided game you and I have cast this tournament so far.
Yeah,
at 11 minutes.
Out of the 3 games now, yeah.
Oh. Well, we've cast 5 games yesterday.
Well, I meant 3 series.
Yeah. Okay, then you should say that instead of games.
Keep it up, Cinderant.
How about you actually say what you mean? Just no need to sugarcoat it, Shannon. It's series, not games.
Okay, thank you.
No worries.
Keep it up.
No worries.
You're doing great.
I don't agree with this win expectancy, by the way.
What did it say?
I think it said like 75-25. The reason it says that is that if you consider how a lot of, let's say, as usual, it's a total mystery for us how it actually works, like what data it pulls from. But we're in a position here where, oh, hang on, we'll have to wait on that. Get Boxy.
He will be going down to the Diabolic Edict. Mickey stuck between 3, but he is Kez, so gets away safely. I was going to say they don't have data on Kez. That's why it's not that high. He could die in an instant for all they know. He has the Deso now, of course. Relatively standard build.
Okay, I will say this. Given the teams and the game state, I feel like this is more like a 90% Liquid win. And it's because the style of play and the control they have on the map right now and the way their heroes work, they completely dictate everything that happens except the one thing that just did, which is, you know, a 5-man smoke or something. Like, that's the one play that Xtreme have, and if all they find on those moves is one support, it's not going to change the nature of the game. Their lineup needs to find a big team fight. You're also seeing here on the bounty runes, right? It just goes to show what the map control situation is, and Liquid will keep running as trios or as pairs, whatever they want. They can bring more heroes too, but they don't have to force 5v5s because we're at a point in the game where laning is still important. It's 13 minutes in, you have to play lane creeps, and you're just going to... You've left
off. Okay, goodbye, Ame.
Yep. Oh, he picked Morph into Lion, so he, in part, asked for trouble. Oh, Lion went Treads. Yep, that's, okay, he's going Treads Drum.
Oh, he has the Fist of Death facet. Yeah. Nice.
Okay.
Love to see it. Remember when you shat all over that when that came out?
This might be why the win expectancy is 75 instead of 90. Might have identified Lion's item build here as a little bit sus.
That's hilarious.
That's
awesome.
I've literally never seen this before. I've played and I've watched and I've played against a lot of Lions. I don't think I've ever seen Treads Drum in a single game. That's funny.
Well, that's because you don't respect the Fist of Death, Cinderant.
I think I've seen Purge go Treads Battle Fury.
Okay, then you have seen it.
And maybe the win expectancy saw that game.
I feel like if you've seen Slacks by 5 different boots on Veno, then you've seen everything.
Oh, I haven't only seen that. I was in his team.
Yeah.
We didn't queue again after.
Yeah. He always asks, why don't you play with me anymore? Like, dude, just bring up this match ID. That's why.
Yeah.
Jesus. 9K lead for Liquid. From Xtreme's point of view, like, what can you do in this scenario? Can you take a fight at any point? Is there an item that kind of unlocks any sort of possible engagement?
I mean, ideally, honestly, I think an item like Crimson Guard would be insanely good, but you're just so far away from it, right? Mars is going Yules into Blink, and maybe he has to get these items so he can set fights up.
Oh my.
But I just don't know if you have enough staying power right now. Crimson would be a crazy good timing, but yeah, that's not how. Oh no.
XX says he gets hexed. Gets off the Mars Arena, though nothing to say, though, taking the brunt of the damage from Nisha. Egg is placed, but there's the song. Do they have the right clicks? They do. Nothing to say died during this time as well, so already 2 down and out for Xtreme. Raptor Dance just eviscerating everybody. 4 kills to Liquid's name, and look at their HP bars.
Yeah.
Barely touched.
The fight started with Lesh getting chained, so when that happens, Xtreme don't have damage. And I know it sounds like extremely... how to say, simplistic, but that really is the case. When the carry can't really join and fight, and your only true damage source is your mid hero, well, if that hero is accounted for,
oh boy,
you're just so safe.
Oh boy. Yeah, use that right click. Boom, boom, boom. Beat the shit out of that Prowler. Hell yeah.
That's a really good map read from Boxy, just going, I mean, did he have the ward pre-placed? No, he placed it as part of the move, right? So he just assumed that That's the other thing. When you have this much map control, you can kind of just do, like, by process of elimination, where can he even be?
I love how they could see him doing that the whole time, by the way. He wanted them to watch him kill those creeps with his treads. Awesome. All right, well, this lead is continuing to explode. 13K in favor of Liquid. And I'm not sure what Xtreme can even do other than wait for the inevitable. And we talked about like this wombo combo, if you even want to call it that, the MOUZ arena into egg, which is super powerful, but you have Song of the Siren. I mean, with certain plays, wait, which facet did he go on MOUZ? It's Bloodsport, so it's not even the Vision. Wait, that is the Vision one, right?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. So there is some avenue to make it kind of impossible without BKBs for the egg to just be guaranteed, but the Song could just be used to disengage.
Yeah.
Don't have to kill the egg.
And well, if you saw in the previous fight, they can just Song and kill the egg.
I'm saying if
it's inside the arena.
Well, I'm saying if it's on the other side of the arena that they're not.
Oh, you mean like that? Yeah. I mean, as a technicality, yes, that play is possible, but you look at Liquid's heroes, they're probably going to find a way to get vision, right? Like, Ember can jump across, Marcy can kill the egg in 1 second. We didn't really talk about that, but that was obviously a part of the pick here.
Yep,
or
true.
the side of Liquid was having Ace just be the egg killer. Kez is highly mobile, can also get to it, and has decent attack speed. So I'm just looking at this, it just feels like a checkmate to me. And this was my biggest worry when I saw the draft was, if Xtreme's lanes don't go well, I think they're going to get stomped. I was telling you that as well. I was like, this game might be really fast. If Liquid's early plan is executed correctly, we're going to get to this point. And Xtreme has to get a team fight. It's the only way they come back, because it's what their lineup does. And it's contingent on Liquid giving them the opportunity. Well,
okay, goodbye, X-Nova.
All right.
You're not allowed in your triangle.
Gonna farm some Ancients.
Yeah, right-click those. That's good.
Instantly. Nice, I got a kill. I'm gonna farm Ancients. Love to see it. He's even running Healing Salve just so he can immediately go and cleave Ancients when he gets kills.
You can tell that he has practiced this. This is an art form.
For sure. Wait, okay, he's not going drums. He is going dagger. So he just bought the belt.
And I want the Daedalus, Mask of Madness.
Did he just buy a belt and then not upgrade it? Yeah, he did. Okay, well, he changed his mind. He was like, I'd rather have a dagger.
That's fair.
He woke up and realized what hero he was playing. That's an easy Roche for Kez and good old Marcy. I suppose just give the Aegis to Kez, why not? Worth noting, by the way, currently in this tournament, Mickey is currently 19-0 on Kez.
Oh.
He was 12-0 in his game yesterday. Sitting on 7-0 now. Nothing to say. Ame died on this ward. He should have told you.
Goodbye, sir. Nothing to say. Dead to the hands of Nisha. Ticks away. Walks away from the explosion, as it were. Cool guys. Something, something, something. That's the saying.
Yeah.
15K lead for Liquid. How much can they get out of this Aegis? Can they even just end it? I mean, in terms of tower put, they have the Deso, but I wouldn't say that they have... I guess it is a core Marcy.
You have no incentive to not take Torm first, right? Just
That's true. It's still so early.
Control the map, take a free Tormentor, then you almost have a 20K lead. Look for a couple of picks around the map, and if you get a key one, you can go high ground. FY is gonna find trouble.
No Finger of Death, so no Fist of Death.
Still dead.
Foxy will still get the kill nonetheless. Ame gonna avoid trouble for the time being. Just finding any farm he can. It's gonna be an uphill battle.
And they're already setting up for Torment. I mean, this is just... there's something, you know, it's nice to watch exciting and close games where you're at the edge of your seat. I think there's also something to be said about just methodically, beautifully played games where you're just not making mistakes,
You
right?
would say that.
This is just... It's just so clean. It's
What about the other
stuff.
side? You missed the third choice, which is a complete shit show of a game.
That's also fun. That's
those
also
are amazing.
I love watching those too.
When pros make mistakes, when you can look at a highlight without the names and say, is this a Turbo Match Herald game? Or is this pro play? Like, those are the best games of all time.
Yeah, that's what Xiao 8 is asking himself right now. What am I looking at here? Yeah, it's just been... Oh, there he's finding another one, Boxy, huh? He just can't stop.
Yeah.
He can't stop finding opportunities. It's in his DNA at this point. 6-2 and 7 on the line.
Did he get the charge for that? How long is the...
I think he did.
If you... I'm trying to remember with the fist, does it refresh?
I mean, you saw he had melee there. Wait, if you have melee, it means you got the stack.
Yeah, okay.
Right? So...
Enemy heroes killed within 3 seconds of being punched.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's been a long time since I've read that. We read it a lot in the first month because people were actually picking it consistently over the other facets.
And then they started taking the Essence Eater or whatever it's called, and now they're back to this.
That's right.
I feel like this is the more popular one again, the Fist of Death.
Is it? Okay. Awesome.
Like, okay, thinking back on this game, it's been 21 minutes. Do you feel like Liquid have made a mistake at any point, really? Like, that was the point I was making. This has just been so clean. Their lanes, their movements, their shot calling, taking objectives, taking towers, everything. It's just been stellar. This is like a really...
Yeah.
It's beautiful to watch just the occasional super clean game. Now, if every game is like this, then we're back to 2 years ago where Gaming Gladiators were just winning every game in 20 minutes. And at some point you were like, okay, come on. Like,
right.
Can we get some spice? If every game is like this, it's not particular. But as an occasional one-off, it's nice to see a team just nail it, you know?
Yeah, I can agree with that on some level.
Probably, and also for the fans of the team, right, that are like, okay, how good is the new roster going to be? Well, you're seeing a high ceiling. I'll say that. This is not against a weak opponent either, right? They're just...
well, Xtreme, I would say, didn't look particularly good yesterday, though.
No, but there's, you know, even... there are certain teams that
individually
can have bad days or bad games. Like, these are players that have, you know, got a lot of podium finishes for a reason.
Yeah.
So, sure, they're maybe not in their top form right now, but you would still not expect a game. Before the series starts, you're not like, okay, Liquid's got this in the bag in 10 minutes every game, right? But in this one, they did. Unless, by some miracle, Xtreme managed to find the correct type of team fight. But
I'm a little surprised that Liquid didn't push the envelope here. 35. I mean, this is... they do have 2 Gaming Gladiators players, so maybe this is something that we can come to expect from Liquid now. Felt like the days of old as we're going to see Boxy
again,
and that's a death.
Oh my god, man, he is actually
6 charges.
It's got to feel like he's playing with map hack. If you're Ame, it's just no matter where you go, the line just goes and solos you.
The Aegis is about to expire, but they find 2 kills and they can just do whatever they want with it. XXS trying to set something up onto Nisha. Split Earth is there. That's a big kill for Xtreme. That probably puts this potential push for Liquid to an end, I would think.
That feels like the first good moment of the game for Xtreme.
Yes.
And it was effectively a trade, but they're so far behind that trading Nisha for a Phoenix and a Morph is probably a net gain. So there's a little bit of an upside. Ace on the Marcy, closing in of Eye of Scotty. Not a common purchase in this slot for Marcy, but given the matchup against the Morph and Phoenix wants the healing reduction. And of course, extra tankiness, very nice. You're looking at surviving an AoE wombo combo, either with Song or just through stats. And then your hero is going to take over fights. And this feels like a Hail Mary. You know Ember's dead, but that's enough for them to try for this play without Arena.
Yeah, Ace, he's found. Split Earth, Spear as well, but the Song of Siren from Tofu resets everything. And guess who's coming?
Okay, there.
It's Nisha.
Big trouble.
Yep, that's a big rebound. They get the finger as well. 2 dead right off the bat for Xtreme. Egg will follow suit. Actually, Ame dies a little bit later than expected, but they call GG nonetheless. Liquid absolutely destroy Xtreme in this game number 1.
Damn. That's a really good look. I'll say that. Just the way in which they won, the way in which they drafted, the confidence that they're showing. All smiles here from Tofu, of course. I think my man of the match, probably Boxy on the Lion. Not
style points.
Not only style points, but his... It's the little things, right? It's the map reads, it's the movements, it's the spell casting. he solo killed Ami 3 or 4 times, right, as Lion in a 20-minute game. So just stellar stuff. Nothing more to say about it. Back to the drawing board for Xtreme, I guess.
That's right. Liquid with a 1-0 start. Richard.
Suns fan. Yeah, it is. Xtreme Gaming there, it's kind of the tale of what happened yesterday. They just started so slow, so flat. Team Liquid with those rotations, moving around the map, just completely dominated them in the early game in a way that there's just no way to come back from.
Yeah, it's only game 1, you know. They can make a comeback.
Yeah, you just throw away the first ones.
They like to put a lot of pressure on themselves. This is something that I said yesterday as well, and I've been saying it for a long time for Xtreme Gaming. They do put themselves in a lot of situations where they're down like 5,000 net worth 10 minutes into the game, and it feels like they kind of want to play like that. This has to be one of the slowest teams that we've had in the last couple of years in terms of how they approach the laning stage.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I think the matchup historically looked so bad for them, is because like Liquid historically has been a very fast team, and now with the addition of Ace and Tofu, like I remember last year we were interviewing Tofu, and he said something along the lines of like, it was when the meta was very slow, like lots of 60-minute games, nobody was going pipes, crimsons, that sort of thing, and he's like, yeah, I think you can play like that, but it's just really hard. And then the next tournament, Gaimin did very well doing that, and then everyone started copying it again. So like he believes in this sort of way of playing Dota, even when it's not strong. And we're in a meta where it looks like it's very good. And even though there weren't a lot of aura items built in this game, like Ace on the offlane did just go for Dominator, BKB, you can still see the play style. They're so fast. Like they 5-manned mid at 8 minutes into the game, right? Like even Mickey on his carry is getting involved, which is very typical for him.
Yeah, what do you call it when you kill Phoenix's egg? Because he died so many times. You call it Ex Nova.
How long were you thinking about the whole time I was
Is this
talking?
why you didn't talk in the green room? You've been like using all of his brain cells.
The whole time I was monologuing, he's like, "Can you shut the fuck up?" So I have something.
I have something ready. Okay, back to the standout player. Let's get into the groove.
Giga Chad.
No, I mean absolutely. This goes without saying. I think like we did talk about how it can go both ways with the Morph and the Lion, but it was all Lion this time around.
We thought there was going to be something to it, that we're going to be seeing Kez Morphling interactions. Never really came down to that because he was dead most of the time.
Did he even have
Morph by Lion? I don't think he did.
Did he have enough levels that you even go for Morph? Because I know Morphlings go for like lots of points and stats.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think the game went long enough that he could even use it.
Yeah, I mean, well, when you've got a Lion running it, you just solo killing you as well. I mean, that's like, it was just a nightmare. Just really surprised because I've enjoyed watching Xtreme Gaming a lot, but you cannot start like that against a team like Team Liquid. And I guess that kind of brings us to what we're going to talk about now.
Yeah, too good of a start. We did say that this should be, on paper, a very strong lane, especially because you're playing against 2 melee heroes. With Kez, Nagasar is going to be setting things up, and you can see that they're already panicking. It seems like not even professional e-gamers understand what this hero can do. Anybody except Mickey doesn't know what the hero actually does, which does allow him to get a kill, and then Snowball just buys a little bit more time. It does allow him to get solo XP, so he's basically level 4 minutes into the game, and they're going to be diving again underneath the tower. Like, if you misuse one of your abilities as Mars, you're kind of cooked, and you can see that Team Liquid, they understand that they can play super aggressive. The wave is pushing in. They're going to be getting the kill, and they're going to be getting quite a lot of tower damage as well.
And like we talked about as well, just early rotations. Team Liquid move around the map so well. 8 minutes, just see you in mid.
Yeah, you can't give this team an early lead because you're not going to have Mickey just like sitting around and farming. He actually heads towards mid. Ace also makes his way towards mid. This is literally a full 5-on-5 rotation. I think this is one situation where maybe Xtreme could like come back in the game through Nothing to Say on Leshrac. We talked about them not really having great Leshrac counters, and the only way to really counter it is
kill him.
Kill him over and over again.
Simple.
So you can see that they also identified this problem, and it's such a big deal for Xtreme to defend their Lesh. They even have Ame try to rotate in and do something with, I believe, his Vlads at this point, and just nothing happens. Like he goes down.
They
as
get a
well.
deny though.
Yeah,
That's the highlight. That's pretty
all
much
right.
the highlight for Team Xtreme.
Actually was.
But they lose all 3 cores, and if you're XXS there and you die to the Ancients, you're just like, what am I doing with my life? Because I honestly think these games where you have these complete obliterations, these shellackings, to use Shannon's verbiage, it only happens in games where some core dies in lane, they TP back in, and then they die in lane again, and then they don't have TP. Like, that window is such a huge advantage for any
game losing.
Any good team. I don't think you see a stomp like that unless that happens in at least one of the core lanes. All the other stuff can be avoided after that.
Yeah, we can stay with you as well. We were talking about Boxy, our standout player. I mean, this is why. I guess it's easy when you're this far ahead, but this is, what, 24 minutes?
Yeah, so this is his end-game item build. He went for treads.
Real Giga Chad.
Yeah, he went for
that's
treads.
Chad.
He was sitting on strength treads the whole time. He went for Belt of Strength, then back for the Blink Dagger, and then for the full drums. And, of course, this is kind of playing around the Fist of Death a little bit, where...
I think that belt was a statement, sorry, Jenkins, because they actually...
You think they're
they were hitting them with the belt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I see. There was a
Daddy's home.
there was a few fights where Daddy Boxy actually did survive because he was on strength treads and he had the belt of strength. So I think a lot of the time in Dota, when you have an advantage, you can just legit build like tank items. Like you just build items to not die, and you can't lose the game. So I really like this build because it was items that are team items, like drums is going to help you push. It's playing around his facet, but then also it's doing this thing where you're building tanky so that way they have no opening back into the game. Because like killing a support, this is how you get back into the game, right? Is you just say, okay, let's feed off the line. Well, he's got 2,000 HP running at you, so good luck.
Yeah, I mean, obviously not a lot to break down there. Team Liquid just absolutely dominant. So I'll let you guys take a break. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll see if Xtreme can get into this series. We'll see you in a moment.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello everyone, I am here with Tofu from Team Liquid. Brother, I gotta be real with you. I feel like I am in an alternate universe right now. This is like, I'm freaking out. This is some, what was that movie? Everything All at Once. This is how I feel. Seeing you in the blue jersey is giving me the willies right now. How do you feel about this? Is this a normal thing? Have you gotten used to this yet?
Not sure about you, so actually we met CY earlier. He's also here with Navi now. and with a discussion with like how weird it was like seeing us on stream, but in different jerseys in the blue now.
Damn.
So it's definitely different, but I know, very interesting, but also I was like really excited and looking forward, like when it was getting official and like I knew I was going to join. And I feel like it's a good timeline. Because I always like had very high respect for the team, like the team, the org, and we played them a lot.
Of course.
But then it's also because I had a lot of respect for them. There was also like rivalry, but friendship.
Right.
So it's like, I don't know. Upon joining teams, I felt like I had a connection to them already.
I think I know the answer to this. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you still have a lot of good relationships with the guys from the last team, right? Because things happen how they happen. It wasn't like your decision, all that stuff. Don't need to talk about it. Are you happy though that you got to keep Ace out of the teammates? Is it good to be with your boy?
I was really happy about that.
Okay, cool.
But there was like, there was different timelines once again, and I was really close to being with Tundra.
Wow.
Like it was like, I don't know, it was like Liquid Tundra, a lot of back and forth. I don't know, I feel like big shuffle overall.
Yeah.
And I don't know, even more teams were asking to play with eventually, or like trying to make teams, new orgs coming in. I don't know, there was just a lot of possibilities, whereas like we were struggling to rebuild because we essentially lost our foundation and Quinn was done. So I don't know, it was just like how to keep things together.
Yeah.
But yeah, I had a chance to like go with Ace together, and that like kind of overshadowed the rest of everything. Because I'm not sure if it's like for the team, if it will be the overall best for us in the future, but for like the Dota life that I had, I don't know, I just like enjoyed playing with him, and I would like to keep that bond together.
All right, well, last question for you then. You said coming into here, you guys are still gelling. Are there a lot of expectations? Because a guy like you who has done so many victories, so many big points, now you're kind of getting into this new squad. Is there a lot of expectations from yourself on how you're going to perform here? Or is this more of a let's gel tournament, let's see how it goes?
Like I think generally, like just looking at the team, not sure from like outside fans or whoever, I don't know. For the team, I think unconsciously or like unsaid, there's definitely expectations to like do well, but the team like never puts pressure really on themselves or the team or teammates that like this has to work right now. There's a lot of like trust the process, and we're just like want to improve. But I think expectations for the team, I myself have the highest. Where throughout the last month on like every loss or setback, I don't know, I feel like I get mad the most, but I'm also like very self-conscious that like, I don't know, I need to try to like snap out of it and then try to like up the mood again, because I think there was like Insania's job before to like keep the vibes high if like anything's bad, to like turn it around. So I don't know, I can definitely still work on that, but I don't know, just coming in, I thought things gonna be smoother, but then also I came in as like this captain role now and drafting. So I think I don't know, I'm trying to work hard, but also, I don't know. I think it's a lot up to me and my mindset to not take it too hard. But
all right, well,
but we're getting there. We're playing really well, honestly.
That's what I like to hear. Well, if there's anyone that can do it, it's definitely you. I mean, you've had such a legacy before. I am so excited to see where this new journey goes for you. And you seem happy enough to me, as always, Tofu. So it's great to see you again. And I'm sure we're going to see some fantastic stuff coming out from Liquid as we all mentally adjust from seeing Tofu Liquid here at PGL Wallachia Season 6. See you soon.
Yeah, welcome back. Team Liquid are ahead in the series over Xtreme Gaming. We're about to get into the draft, but we'll just talk a little bit about the interview there and what we heard. I guess we did focus a little bit on the negatives there, and we're a bit critical of Xtreme, but I mean, all credit to Liquid, you know, bedding in with a, new roster, really trying to find their rhythm, different types of players, and, looking really good here.
They are. I mean, he is, as he said, very self-critical about the things. Big shoes to fill as well, replacing Insania. Yeah. Even though he had a lot of success with Gaming Gladiators, he's playing new role, switching to 4 to 5, which is, I would say, the easiest switch you can do. Maybe 5 to 4 as well, but...
Insania's coming for your job, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the easiest switch.
But Tofu, like his performances from position 5 as well so far has been pretty amazing. But he also have to focus on like other things as well to be able to lead the team as well, try to calm them down, as he said.
I do think if there's anyone in the world that can match Insania's chill,
yeah, he's super chill.
It's Tofu.
Yes,
like that's a pretty solid.
The way he was answering the questions there doesn't pass with reality at all. He's like, sometimes I can be a bit too angry. I'm like, no.
What are you talking about?
No, that's
You're not out
true,
here
bro.
slamming desks.
Yeah, exactly. You're actually very tame.
Yeah.
But yeah, we get into the draft now. We're going to see if things have changed up. He's still got the Bat Rider ban in there. No Dragon Knight. Good news. We'll see where else it goes. Probably some slight adjustments going to be made.
Yeah, we do have a Kez ban, actually. It's not updating there on account of the he's a new hero. All right.
Is that true?
And probably not on the API yet. He's so fresh. I didn't expect Kez to be put into captain's mode when he got put into captain's mode. I
think we need
I didn't think he
another
was
6
ready.
months. Yeah.
Seriously, like how long did we wait for these other like Primal Beasts and these other heroes?
It took ages, right?
It took forever. Kez had just thrown it. It's like, come on, he just got a new facet change.
But he's got that cool voice.
Oh, so cool. The Dragon Knight persona. Love it. Just the same guy, doing the same accent, everything the same.
So this leaves a lot of offlaners.
People will notice.
In the pool that were banned out in the previous one. That's the one.
Mm-hmm.
But we talk about like him usually as an offlaner. This has been played more from the mid lane recently because, and we can see that they banned out. Maybe we can't see it, but they did ban out
Queen of Pain was banned as well. Yeah, Kez broke the whole API. Thanks, Valve.
So this is a really bad matchup for Slaughter. Like, he can't really do anything in this one, even though he has that extra bit of a movement speed. It still gets very difficult playing against Queen of Pain, and this is something that Tanisha will definitely bang out. 0 and 5.
Ooh,
Hero
okay.
just got picked.
Well, you know, I mean, against Slardar, purging the move speed is very good.
It's something that he doesn't like to play. Like heroes like Night Stalker, Slaughters, these heroes with insanely high movement speed, when they go in playing against Shadow Demon ulti, playing against the Viper Strike, these are the type of abilities that they really hate to play against.
Yeah, I mean, even the single target save against a Slardar feels pretty solid. I mean, I will say, whenever a team picks Shadow Demon, I always think, like, what sort of stack farmer are they going to get? Because this is the best stacking support in the game, maybe barring Naga, who's banned out.
Wrong. Nature's Prophet, maxing treants and then stacking multiple camps at once.
Yes, I'm sorry.
It happens all the time.
I forgot treants were a spell.
Yeah, it's so bad.
Terrible.
But yeah, him and Nagas are definitely the best ones in the game. Even though we've seen some like Enigmas stacking. I think it was King Jungles who, like previous Wallachia, potentially stacking.
He's the one.
A segment, yeah.
Yeah, he'll try.
Stacking like 5 camps at the same time or something. But yeah, the easiest thing to do with Shadow Demon, just throw a poison. You don't necessarily even have to be close to it. If you miss the timing by a good like 5 seconds, you can get there, just use the Shadow Poison and you're going to stack it.
So obviously, synergistically, it would make sense that they're thinking about somebody that can clear the stacks well,
yes,
right?
Yeah, you have to have that hero.
Who do you think it would be? Who's like
definitely not this hero.
No, certainly
if, if played from the offlane, this is one of the slower ones. This hero is so slow. It feels really bad to play him for the first 15-ish minutes before you can get to your Radiance. Like even when you buy just Sacred Relic, it feels so good on the hero.
It's like Lifestealer. You just sit in a lane and somebody comes and tries to pressure you. You hit them a few times, they leave, but you don't do anything. You're not active, but you do dominate an area of the map, which is nice.
Going for the minus armor strat again. It does feel like it. They did run it in the second game yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Is it worth opting for maybe TA pick out of phase here? Like when they get the last pick early. Phase. If they see some other heroes that are not that great against TA, this is similar to what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, maybe on 18, I'm fine with it. Yeah. Now I think it's a bit too early.
Oh yeah, you're gonna get hard countered here if you pick it. But then again, does Liquid see that and then they throw Abaddon offlane because Abba is just generally good in a game against Slardar, of course, purging the corrosive haze, and then run the TA carry themselves. I mean, it's Mickey we're talking about here.
There's a lot of the spells. If Shadow Demon gets shard from Tormentor, if he buy, you don't want to buy that shard because it's expensive. It's a good shard, but spending 1,400 gold seems a bit too much for it. You have multiple ways of dispelling things.
Yeah, we didn't get to see an Ench yesterday either.
No, not in our stream. Not the games that we covered, at least. But this hero definitely seems, I would even say, slightly OP. This hero can't really be pressured in the lane and has very good scaling, has very good damage. Like, you're itemizing to go for drums, you're getting a Glimmer Cape if necessary. Right now, they don't have the answer for Enchantress. And you also have a Dispel against Abaddon, which is something that he doesn't like to play against. Like, removing his shield is a bit annoying.
I mean, one really good answer that we saw last game is Marcy, if they want to run it back. Like, the hero just shreds Enchantress full to 0. It's just not the absolute best versus, you know, Slardar, Snapfire. These are heroes that it's kind of hard to, like, get in there against. And obviously Marcy is, like, the most in-your-face hero in Dota. But we questioned it a bit last game, other than, like, against the Phoenix, and they completely ran over Xtreme. So maybe they want to just run it back. I mean, Centaur's also, like, an okay option. It's hard to use the Snapfire little shredder on him. You shred yourself. Enchantress creeps running out of Centaur. He doesn't really care all that much. The ult is pretty good for disengaging out of the Snap ult.
This lineup from Liquid doesn't really say anything yet. It's just a bit of a counter pick. They picked Shadow Demon. So they still believe in the hero. I'm pretty sure they are aware of the stats for Shadow Demon after day 1 that didn't win a single game out of 5 games. But it seems like they are valuing it. And something that Jenkins was talking about in the pre-show about certain heroes being played by certain teams that are not winning.
Okay, there's a stack farmer.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we are.
Yeah, it's also a hero that has insanely high armor, so you don't care too much about Slardar, you don't care too much about Snapfire either. You're building into multiple rings of protection early on, you're getting Helm of the Dominator, which also gives you armor, and then you can decide where you want to go, whether you need a pipe in this game, whether you're going to be getting a Blade Mail and the Blink Dagger.
Lotus is really
Lotus is really good, of course, against Slardar.
Xtreme Gaming's turn to dusk.
Classic. I mean, yeah, and they can run Tusk 5, they can run Tusk 4. That's something that I've found very interesting about this new iteration of Liquid, is that they don't really seem to have a 5 or 4. They're both 4.5.
Yeah.
Where, like, both of the supports are running around warding. Sometimes you'll have Tofu playing in the off lane, sometimes he'll be in the safe lane. It seems like they're basically just deciding, like, okay, Boxy, Tofu, what hero do you want to play? What's the best lane for? And they throw them in that lane, and whoever can ward, wards.
Yeah, we saw a lot of lane swaps where 5s are playing in 4 role, especially from Falcons, where they're swapping things around. I think in almost most of the games, Crit has been playing kind of 5 at the start, because they've been playing a lot of Chen, a lot of Enchantress, and they seem to value that they can pressure the enemy carry more with the Enchantress and Chen. But yeah, this is the flex that you kind of want to have, and both of them can be flexed between 4 and 5. So this means that Abba's going to be played as a carry. We've seen yesterday that Pango does struggle playing against Tusk in 1 or 2 games where your Rolling Thunder is just not connecting.
Yeah.
Like, one good Ice Shards puts your ulti on cooldown. Like, if you don't get that bounce that you want, there's a good 2-3 seconds that you lose up Rolling Thunder.
It is more minus armor synergy, though, I will say. Like, all of Pango's abilities being physical damage plus a Slardar amp is pretty crazy. Like, any hero will pretty much die full to 0. I mean, other than Abba. This is such a nice Abba game, actually. But it's a ton of damage if Pango can get off to a good start early on.
But, you know, we saw Xtreme do this before, where they wanted to have these, like, anti-armor stuff. And
it eventually did not work out.
Yeah.
To be fair, yeah, I think they were they playing into a Dragonite? No,
actually, it was the other way around.
The other way around.
It was Cobra. They were
Cobra tried it against Xtreme, lost, and then Xtreme was like, oh, that was pretty good, actually.
Yeah.
I did mention Doom in the previous game. This is a hero that Abba really hates to play against, because his ulti, he's just not getting the heal. It's something that Ame could do. I think this could potentially be the pick for Xtreme Gaming. I also like Weaver. I think Weaver has been stocks on the rise, because there's nothing to stop you. And whenever I see Shadow Demon, and this is how carry players think, they're like, you know what? I can't be slowed. I can't be slowed. I don't care about Abba. I can always run away. Axe, if he doesn't go for an early Blink Dagger, they just don't have enough control. You can't lock down this hero.
I feel he also shreds as well with the like anti-armor stuff as well.
Yeah, it's also potentially a Deso buyer.
More anti-armor.
If you want to go for it, you can go for Deso, you can go for Mjolnir build. Mjolnir build has been a bit more popular because you are farming faster because you need Shard with Deso as well to farm it.
Okay, so absolute last pick for Nisha. The Huskar was out. That would destroy either a Pango or a Slardar mid. So what's the melee hero owner that he picks? 2 seconds. Go for Casual Ember. Okay. Well, now I think if you're Extreme, you're tempted to put Slardar mid and run the Pango off lane.
Yeah, they're weighing it up.
Does a lot better against
That
Ember's
sounds better.
Spirit. I mean, Ember historically countered Pango mid in the laning phase, like when you go for the Orb of Corrosion build and max Slight. Yep, so they do run the Slardar mid.
Which, you know, makes sense.
This
Finds
one
a good
should
lane.
not be as stompy as the previous one, even though we do say Xtreme Gaming, they are a super slow team. Ame on Weaver should have a much better time. There isn't that control. This is Weaver on 23. A lot of the times this hero does tend to do really well. I did like their draft in the previous one as well. It's just that they snowballed out of control. They lost their lanes pretty heavily, and there was like no coming back. Usually with the Phoenix and Tusk, these type of position 4 and 5s, you can do stuff around the map, but I also want to see Ame in this one be a bit more active. Like, even though he tried to come to the mid lane in the previous game, River is a type of a carry that can definitely punish. Maybe not go through the twin gate rotation and gank the enemy carry, because this is Abba we're talking about, so this is not doable, but I want him to join in some of these earlier fights.
Yeah, I agree. It's much less scuffed having a Weaver show up than a Morphling. Like, Morphling feels like desperation territory or like cleanup territory, whereas Weaver is more than happy to get involved. He can just Sakuchi back to lane even if nothing happens, and he's fine. Doesn't take much away from his farm. He's never going to die either.
I mean, we saw this yesterday as well, right? They had a terrible first game. They thought about the draft. They were able to course correct and come back into the series with a much more active, you know, set of heroes.
Yeah, they have Zhao 8. They're never going to get completely
that's
outdrafted
the
in
thing.
an entire series. Maybe game 1, but game 2 there will be the proper adjustments. And I think they made them in this one.
They did. This is something that Zhao 8 does really well. You can always blame it on someone else, not on him, but yeah, this one should be a much more interesting than the
Well, let's hope so. And with that, I'll throw you over to the casters. It's Cinderin and the second favorite games developer after Valve, Suns fan.
Wow, thank you so much. You guys are talking about how you hope this isn't a stomp. I found somebody that does hope it's a stomp, and that's Cinderin.
Why?
I don't know.
Wow, that's a good lead-in.
Thank you.
I was gonna say similar to what the panel said, that I really like the adjustments from Xtreme here. Not only because they clearly recognize what went wrong in game 1, but they're willing to make major adjustments, including on Ame's hero, right? You were just talking about in the previous game that in yesterday's series, the Juggernaut game, he was inactive, they got crushed, and then he switched to Dragon Knight and they won 2 games. Now he played the Morph, it was inactive, now he's on Weaver.
We're going to have a big team fight, I think, to start the game. The taunt is up onto Ame, but a huge crush from Nothing to Say. Was that 5, man? Nothing to Say is going to die, but the first blood already went to Ame. As Ace continuing on, he's going to be the 3rd hero dead. My goodness, what a start to this game. X-Nova has the heals. They're still going to continue to pursue. Nice shield crash coming out from XXS as Tofu's going to drop along with Mickey. And just like that, it's a 4-2 advantage for Xtreme. Not going to lie, I forgot who got first blood, but I believe it was Xtreme, actually. It was Ame. As Nisha is going to suicide, and this is quite the start to game number 2.
Weaver, notoriously a pretty strong lane carry, has started the game with 3 kills before the lane.
Yeah, there you go.
I wish
he got
the best
active
of
early.
luck to Axe against Weaver Ench with triple kill Weaver. Oh,
triple
my
kill,
God.
including the first blood, right?
It's pretty rare to see that that type of first blood fight be that extensive in a pro game. It reminds me of a lot of even high immortal pub games, like the really high games. This is relatively frequent, but in pro usually there's like some sort of split and not a flat 5v5. But that time around, We did get it, and boy did Extreme Spellcasting land in a big way. The crushes, the cookies, also the choice to skill cookie level 1 there from FY paying off big time. I think he got 2 really good back-to-back ones.
Was it a 5-man crush, Cinderella?
I think
Am I exaggerating? I don't think I've ever seen that in my life.
It was 4 or 5.
That was so absurd. That's definitely the highlight of the series so far. It was before the horn even blew.
And this is gonna also, on paper, you and I, we were casting this exact matchup yesterday, the Slardar versus Ember matchup. Yeah. A very good lane matchup for the Slardar, and worth noting, they chose Ember into this. And this is a team themselves, Liquid, also no strangers to the mid Slardar. They played that twice, I believe, yesterday on Nisha. He still opted for a losing matchup against Nothing to Say, which has me questioning if maybe Liquid are getting slightly figured out here. Oh man, one more swing would have done it there with the bash. Nisha has to be very careful to even get CS here.
In the meantime, Liquid do pick up a couple kills to help try to equalize this.
One in each side lane on the supports.
But yeah, the real story, like you said, Ame, with that incredible start. We'll see how much he can do with it.
Big damage onto Mickey bottom. He's super low. He's cooked and cookied.
Yeah, Tofu can only look on. Has the disruption, but just not in range. Worth pulling, it looks like. So XXS, Pangolier this time around. I feel like he's picked a different hero in every single game that we have cast.
More or
There's
less,
not been a repeat hero, I believe.
Yeah, that ATF interview really got him.
Apparently. Oh, here we go. Right,
so let's see. Nothing to Say here.
Oh,
it's 4, and then Nisha got cooked.
Oh, the cookie I thought was part of it initially. Okay.
Man, I think it's a 5-man blood grenade though. That's also pretty rare.
Yeah, true. God damn, that was so sick. Yeah, I have to say, Weaver as one of these heroes in the first blood.
Oh,
Nothing to Say gets killed. Or sorry, he kills off Nisha under the tower. Does survive. I mean, this felt like it was inevitable.
He has 2 waves as well. This is a really nice detail from Nothing to Say, pulling the creeps around, because now his entire wave is dying to the tower while Nisha is dead. So all of this experience is being wasted away. Nisha is really, really far behind. I guess he will arrive barely to 1 melee and 1 range, but
that one.
He is more or less a full level behind now. And if Nothing to Say doesn't slip up in a massive way, this lane basically plays itself now. Level 5 Slardar against 4 Ember is super easy. You just need resources, and the water rune's coming up. No support available to help.
Yep, disruption having to be used defensively again, this time on to Mickey. Tofu taking some punishment, though, from both FY and XXS, and this lane is looking really tough for Liquid.
It's such a strong duo, the synergy between Pango and Snapfire. Since Snapfire has become a little shredder laner,
oh! Does pop the Aphotic Shield just in time, but the shield crashes there to finish the job again. Tofu looks to be next on the list.
No, maybe not. Thought they might
next on the list of survivors is what I meant to say.
Oh, there's few of those left in this game, I think. Surprised they didn't chase that one down. I think they might have actually been able to. But
Ace getting gone on, trying to kill off these bugs. A nice usage of the Wild Wing Ripper to bring Ace back into the arms of Ame, who gets another kill to his name. Number 4 for him, 4-0-1. And like you said, for the mid lane, the top lane, the creeps getting killed off by the tower. So a lot of XP will be lost for Mr. Ace. Kind of rough in all lanes now. This is almost, in some ways, the opposite of game number 1.
Yeah, just that one key difference is Liquid's lineup does not have a clear, how to say, comeback condition. Now, in the last game, the one that Xtreme had never came to pass, so it didn't really matter. But there was a clear, okay, if we can find that big team fight, we can come back. For Liquid, it's less obvious. I think it's very item reliant and very snowball-y by nature, whether things are going to go well or not. Heroes like Axe and Ember, when they lose their lanes in a big way, they need to be played around. But the support duo of Tusk and Shadow Demon don't really seem well geared to do it right now. So it's not going to be easy for Liquid. They need to dig a little bit deep in this one, and this will be the first game of the tournament that they even get challenged. Honestly, I think their series yesterday was also very, very easy. So usually that's one of the ways to judge a team's class is their ability to come back, right? It's one of the things that, especially a team like Team Spirit, became very famous for, was finding a way to win seemingly impossible games. Now, we're not there yet, but...
Tofu slowed up. They're not going to pursue any further. The rune was snagged by Nothing to Say, so everything going the way of Xtreme thus far in this game. Now the question is, for Ace, I feel like this is the difference maker potentially for Liquid to get back in the game with these pick-off type scenarios, but I assume they need to start stacking, getting some juicy stacks for him to be able to get the items needed to get to that point.
Yeah, this has to be a Blade Mail Blink game, right? Not Dom?
Yeah, I think so.
I think if you go Dom here, you're just wasting away one of your comeback potential heroes.
For the 7-minute Wisdom Shrine steal as well.
Oh, yeah?
And Ame might be able to get it.
Tofu
gets cookied. And he is Corrosive Haze, so we'll dive. Whoa! Oh! Dodging Scatterblood. Oh! Okay!
No!
The double fake. He's got his dance shoes on.
Told you it was washed. What?
X Nova takes the shrine. XXS, the other shrine. So Xtreme have an extreme advantage both in gold and XP now.
I think if FY was in his own head there. I think he genuinely could have just killed him with his first cast, and he kept fake casting it like 6 times, and then he missed. It's funny. He's probably laughing it off, though. They must be in pretty good spirits with the current game state here. Now, one of the... I guess one upside I should say for Liquid is that they have one of the best solutions to Slardar, which is, of course, the Abaddon matchup, where you're a hero that Slardar can't just jump on and execute, and you have a clear counterplay against Corrosive
Boxy, a very nice Ice Shards. He's only level 3, has the tag team available as Tofu. Not usually the recipient or the best beneficiary ally to have for that tag team.
That was a good Ice Shards for Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought there was going to be a carry going.
They were actually running away, and then, oh, we can kill 2 heroes? Okay.
Oh, boy.
Nisha, he has 1 remnant left to throw. He has to use it immediately now.
Yeah.
Do they have any way to catch up?
They have vision. Cookie doesn't hit, but the crush surely will. Nice chains.
Okay.
And Nisha should be able to get out just fine. Couple glimmers of hope for Liquid, but so far it's been all Xtreme Gaming. Nisha, he's still spotted. Gonna get bashed, gonna get crushed, and here's the counteract from Liquid. Snowball does not hit. Ice Shards also not connecting properly. Mika even made his way over and now just has to be resigned to trying to catch up on farm. Only 1,000 into the Radiance.
I think regardless of outcome of this game and of the series, I think it's just really good to see Xtreme make this pivot just as a proof of concept for themselves, right? I think this is going to be important.
Okay. A lot of minus armor upon him right now. Has to level his ultimate. Nisha's coming in as well. Searing Chains onto Nothing to Say. Scatterblast on Mickey though, and more damage coming out from the Pango brings Mickey to the ground. And now Nisha in a, well, 2 versus 4 with Boxy showing up. Nothing to Say. Looks like he might be taken up by the Snowball Ice Shards combination. The crush is there though. Boxy's dead. Ace can't even get in vicinity. Needs to go for the chop, but it's not enough. He gets the Battle Hunger. So finally they kill off Nothing to Say, but it cost them so dearly. 3 dead for Liquid. And FY being pursued by Tofu, but now Tofu's the one getting slowed to a crawl. Down he goes. Ace left in a precarious spot, although he is under the tier 1 tower. Rolling Thunder hits. Shield Crash to follow. Berserker's Call completely whiffs here. And now the Mortimers from very far away from the south. Not doing a whole lot as XXS looks to be just walking away. So FY was taken out by Mickey in the meantime.
Yeah.
Liquid getting something out of this.
And all said and done, that is a 4-for-2 exchange without Ami.
Yeah.
So this might look relatively even on the net worth exchange, but what this doesn't account for is the fact that there's just a hero free farming for a full minute. So easily another win there for the side of Xtreme, and it's very clear that their mindset overall in this game is we're just not going to let Liquid dictate the game at all. This is, you see, this graph is also very similar to the previous game, and I have a slightly different vibe about this one in terms of comeback potential. My biggest worry for Liquid is support levels. Being level 4 Tusk minute 11 is awful. Like what do, you know?
No.
Very little to work with because you didn't get the Wisdom. Your Shadow Demon also is in struggle. Struggle City just cracked level 5. On the side of Xtreme Gaming, Ench level 7. And Snap 6. So they're ahead by 3 full levels on supports minute 11, which is quite unusual in Pro Dota. Nisha okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
This surrender, I don't know if this is an emote or a sticker or whatever.
He died to the 2 blue satyrs in the jungle.
Oh boy, this is rough stuff.
Insult to injury. When is the last time you've seen Nisha this low on net worth? He has the same net worth as FY. That's and mind you, he chose this. He picked Ember into Slardar.
That's confident.
He asked for trouble, and he got it. Of course, if the first blood fight doesn't happen in the fashion that it did, things
I was going to say that fight did change quite a bit.
Can't really account for that happening necessarily, but even without it, you're never winning that lane, right? Like, you know you're picking into a losing matchup against nothing to say. So, I guess they figured that the bigger picture was more important, that they needed a spirit-type hero to bring it all together, and I kind of see where that's coming from. But ultimately, it doesn't really matter all that much. If the lanes go this poorly, you can have just the right heroes. If they don't have their tools, won't really matter all that much. Blink Dagger, speaking of tools, picked up by nothing to say.
Oh boy, Ame and company on top of Ace. Well, they're going to get Ace easily. They don't get the support kill. So, no Deso charge, actually, from that engagement at all for Mr. Ame.
Could have probably killed them both if FY had just hard committed all of his globs to the Shadow Demon instead of Axe. Axe was going to die regardless.
Yep.
But, maybe he just likes Ace a bit better. Gives him all the kisses.
Can't blame him for that. Very attractive young man.
Well, I do think Tofu has a claim to that as well, though.
True.
So, it's a tough choice. Fortunately, we're not put in a position where we have to choose between the two.
Yes.
That lot falls on FY, who also a handsome man himself, I've heard.
Yeah, let's just keep going down this road.
That's right.
That's good. Nisha crushed up, bashed up, does have Remnant up. FY's there, gets cookied up, and he goes to heaven. Up, 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 and away.
Nisha just cracking a smile there. Feels like nowhere to go. Yeah, it's rough. 14 minutes coming up. Will Liquid get a wisdom here? It looks like they have control of the left side. Ame not too interested in contesting.
Tofu might hit, or sorry, Boxy might hit level 6 here.
Yeah.
With this 14-minute wisdom, if they get it.
They will get it. It's already a lock. Well, they just need to go there. And Boxy will be the one to do it. This one is definitely looking rough.
Boom! 14-minute level 6.
Immediately drawing to whatever symbol that is on the map. Trying to make circles, I guess, but his mouse sensitivity is too high. Probably not very good at Counter-Strike with that sensitivity, I would imagine.
I feel like that's been less of a thing lately.
Sensitivity?
It's more about having your face licking the monitor.
Oh, that's true.
As long as you're close enough to the monitor.
That is the meta, yeah.
That's more important than
sensitivity. Who sits close to their monitor in Dota? Nobody does, really.
No.
It's pretty bad in this game to sit close to your monitor.
I could see Slacks doing that, actually.
I could see him licking the monitor.
Yeah. In his fits of rage in pubs, buying those 5 different boots on Venomancer.
Oh yeah, you were in the game too.
Yes, I was laning. I was the reason he went 5 boots.
You were laning together and you had a falling out, and he was like, "I'm going jungle." And your lane was even good. What was it? You were like Lifestealer Veno. Was it CK Veno?
Yeah.
And you lost a lane that was on paper pretty easy, I think. It's great. It's great. Ame, this would be a big find. Good disruption timing on the
Shikuchi already used. There's the call. Do they have the damage? Yes! Chop from Ace. It's going to cost him his life, but well worth it at this point. Actually, could get the deny on the Ancients, trying to right-click, but too slow.
That's still a good play from Liquid. The 1-for-1 exchange. They get 3 TPs, so this is going to leave some nice breathing room for Abaddon to, hopefully for him, start approaching this Radiance. This would be a really late timing for Mickey with his 4 deaths on Abaddon minute 15. Quite unusual to see that for this hero. Usually, as a carry Abaddon, if you're having a good game, 13 minutes in, you probably have this Radiance, so already 3 minutes behind par. You see stats there coming out. The 2 shards immediately picked up for Xtreme Gaming, trying to put on additional pressure.
Ame
be forced to ult here.
Wants to get that ult off. Does so.
If he knew there was no rotation coming in, he might have actually chased through. But now Axe does make the TP. So
how close is Ace to Blink? Oh, he has it.
Yeah, he just got it off that kill.
Okay.
So, I mean, this is the guy to watch right now. If you want Liquid to come back, you're going to need some big Blink Call Blade Mail kills.
Yeah.
It's some decent matchups for it, like Slardar and Weaver do quite good damage when you...
Do you have the right supports for this to be... I feel like if you had like a Skywrath, I could see an avenue where just picking up... No, pick off here, pick off there, slowly eat into this lead, but they don't really have that.
Tusk isn't the worst.
Okay.
But yeah, it's not great either.
See if they smoke here relatively soon. He's already shown off the blink, so it's not going to be a surprise. So perhaps they are trying to align with another item to come for somebody. Or just more farming. Smoke instead from Xtreme on the bottom side of the map, but...
I was just going to say, it feels like Xtreme could be exerting more pressure than this. I think Liquid having their own triangle right now should actually not be the case. You're 10k up, 17 minutes in, you have insane timings with your shards. Your heroes are inherently very strong at fighting in that area because they play angles well.
Success. He's found. He does blink to safety, though. Has the swash in addition. Meanwhile, Nisha, he gets found out. In a bit of trouble, but Ace with a big call. They chop Nothing to Say to the ground. X-Nova now on the run. XXS is going to provide some assistance by running away. So X-Nova eventually will be not chopped down, but Tofu gets credit for that one. 2-0 for Liquid. Another nice call from Ace, making use of this Blink Dagger right off the bat. And FY doesn't have mana for Ace to get another chop to his name, but they'll take those 3 kills any day of the week.
That's massive. Given the game state, a moment ago 10k down, now it's only 6. Look at that big swing, 2,500 just in the exchange there. And it's all just a matter of, it's a matter of formation, right? Xtreme were playing, I think they were just playing the map wrong in that situation. Like, you're going to see the replay, or try to take a look at the minimap of how the heroes are placed. So you have these 2 heroes way in front of everybody else. Your Pango comes in too late, the fight is already, or the kill has already happened. Just probably need to play a little bit tighter.
Not looking good for him. Mickey with the shield. Snowball from Boxy as well, trying to turn this around. They do get Ace in the end, but it's going to cost them Nothing to Say, which is a big kill for Liquid. It's Tofu. So both supports for Liquid will drop regardless. Very fast and aggressive game so far.
Just a very, by nature, very different exchange, this one, right? The way it starts, Axe doesn't get to make his great call. You have the right heroes a little bit tighter together. And that's what I was looking for Xtreme in that previous situation, that I would have liked to do exactly what they're doing now with 3 Liquid heroes dead, start playing their triangle, take away the Ancients, and now I think don't give up that area. Place aggressive vision and keep controlling that part of the map. You have really good coverage down bottom. You're seeing those 2 Xtreme Gaming wards in the bottom half of the minimap here. That will give you the information. If anybody goes down there, you know you're outnumbering up top. And if nobody goes down there, you know you're set for a fight. So you can kind of... You can see with the vision that they have, effectively they're controlling like close to almost like 80% of the map if you look at just raw vision coverage. When you have this good wards, you have to be able to take fights on your terms against anything else than a smoke. Yeah, they're going to take the Tormentor. No surprises there. 20 minutes in, this will go to X-Nova. I don't even know if anybody else could have got it. It feels like they almost all bought their shards.
They do, actually, yeah.
They did, yeah. He was the last guy. So they'll get Sprunk, a nice little damage boost, of course.
Yeah, how often do you see that? All 5 shards in 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's pretty rare. The only other team that comes to mind that was consistently doing that was Spirit for a while.
Spirit Vessel applied to
That's a good
the
cookie.
Enchantress. He's living through this, though, and now a nice Mortimer's Kisses on top of Ace. He's donezo.
It's going to cost him more
Tempted
than
TP, not going to happen for Boxy. Crush brings him out. And now Mickey attempting to run away. Has the Yasha for a little extra move speed. Crush misses, so Mickey will find the distance needed to get home safely.
So they slip up a little bit on Xtreme, but they bring it back together immediately. it feels, you know what I mean? It feels a little bit less clean than Liquid in Game 1 with the same game state, similar game state anyway. I guess Liquid do have a little more in the tank in the ways of fighting back in skirmish situations, but... Okay, that's dead, Tofu. Hello. Sure what he was... was he trying to ward? Yeah, I guess he was trying to ward. Starving for some sort of map control. The only vision that Liquid has is in the top half, and Xtreme aren't playing there. So you're kind of playing in the dark as Shadow Demon right now. And this is another thing Xtreme's lineup's good at. Guess what? When you've got 4 minus armor abilities, the big guy actually goes to negative armor. How often do you see that?
Not so tanky anymore.
30 base armor, not enough against Corrosive Haze, the Swarm, Lucky Shot, and Lil Shred. Jesus.
And Enchantress, don't forget her.
And Deso. Yeah, they have
Enchantress
Deso
stands
as well.
there.
Yep, Ench was also giving him minus armor somehow. Thank you for mentioning the one hero
Enchantress
not
is standing there. Well, she's contributing with occasional physical damage.
Okay, that's not what we were talking about, though.
God, just...
You're right, Shannon.
Stop being so lame.
You're right, you're right. No, you're right. Sorry. Ace trying to find a blink call, but Ame with a good read will back out before it comes to pass. And now again, for Xtreme, it's just a matter of push out the waves. So Ench is going to take care of the worst lane on the map, which is top. She is the hardest to kill relative to value hero. So it's a very nice job for Ench to do to just... You're also going to notice this a lot of the time if you see a team like Falcons play Ench, which is probably the best team in the world at using that hero. A lot of the time Snaking is just playing... He's on trash duty. He just takes the worst lane on the map that nobody wants to go to because the risk-reward of killing Ench is so bad when the hero's farmed. You need to bring so many resources. If you do succeed, you barely get anything out of it. But you kind of have to handle that lane. Boxy, hello.
Boxy tanking the smoke.
Okay.
They just stack these, and Xtreme will be telling them, thank you so much.
Yep. See, Weaver loves farming Ancient Stacks when he has the shard. Makes it nice and quick. Pango now with Aghanim. So even more damage.
Radiant structures are fortified.
13K for Xtreme. Lead, that is.
That's quite a lot faster than average.
Not as fast as last game.
Ah, the Pango item.
Oh, yeah.
It's a lot faster.
Well, Nisha was caught off guard, has the Remnant. Tofu not going to be so lucky. Diffusal Blade keeps him slowed, and Nothing to Say claims it. So how much damage can they do with this 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the Aegis? There's a damager on Ame, so sounds like it's go time. He is working on BKB, but with that second life, not really something you absolutely need at this juncture.
Oh my god. Yeah, okay.
Mickey, his ult does go off. Snowball going to delay this a bit, but the crush from Nothing to Say. Mortimer's kisses as well. This is just an absolute lost fight for Liquid in their own base. 3 dead. Now the buildings will completely melt.
I love this Xtreme Gaming draft. Like, you're just seeing it in action here. The minus armor, synergies, all the... What I love so much about this is how much they've built the lineup around Slardar. I think when you pick this hero, sometimes you see teams pick Slardar and not really take advantage of Corrosive Haze and what the hero brings to the table. He has so many good friends this game. Like, playing with Pango is awesome, playing with Weaver is awesome, playing with Snapfire is awesome. It's just anywhere he goes, if he has assistance from anyone, there's just kills to be had. Keep in mind, you're playing against triple save. It doesn't even feel like they have one.
Yeah, true.
Like, it's Shadow Demon, it's Tusk, it's Abaddon, it doesn't matter.
Well, there's one save. That is the Snowball. A lot of damage being applied to Nothing to Say. He actually does drop, as Ame can only look on. Still with that Aegis, though.
Mika doesn't have
ult yet. They want to stick around. Mika, yeah, you're right. They're going to roll away, though, without their Slardar. BKB now online for Ame. Not sure if he wants to try to turn this. Might just sacrifice this little extra piece in FY. So Liquid successfully defend.
Yeah.
But they're going to need to do that about 10 times over. But did they lose the melee racks?
They lost the range only.
Yeah, just range.
Yeah. So
that's successful.
Nisha going Shiva here is telling quite the clear story about this game state, right? It's just like the armor is too much, or rather the minus armor is too much. He has to opt for this as his second item, which is pretty unusual.
Nisha desperately wants this tier 1 tower. It gets fortified.
Might deny it. Possibly not. Maybe they want to keep it for now. Straight back to aggression. I think did they see Nisha go here on their ward? I'm not sure. Does feel like Xtreme Gaming have an idea of where he is. Yeah, they swashbuckled across.
Already pretty low on mana.
Oh.
Drained. Additionally, pops the wand. Not gonna be enough.
He's dead.
Tofu with the disruption, but he's already surrounded. And will be killed off by everyone from Xtreme. It's a team effort this time around.
Now, do they want to poke high ground with this? 40 seconds, no Ember.
Yeah, why not?
You don't have to. I think playing map control here is completely fine. You can see from Liquid's itemization, they know how they obviously they know they're really far behind, and they know this game is borderline impossible to win for them. But they are doing the right things to try to make it possible. Axe going Crimson Guard and Ember going Shiva is... They're just having clear communication. We need everything we can against physical damage. So itemization becomes a lot more straightforward when you have one problem. Wouldn't mind seeing a Lotus Orb as well, if they could get their hands on that, but the supports are just dirt poor. They have one Solar Crest. The Dagger on Tusk is good as well, just having clear counter initiation against Slaughter Crush. But yeah, the disadvantage is just mounting. 20k. Knowing Xtreme, they might just take their foot off the gas a little bit here, wait for 30 minutes, take the Torm, and then take Roche, and then look for the killing blow. Wouldn't blame them for it. I think the biggest mistake they can make is just going naked high ground, right? Like just going in without an Aegis and without the banner. Just
I've never heard that expression used in Dota before. Naked push?
Oh, where have you heard it?
Well, other places.
Okay.
XXS.
Roll up.
Rolling Thunder available. Trying to get it off. Might not need to. Reinforcements arriving.
They
get away with numbers.
It's not bad. Space. Space for Mickey to push out mid. He's got the blink. He's going Orchid next. Just this very stock standard Abaddon carry build-up. One null phase boots into Radiance Manta blink Orchid. This is the cookie cutter build on that hero.
Rolling Thunder into the cookie. Another Rolling Thunder proc. Nisha gets snowballed at the last moment. Oh, that's gonna be a big kill on Ame, but no. Back to full HP. Time lapse being used to full effect. And this is going to be the end of the fight in all likelihood for Liquid. They lose 2 right off the bat as Mickey had that borrowed time.
That was pretty crucial from XXS that he redirected himself onto Ame. He might have died there in that Blade Mail call, but the counterplay from Pango, you get off the time lapse, the moment that goes off, the fight is over. And now, that might be enough for them to open up high ground. They know there's some key cooldowns here. No borrowed time, no axe is the big one, because it means Weaver is safe. As push is just stupid fast. Look at that minus armor just piling onto the tower. They have Glyph. If they don't, this lane is lost immediately.
Glyph before the wave can arrive, unfortunately. Didn't have a choice. Lame.
Okay.
Reset now that axe is coming back online.
Without the Glyph, they probably lose that Rax, but Boxy on a bit of a surveillance mission here.
Yep, he's cosplaying a ward.
Yeah. Or, well, maybe he is fishing. It's more accurate.
Ice fishing?
Yep.
He's spotted now.
Spear fishing. Yeah, he might be in trouble here, actually.
Yeah, when the fish spot you, that's usually a bad sign.
All right, Extremers are going to back. All right, they're going to evacuate here and just take Torm. This is just a raw gold Tormentor, of course, but why not? Might as well. 2k gold.
Sure, it's not a naked?
In their pockets. Yeah, naked,
just raw.
Naked Torm.
Naked and raw. Huh?
Reminds me of the sushi I had last night. Well, the sushi, I wasn't having the sushi naked, just to be clear.
Oh.
But it was raw.
That's disappointing.
You know?
I mean, it could taste better that way. More authentic.
Maybe I'll try that next time.
Yep, hit me out with some pictures.
When I have it in the studio, I'll have it that way.
Okay.
Yep.
If we have another one of those long pauses here, we can set that up for you. Just turn on the cam, blur out the nether regions, of course. Get that sushi.
Nice little topless delight. Well, the last Wallachia when we had the tech issues and we did have a delightful beer on stream. Maybe this time we could have a little sake, maybe. That'd be nice.
I'd prefer the amaretto sour.
Also good.
We were denied.
Yeah, we
that.
were asking, and they were unable to provide, which is, of course, very disappointing on short notice that was not available.
Who doesn't have amaretto sour at all times in their place of work?
On tap.
27K lead for Xtreme, as you can tell by our not talking about the game at the moment. There's not much to talk about. Xtreme are completely dominating, 92-8.
That's generous for Liquid.
Yeah, I would say this
really
is
generous.
This is like a 1.5 to 2% territory for Liquid right now.
You need some really specific things to happen for this to work, especially now that Ame has Satanic. It should just be a formality here for Xtreme. Get the Roche, finish the game. And if Liquid don't come and contest this, which it looks like they're uninterested in, this high ground defense is going to be extremely difficult. Because what you have is, you can jump and call the Weaver, and maybe if you pile everything on him, you can kill him once against the Satanic, but with Aegis, what are you going to do next?
Oh, nice rolling thunder from XXS, both on Boxy and Mickey. Borrowed time already activated. And that's going to be 2 quick kills in all likelihood. And it gets slowed down. Now they'll find the finishing blow. So they can go finish Roche and start on Rax number... Well, I guess it'll be still the first lane since it's only a range barracks at the moment.
I think we've had this conversation before. Do you think range barracks should mean more?
Yes. Do you remember my suggestion?
Was it to make the siege creep stronger?
Yes, but specifically...
turn them into trebuchet.
That's right. You do remember.
Was it actually trebuchet?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they have long-ass range.
Yeah.
That's cool. Or you could put fire on them.
Oh, wow. Tofu second on tower damage in his team with 12. It's not bad.
Okay. Pretty good.
12. He's attacked 1 tower once.
Not bad.
It's better than most of his teammates. Who was number 1? Was it Ember that had tower damage on the Radiant? Did Abaddon have 0? There's no way, right?
Couldn't tell you, Cinderin.
I think it was 0 on Abaddon.
That's 1 lane for Xtreme. Second lane is coming. Was Ember apparently. Ace with the initiation, but Ame shrugs it off. Still has time lapse, still has Aegis, still has everything at his disposal. A nice cookie sets up the kill onto Boxy. And that's already 2 dead for Liquid as Mickey does revive. Most of his team missing.
Yeah, it's going to be a Hail Mary double buyback here. You're not giving them megas, obviously, so you just have to bring
Crush initiation onto Nisha. Sets up a little bit of space to go for these buildings for Ame. Gets that range racks uncontested.
Oh, the call
those
missed.
buybacks, yeah, no, missed
no.
call. Means missed opportunity for Liquid for that 1% chance as they're just getting stun locked on the high ground. Nice snowball from Box. You can see the Mortimer's FY just shredding everybody. That's 2 dead for Liquid. No way to get back in the game either. As Ace doing a lot with the Blade Mail. Time lapse had to be used from Ame, but again, the advantage is just too great as GG's will come out. This was
his
over.
Very best job to try to kill his Enchantress by proccing as many spins as possible, but it wasn't enough. Still survives on X Nova.
That's so Xtreme. I mean, I hate to say it, even though I think they did a good job after that first engagement. That first engagement did kind of feel like the game in a way, because it changed so much.
Yeah, it gave them a really big advantage, but I think it is still worth keeping in mind that the Slaughter matchup was still favorable, and the top matchup with Weaver Ench is also favorable. So I would like to say that that first blood fight obviously is massive, but I still think just conceptually, Xtreme Gaming gave themselves much better chance with the draft in general.
That's right. Drink up that water, FY. Let's go to Richard.
Yes, thank you, guys. Yeah, we've got a tied series. A much better game there from Xtreme. Got off to the perfect start and just kept going.
Yeah, same as yesterday when they were playing against Team Cobra. Game 1 was a stomp. It seems like they need one game to wake up properly. And again, in the second game, they bang out the minus armor strat, which does work out amazingly.
Yeah.
And this one, like, it's just way too much minus armor. Even though Liquid tried to itemize with the Crimson Guard, with the Solar Crest, supports were way too poor. Like the game, the way it started,
that's the problem. You can itemize around it, but you can't if you don't have gold.
Yeah. You can have an idea, but if you just don't have the what it means to get there, it's just gonna be so bad. Because they tried, but they also lost the first XP rune as well. They lost like that first engagement that did happen, allowing Ame to get a triple kill. It's just too much gold in their pockets.
I mean, minus armor is good, don't get me wrong. It's definitely good, definitely gives you a lot of damage. It's a way to synergize a draft. We've seen it time and time again, but if you have any synergistic draft and you just dominate all the lanes from the get-go, like from a level 1 fight like that, where you win the level 1 fight, you have an advantage. I think Cinder mentioned it during the cast. Like, Weaver is a hero that already plays to dominate lanes. He's starting with 3 kills in First Blood.
Yep.
You're playing against like a Wraithband, Blightstone, Magic Wand Weaver. You're sitting there with a Quelling Blade, 2 Iron Branches. You're like, what am I supposed to do here against this? Like, already he's supposed to win lane. Already Slardar is supposed to win lane. So you just have these winning lanes, a draft that has good synergy, and then an incredible early game. To me, this is just Xtreme playing. They played well, and I agree. I don't know what it is where they need to have one game in order to like grief and
it's early, okay?
Get stomped, and then all of a sudden they're
these are not real gaming hours. Like the real gaming hours start around like 5 p.m. I would say.
Is it a case of maybe they need to see their opponent's hand once or twice before they know how to feel them out at the poker table?
Potentially. I think they have the best coach to be able to adapt to a situation. A lot of the times you'll see they're going to draft 5 heroes. Things are not going to be working out for them. Immediately new 5 heroes. Game 3, if we're talking about like potentially game 5s, they've been in a lot of situations and a lot of grand finals as well. They know how to shift things up because this is a team that always has something prepared. Like this is a team that's never going to get completely outdrafted by any means. Sometimes they fail to execute the draft, but the drafts are always solid.
And sorry, we can just jump into this. I know this is what we're going to talk about. There's no legislating for a start like this, Jenkins. We're just boom. You know what we're going to show you.
Yeah, I mean this is insane. It's quite easy to calculate these level 1 fights. It's like if you have an AoE stun and you hit this many heroes, the amount of damage that you're dealing compared to what right clicks deal, it's like it's so efficient. And then you're following it up with a 5-man blood grenade.
I was going to say like 4-man crush, 5-man blood grenade,
and 5-man cookie as well. Like even the presence of mind for FY to think, you know, it's like Little Shredder's best for laning. You want to probably start with that. The Q is the best thing to max, but to hit 5 heroes with that facet, it's so narrow. You're not going to hit all 5 heroes. The best thing that he could do there, because of the 5-man stun, is to level up the cookie. So it's good presence of mind to hold that and then go for that. That's only something you're going to see on a Snapfire expert, but it results in like one of the most devastating early games I've seen in a very long time.
Liquid's level 1 is not that bad when you think about it, because you're going to be fighting with Tusk, you're going to be fighting with Abba, so you have the damage, you have survivability. It's just that they didn't think that there's going to be probably 5 of them, that 5-man crush. It's just way too much.
Yeah.
And also you could see that Tanisha also did die to the tower because he didn't want to go back, heal up. So he lost like 20, 30 gold as well, which does allow nothing to say to get a solo kill on him because he got a good amount of gold from those multiple kills that they got. Tanisha lost some of the gold. His bottle is delayed. Then he gets a solo kill 3 minutes in as well. So it just snowballs out of control too heavily.
Yeah. And then we obviously have a crazy Desolator timing here as well.
Yes.
On top of everything else.
It's just, this seems like it's been a battle who's going to be getting the Deso earlier. In this one, Ame, he skipped the Falcon Blade, which gave him insane timing on Deso. This is 11.5 minutes we're talking about. This is not Deso later, this is Deso now. Like, he wants to have it immediately. He wants to be able to get that minus armor, and we wanted to see him be on the heroes that are going to get involved relatively early on, compared to the game number 1, where Kaz had 12 minutes and 2 seconds timing on his Deso, which is also pretty insane to think about, because he snowballed out of control. He got the first blood, he got multiple kills. It tells the story about the series. Like, it's all about the physical damage, it's all about the early game and how fast we can end it.
I would say that's the impressive thing to me about this draft, is that they managed to pick this thing that has the minus armor synergy. Of course, we all see that. The damage was insane. But it's the fact that also they were able to craft winning lanes while doing that. We wanted more early pressure from these guys, and they drafted something with this level of synergy that also solved the problems that they had in the previous game. So that was really good by Zhao.
And it just made the team fighting super easy. I think we got an example at 24 minutes into the game.
We do. I mean, this was one of the big fights at the end of the game, and I just wanted to show, like, look at this Abaddon. This is a universal hero, by the way. He's actually got very good armor. And the guy builds into, like, Manta, at the very least, Yasha, and still, he melts like he's nothing. And the way that they play the fights on Xtreme is they let the ulti pop. And with Weaver, I thought that was a great pick, because it's one of the few heroes that can chase an Abaddon through the ult. He can chase an Abaddon. Even when he blinks out, Weaver with Sakuchi can always get on top of you and continue chasing. He loves taking these long fights, and this is how you play against Abba.
Yeah, we talk about the minus armor, so I just had to check the numbers. So you have 9 from Pango, you have 3 from his level 10 talent, so that's 12. Deso 6, so that's 18. Then you have Bugs from Weaver. We're just gonna say it's 5. Keep counting, Jenkins. And then you have Slaughter ulti, 10, 15, 20, depending which level of the ulti we're talking about. Add in Lil Shredder on top of that. We're close to 40 to 45 armor.
Yeah, just crazy. And, you know, good to see Xtreme bounce back with an effective strategy. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to see who's going to take this series in a few moments.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. I am here with XXS from the incredible Xtreme Gaming, coming in post-TI, your first big tournament after post-TI. How are you doing?
就感觉是一个新的开始。
A new start. All right. I feel like enough time has passed. We may talk about this. How are you guys as a team after TI? Most teams would be extremely excited to get in the finals. Were you guys happy? Sad? You recovered?
当时能打进去，其实还挺开心的。但是，其实，在比赛中打到20-30分钟的时候，我们其实已经感觉我们好像赢了。就其实打完的那一刻，并没有那么激动。
Let's talk a little bit about the drama of TI. You know, the Chinese community was doing a lot of calculations. They were saying you guys had the lowest amount of break ever in all the TIs. If you had more time, you would have destroyed. You think they're crazy? You believe them?
我觉得休息时间短肯定是有影响的，因为我们有些人几乎没怎么睡觉，然后，但是再来一次，如果有更长的时间，我也不敢说一定会改变结果，因为我觉得我们就是水平差不多的两支队伍，所以最后还是有点看运气吧。
Very, very humble of you. Well done. Let's talk about Shanghai. Were you surprised? TI, next TI in Shanghai? Does this motivate the team, or do you guys, is it just another TI? Don't really care.
就动力和压力都有吧。一方面是不用坐飞机，然后不用飞很远就可以打比赛；另一方面就在自己家主场，如果8强就回家了，可能会被丢烂番茄吧，就这样。
Oh no, the Chinese fans, man, they're crazy. They're still crazy, huh? But you've had to have a lot of support after TI, though. A lot of Chinese fans were probably super happy, right? It's been a long time since a Chinese team made it to the finals.
因为我们赛前不太被看好吧，所以大家对我们期望比较低。在输了以后，大家还支持的比较多的，所以挺感谢他们。
Well, low expectations are over. You guys are one of the best teams in the world. You've been watching other teams play. Falcons ain't here this time, so you guys just gonna win this tournament? Is there no hope for anybody? Are you still the best?
也没有吧，就新队伍大家肯定还是要磨合，所以最后打成什么样，我也不太确定。
Come on, come on. You know you're still got it. You've been here for so long. You know you're one of the best in the world. There's no expectations for you guys to do well, you don't think?
不是很确定，因为我路人排到阿嬷，他说我只有马尔斯和人马，所以我现在也不确定我是个什么水平。他说我只有2个英雄值。
Okay, well, Amar's a psychopath, so that doesn't really matter. So no big deal. Okay, you're an interesting guy. In old interviews that I listen to, you talk about when you're not playing Dota, you actually like to play other games. When you're not with your team, you hang out with friends. This is a foreign concept to many Dota players. You have friends outside of your team?
感觉问题有点奇怪啊，但是朋友肯定是每个人都有的嘛。
That's not true, all right? There's a lot of guys that when I talk to other Dota pros, they say when I'm not playing Dota, I'm hanging out with my teammates or I'm playing Overthrow. There's not a lot of guys out there that play other games and do social activities.
什么意思？就是玩别的游戏，就现实里吗？还是玩别的游戏
？Both.
我是一个特别懒的人，所以我放假一般不出门，可能连续10几20天不出门，就在家里和朋友玩别的游戏，就这样。
Oh, okay. What do you play?
就魔兽世界或者 CS 吧，就类似这种游戏。
Hell yeah. Are you any good at Counter-Strike?
还行吧。
Decent. Have you tried Deadlock? Shooter and Dota?
就对于一个新游戏不太了解，所以玩起来有点累，后来就没玩了。
Okay, fair enough. Well, a man that still considers himself humble, not the best in the world, even though he is, as we all know. A man that has friends and plays other games. Truly an incredible person. Thank you so much, and we cannot wait to see how you do here at Wallachia. Any final words?
Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. We'll see more from this man and the rest of Xtreme Gaming here at Wallachia Season 6.
All right, welcome back. Great interview there from Slacks. I know the draft is about to start, but I think that's a bit of a self-report, that one. He's like, not a lot of people have friends. He's just there looking perplexed, and what do you mean?
I mean, he's kind of right. He is kind of right.
I feel we have friends. We all have friends. We're friends.
We do.
But we just play games together. Like, he's talking about going out and
finding real friends outside of the
going to the
gaming.
movies or something. Like, that does not exist.
Wow.
You ask somebody like Yatoro, he's either reading manga or playing Dota. And he's not playing Dota with friends. That's also rare. And not to throw Yatoro under the bus, that could be pretty much any pro player.
You've said it now. It's out there. It's recorded.
All right, let's see what they have prepared for this third game, because it was shellacking. It was really shellacking. Game number 1, game number 2 as well.
Yeah, double shellacking.
I want to see a little bit more competitive game, to be honest, because the game felt like it was over after the lanes.
If you get shellacked and then you shellac them back,
you are the shellacker.
You're the shellacker.
You're thinking like a 69 shellacking. Is that what you're thinking? Is that where you're going with that?
I don't know. If it's like you do it back to somebody.
Oh, backward shellacking.
Yeah, that's what.
Back shellac.
Yeah.
He's right.
We're so shellac.
Oh, they're actually going for the Slardar priority here. I respect that. Finally, we saw the win rate at the start of the day, and I feel like it's not just, hey, I'm going to counterpick some like Juggernaut in lane or some Ember Spirit in lane. It's just a really good hero in general.
Good mid laner. Ooh.
I think the trauma of what happened in the last game, you just want to get the Slardar on your team.
So what Slardar wants to do is he wants to run in, get a couple of right clicks. Shaker, can nullify that with the one Echo Slam, even a Fissure from a distance. When you have Shard with the Totem as well, it does allow you to stop what Slardar wants to do, and you have this lockdown. I didn't think we're going to be seeing too much of a Shaker. I want to see whether this hero has been contested at all.
Nope, this is the first time. So, I mean, I think it's still good. The nerfs to him, like the probably most big deal about Earthshaker is that now you have to wait until a lot later in the game where you can just Fissure and then use your Enchant Totem and with the Aghanim Shard and clear the entire creep wave because they nerfed some of the talents, they nerfed some of the damage on Fissure, Aftershock. But you can still do it eventually. So I think from the mid lane, it's a little better because you're getting more XP, more farm. You're going to get to the Kaya quicker. And still, like, this concept of a hero that you cannot commit into a fight to because he's just sitting there.
He's the king of the team fights.
He's the king of the team fights. But then also, he doesn't have to commit himself because of the Aghanim Shard and being able to play around Fissure. Like, I still think that is fundamentally really strong, especially when you're playing against a hero like Slardar who gets in there, right? Like Marcy, Slardar, Dawnbreaker, these heroes that just telegraph that they're getting in there. Earthshaker loves playing against these types of heroes.
Yeah, he can definitely keep the distance. His AoE as well got nerfed. But, you know, if you take the Zune, you can fix that for the later stages of the game. It takes time, post 35 minutes. But I don't think this hero needs more AoE. Like, it's always going to cover pretty much the whole screen. So you're good. Like, I think the hero right now is in a good spot. Before the nerfs, the hero was just
blatantly overpowered. Yeah, you would just 1v5 fights. You couldn't push into him. He scaled. He wins lane. He farms Ancients, which is still a thing, by the way. That now, if you're Liquid, you're thinking, what heroes can we get to try to contest the Ancient stacks?
I'm just going to throw it out there. There's also a possibility that this Shaker is going to be played as a position 4.
I was going to ask you about that, yes.
Most played heroes, so potentially he could still do it if they feel like there's too many counters to it and he just loves to play the hero. But also, if it's a core Shaker, you can't really invade enemy triangle. It's just not... I mean, you can come, you can invade, but you're going to get wiped immediately.
Yeah. They are giving a very good core Earthshaker game to Xtreme. Like, this is a big core Earthshaker bait between these two heroes, two melee heroes that are going to be standing in range to be echoed together. To even just the Aftershock with the Earthshaker Fissure is enough. Like, you can stop a Marcy initiation pretty easily. Curious, what is the combo that Liquid is trying to pick with it here?
Like, I have a question for you, Jenkins. You're smart guy, sometimes. How many stuns does Earthshaker have?
2.
Elaborate, which 2?
He has Fissure, which is a stun, and then he has Aftershock, which is a stun.
Okay, but how does he activate?
How does he activate it?
Yeah.
With Enchant Totem and with Echo Slam, of course.
So that's more than 2 stuns.
No. He's activating the same stun with different abilities. It's a passive.
All right. I'll have to check Twitch chat. I believe them. They probably have the answer to this one.
You're doing the whole water isn't wet thing right now.
I'm a glasses half empty kind of guy. Or glasses half. Which one's the good one?
The full the full one's good.
The full one's
good.
The glass,
you're getting
the glass
you're
is
getting
full.
more water.
The glass is full. Is what I think. Bane was very strong for the past 2 months of Dota. Kind of fell off, but I don't feel like it was ever bad.
No, this guy is always Bane in the ass to lane against because he's just pure damage, lane bully. Kind of wins you the lane, BKB piercing tool. It's also like Fiend's Grip's not going to be the easiest to use in this one because you're playing against Earthshaker, but also if he's the one blinking in, if he's not catching you, then you can easily get gripped afterwards and you just might die because they have more than enough explosive damage. We're talking about Marcy plus Slardar, so the damage is definitely going to be there. Well, we have an update. Twitch chat says 3 stuns, Jenkins, so we're going to go with 3 stuns.
Okay, well.
What's the third one?
Salami.
Doesn't stun.
It does, but what Enchant Totem also doesn't stun.
Yeah, that's right.
So Aftershock, like it's a stun, but it's related to the other ability. I'm just gonna go with 3. I believe people who watch.
Cat Totem doesn't stun now. Okay, all right, that makes a lot of sense. There's the disruptor, Richard. You were saying you think the heroes.
I do. I really like this hero. I think it might be a little bit underrated right now. I think
Easy interrupt on the Fiend's Grip.
Yeah,
Glimpse, super easy.
I think Static Storm's just really good into certain matchups.
I think he has the best Aghanim Scepter upgrade in the game.
Yeah.
Like it just turns around the game completely if you manage to get it, if the game's long enough. Even though we did have 2 very short games, so might be a problem in this one. So Disruptor Pugna as a support duo, it's gonna give you a good amount of survivability, good catch for Disruptor as well. But if these 2 heroes are getting jumped, you don't have much protection other than Earthshaker. I guess you're going to be relying on that. And we've seen a good amount of Darkseer bans, but we haven't seen it being played yet, at least not the games that we did cover.
Yeah, it's like the number 1 hero in the game against Terrorblade. You very simply get a stronger version of Terrorblade. You punch him, you drop the wall, you get 2 illusions of a very strong illusion hero. Classic counter, dumpster him in lane too with Ion Shell, magic damage. I will say, though, Liquid is giving Xtreme a very good Earthshaker game. Like, Darkseer, melee hero, going to be grouped up in melee range, lots of wall illusions. You have Bane, Fiend's Grip, you can interrupt with the Fissure. You can see that Xtreme has already committed to their Earthshaker being core. I can completely understand that. But it's a classic Liquid draft. Like, this is what they do. They pick into counters. Like, even Disruptor is considered to be a counter to Darkseer. You can't run away from him in the laning phase because of Glimpse. They pick into counters, and they say, okay, maybe our window is small, but we're so confident that we're good enough that we're going to be strong in that window and that we can win the game in this small window where we're stronger than you.
What rounds out the draft, then? Is there something that they can throw in there that's kind of going to neutralize this really good Earthshaker game?
So it's a carry.
Yeah.
Do we think that they need, or do you think Marcy is going to be carry?
I guess that's the flex, right? Maybe
they could also be going for mid laner as well if the
Slardar mid. You're right.
I mean, they could put Slardar in the offlane, which is kind of bad against TB. So I assume they want to keep this terrible. It's a very bad matchup for Slardar, so they might just want to keep this Slardar in the mid lane and then decide whether they have a better carry option than Marcy and throw Marcy to the. I know they have Darkseer. Never mind, I'm just saying dumb shit.
Never used that. NGX picked mid Muerta, Dominator Muerta against, I believe it was Earthshaker.
No, I think this is going to be, let me just fix that. I think this is just going to be Marcy 4 with the Darkseer. It's the combo that can actually kill TB because you can just run at them, and Disruptor has like one ability pretty much to stop you. If he misuses Glimpse, it's going to be on longer cooldown. So, yeah, this is a lane that can actually punish TB.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So mid Slardar against Earthshaker, which I think Earthshaker's happy to play into. I mean, was it Liquid that ran carry Slardar? Did Mickey play? Let me check. He did not, but I did see a carry Slardar in this tournament. I can't remember exactly who played it, but teams have tried it. If they want to counter Earthshaker mid, I think Slardar will probably be fine. It's not like a complete. Okay, well, let's think about this for a second. All right, so Marcy carry. Yeah, he's perplexed. Lacoste is perplexed.
Yeah, I know that face.
What about Silencer carry?
Oh, you maniac.
Yeah.
Wait. What about Silencer mid?
And it's against
Silencer mid
Bristleback.
against...
I hope that this is going to be some... Never mind.
They're not doing
Never mind.
Crazy. Okay. Well, it's a good.
Well, you wanted an interesting draft.
It's a very good Silencer game in general. I will say, like Silencer against the Pugna save is very strong.
Against, like Curse is insanely good against Bristleback before he can get his Lotus Orb.
And it's one way that you can initiate versus an Earthshaker team and not just get like wombo combo echo slammed, is you can global silence and play around like this is when we're fighting. Sure, Marcy, Slardar, Darkseer are all 3 melee cores that get in there that you can have these easy echo slam setups, but if he's global silenced and you're picking off a couple of important heroes during the global,
I think they
you
just
can't
wanted
counter.
to finish off the draft with something that is purple. Because Liquid, they have like 5 heroes. Marcy has a little bit of purplish on it, but everything else is purple.
It's the new tech.
It's the cold colors, sort of. Yeah, that's really good analysis.
I mean, we did. You did say though. I mean, like, you know, Team Liquid were kind of the way that they've been picking their drafts. It's more just about, well, this hero is strong into that. This hero is strong into that. This hero counters that. Let's see if we can make 5 of these work. You know.
Yeah, they have to do a lot during this global silence, because if they reset, I feel like this could go Xtreme Gaming's way. I'm kind of liking their lineup 3 times in a row. They got stomped in game number 1, a little bit of miss execution. Second game they did stomp, but yeah. But I'm also very excited to see Earthshaker in action, because this hero has been missing. I want to still see how strong he is, especially when he's playing into some of the counters, especially the silencer.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he was busted not that long ago.
He was insane. Yeah. I mean, I have to agree. I think Xtreme drafted something amazing. They got first pick Earthshaker, and I actually even like Earthshaker against Silencer, because you don't have to commit to fight.
Yes.
You're just playing around Aghanim Shard.
Yeah, gotta agree with that one. And want to see how much he's going to be able to do. But again, Liquid, they can get the ball rolling. This is Mickey on Marcy. We saw what they can do with the offlane Marcy in the first game, how much they can speed things up as well. So they can definitely play it fast.
Yeah, and with Darkseer as well. Like, this is a pipe mech buyer that they could very easily just group up 5-man, like crush some towers before we can.
Well, you know, we saw a very fast-paced game too. I mean, is that the key for Liquid? Key to victory here? Like, you need to get together early and maybe just be wildly aggressive like they were in game 1?
It's still a good scaling lineup. You have Slardard, you have Marcy, you have Darkseer as well. So
versus TB as well.
So you're always going to be scaling, but I do prefer scaling from Xtreme Gaming. Even though I'm not like the biggest believer in TB as a carry right now, the TB hero specialist, they can definitely make this hero work.
Even when we've seen Bristlebacks, like the scaling on this hero is quite incredible. I love this Soul Ring pipe into like eventual satanic build. Like it looks really good, but it also gives the early game where I feel like Xtreme can heal the bleeding if there is any bleeding that's happening from having like an offlane utility hero. But then, like you said, they still do have the scaling. It's so easy to execute an Earthshaker lineup in the like Earthshaker TB. It's easy. It's vanilla.
Easy.
Yeah.
Vanilla. All right, then, guys, we'll find out if it's able to work. I'll throw you over now to 2 voices that can never be silenced, Suns fan and Cinderin.
Yeah, game 3, Xtreme, paused. Xtreme Gaming versus Liquid. Who will be 2-0 in the Swiss format, Cinderman? Make your call now and make it definitive, unlike everything. Go against your nature in life.
Liquid.
Oh. I was expecting you to say neither of them and just avoid the question entirely.
I would like to elaborate, but I'm not allowed to, is what I've been told.
Well, now that you've locked it in, I will allow you to elaborate, especially because it's paused and we need to bullshit now.
Right.
Go ahead. The ultimate bullshitter.
The ultimate bullshit talking about the game.
You're unleashed.
All right.
Congrats.
So the biggest concern I have for Xtreme Gaming here is that I think the Shaker has to do maybe a bit too much considering he was first picked. I'm just looking at a lineup that has very limited ways of initiating fights and catching. They're good when they're ahead because that's when they have glimpse. But in every situation where you start off on the wrong foot and you have to counterplay, I just think it looks a little bit greedy and a little awkward to me. That doesn't mean it can't work if the pieces come together correctly, but I don't know, first of all, how well the Shaker Slaughter matchup goes. You did pick it as a direct one-to-one lane matchup. You knew what you were facing. I would like to say I think Slaughter does well in this lane. You're at least not stomping him. Like, worst case scenario, you probably break even on Slaughter, I would think. And for the rest of Liquid, if we do, again, focus a bit on how much Shaker has to do in terms of setting up fights and getting things done, there's always the global silence to combo break if Shaker finds a good angle. And the name of the game in the past 2 games have been good lanes into playing the map super fast, right? That's what happened in both wins for either team. Liquid's lineup is very, very quick if they get off to a good start. You got Darkseer, who very quickly reaches a timing with 1 key item and Surge, with Ion Shell on Slardar and Marcy. You've got Bane with level 6. You're going to set up traps in the side lanes that you can Global Silence to cover. I guess I worry that this game is going to be really one-sided. I think if things go right, it's going to be like game 1. And if things go wrong, they're going to be unable to play the timing in the mid-game, and eventually I think the Terrorblade and Bristle become too
And what are you rooting for?
What am I rooting for?
Yeah, a Stomp again?
I'm rooting for either a Stomp where Liquid show again what they're made of, like in game 1, or for a close game. I don't think Xtreme Gaming are going to stomp the game.
Why would you be rooting for that at all? It should always be an even game. That's the correct answer, objectively.
Okay.
Just so you know, calibrate that into your, I was going to say DNA, but it's more your code at this stage. Put that in your next
You actually
update.
agreed with me in game 1 that it's nice sometimes to see a team just run a great game. And
I was just saying that just to say that. I don't actually believe it because nobody is insane enough to believe it.
All right, okay.
And it's still true because you're not a real person.
It's fine.
You're AI. You understand that you are AI.
I think AI can't be cognizant, so I can't understand that.
That's right. You hate AI so much, but it's just a ploy for everybody else to just, it's a veil over everyone's eyes.
Right.
To not see the truth that you are, in fact, the problem.
It's all a ruse.
Yes.
A little bit of delayed tactics here from Boxy. Interesting.
See, you're ignoring the question here.
There was no question.
You're trying to deflect here.
You didn't ask a question.
Forget about the question. See, I'm a person. I can make mistakes. What I just said made no sense.
Yeah,
Don't rationalize.
That's a really good excuse to have. I'm a person, therefore I get to be wrong all the time.
That's right. Of course. Humans are morons.
All right, let's watch this mid lane as much as possible to start. If there's no major side lane action, I am very curious how this goes. Nisha's just used Crush 3 times in a row onto Nothing to Say to really try to drain him off resources. He does have 4 branches, so he can do 2 super tangos. But I would imagine when Slardar hits level 2 and gets bashed, that this starts getting a little awkward for the Shaker pretty quickly.
Yeah, I would think so as well, but perhaps there's something we don't know.
It was a great first wave for Nothing to Say.
FY getting harassed out of lane by Tofu. I mean, the panel kind of talked about it. What are your thoughts on Silencio here?
He's good. He's good against... At the time, he didn't know he was facing Bristle. That's kind of the icing on the cake, but that was a choice XXS made. His Curse is very good against this hero in lane.
Yeah,
He's actually just dead.
Quite a bit of trouble trying to do as much damage before he inevitably goes out, surely.
Making
the
this one more
Curse
swing.
doing
No,
a
that's
good
not
amount of
enough.
work, but now the Bristleback Quills doing so much damage to
Damn.
Mickey. Everybody exits with their life, but nobody gets away without taking heavy damage.
I thought for sure they'd have the Bristle there.
Yeah,
Surprising.
looked like they were going to get it.
Oh, they thought so too. They were very clearly committing for the kill there, Liquid. But eventually had to give up on the chase. Yeah, I just think it's a really good silencer game. You're very good against Pugna through the entirety of the game, because Pugna's saves are very hard to use against Global. It's hard for Pugna to afford a global counter such as Lotus Orb. It takes a while to get there because the hero has to get Arcane Boots, and it kind of has to get a secondary item before Lotus as well, most of the time anyway. Like Aether Lens or Glimmer or Force, usually one of those 3. Terrorblade is good against Silencer, but that's the only hero really on Xtreme that I think has a good matchup. So I think it's a solid pick. It does limit Liquid a little bit in the support damage department, having Bane and Silencer, but the other 3 heroes do so much damage, and Darkseer really bridges the gap, I think, with the matchup against TB as well. This one is a kill.
Yes, first blood goes to Tofu, finally. Brain drain on his side. What's the over-under on Silencer carry this year? And by this year, I mean the next year.
So you're asking me to predict the patch?
That's right.
If the hero does... you know what? I'm going to say...
I think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Valve have tried to push Silencer a little bit more into flex, but he's not quite there yet. But they might just give him the final push.
Yeah, I think so.
In the upcoming patch tomorrow.
Good one. Lol.
I knew you'd like that one.
Man, even AI gets it right sometimes. Nisha, Good harassment to nothing to say. Looking at the CS at the moment, 14-4 for Nisha. Wow.
This is such an interesting lane because on paper it's really hard to tell who is stronger because they both excel at the same thing. So when they face each other, who really pulls the draws the longer straw? It is even for now.
And in terms of gank potential from the supports, do you have a side that you would favor?
I think Liquid's options are a little bit better. Like Pugna Disruptor are not exactly the biggest gank threats onto Slardar. If you get glimpsed into the river, you can just crush and run away. You can most likely just withstand the Shaker plus Disruptor damage. Bane Nightmaring Shaker into a bad position, however, is a lot worse.
A really good Ion Shell game.
Yeah.
On Slardar, on Marcy. Want to be up close and personal.
And it's an Ace special. That's the other thing. This hero, you talk about his bread and butter, auras.
I think of Ace, I think of Darkseer and Underlord.
Yeah.
I don't know about you.
Yep. That's about right. Those two. Get the auras up and running and try to play a strong mid-game timing. He is going Helm of the Dominator by the looks of it first. Pressure again, but Decrepify will stop that in its tracks.
Does Tofu have some sort of cosmetic that's changing his arcane curse, by the way? Have you noticed it looks
the
different?
shield might do that. I'm actually not sure. I use the same. That's why it doesn't stand out to me, because I think my cosmetics are similar to his.
Midgate, whatever that is, that's all fucked up.
Oh
Tofu
my god,
getting
that
chased
damage.
under the tower. XXS doing the brunt of it. Will take a little bit of residual damage, but and they do have to be careful going on top of the Bristle, one of the hardest heroes to dive. I mean, as the game progresses, if this Bristle becomes a problem, who gets a Silver Edge or maybe even a Conda like we saw the other day?
Oh, you're not going to see a Conda, I'll tell you that. I'll give you an over-under on that.
Silencer Conda.
Oh,
okay,
Moxie's
they
here.
bring a third member this time, XXS, to see how much damage he can do before he inevitably goes out. The Brain Sap, pure damage, and he was facing him.
Yeah, exactly.
Very,
He just turned around
nice
for a
Boxy.
moment. I mean, you can buy Silver Edge on Marcy or Slardar. I think they're both okay. But I think it's the wrong approach to buy it in general this game. I don't think Bristle is going to get to a point where that is going to be the solution. I think your minus armor is going to be enough. You're better off just piling damage on him with a crit on Marcy or whatever.
Using the trees to his advantage. He does die, but XXS is going to be the recipient of this kill onto Tofu. Xnova looking for a glimpse target.
Yeah, that's not a great TP from Xnova here.
Yeah, looks to be wasted unless Boxy...
Not finding much, but maybe he has to go over here anyway to protect the Wisdom. Yeah, Boxy's actually lingering here.
Yeah, he pops the wand.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's unfortunate. He TP'd
oh,
here.
Boy.
Oh,
what a play from Boxy. We had no idea what he was doing.
I wonder if Liquid are going to try to turn this into a steal now, because they know Disruptor can't play this fight.
Yeah. Third member, XXS, getting blocked, dispose upon him.
Oh, this is so dirty, man.
So much damage to come, and he can only just try to run away. Yeah, Decrepify is going to delay this, but Nisha is there for the finishing blow. And remember, they still do not have their Disruptor. He's on the cliff.
Are they going to? They are going to chase. I love this play.
7-minute Wisdom Shrine. Nisha needs to catch up, but nothing to say with a good fissure. Provides enough time for FY to secure it. Actually blocks everybody out, so they should be able to get back to base okay. Disruptor still on the cliff, by the way. Still sitting there.
He did receive a TP, didn't he? Yeah, he got a TP.
Lamps Tofu. All right.
Why he gets a kill from up there?
Provides
so funny.
Provides good assistance.
He stood there for 45 seconds, and then somebody walks in and gets glimpsed.
I think
that
Tofu
is amazing.
may have forgotten he was up there.
That is so funny. How does that end up working in Xtreme's favor?
Yeah, Xnova's very happy.
So funny. He gets the kill, they get the Wisdom anyway because of a good fissure. Wow. Dota is so beautiful sometimes. Alright, more stacks, nothing to say, can pull them together and use the salami here.
Does he want to use it here?
Yeah, I think so. Yes. It's good enough.
Usually see it with a lot more stacks.
At the same time, he's probably recognizing the risk of
teams are getting
waiting.
better at contesting, I suppose.
This feels like a safe time to get it. So
It's funny that that was available to do for so many years and nobody did it.
Yeah.
It just takes one person, as Xnova deleted from the face of the map. By the way, this may be not relevant to that, although in some ways it is. Do you have any different thoughts about not being able to watch pro games or pro pubs? I think it's made a huge difference, actually. Like a year later, I think it's made a profound difference in terms of people catching up to the meta and whatnot.
I guess perhaps some ideas are a little more novel, but my personal opinion is that it's probably overstated just how much it has done, but I agree it's definitely made a difference, but I wouldn't say it's been massive.
Okay.
But
interesting.
Because, like, if you think about it, a lot of the, like, novel ideas, you know, a player that comes to mind is someone like 9class, right? A lot of the stuff that he brings to the table is not necessarily something that he has been spamming in pubs, but he might just get a good idea and then try to run it in a scrim against one team. And then if they don't pick up on it, how would it spread? Regardless? Does that make sense?
To a degree, yeah.
But, I don't know, it's one of those things where you're kind of just... How would you statistically determine it? I guess if you went back and you compared the variety of rare picks, let's say, how frequently does something unusual get run now compared to a year ago? Is it more?
Nightmared up, XXS in the area, but
See ya later.
Pugna gets completely destroyed.
This is why Marcy's everyone's favorite hero. I think there's very few heroes in Dota that get me more annoyed than getting one-shot comboed by Marcy as a support player. It just feels, sometimes it just feels so stupid.
Yeah, she's something else, no doubt.
It's the fact that I think the thing that pushes it over the edge is that exact facet. It's the fact that you can jump in, get a triple hit combo, pop your ult, and then get a 5-hit combo.
Yeah.
That's what's great. Without this facet, the carry Marcy, I think, would not feel as ridiculous. A good lead early for Liquid, though. Did talk about this being a relatively likely situation to be in, now that they have this advantage. Do favor them to continue keeping the ball rolling. Dagger on Slardar. Darkseer has his levels. He's level 9, which is a really... I think there's very few offlaners where every level matters as much as Darkseer. Because all of your 3 spells are so good with levels. You really want to get there. And being level 9 minute 11 on Darkseer is very, very
attempt
good.
onto XXS. He has TP in the form of FY, but the Nightmare puts that support to an end, which means XXS's life is forfeit. And FY will be the next on the list for Liquid as they take a 3K lead early on. TP, surely that's going to be canceled.
Cancel that, yeah.
And it's going to be a free tower now as a result.
So I think this is a pretty good illustration of what my worry was for Xtreme, is that their support duo is so counter... It's like... It's very reactive unless they're playing around Shaker. So I think Nothing to Say has to find moves now to give his Disruptor a purpose, because otherwise it's going to be Liquid initiating everything. And playing reactive is so much harder when you're playing against heroes that have high move speed and burst. And that's... I mean, look at Liquid's lineup. Marcy, Slardar, Darkseer. Isn't that exactly what all of those 3 heroes have?
Yep.
So, yeah, you gotta conjure up something here, or they're just gonna replay game 1. It's literally, I'm watching the same game, it feels like. Ame's playing an inactive carry in Terrorblade instead of Morphling, and if Nothing to Say's game isn't good, which was also the case in game 1,
haven't won a single game where he's been playing an inactive carry. As the Echo Slam set up by the Glimpse onto the Marcy. Mickey is dead. Just barely. Xtreme takes a bit of a commitment, but...
I think they could have saved him with Global.
Global is still available.
I think if they Global when he gets glimpsed, he lives there.
Yeah, for
a bit surprising that Tofu didn't even try, but maybe felt like, all right, Xtreme are committing everything. He's not living,
that
but
they
he might have
still
lived.
want to try here.
Yeah.
Oh, they see the illusions.
Yeah.
They
no
want
real
the
Ame here.
It looks like they're gonna...
That's a good move. They put their Shaker to use there. So, killing the carry of the enemy team, buying some space and time. Now you're approaching a 1.5-minute window of weakness, though. Echo is down, and Disruptor Static Storm is down. So, Liquid, once again, should be very eager to take over the enemy triangle and maybe steal this 14-minute Wisdom. Wouldn't mind seeing an attempt at that. I think you have the tools here to get it done. It's on to Mickey. Let's see. I mean, don't you just run down there and steal it with Global? I don't really see what's stopping them. Especially if any hero is showing down bottom from the side of Xtreme. If Terrorblade is showing his real hero, you can just vacuum his TP, and well, looks like they're kind of thinking about it. Yeah, they will go. I like this play call. I just think it's just too... You're too favored here. Now you need to execute it correctly. Slaughter.
XXS.
Wow, they just
gonna get it.
Go. No way FY also steals. That is elite. It's illegal if Xtreme get both.
Oh.
There is no way.
Oh, so close. Ace gets it in the end.
Wow, that was
Good
like
attempt for FY.
0.1. He did 99% of the work on the ring, and Ace just comes in and cleans it up. A perfect allegory for capitalism right there.
Is that why you said he was washed?
Well,
yesterday.
Why?
Huh?
Because he didn't get it there?
Yeah.
I mean, I liked the attempt. I thought it was a good try.
It was. It's worth.
I mean, look at this ring. Oh my.
Whoa, it looked like it finished.
Dude, that's full.
All right, I call BS. Bug report.
That's full.
Bug report.
Wow.
The particle guy for Valve screwed up, Cinderend.
FY's camera, when he got killed on that ring, was the exact same as when the fireworks went off in the background at TI. His face was the same.
Yeah.
He's just sitting there like, this is not happening to me.
You know, I actually think what the issue there is maybe Dota has been using subtick lately.
Oh.
And that's why it didn't proc in time.
You really like conspiracies, don't you?
What? What else do I like?
Subtick, I am AI somehow,
That's
like
not-
instead of a human being.
Yeah, and that's not
no.
conspiracy theory.
Okay. No, that's a
Who's
totally...
conspiring?
No, it's a totally normal take. I agree.
Okay.
It's all good. Smoke break.
Crush.
Oh, that's a fast
completely
global
misses,
this time.
hits the illusions. Global Science is going to put this at a stop for the time being, but
So
then
dead.
the glimpse back, and now Nisha dead. And Liquid, they had quite the lead. It feels like they're faltering a bit.
Yeah, awkward situation. Xtreme have the numbers, Nisha misses, and the global does nothing. It only ends one way. This is, again, that's Disruptor in a nutshell. When you're ahead, this hero is amazing, and you're ahead in that fight. You're not ahead in the game, but whenever you're on the front foot and you can chase, you're going to get exit kills every single time there for Xnova. It's going to lead to a tower as well. Pugna level 4 on the Nether Blast will make quick work of this. Oh, maybe he won't finish it entirely. How far did he get? 90% of the way.
That's a replay from this game, by the way.
Yeah.
They just photoshopped the background.
Oh, man.
Well, we hope to see him go deep into the playoffs.
Yeah, people like talking about Ami as the uncrowned king, but you're really stacking them now, aren't you?
Yeah, maybe
putting
two
FY with him
make a
too.
positive.
Yeah, that's true.
The Lotus Orb looks to be on the menu for XXS.
Yeah, it's the item this game. Global Silence, Corrosive Haze, and everything Bane does is single target, so wouldn't mind seeing a second one. I just don't know if Pugna's going to afford it at any reasonable timing. He's going Solar Crest first. It's pretty standard. It was either that Force Glimmer or Lens, but Solar, of course, against Marcy and Slaughter makes a lot of sense.
Well, Mickey just picked up his BKB. They have the double helm of the Dominator. Pipe online for Ace. It seems like a decent timing for them. Nisha, the only question is, what does he have? Has the Blink Dagger, but just starting his Aghanim Scepter. 1,000 in is, see the Unleash being unleashed upon XXS. Ends up being a very easy kill, but the Echo Slam coming at the last moment from nothing to say. Blows up Boxy, but there's the Global Silence
really bad
to
trade.
counteract, and Mickey will take another core to his name. A 2-for-1 special, 2 cores for 1 support. You'll take that every time.
Yep. And that was a good showcase of Silencer as the combo breaker against Shaker, because he could have got a triple stun onto Mickey, but he only got 1. And got turned upon immediately, and this is an easy Roche. Courtesy of the Fishman. Not to be mistaken for actual Fishman. Wonder what happened to him. I haven't seen him around for a while. Putting this Aegis onto the Mickey Marcy, I would assume. Slaughter is a candidate, but I think the Marcy is just a better choice overall. And now with this actually lines up really nice for Liquid in the sense that all of their cooldowns are gonna, they did go to Slaughter, interesting. All of their cooldowns are gonna be available for the 20-minute Tormentor now as well.
Oh, boom!
Valiant effort. Gonna get vacuumed. A suck to stop the suck.
Wow, that's a tanky Pugna.
Yep. Had them work for it. Yeah, when's Echo up again? 48. So they, okay, so Xtreme actually have all of their abilities as well for a potential 20-minute fight. Once again, am favoring Liquid's overall ability to fight in that area, especially with Global Silence. Would imagine that Xtreme are interested in trying to contest, at the very least.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Seeing a lot of red dots on the map. Liquid have a good amount of control on the Watchers and the wards deep in the enemy territory. A good way to set up for Tormentor is to ward in the top half of the map, not necessarily close to the Tormentor, but be able to push out the wave down here and then take control of that enemy triangle area, because it's going to see the movements and either give you a pick-off or give you a general idea of whether Xtreme are even trying to contest you. And here you go. 20-minute is approaching. We're going to be fighting around mid.
Yep,
Nightmare goes
set
off.
up onto the ES as, oh man, that is a dead Tofu. That's a big deal. Nothing to say though, gets completely destroyed by Mickey. Nisha getting extremely low, but Ame, the last moment, gets decrepified. Do they have the damage to get through this? No. That is going to be the Aegis down. Ame still alive, but the rebound will finish the job. Double kill for Mickey. Aegis now used. So Nisha and company going to continue on to try to kill these supports. Pugna being an annoying nuisance. Xnova actually gets away with the wall placement as FY dropped as well by Nisha. So Liquid, they lose the silencer at the beginning of the fight, but come out on top. All they really lose is that Aegis. Yeah, put to very good use.
Again, if you find Shaker first, I just think the game plan for Liquid is very simple. He did nothing. He did 123 damage. Just got caught, killed off, and then your control is gone. So Liquid just picked one target after the next. I think this one is probably too late to contest. They're making the same judgment call here, and they will head up and take Tormentor instead. But overall, a clear win for Liquid there. See the replay. So Tofu gets caught, but the Nightmare on Shaker, when he's Nightmared here and Marcy jumps on him, I don't even know if the Fiend's Grip was necessary, but that could have been even better, right? If you didn't have to grip Shaker to get that kill, you could have gripped Ame, and then there's no Sunder. Then you might not even lose your Aegis, but it's still, from Liquid's perspective, it's still a good result, of course.
Yeah, Sunder on Aegis is exactly what you would want, I would think.
He had no other choices.
Yep.
Marcy was BKB'd and there was nobody else in range, so had to go for the bad one. And yeah, as you mentioned, that could have been worse. Xnova could have definitely died too. Blink now on Mickey. Oh, that is nasty. Now he can kill Shaker on his own. Blink Basher. Just go on top of him immediately. Pop everything.
A tasty treat.
Okay, I like this that he has Ghost Scepter in his quick buy and nothing to say. I don't know about you. I feel like Kaya Shaker is actually a bit overrated. But I think such a big part of the reason people buy it is because then you can fissure, enchant, and kill the wave, right? Which is, of course, really valuable. But at the same time, is it worth the 2k gold that is always going to delay? In a game state like this, you're delaying a potential save item for yourself or, you know, some other teamfight utility. At the very least, he doesn't seem to want to upgrade it here. I think the Blink Kaya Yasha, that one I will die on that hill, that is overrated. I think Blink Kaya is okay, a lot of the time even good. But the Yasha upgrade, just, I don't know. It's enough talk about it though, he's not even buying it, Shannon.
Yeah, just keep going.
Why'd you bring that up?
Keep going.
Okay, Ghost Scepter flying out, so that's that protection that he needs for the Slaughter and Marcy.
I love that you could just go on a tangent, you don't need anybody else. I don't even need to be here. That's crazy. That's a really good skill.
I would appreciate it if you left.
It could be a disability too, depending on your perspective, I suppose. As Ame getting chased by Nisha.
Oh boy,
yep.
that's...
Rush finds him. Pops the Metamorphosis, but Mickey has joined the party with the Unleash, the BKB, the rebound, the Global Silence to prevent any Sunder shenanigans. I mean, both BKBs were up, so he couldn't have done that anyway. Either way, a big kill for Liquid. It's like FY will be fine. Even when he's up, no meta available. We'll see if Liquid can try to capitalize on that in any way.
Oh, Boxy.
Nova.
Oh, nice. Nice fog usage. Did he even know he was there? I don't know. It might have just been coincidence that he
saw the creeps.
Dodged off to the side.
That would have been a pretty big kill with the gem on him.
Yep, for sure. Still, as this, looking at the state of affairs here, Darkseer 1,000 net worth up on Terrorblade is quite unusual. This is already a matchup that's good for Darkseer. He's a classic counterpick to TB because you get that really powerful illusion. When you're ahead on net worth too, very good game state for him. Quite rare that Ami is this much in Struggle City on Terrorblade. Usually he still has the net worth to go. Can't even reach.
Yeah, that was a baby glimpse.
Yeah.
Fissure's not going to reach now, so Liquid get away with a quick pickoff.
Isn't it fascinating how much the meta has developed since TI with a relatively small nerf patch that you suddenly have Slardar be a first pick and Timbersaw, who was 0 and 10, I think, at TI, is first pick banned a lot.
Yeah, I think even without a patch,
crazy.
A lot of that would have been true.
I think some of the things would have happened.
People like to experiment, and eventually you find something that's golden. Which is why we were talking about the stats being restricted in some ways to allow things like that to occur.
Well, when the stats do show and Timbersaw is 0 and 8, somebody still picks the 9th one and is like, I will be the one.
That's right.
And they also aren't.
Well, there's a lot of psychopaths in Dota that like picking the same hero every game, so.
That's right.
Gotta cater to them.
I think I've played with a guy in pubs who had like a 5-digit amount of Phoenix games.
Serious.
Yeah.
Of all the heroes to choose.
It has some interesting nuances at the very least. But yeah, I could never imagine. I think my most played hero, I've played a lot of Dota. I don't have 1,000 games on any hero. I've spread them out enough.
Yeah.
But 10, I think it was 10-something thousand Phoenix games. Like, what the hell?
That is,
it's so crazy to me.
And nobody's gonna bother banning that. Who bans Phoenix?
Yeah. Oh.
Now, XXS has the Lotus Orb now. And on the other side for the offlane, Ace has the Crimson Guard and a mech. Will he be upgrading that into Greaves?
Everything is just trotting along nicely for Liquid. Sure, they're not dominating the map as much as maybe they would have liked, but they're gaining about 500 to 1,000 gold per minute over the enemy team, which just goes to show that they're controlling at least almost 2/3 of all the farm. And they can just keep this going. Terrorblade, one of the better heroes at dealing with this circumstance because he can illusion push, but he's not strong enough that it's really too much cause for concern. Now what Liquid want to do is keep putting on the pressure, get the next Roche, and potentially use that to think about high ground, or just this.
Okay.
With a quick
A 1-2 punch, and that is a dead FY.
Also
Mickey.
rather slow reaction from Nothing to Say on the Fissure there.
Okay. Glimpse back, Mickey. Gonna get healed up next to the mech. Gonna get Nightmare now.
Oh, the mech timing!
Nothing! Oh my god, Nothing to Say, Nothing to Echo, more like it. Mickey attempting to run away. He's going to be fine. Tofu as well. They've used meta, they used Echo, all for naught.
Wow. That was such unfortunate timing for Nothing to Say. I think he was, obviously in that situation as Shaker, you're looking ahead, right? You're not looking at the center of your hero, you're looking in front. And he was ready to blink Echo, and at the same time, he got vacuumed. So he thought he was going to blink Echo, but instead he just echoed the ground in front of himself, and, well.
Perfect timing from Ace.
Is it really an Echo Slam if it doesn't echo at all?
That's true. It's just
a slam.
I was going to say it's more like a fart from Earthshaker.
Yeah, this is, that sounds like an AI response. Really. I don't know, that's like some language learning model we got going on here.
'Cause, I mean, it's a slam. 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 It's
Only the best humor for our AI models. SNY online for XXS. So more status resist against the Global Silence and all these stuns. I mean, they have a lot of disables on Liquid.
And they should not be hesitating at all to take initiative now. Echo down is so big. Like, you still have Global? Just find anyone and go. There you go. Oh, nice Lotus.
Lotus is there, though. That's Boxy. Okay. We'll nightmare each other effectively. XXS, the rebound misses.
That's not a good rebound.
Glimpse away. I think he's going to be fine. Nisha blocked off a bit. Nice kinetic field and fissure to follow. With the Crimson Guard and company being used to full effect, and that is a 3-shot onto X Nova. And now the punch is coming from Mickey with the Abyssal Blade, trying to get to the front.
Oh, FY prepped him. That's his own death.
Yes, does save his teammate, and the Global Silence to reset for Liquid. That was a buyback on X Nova as well. Still has his Static Storm at the ready.
That Decrepify seemed entirely unnecessary. XXS wasn't in any sort of trouble, but the moment you decrep him, you're just leaving yourself vulnerable. Bit of a misstep there, I think, from FY. I'm surprised just how tanky XXS proved to be in the initial engagement. I thought it was going to take a bit more damage, but he's the one guy that Liquid can't just go and burst in that fashion. Gonna try again. Lotus.
It's a tough kill. It certainly is. Ame. Oh my god, that's not a tough kill. Nisha spot the BKB, trying to retreat, gets the crush off. Now we'll find the distance to be able to get away for the time being. Meanwhile, there's the Echo Slam coming in, doing a decent amount as Mickey is the target from this Terror Blade, and Mickey is dead. Big kill for Xtreme Gaming. Nisha stuck around. Looks like he'll still get away just fine. The Liquid only losing 1. Backdoor protection is still there on this tier 2. I'm not even sure how much they're going to get out of this.
No. Mickey probably would have been wise to pre-pop his BKB there when he jumped on the Terror Blade. Obviously, you don't want to waste it, but you have to recognize that the Shaker counterplay is there. And just a fissure into Enchant. When Terror Blade has these items, he's going to kill you quickly with that Butterfly. It's a bit of a...
Liquid, are they actually looking for this? They put a creep into the Roche pit just to get a little bit of vision, but Ame secures the Aegis. They're still smoked up. Not sure if they can get anything out of it, though.
Pivotal moment here for Xtreme. If that mid-fight goes wrong, you're 20k down and you lose Roche. Instead, you've cut the lead into almost half, or at least cut about a third off it. Liquid were up 15k a moment ago. You get your next item on Terror Blade. He's starting to become scary now. And obviously a big part of the reason Xtreme picked this hero is the matchup against Slardar being one of the best. You have very high armor, you hit extremely hard, and you like buying Scotty. So a lot of things that cause Slardar problems. Now Refresher onto Nothing to Say. Have to say that one is a bit surprising to me. Mana pool not exactly the best. And
Ace sundered up. Ame surrounded by Nisha. Has a shield rune right now, doing a lot of damage. Oh my god, Ame does not have Sunder, still with the Aegis, of course.
Oh, they're getting so sandwiched.
There's the rebound. That is a dead FY. Already 1 support on the deck. Fissure going to block up quite a bit. As Ame completely out of mana. XXS doing a decent amount with that Blade Mail. Mickey looking for an opening. They get the Aegis to start things out. There's the rebound, finding the space to be able to kill off XXS, and that means the isolation onto Ame. Crush and an Echo Slam being used. Boxy's dead as a result. Ame, though, popping the Metamorphosis and dies shortly after. Ultra kill for Mickey, and Nothing to Say dies shortly after. That is a full team wipe in favor of Liquid.
Pretty much the ideal way for this to break out. You're fighting into Aegis, but it doesn't even matter because Nisha finds such a good entry into the fight. And yeah, you can have Refresher on Shaker all you like, but if you're silenced, it doesn't really matter. Just look at this pitiful damage output per net worth on the Shaker here. 1600 is all he had to post for that fight. Begs the question, is Refresher the way to go here? Or the panel was talking about this. Perhaps this is a game where you need to play more on Fissure. In that case, maybe just getting Octarine Core and playing far away instead of getting more involved. Feels like every time Nothing to Say comes up close, he just gets punished. He gets silenced, he gets killed. He gets stunned, he gets killed. There's even the potential threat of a Fiend Script. All these issues, but Liquid
will be a full lane.
Yep. Don't seem too phased by the little mishap they just had.
And they're back
for a little bit more. Completely controlling the game again.
Yeah, Yeah, for sure. Metamorphosis down for another 50 seconds as well, so we'll have some time to push down these lanes. Only one tier 2 remaining. Liquid certainly in the driver's seat. I mean, Roche is not going to be up for quite a while, so see how much they want to push the envelope. So we see.
So notice this start. So Ame is completely alone when this begins, and he does get a nice Sunder off onto the Darkseer and forces him out. And this is obviously an Aegis Terrorblade as well, so understandably, Xtreme Gaming probably think they have a fighting chance here. This fissure ends up being kind of griefy, honestly. They're just blocked in the Bristle and the Terrorblade. They have no way out. They get caught in this awkward corner. And now when the Echo comes in, it's just too late. Damage, at this point, the damage is already done.
Yeah, that global. Manta takes it off.
But not for Shaker.
No. Yeah, very pivotal fight for Liquid. They have a grip on this game now. The BKB still a ways away for Ame. But desperately needs that. Did Nothing to Say have Refresher in that last fight? We're going to see the global with the back wall and the blow up of the Terrorblade.
That's game.
It looks like it. That is 80 seconds of no carry on the Xtreme Gaming side.
Wow, that would be a rather underwhelming way for this to end, is just getting caught out farming on Terrorblade and having no buyback, and they just push it down. But I really don't see Xtreme holding this for much longer. A full minute? What are you defending with? You've got Bristle and a little bit of a fissure here and there.
Yeah, they're trying to push 2 lanes at the moment. Anisha with that Aghanim Scepter is going to be so tanky, just sitting on the doorstep of their base. Ace jumps in for an opening himself. Nothing to come though, as they do have pretty good high ground defense, I have to say. They hit XXS onto the low ground though, and now the Unleash. As XXS looks to be dead, Nullifier applied. Down goes your Bristleback for 70 seconds, and Liquid 5 versus 3. Just have to avoid some disgusting Echo Slam from Nothing to Say.
Radiant structures are fortified.
It's tier 3. It looks to be gone in just a moment. Ame back in just a moment. Can Liquid secure
But now
the
it's
second
without
lane?
Bristle. So you still have the... Oh, yes, we just got buyback now. Okay. Maybe one final chance here.
Anisha with the slow play will continue to get those crushes, those puddles we love so much. It's inevitable that this barrack will fall.
X-Nova's Poogie has fled. That's when you know it's bad.
Oh boy.
Has upgraded his arsenal of friends from obviously the TI when he was alone in the booth. Now he has a Poogie friend. So from 0 to 1 is a big upgrade.
Yeah, Refresher now for Mickey. So we'll have the double BKB, the double Abyssal, and the double Unleash. I mean, in a way, Unleash is kind of just a transformation spell, so...
Yeah. It's a really, really good item on that hero. Yeah. Refresher. It's basically mandatory late game. What do you think would happen to Dota if this item was removed? Do you think it would shift the balance a lot in Pro Dota about what heroes people pick?
Sorry, I'm looking at a pig right now.
Okay. All right, let me know when you're done.
Okay, go ahead.
If Refresher didn't exist tomorrow, do you think the meta shifts?
Oh, yeah, I would think so.
Because a lot of the heroes that do get picked end up eventually going Refresher, in a lot of games at least. But if nobody gets it, what heroes would suddenly get better?
Well, it would be probably a carry.
A lot of the carries by Refresher.
Now, who doesn't, though?
Yeah, that's what I mean. So if everybody loses it, who benefits?
Yeah.
Just it's kind of interesting because it's such a powerful conceptually broken item when you think about it, right? The game is based off cooldowns largely, and you just have the ability to have everything twice. But obviously that's great for every hero. I guess it would make a hero like Bristleback even better, because he doesn't need it. Right. For his spells, at least. All the heroes that have like very low cooldown spells and wouldn't buy it for that, but only for the items, comparatively should get better, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. When's the last time we've seen a late game Dota game without like 2 refreshers at least? It's always there, right?
Yep.
So
I feel like it's in a good place though. It used to be
a lot better.
It used to be game-breakingly good. And I think they made it, at a certain point they made it where it was kind of bad, if I'm not mistaken. Can't remember though. Aghanim Scepter on Boxy, by the way. That is a good item. One fissure, of course, can cancel it, but, you know, it's still cool.
Needs to be a pretty specific angle to get that fissure, though.
That's right. Now it's going to be a blink fissure angle.
Yeah. Just to stop grip.
That's right.
I mean, he might have to do it if it's on Ame, but well, guess what? He's just going to get global.
I mean, the echo becomes better with these illusions anyway, right?
Yes. It's like the thinnest silver lining of all time. Nice. Bane has Axe, now Echo Slam.
Boxy has buffed Nothing to Say.
Okay. Well, he needs it, so.
Yeah, they got double global now as well. That's the bigger deal.
X-Nova.
Rush, start, nullifier, goodbye, X-Nova. Echo Slam #1. Ace with a huge vac wall onto 3. As XXS is stuck all alone on the low ground. This fissure completely blocked him out. Lucky for him, he is bristleback, so he just waddles his way up to the high ground. That's a buyback on X-Nova. They're going to be able to respect that from the Liquid side.
Mega still has the refresher. That was a very underwhelming first BKB usage, but might have had to do it to disengage.
Yeah, well, Roche is up, so this should be... Well, I say it should be a freebie, but Xtreme... I think they just have to contest this somehow. They have the refresher to get this Echo Slam back online.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a damn it if you do, damn it if you don't situation, because I feel like contesting it is so difficult, but you can't give this up, right? They're not showing much intention.
There's a Roche banner.
No intent going here. Oh, hello. Oh, nice. A banner. Now they're going to have 2 banners.
Tofu, pick it up.
The push.
Pick up my trash.
Yes, my lord.
Yes, my lord. If that was Roche's voice lines. Oh, don't kill me. Oh, dear. Goodness gracious. Get out of my pit, young man.
I've been fermenting this cheese for years. How
dare you.
How dare you. All right, I will be back. See you in 10 minutes.
Stop the timer.
I shall return with more cheese.
There's always that freaking cheese, huh?
Well, 30k lead, refresher on Silencer, Darkseer, and Marcy, and a cheese on Slardar.
I think Nisha needs to go farm up a refresher orb.
Okay.
Along with Boxy so that they can have 5.
Yep. Revenant's Brooch complete. The crit item of choice against Terrorblade, of course, since he has so hefty armor.
It's been a hot minute since I've seen that item.
Yeah, but it is... I feel like that is the only carry matchup that you consistently buy Brooch in, is when you're against Terrorblade. Against every single other carry, I think Marcy would have bought Daedalus this game, but that particular one, and this is even though you have Corrosive Haze, you just don't want to rely on it, I guess. I think to an extent you could, because Nisha is not that far from... Actually, he just got 25, so they could take Corrosive Haze Undispellable, and then you know you're going to have the minus armor in play. But
True.
He's hesitating for now with picking his talent. The other one is also extremely good. Brings the Crush cooldown down from 7 to 4. Still does go for the Undispellable. So that's mainly good against Bristle here, who has been a bit annoying with the Lotus. They're going to put a banner in his face.
He just kills it instantly.
They have another one.
What is the point of that?
Oh, bought them a few seconds to get in there. Want to put another one down, Tofu?
Yeah, he's got to wait till it's back in his inventory.
Oh, he'll definitely use a gun. Back wall!
Okay, and the grip right on the bristle. And that is a dead XXS. And FY follows suit, so 5 versus 3.
Oh, well.
This should do it.
That's another Poogie off the field.
Yeah, Ame, we've seen this before in his Juggernaut at TI. Just pushing
Ame,
the opposite
the third
lane.
Poogie off the field. He's just not even in his base.
No.
Oh, that's rather uneventful.
Yeah, a bit of anticlimactic ending.
Oh, it's not over yet. Ame's gonna try. Okay.
Right.
That's meta.
Yeah.
They could wait this out and end.
They don't need to. They have everything up. The refreshers were already used. Echo Slam from nothing to say. They actually do kill off Nisha.
Maybe they should have waited it out.
Well, we'll see. Ace, right clicks, not enough. Good Nightmare. As Mickey was able to take out nothing to say, but it's going to cost him his Aegis. Buyback now from nothing to say. And the Stunlock. That enough damage to actually take out the Terrible. He's killing himself with the illusions. Ame killed off by Tofu of all heroes. And he has no way to get back into this game. Ace and company gonna clean up the supports. FY still in the fountain, but still the numbers advantage on the Liquid side. A bit of miscommunication from Liquid maybe. I feel like Nisha shouldn't die there.
Could have been a bit cleaner. He has the cheese. He probably thought he was going to be able to do a little bit of a bait with it as well.
Another vacuum into nothing. Rebound away, so Liquid still biding their time. XXS will continue to get these goo stacks up.
Make it with a record. 19 kills. Tournament top scorer.
All right.
For now. That's possibly going to stay the whole way through. 20 kill games are not that common.
Buyback available for Ame now. So they can have a last stand. Liquid obviously have the megas, so time is in their favor. They can just wait for Nisha to come back the natural way.
Yes, the natural reincarnation, our favorite.
That's right. One day we'll get there. Some trillionaire will figure it out.
That would be the ultimate evolutionary trait, would be reincarnation, I think.
I mean, that's basically... damn.
Yep, show your knowledge. Share it with the world. What's...
Jellyfish. Oh, that was a close one. All right.
Reincarnation?
Yeah, they basically have reincarnation.
Okay.
When they die, they become a polyp again. Or a little baby fetus, whatever the equivalent is for a jellyfish. Certain kinds. I don't think it's all of them.
I guess that kind of...
It's pretty cool.
That kind of qualifies as reincarnation, I guess.
Yeah, so we just need to figure out how jellyfish work because they're obviously aliens, and then we can get reincarnation for ourselves.
Honestly, maybe imagine that. Imagine the ultimate life form. It's been millions and billions of years. The ultimate life form is jellyfish.
Yeah.
That's what we are going to become.
I believe it.
We will become jelly.
I believe it.
Mickey, gonna clean up.
The problem is when you get reincarnated, I don't think you have any of your memories. You just start. It's just a different person almost.
I mean, for many people, that's probably good.
Yeah, that's true. For Slack,
just a fresh start.
Yeah.
Then you can experience all the cringe stuff you did when you were 14 again.
There's quite a bit, actually. The defense
imagine
of
what
the
life would be like if you imagine what life would be like if you went back to being like 10 years old, but you had all your wisdom from old age.
Oh man, I would own. I mean, I'd be a trillionaire easily. Just invest.
What would you do? You would just that's what you would do. That's
I would take a lot of money and then I'd do whatever I want. Yeah.
Okay.
I'd buy Dota. I'd buy Gabe's yacht.
Okay. Yeah, if I could go back to being 10, I would also buy Gabe's yacht.
Yeah, why not?
I would do that. When I was 10, I could definitely afford it. I just pissed away all my money.
Yeah, as you do.
Yep, that's right.
Understandable. Are they actually waiting for the next Roche?
I think they're just waiting for a moment of opportunity. They just need a tiny slip up where they get a blink crush or this.
All right, the grip is online and a big vac wall onto 3 heroes. Buyback instantly from the Bristle. Both supports are dead. Only one can buy back though, so this is a 5 versus 4. Ame will be cleaning up the illusions nicely.
Beaten script cooldown is so short.
Wow.
It's crazy. He had Axe Arcane Rune.
Yeah, you're right.
This is probably going to catch them off guard.
Oh, for sure.
He could go again in 10 seconds, and they do have Refresher on Silencer.
Damn, that's pretty sick.
That would be a cool way to end the game here, is just to surprise them with the grip being ready again. There's no way Xtreme have accounted for this.
No.
But
although they will have 5.
Yep.
Bit of a tough game for Liquid to end, but it would take an absolute miracle for Xtreme to pull this off.
This would be a monumental throw. This would be one to remember when we get respawned as jellyfish.
Well, we won't remember, though. That's what we learned.
Yeah, but that's the ultimate goal.
We'll forever be restarting. It's a hard reboot. Control, delete, reformat.
There's no way to know that isn't already happening when you think about it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's how reincarnation works in certain religions, right?
I want to believe in that. I want to believe
it would be great.
At the same time, is there any solace in that when you don't know it happened?
No, there's no solace.
Doesn't really matter.
Smoke from Xtreme.
Okay. They have about 10 seconds to find something here.
Tofu breaks the smoke.
They will.
He takes a full Echo Slam. He's still alive and now dead. He will reincarnate in 87 seconds.
He can buy back and have 2 globals from base.
Yeah, that's true.
I think, honestly, the Echo being used there is good enough for Liquid to go for a fight if they wanted to, but they can also just get Roche. They have the whole map.
Yeah, they can slow play
You could do whatever you want. You can kill this Seder Camp Ace.
Oh, he's doing that.
You'd like
very slow.
Get toward that Aghanims against Terrorblade.
Oh yeah, the classic.
Go with your Shiva's Hex, Crimson, Pipe, Dagger, Greaves inventory.
Yep.
That's right, he's pretty farmed. Second on net worth, 30.5k.
And Roche number 4, reincarnated briefly without the memories of his past lives. Wakes up to being absolutely destroyed.
Oh, yeah. Please leave my home. So sad.
They will do so, but not before looting everything from his
Another successful raid on Gruul's lair from Team Liquid.
Okay, I'll assume that's a World of Warcraft reference.
Very good. Was that because I said raid?
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured nothing else would give it away.
It was either that or Shadow Legends. I don't know what was coming out of your mouth.
Damn, they do find a way to get into every stream, don't they? This one's on the house.
Yeah, that one. Next time, I require some money. Tofu's up and running now, so they have the Aegis. They have 2 cheeses. They have a Roshan's Band. They have a Refresher or Shard, rather.
Oh, they also have orbs.
They do have orbs.
Got plenty. Oh, a mech for FY. Working on Greaves against the Global Silence.
All right, attempt number 1.5 and ending the game for Liquid. X-Nova dead.
Oh, hello.
Does not have buyback. That's kind of a big one. Not sure if they know. I think is it based off buyback for him, the timer, or is it gold? Otherwise, they would know. And these towers are melting as Mickey will focus on the Ancient. They get the grip onto Ame, the Global Silence. Mickey's Unleash. And that should do it. GGs have not come out. Now they have. Liquid take the series 2-1.
Yeah. This game, it really did follow the trajectory of Game 1. It was just a slower version of it, but it was kind of the same logic. They did well in lanes, they got ahead, they have the active lineup, they make the moves, and they ultimately get there with a massive lead at 51 minutes, but really with one exception where Xtreme managed to find the fight 15k down, kind of everything went Liquid's way the whole game.
That's right, Richard!
Yeah, it was. Good job educating us about jellyfish and freemium games. Great stuff there. And I can't blame them because really, for like the last 20 minutes, the writing was very much on the wall.
It definitely was. It felt like the game was over pretty clean from Team Liquid. Again, another slower start for Xtreme Gaming, where they're unable to get themselves out on the map, or they're unable to punch back. There were a lot of issues, a lot of misplays that I would say did happen in this game with the itemization, which we're going to get to them slightly later. But in some of these fights, you're going to be seeing that once they initiate, if they kill Tofu, which means that there's not going to be a global silence. In this one, Liquid's still going to be winning the game. Winning the fight because...
And the game.
And the game in the end, of course. But Ame, he didn't have Sunders. Like, usually you expect them to come out with the Pike, with the BKB, with the Manta style. You kind of feel like you're going to get them, but never really happened in this one.
No, I mean, they did a good job of essentially isolating them. So there was like you know, I think Cinderin said it during the cast, you know, it was like he always seemed to be in a position where it was like die without using it or use it on a bad target, you know, and that just seemed to happen time and time again in these fights.
I mean, Liquid played the fights really well, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, I know it didn't look like it, but this was a really hard game for them to play because they have 3 melee heroes versus Earthshaker. So you can see that the fights that they are winning, the fights that they are taking, there's like this sandwich play happening, and then they're kiting Ome. You have Nisha going on the back line, taking out the Pugna, the Disruptor. It's a really long fight. But this is how they have to take fights against Earthshaker. And, you know, you could say that game was boring. You know, when Cinder and Suns fans start doing Roshan voices, oh my dear boy, you know, things like that.
Yeah, once the cheese is out.
Once the cheese is up, you know that like something has happened where the game is being prolonged. But they had to do this. So how are they going to siege? Marcy, Slardar, Darkseer. Like, tell me a hero on their team that's going to siege. They go hit high ground against Earthshaker, and they get Echo Slammed. Like, nothing to say. His gameplay in this game looked bad. It looked really hard because they played around it, though, is the thing.
I want to say, like, we've seen this before, where I think it was when Earthshaker mid was kind of popular, and I think he played it in another game that we had at Wallachia, and I think he ended up losing that one as well. But, I mean, this just objectively, we never saw the big Echo Slam.
I'm not gonna lie. Like, I looked at his Dota Plus level because I was like, was this just an FY pick and nothing to say? Like, doesn't really play it. But you look, he's platinum tier. Like, the guy's good at Earthshaker. I think it's just kudos to Liquid never ever giving the echoes, and you have Tofu buying a refresher orb as well, the global silence to cover. Like, Liquid just played around Earthshaker really well.
Yeah, agreed. We can take a look. Obviously, it got off to a kind of a crazy start as well in the early game here.
Yeah, this was the very nice play coming out from Boxy, where he just pulls him on the cliff. Xnoa already used his TP, which is going to result, I believe, in them getting the XP rune as well. So a lot of these small things, small plays, like, this is something that a lot of people did complain about. Like, why can Vayne do this? Like, why can he pull you?
Oh, come on, that's funny.
It's good. No, I'm not complaining. I'm all about the memes. I'm all about the people getting cleft.
And then Xnova later on gets a kill because he's still on the cliff.
Yeah.
He didn't have a TP, so he gets a kill glimpsing away. Like, somebody was running, and he's just like, "No, I'm here still."
Yeah, that was pretty miserable. Then at 15 minutes, I think the misery was compounded.
Yeah, it was a fight where this time around you can see the global silence. This is one of the few fights where Xtreme Gaming were able to actually kite the global silence. Good Fissure, good Glimpse. This is how, on paper, this what this lineup is supposed to do.
You can see why they picked Disruptor.
Yes, and then again, with the Echo Slam, he decides to go in. Sure, you're killing that Helm of the Dominator creep. You're getting 100 extra gold. You're killing a support. But here's Nisha. Here's Mickey again, getting another kill, getting a double kill, actually. And he ends the game, as we've seen, as MVP. 22 kills.
Highest in the tournament so far?
Pretty insane. I don't think anybody's going to be able to top that one.
No. We did have questions about whether or not that was a viable option in the carry position. How do we feel about it? I mean, do you think it's something we'll see more of as the tournament evolves?
Did you...
Marcy?
Marcy? Oh, yeah, definitely. This time around, they picked it on 14, I believe. In the previous one, they picked it as overall last pick, I believe. So people still think they can play against Marcy, but she's still very difficult to deal with.
It wasn't like an S-tier Marcy game by any means. Liquid clearly just thinks that it's a really good hero, and often their ideas are... Like, they will be a team that is still picking something like Kez. We see other teams are kind of failing with it, and they'll be dying on that hill of, like, no, it's really good. But speaking of dying on hills, we did want to take a look at Xnova. We were talking about how do they come back into the game. Maybe Disruptor picking up an Aghanim Scepter would be good. You can see he's building into a point booster. He's trying. Did not get the enchantment on the neutral item for GPM. So what he does, he goes for a gem. You know what the gem does? The gem means you're not going to have to buy sentries. So you're saving gold there. You're also dewarding. The poor guy loses it like
almost immediately.
But I get the idea. It's like, if you don't get the GPM enchantment on your 25 or 35-minute neutral item and you're Disruptor, you're just like, what? How do I get gold? What am I going to hit creeps?
He ended the game without even that point booster that you pointed out. He didn't even
sold the point
sold the
booster?
point booster and got Vlad's in the end because he's like, I'm not getting that Aghanim Scepter no matter what.
That's rough.
Yeah, they had a rough one.
I mean, he like was total bottom net worth, just not in the game, not at the races at all. Meanwhile,
I think we have to address the elephant in the room.
Yeah, let's do it.
We have to check what Shaker has been up to, because if you look at his itemization, like this is just casual Kaya. He has a Ghost Scepter. He's playing against Marcy Slaughter, so he's like, yeah, I'm going to need to have that. It gives you not the good enough stats for you to be able to use a Refresher, and you're also playing against Silencer, who's going to be stealing some of your intelligence as well. And I'm going to say he griefed in some of these fights as well, where he blocks off his Terrorblade when they had Aegis. He blocks off his Bristleback. Then they initiate one time on Pugna. He doesn't use Fissure. He goes in, tries to go for the Echo Slam, gets Vacuum, hits nothing. It's just too many things that did happen. Like, I think he needed to keep the distance, as we pointed out.
I agree.
Like, he needed to play
100%.
off with Octarine Core, with the lower cooldown, with the Shard, with the Fissure, and then maybe go for the Echoes.
I agree. There's two ways you can play Earthshaker right now, and the one is much more popular, which is you play around the Aghanim Shard, you play around the Fissure, you only enter into fights when it's perfect to do so.
Yeah.
To me, going for Kaya, not going for Kaya and Yasha, going for Ghost Scepter is, I'm going to enter fights. And we saw him do it time and time and time again. Even the time he echoed Slaughter, and we're like,
look,
he's echoing somebody with status resistance, because
you're not getting that count.
Liquid made it, they made it hard for him. And I think the counterplay is you say, okay, I'm just never entering fights. Good luck. Have fun globaling. I didn't want to enter the fight anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah, a flawed execution. Maybe the game plan was good. We'll never know. But lots for Xtreme Gaming to think about. Meanwhile, Liquid looking very good, as always. Thanks, gentlemen. We're taking a very quick break. When we come back, we're going to have the next series of the day. Team Spirit will be taking on MOUZ. We'll see you in a few moments.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Yeah, welcome back to PGL Wallachia. It's now time for Jenkins to jump up on the sofa and start shrieking because there's a mouse in the room. You didn't literally have to do it, but okay. Okay, tell us why MOUZ, your favorite team. We should have rehearsed this bit, really.
I fucking love this team, Richard. Let me tell you.
No, why do you love this team?
What people don't realize is the MOUZ actually have big balls, right? And they're ginormous enough that they're willing to pick Pudge. And I think that even though Pudge was nerfed, and that the hook does not. What are you laughing?
No, I'm
You're
just
as upset about this as I am.
I am. I'm just not showing it. As Richard said, this is all about the persona for camera, but I'm very upset about the change.
Yeah,
shadow patch that did happen to Pudge.
It's ridiculous. Like, come on, you didn't. You put this whatever patch out, and, which is great. I love the cosmetics, but you shadow nerf Pudge. What's going on here? Anyway, MOUZ is a very fun team to watch. Unfortunately, of course, they have some stand-in situation going on, but they play very similar to the old Gaming Gladiators when they were very dominant, and of course it's because this is a team that was built around Celery. So I guess my question is, can they, without him, maintain the ideas that he has?
And we also have to say as well, a couple of stand-ins. Obviously, a few people are sick. It's the winter. People are picking up bugs and what have you. So my understanding is that the plan is if they can get through, then obviously people might come back, right? So.
Yeah, they also played the previous tournament with Lorinov, so this is a team that
not
utilizes...
It's not the worst.
Yeah, it's just like a mix of the players that is gelling really well. They don't need time, but yeah, right now they are missing Crystallis, and they are missing Celery in action. So we have Ghost standing in, who did leave/get kicked out of Nigma Galaxy. So he is a free agent, but Ghost had some really good performances as well during his time in NGX. And
top 6 TI player.
Yeah.
Top 4?
Yeah, might be.
I don't remember.
It was so long ago.
It was, two. There's been 2 tournaments since then. But they have good stands. I agree. Like Ghost, they're in really good hands.
So talk us through the differences that we can expect then, because obviously it's a big deal to use the stand in Dota.
It is, yeah. And, Kaori is a very good player in his own right, has a very unique set of heroes that he plays. He was known coming onto the scene to be the inventor of the modern Phoenix build, which is you rush Hex. It was the idea is that you don't need any items. You're just egging in fights anyway, so you can go for the most important item that you need. But what he's been playing a lot is Warlock. And this is a divisive hero because you see it a lot in pubs. You don't see it too much in competitive Dota right now. But there are some players such as him that just think that it's like completely broken. And actually, in this tournament, he's played 2 matches, and it's all he's played.
He's the funniest Warlock player out there. What he does with his ulti, if it's on cooldown, first 20-25 minutes, he's going to drop the golem onto a tower and just push it. He's going to get the farm. He doesn't save this for the team fight. He's like, screw that. I'm just going to get the farm. I'm going to get to my higher tier items. I'm saving this potentially item, the Black Grimoire as well. But yeah, for the team fight, he's like, I'm Fatal Bonds. That's what I'm going to bring to the fight.
And so what was Celery playing? So what are the key differences here?
There's some similarities. They both do play the healers, Pugna, for example, you can see. Jakiro was also on there. Not much of a healer, but this just seems to be a hero that both Celery and Kaori play that's like outside of their normal set of heroes. But what they're really missing from Celery's hero pool is the summoners. Right. Chen, Enchantress, these are very important for any team that Celery is on. So the way that they're going to be drafting around Kaori's hero pool will be completely different. And this is a question. I mean, yesterday they stomped their match. I think they were one of the better teams versus one of the lower rated teams, if not the lowest rated team in the entire tournament. Probably the biggest stomps that we've seen so far. So today, they're going to be really tested, because even though Spirit's games yesterday were also close against Yakult, Yakult always brings it to teams at tournaments, and Spirit doesn't always have the best group stages, and they will still end up making it to playoffs.
Yeah, a good jump-off point there. I mean, where do you think Spirit are if we were doing a temperature check, Dom? Where are they on the Dom scale?
On the Dom scale, I would give them 7.5 out of 10 at the moment.
It's out of 10?
Yeah. I'm not sure which scale for measuring the temperature that is in Celsius or Fahrenheit, but nothing too crazy from them. I do agree with Jenkins that this team has some like slower group stages, but this is the team that also learns a lot. I think their last 2 placements were getting like 5th to 6th place, which is not where you want to be as Team Spirit. But they also lost Miposhka, which was kind of the driving force of the team. Everybody always talks about Collapse. Everybody talks about Yatoro when we talk about Team Spirit. But this was the main character. He was the guy that kind of made all this Team Spirit magic happen.
I think though, he built a system, or he helped build a system where any players can slot into the team and feel comfortable. As we can see, Panto's heroes are very similar to Miposhka's heroes, very similar to Kaori's heroes. They're Eastern European Dota players. They're growing up watching the same guys play, the solos of the world, and they're playing a lot of the same heroes, Disruptor, Jakiro.
Panto's insanely high-skilled. Like, there's a reason why they picked him up, but I also haven't been really paying attention to him when he played for some like Windstrike, Gambit, one-move teams. Didn't really stood out to me the most, but during one of the Dream Leagues when he was playing for Chimera.
Classic.
That was just magic happening, and not really surprised now that they picked him up, because he's just been powering up with every single game. And I gotta say, like, this is a good point from you, Jenkins, about creating a system, creating like this very healthy environment for Team Spirit, because this is something that they did when Mira left, when Toronto Tokyo left the team. You're kind of just fitting in nicely. Like, you don't need as much time to
when
be able
Satanic
to fit
joined
in.
as well, same thing.
Yeah, I think this is key though, isn't it? It's like you've got to have a little bit of foresight about you when it comes to recruitment, and finding the right people at the right time is key. You know, I kind of feel that's what OG didn't do. You know, you stagnated, you left it a bit too long, didn't have that continuity, and you know, now you're essentially starting from scratch again as a formerly great brand. Spirit haven't really fallen on the same hard times because of these types of pickups.
I will say the rumbling behind the scenes is that Spirit is like one of the absolute best orgs to work with, period. Like their support structure that they have, however they've set it up, the people that are high up at that company are very, very good at hiring people. The culture is very good. They have an incredibly good psychologist as well, where they're working to integrate players into the team.
Just get like academy team as well.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. And I don't doubt that team will do very well. It's quite a strong org in general.
They had it before, kind of with the Yellow Submarine as well. This was also kind of their brand. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, look, I think it's a fascinating matchup. You know, obviously MOUZ certainly underdogs in this one, given the stand-in situation. But as you've already established, stand-ins that are a known quantity. So not the end of the world. And with that, the draft begins.
Love the Primal Beast respect. That is very cool. I think Collapse is one of the few people who has been able to consistently make the Primal work from the off lane. And then Laurel also will play it mid. Like that's a flex. And I mean, they've not picked it. It's just something that MOUZ doesn't want to play into. Does that mean they like want a Nature's Prophet or something like that? What's the
trade-off? Yeah.
Yeah. Why are they banning Primal like that? First pick.
5 seconds remaining.
They've been playing a lot of Pugna. They love to have the saving supports, something that is strong in the laning stage. They did open up a lot with the Nature's Prophet as well. Primal is very good against both of these heroes, so could be one of them. All right, Ghost is in the team. Let's just first phase Lone Druid.
Did they just ask Ghost, like, all right, dude, what's the biggest counter to Lone Druid?
No, they asked him, like, what do you want to play? He's like, I might want to play Lone Druid. And then they pick it. He's like, well, not right now.
No, that's straight out of the gate.
It's a good hero. I see there's quite a lot of Lone Druid fetishists out there that are spamming it in pro raid.
You have to be a fetishist for that hero. It is a special.
You do. There's a few heroes that people are just like freaks that play it. Lone Druid is definitely one of those. But these guys they're out there in numbers right now. Like the hero is definitely quite strong. I'm even seeing it played mid quite a bit. Straight up Diffusal Rush. I mean, you dumpster heroes like Puck, Ember Spirit, like
they can't really touch you.
Yeah. But we don't think it's a flex.
I think this is just for Ghost.
Just to clarify.
Yeah. If he does go mid, I would see mid one going to the safe lane then.
What's the thought process behind the bounty ban? I haven't seen that yet, I don't think.
It was a very high tier hero for the previous two tournaments, kind of falling off a little bit with the meta shift. But Rue loves to play bounty hunter, so I think that's just
it's a vision hero. It's like you literally don't have to do anything. Like you can be super under-leveled, but it's also a hero that gives you spell amp. It's basically giving you...
It's damage amp.
It's damage
amp.
It's
full
it's
damage
like
amp.
Basically pure damage, my bad, which is insane. On the track, it gives you extra gold. It gives you scouting purposes. This is a hero that can build pretty much into any items. I've seen in the last few tournaments quite a lot of bounty hunter just going for a blink dagger, like blink dagger Yules. Like this is the item, maybe casual drums in between if necessary, but you're just being very annoying on the map. Pretty much what 9 class does with his Slark being super annoying with his position 4 Monkey King.
The Giga Chat, everyone's following his guides. And all the heralds look at this guy. They're like, well, "This is our king. This is our king." Imagine,
don't proclaim him king of the herald.
Imagine
it's not a compliment.
Imagine he's dominating competitive Dota, and every single casual Dota player is using his guides or Tortellinis. It's crazy.
No one's using Tortellini.
Yeah, that's true. Tortellini uses Tortellini.
No one's using those.
Anyway, 2 cores straight out of the gate, huh?
I don't think I remember last time seeing this happen, and immediately with the Tidehunter. So they want to have. They know that this is going to be most likely just Ghost in the safe lane, and it's all about that physical damage, so immediately picking up Tidehunter for Collapse, making sure that he's going to be living long enough. Builds into Vlad's, extra bit of armor for your teammates, great against Pango as well, because he's all physical damage, great against pretty much everything they have right now inside of MOUZ.
All right, I have a bold prediction.
I'm just gonna throw it out there before your bold prediction. Let it cook, let it marinate for a second.
Is yours bold?
No, not really.
Okay.
I would love to see some Disruptor against Tidehunter. I think it's very good against both of these heroes because you can't use the Snowball save on top of the Static Storm. I think you need to have a hero that Tidehunter is going to be afraid of, because if you give him free entry to the fight where he can just get the Ravage off no matter what, you're kind of losing the fight already. Yeah.
Okay, time for the bold prediction. Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker against Pango, obvious counter. It's actually one of the better heroes against Lone Druid because your Aghanims is percentage-based damage, which is very good against a 4,000 HP bear or a 4,000 HP bear man. As of course, Richard, you would.
Don't know where this one's going, but fine. Just say it.
And another save. Two saving supports. Great. Like, again, he's all about that physical, so Team Spirit picking up Pugna immediately. Great against Pango. Like, you don't care too much about any of his spells. You don't care too much about Lone Druid either. I think MOUZ put themselves in a spot where they gave them 2 free picks, and now they need to counter those 2 picks, because if they don't, this is a very difficult situation for them to deal.
Maybe some like Ancient Apparition, like some hero that will let them kill Tidehunter, will let them kill through like the healing of the Pugna. Okay, I mean, they go for, you press R on SD, it's going to take off the Decrepify. It's save against like Tidehunter, Ravage as well. Eventually, you get break mechanic with the Aghanim Scepter on Shadow Demon, so you can kill the Tide. So if you can get net worth on Shadow Demon,
just get
it
gold.
is good here. I don't know how you get the neutral item enchantment or get a gem.
Or you can buy an item and then sell the item and go for Vlad's, like in the last game.
Selling items does net you some gold.
It's not worth it unless you're Doom.
A little bit lacking in the Disables front. I mean, there's Pango, but some support to run around it and get kills with SD would be nice. Okay.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, definitely good. I mean, if you can isolate Pugna, it's a pretty free kill. Even Tusk doesn't really like playing into Clockwork, right? He's like grouping his team up with Snowball. You throw down a Cogs. Like Clock has all this like ground targeted damage. It's very hard to go into a fight against a Clockwork without getting disrupted in some way, especially because there's the Shadow Demon.
Yeah. I guess they just needed a pairing in the lane with Lone Druid. I would maybe prefer if that's Disruptor, but they're kind of lacking the stuns. Like Pango's the stun, you have some control coming out from Lone Druid, but nothing too crazy. And Templar Assassin stocks have been through the roof so far at Wallachia.
Been picked up quite a bit.
We saw quite a lot of minus armor strategies coming out.
Saucy mouse pad there as well. Love to see it.
Not shocking. That's part of the culture of Team Spirit, of course.
No.
Miposhka did have a very saucy mousepad.
Absolutely.
5 seconds remaining.
TA with Pugna. We've seen a lot of this recently where you have these like counter synergistic picks with Pugna. I guess he's just a good healer now, and the Nether Ward does a ton of damage. I feel like every game we see Pugna, he's like top damage with just putting a Nether Ward down.
What does Boom want to play? If they want something against Tide, I could see maybe Enigma coming out for him. It's one of his better heroes, I would say. It would give them team fight, something that they are lacking right now. It's good against potentially locking down this Tidehunter, unless they want to run this Pango from the offlane. But right now they are protecting, like, they're afraid of this Huskar for a good reason.
I mean, in the same vein of Enigma, there's Doom. It's
that also works.
Very good against the Tidehunter. You can't Kraken Shell off Doom. Pugna heal doesn't do anything against the Doom. Damage over time against TA Refraction. There's the Tusk Snowball save, though, which is a bit annoying. Anything that just gives you like pure invulnerability is very strong against Doom. It is one of Boom's favorite guys to play. Is Centaur still in the pool? I mean, Centaur is also decent. You can like ult and run away from.
I don't like it as much against Tusk. The rest is fine. Like Ravage is not gonna save you against Ravage, but shards are very good against.
I'm just thinking because they have SD. It's like the SD.
Yeah,
plus
it's the
Centaur
synergy
combo. There's some synergy there.
Unless they want to run Pango in the offlane and get a different mid laner.
That's true. That's one of Boom's best heroes. When he was a mid player, he would often play Pango.
And they have overall last pick, so they're going to see the full draft from Spirit.
They probably don't know yet what lane they're picking for until they see the draft.
5 seconds remaining. Team Spirit's turn to ban.
So for Spirit, they're picking a mid. I mean, speaking of Spirit, like a Spirit hero to round out the draft would be really good. Storm would have been the best. Now there's Ember still available, but Ember against SD, you can purge the Flame Guard, which feels a little rough, but it's good in lane against Pango. You would get destroyed by Lone Druid. There's
Spirit Vessels.
There's the flex.
Yeah, if they have this flex, which they could, I mean, even Ghost can play it. Like Ghost can just go to the mid lane. It's a Lone Druid, so if you can play Lone Druid, you can play mid. It's that simple at the professional level of Dota, and then they could put mid one in the safe lane.
I know Monkey King is surely they would have banned Monkey. Oh, they didn't. Monkey King also has a good win rate against Lone Druid because you can now get Jingu stacks off the bear.
Yeah. That's another thing they've changed.
So if they want to just go with like a Laurel specialty, like it's Laurel. I mean, there's Leshrac. You wouldn't ban Monkey King if you're gonna pick Leshrac. This is screaming like Puck. Okay, they go for the team fight.
It's a lot of damage. Like if they think this Pango is going to be played from the offlane, they don't have anything that's going to be buying into pipe. And if you're not reducing the damage from the Sand King, I'd say you're just straight up losing a fight.
You definitely go Mage Slayer Pango now, right? You think it's just diffusel's too
from
good?
the offlane, it's doable. From the mid lane, maybe not as much. I think it's a bit of an overcook.
Like maybe you pick something that's way better at dumpstering the Sand King mid and then offlane Pango so you can get the Mage Slayer. Probably going to lose that lane anyway. It's against a TA. And Monkey King, Huskar, these are really excellent bans if you're trying to play Sand King mid. They go for the Leshrac themselves. Okay. That is a hero that can kill Tidehunter. It's a hero that peels off the refraction charges of TA. You can kill people through the Pugna Decrepify. It's all magic damage, pure damage. If you get on top of the Sand King, which Sand King literally tells you where he wants to stand because he puts a Sandstorm down. Okay, well, he's somewhere in there. Yeah, this is a very good Leshrac pick. I will say there's a lot of burst on Spirit. There is the threat that mid one just has a horrific game based on getting killed over and over and over again. But if mid one can get off to a good start, he could snowball the whole thing. Like it's a good Lesh game.
It is. They need to help out the Sand King. 2 supports from Spirit. 5-6 minutes in, they should just be camping around the mid lane. But this is also a bit of a double-edged sword because you're fighting into Leshrac, and if they bring numbers, once he's level 6, you're just giving him free damage on his Pulse Noah, but sharing some of the damage, of course, with the Edict. But I want to see them play around the Sand King, whether they're going to be stacking or whether they're going to be trying to pressure Leshrac. I think Tusk overall is a better hero, one of the best heroes to pressure Leshrac, cutting him off with the shards, and then landing spells potentially for Sand King so he can get the Sandstorm, he can get the big epi so that he can kill him. So if they're going to be playing like this, I want to see Kaori, I want to see Yamich moving around.
Yeah.
I think that we're going to be seeing like 6 heroes 5 minutes in the mid lane. Starting from 5 to 8 minutes, there's just going to be a bloodbath in the mid lane.
I agree. Or at the stacks.
Yes.
Like the Sand King stacks. Because I think both sides have heroes that want to fight for the stacks.
If they find the opportunity to fight, they will bring the numbers. If they want to slow things down, they will just be stacking for Sand King.
You know who else loves the theory craft? Sunsvan and Cinderin, they're up there on the big screen. Unfortunately, though, I'm going to ask you to theory craft more about Jellyfish. Great commentary in that last series.
Thank you. Appreciate that so much, Richard. We really try our best to talk about literally nothing.
It was a rough game, guys. You actually carried it. What do you think of this one, though? Do you like the draft too? Who do you like?
I don't know if Cinderin can be unbiased because he's casting an X team that he was on.
It's true. That's when I first met Cinder.
Yeah, 13 years ago or
Yeah.
12.
Do you love them? Do you hate them?
I met you at a Gamescom when you were representing MOUZ all those years ago. But for now, let's see if they can live up to your proud legacy, Cinderin.
Well, they are going to do it with a classic MOUZ hero.
All right, go ahead, Cinderin. Sorry, go ahead.
The classic good old lone druid. Koikva's legacy lives on.
Yeah, that's true.
But this time it's going to be played by Ghost, who is making a name for himself on this one. So much so that MOUZ actually are willing to first pick this hero when every other draft we've had the tournament has been ignored.
Yep.
So it's pretty cool to see when you have a hero specialist and an idea like this. I find Lone Druid as a hero to be really, really polarizing in Pro Dota. It's like either it snowballs the game or it gets crushed, and then there's the edge case where it wins with Ags at 60 minutes.
I love that.
You know? And
absolutely love
I know which one of those games you're cheering for. But
yeah, it's for sure. That would be the Dream Yatoro playing the TA this time around. I mean, okay, we can before we get started, we can talk about the stand-ins for MOUZ, and obviously you brought up the fact that Ghost is a specialist onto Lone Druid, but how much do you think, in terms of replacing the existing players, that how good of a job did they do? Obviously, there's not going to be much leeway with the amount of time that they had to make these decisions.
I think Kaori and Celery for me are probably more similar than Ghost and Crystallis. I think Ghost and Crystallis hero pools are very different for the most part. There's more overlap on the position 5, but as the panel talked about, Kaori doesn't as much play heroes like Chen and Ench, which of course has been a big part of MOUZ's success using Celery's specialist heroes. I mean, on short notice, I think these were some of the best players they could get, so I don't have any issue with the stand-ins that they chose, for sure. And so far, so good, right? It went well yesterday for MOUZ.
Yep. We are still in the winners.
Yep.
I can't say bracket.
The winner's side.
Winner.
Of the Swiss.
That's not a good... We got to come up with a better name than that.
The winning half.
Even worse.
The top of the cheese.
Okay, this is... You're starting to turn into Roche again. As Yatoro being harassed a bit by Boom on this Pangolier. Playing the offlane.
Offlane Pango today.
Yeah. I mean, the mid laner, or the mid lane Pango, obviously gets the items a little bit faster. You don't have to worry too much about your team, Cinder. You can play for yourself, you know, get that Diffusal. I feel like Diffusal, I guess, is the one item that is shared no matter what. Would you say that that's true? Between offlane and mid?
Yeah, that's probably the only one. I mean, Dagger, I guess, but...
True.
Do you count that?
I don't count that. Being arbitrary.
Yeah, I mean, it's the item for Pango, right? You're just getting it every game, basically. I wanted to talk briefly about Collapse, actually, in this game, the Tide matchup. This was picked rather early in this draft. We generally don't see Tide as a second pick, but there was the one piece of key information was Lone Druid is in the game. And when that hero is played by MOUZ, it will always be Ghost. And therefore, they know for a fact that Collapse is going to be leaning into it. And as I was asking Gunnar this in the green room, if Tide gets 2 points in Kraken Shell on level 3, he takes 0 damage from the bear. So the lane just becomes... It just plays itself, basically. You can just farm. That doesn't mean Collapse is going to do that. He might just go 0-1-2 first and have better anchor and then get the Kraken at level 4, maybe. But no, he picks it right away. So now he can pretend the bear isn't real, which is really powerful.
Yeah.
And Shadow Demon isn't going to do much to you either. Unless he gets a ton of stacks of Shadow Poison on you, you're just safe here.
That was very close to first blood in favor of Laurel. Mid one barely getting away, but has bottle charges now. It's been a hot minute. Seeing Laurel on this Sand King mid. Has had some very powerful performances on this hero.
Yeah.
Namely at TI.
This matchup generally should just
bottom lane.
Even resummon
Ghost
the bear.
Resurrects, much like a jellyfish does. Mid lane, though, that is going to end up being the first blood, as Laurel does finish the job eventually.
Yeah, there's a reason he gets tipped there. This is not an expected kill, especially not at this level. I think Sand King has no business killing Leshrac in this lane. It's usually just going to be a wash where both players farm, but Laurel getting this kill is a big deal. Gonna rush for phase boots. And he also killed him at a really good timing. He's gonna be able to get both waters here. Unless Yamich has something to say about it, but at least he got one. And forced Yamich over.
Alright.
So, not bad at all. I think Laurel also was having a good day yesterday. So, might be on form.
Just a coincidence, I think. As Laurel on the Sand King, like you said, Cinderin. I mean, is this still an Ags hero? Is that the only item that you get every single game? Because I feel like, generally speaking, throughout history, Sand King, other than like a blink, he's been kind of all over the place with builds, which makes him kind of a very interesting hero.
Yeah, he had a pipe phase. He's had...
But Ags is every game, though,
Shiva, right? Yeah. Right now, it's just, it ensures your scaling. And Dota... Generally speaking, heroes are just getting, you know, they're getting to 4 and 5 items way much more often than they used to. So if that's the case, then getting that Ags for the power spike immediately and then having the scalability of the item just makes it really valuable. So, I mean, he's probably going to buy it here. I guess alternative options, if you wanted to get creative, you could get Crimson Guard, but I think, you know, like, you already have a Tide off lane. It's good front line.
It's gone on. Yamich and Boom in the area. They don't have vision, though. The meld gets him out of World of Hurt. Very close, though, to getting that kill from MOUZ. And what about the Lone Druid? Like, what is the build these days on this hero? Not that we get to see it too often.
Most of the time Diffusal. Just Diffusal Rush even, which is also what Ghost is going here. It's going to have that very early. He almost has it. As a matter of fact, 600 gold away is probably 7-minute Diffusal. Which sounds ridiculous, but it's because you're obviously comparing it to heroes that usually get build-up, and Lone Druid doesn't have to buy any boots or any, you know, anything really.
Yeah.
The good news, once again, for Spirit is usually when Lone Druid gets this 7-minute Diffusal, whoever's laning against him is miserable. Tide can just buy a Soul Ring and just sit there. He doesn't take damage with the Kraken Shell level 2. So it's
yeah, smart.
It's a big relief for Spirit that they don't have to worry about the bear running them over in the lane. Now we did see Yamich get a solo kill onto Panto there on the Clockwork, a nice find. Gives MOUZ almost a 1k lead here as Lesh is fully caught up, so some nice jungling will help.
Yeah, glad to see Clockwork coming into the scene again.
Love that hero.
Feels like this facet will become part of the hero.
Yeah, we've talked
in
about
the next
that.
Match.
This should be his innate. Right?
Well, I would argue,
or rather,
eating the chainmail should be part of his hero. That's hilarious.
Yeah, you could change Cogs to just be the expanded armature version by default, and then nerf something else if you want to give him a different innate
I
or
don't know if
facet.
he needs to be nerfed even.
Do you think he would be okay if he had this and another? Like, if Cogs just worked like this, and then he could take one of the other two?
Oh, but the other facets are kind of bad. The
I
chainmail one is
suppose.
atrociously bad.
Well, the chainmail one might be better than you think, and the reason it's bad is that you don't have expanded armature.
It's not, though. Kaori looks to be dead. Boom. Trying to get some sort of a trade going. Yamich in the area. Flare not going to be enough, though. Is leading the way. Okay, gets off the Cogs in time.
Just needs to stand right here, and then the knockback, and
ping pong. Oh, boom. Gets to level 6 now. Is mid one making his way over, trying to get through these refraction charges of Yatoro. But has that meld again. Now the Burrow Strike onto Yamich. Looks like they will get that kill. So good rotation coming out from the side of Spirit.
yeah, it's important that Laurel insta-TPs, otherwise they lose their TA and the tower. So that's pretty crucial that Sand King is ready to join the fight. And Laurel seems to be getting a little bit of jungling as a lane tax, or rather from helping out top. But what he doesn't know is mid one is actually on his heels, right behind. But
goes north though.
Yeah, goes the right way to avoid trouble. Mid one might still go for a dive on Yatoro though. If he finds him, oh, this is dirty.
Panto in the
It's
area
so
as well.
unexpected. He can wait for him to fight. Okay,
Okay, they're gonna go for Panto first. Nether ward is placed. They will pick it out quite quickly.
Huh.
But yeah, Yatoro lives through the day.
I love that. I feel like you kind of opened on the TA there as Lesh when she starts farming Ancients and that your supports deal with the Pugna.
Right.
That felt a little bit unambitious. Maybe worried about a Sand King being nearby, but realistically, are you planting 3 heroes top at 9 minutes? Sand King already TP'd before, mind you, so I don't know.
Yatoro's gotten out of many situations so far this game with just the meld, but I feel like Lesh is a good counter to that. With
Oh yeah,
Pulse
he eats
Nova.
you can't stand there.
Laurel ran into one, still gonna farm away. Yamich will be leeching a bit, getting close to that level 6. Finds Rue instead though, so Battery Assault keeps him in place inside the cogs now, mid 1. He's very low on mana as the snowball gets to the low ground, but Rue will get away with his life. Laurel shadowing nearby. Oh, that's a perfect rune for mid 1.
Yeah, that's the dream when you're out of mana.
And another couple camps, and he'll have a Blink Dagger, so looking to get extremely aggressive right off the bat as that first item.
I love that Lesh has developed in this direction where you rush Dagger. I think it makes the hero a lot more fun to watch than the older builds with Bloodstone or Yules. Because now you're really leveraging the strength of Edict and just getting active. It makes the games very explosive, and it makes the hero a lot high risk, high reward, which I think is just more fun. Because you're really going in there every time.
It also helps that he's not completely miserable to play anymore. So the
because
turn
of
rates,
cast points?
the cast points, everything has been improved over time.
Yeah.
Him and Jakiro, notoriously awful in the old days at least. Much more manageable now. Like, does Diabolic Edict have any cast point anymore?
Yeah, it does.
It does.
But it's lower than it used to be. Way lower.
Right, has the Sister's Underwear now for mid 1. Blink at the ready. See what he can do. As Collapse getting relatively low against Ghost.
Well, the bear can actually deal damage now.
Yeah,
Only 2
mid-1.
points in Kraken.
He just blinks in with the Pulse Nova and Diabolic Edict. Easy kill. This will be turned into a tier 1 tower in favor of MOUZ. And boom, speaking of Diffusal Blades, uses it onto Panto, or he decrepifies himself as Laurel with the Epi combo. Looks like Kaori is the one to fall. But boom, drains some more mana from Laurel.
This feels like such a strong timing for MOUZ overall, though. The bear with the diffusal plus phase boost and the Lesh with blink. Might want to just run at some more towers. They're going to find Rue again.
Yeah, well, Rue at the very least forces Yamish to pick up the haste rune. That would have been quite deadly onto mid 1. And will tick away eventually, but takes a bit of time. And no haste rune for mid 1.
Looking at
dominating right now.
Looking at Spirit's lineup, it's actually a genuinely big concern for the next 10 minutes. Where's the damage coming from if you don't have Epicenter? I think whenever that spell is committed, MOUZ Sports can just run at towers, right? Like you just take mid right now with your Lone and maybe Lesh, joining in from the side for protection and doing exactly this, just starting to dive and put pressure. Because, like, how do you really die? Tide does not deal big damage. Tusk is playing with TA to deal damage, but she needs to farm. And you have a level 5 Pugna. So you kind can really run the show here. Top tower gets denied. That's 2 towers down. The mid tower's almost down as well. That would be 3 towers in 13 minutes, but that's a big one.
Yes, mid 1 dying is huge. And Collapse no longer with the Ravage, but well worth it. And now they're going to get some stun locking onto Laurel. So some sort of a trade is what MOUZ is looking for, but the Burrow Strike to the other side, but he was already ensnared by the bear. So
That was
down
a
goes the
fortunate
mid laner.
root. He needed that hit
Spirit.
to be a root. Wow. That was pretty lucky for Ghost. If that is not an entangle on the one swing he gets in, I think Laurel makes it out there.
Collapse getting burned of all his mana. Diffusal Blades galore for MOUZ.
And yeah, back to the tower. This should be a done deal here. Ghost will grab it.
Ghost keeping the pressure on at all times.
So he's going for Mjolnir. So, wow, that's
you have a stroke?
A mini stroke there. Yeah, oh, that was.
Collapse in his triangle. How dare he be in this area? MOUZ taking advantage. 3K lead.
Yep. Just gotta keep going, you know? They also get both wisdoms here. Mid one's just gonna run over and steal the one on the right. It's gonna be very welcome for him. That will be his level 11.5, so close to upgrading that Pulse Nova. It's a pretty big damage upgrade, almost doubles it from 80 to 135. And yeah, goes close to the... Actually, does he already have the Maelstrom? I think he does. Yeah, he just picked that up, so... Still continuing on to Mjolnir, and with that and Diffusal Blade, this hero is... You'd be hard-pressed to find a hero that is more timing-based than Lone Druid, right? It just has these moments where it's exceptionally powerful, but the windows are perhaps smaller than for other carries. But right now, Lone Druid is a boss, and you really want to try to take advantage of this.
Do you remember the brief moment in history where range Lone Druid was God tier?
Yep, I do.
That was hilarious. Kind of defeated the purpose of having this hero design.
I also remember in Dota 1 when everyone was really bad, that some people would pick Lone Druid and play without Bear because they couldn't be bothered to micro.
Yeah, it's difficult.
So then they skilled Rabid and Stats and went Maelstrom, which was obviously objectively terrible.
You can't prove that. Dota 1, everybody was terrible, so...
Yeah. But there were levels to it.
I suppose.
It was a matter of being the least terrible, not the best.
Yeah, that's fair.
Just like when you played Counter-Strike.
I mean, that is actually true. That is actually true. Nobody... All these players these days put me to shame, Cinderin, I have to admit. But
you always have the sub-tick to blame, though. It's all good.
I'm talking about versus how I used to be. But yeah, now it's a disaster. Epicenter is coming. Lots of damage from MOUZ instead, though. Nice save off the Sand King, but he's dead anyway. Laurel, Dunzo, Rue ticking out. Boom, we'll finish the job, and here comes Ghost making his way over. Yatoro's who they really want. Mid one was what Yatoro's chasing, but he's not going to find it. Meld Strike again. Kaori's going to survive through it. Now the Swashbuckle draining all the mana. The big shield crash to follow from Boom. Double kill for him. And Collapse will be the last to fall in this engagement. A huge teamfight victory for MOUZ.
Just crucial there that they get the blink out of Disruption onto the Lesh. Otherwise, he's going to die in the epicenter of that fight, no pun intended. Instead, Yatoro shows up and has to run him down and fails. So that is a total travesty for the side of Spirit. This is a pretty big disadvantage to be at already. Already talking about how this MOUZ lineup is strong at this point in time. You give them a 6K lead too, you're going to see the replay here. Keep an eye on mid one. So this is a very good disruption for Kaori. And it lines up perfectly with the blink out here. Otherwise, probably would have died inside the cogs to Collapse and Panto. And Yatoro just too late to the party.
Yeah.
Would have been wiser not to show up, honestly, but at this point you're committed.
Pretty sick hook shot too, though, to start that fight onto 2.
Yeah. Beautiful stuff.
Mid one, blinks in, watches.
Edict does a lot of damage. You don't have to...
Doesn't want to get vision there. Rue, dead. And 7K lead has opened up for MOUZ. As, you know, stand-ins or not, they're looking good at the moment.
Whenever Spirit have cooldowns on big ults, I think they have to play keep away entirely. You just, like, how do they fight without Ravage and Epi? It's just not possible. And of course, MOUZ know this, so they're going to take advantage. Every single time they've had a fight and cooldowns have been expended, they will just make smoke moves or walk up high grounds even without smoke because they feel invincible. Spirit kind of just have to let them do it. Mid one now, Kayayasha on the way. An interesting development for Lesh that this is relevant now, but getting that lower cast time is really nice on all of his spells except Pulse Nova, of course. And there you go. Smoke again. Now Epi has come off cooldown once more. Ravage actually will as well. But if they find Laurel first, it doesn't matter that the spells are ready. Smoke's gonna break. They didn't see him, I think.
Panto is the target.
Oh,
The Crepify attempted TP. He's fine. Wow.
Okay, good dodge.
Spirit Trying to delay as much as possible to give some time for their cores to farm, most namely Mr. Yatoro has the Deso at the moment with the Dragon Lance. Really opting for Blink next. And remind me for Ghost, this Aghanim Scepter, is that for the main hero or the bear? I don't remember which one is which. It's
he wants the axe on the bear. That's the one that makes the bear independent.
Okay.
I'm wondering for Yatoro. I very rarely think in this build path for TA, but I wonder if you can skip Blink this game. Because most of the time, I feel like this hero needs it, but when you look at how the game has played out so far, you have a Blink on Sand King, you have a Tide who's going to get it. Kara is dead here, by the way. And you have a Blink on Tusk. So is it a little bit too much overkill on the Blinking versus having the staying power? Because you could imagine if he went for Daedalus immediately now, he actually poses a potential threat to killing Lone Druid the hero even in ulti, or taking Leshrac down fast to mitigate some of the damage. He hasn't committed yet, but actually, well, he...
Well, there might be a big fight coming.
Let's see.
Tormentor timing.
This is a really big moment for Spirit. This is the type of arena they want to fight in.
Mid one wants to go through the gate.
Oh, that would be spicy. He has to wait for his teammates to scout now.
Well, Rocket Flare provides some options.
Oh, it provides him a false feeling of safety. Okay.
That costs mana.
Who's
Nothing
baiting
is
who?
free. Ghost scouting it out now. Now he can go through. Pipe available for collapse.
He's losing mana.
Very slowly. Mouse looking for a jump. Collapse the same though. Ghost continuing to scout with that bear. This is a
hookshot miss.
Stalemate. Yeah, the Amich misses the ult. There's the epicenter burrow strike combination from Laurel. Another disruption to save the teammate for the time being. Gets punched into the air and Boom is dead right off the bat. A big Ravage coming out. Ghost getting applied some pressure from Yatoro. Good TP cancellation. That's 2 dead already for MOUZ, as that will open up Tormentor for Spirit.
That's exactly what they were hoping for. Getting a fragmented fight where you get the initiation because of a missed hook shot. You get to leverage the strength of your AoE abilities, so MOUZ can't really re-engage. And that is the entire lead gone. In the blink of an eye. 6k was the advantage for MOUZ just 2 minutes ago. They drop it all. And there's an Ags now for Sand King off of this.
Oh yeah.
The Shard went to Rue, which I would say is better than it going to Panto. I don't really think the Pugna word upgrade is particularly useful here.
Is it ever?
That's a good point. Not really, in my opinion. I think it's one of the worst shards in the game.
This is a bottom 5 shard, without me even thinking about it.
The main thing it does is the cast range. I think that's... because it's so rare that you see people really draining into the ward, especially at pro level. It's just difficult to find situations that it matters. So.
That's a nice Herald shard, though, I would
You would think.
I've seen some... yeah, I can only imagine, of course.
Yeah.
Definitely not in that bracket. Seen some nice clips, Cinderin, of the draining of the ward. And then the enemy team just stands there. No setup at all. Rampage. Easy.
It's kind of crazy when you think about things like that, that certain heroes are not higher win rate in the very low brackets if people are that out of position. Like, you'd think a hero like Shaker would be, you know, exceptionally high win rate, but I still believe one of the highest win rate heroes in the lowest brackets is Wraith King. Probably because he gets punished the least for being out of position in the second life. I don't know. A hero that Valve have struggled to make viable in all brackets simultaneously. Wraith King is, unfortunately, I kind of like the hero. I feel like he's very infrequently good in pro.
Yamich is not fine.
He died very fast.
The biggest buff to Wraith King was when Blink Dagger no longer cost mana.
It helped.
I mean, that was a hero that in the pro scene, shout out to my boy TC. I've mentioned this before already. We're reusing information, Cinderin. Reusing material as Boom, Rolling Thunder. Not really finding any true connection as mid one takes out Panto in turn. Basically at the cost of Rolling Thunder. Roche at half HP.
This is really good news for MOUZ if they can continue to control this area with their bear. They have a 5-on-4 situation. Now the ultis are ready on the Dire, but oh, they might not expect this flank. Yamich.
Laurel,
he saw him.
Nice cancel with Yamich hook shot. Laurel now in trouble. Big swashbuckle. Snowball will save him temporarily, but that's into the arms of mid one with the BKB. Down goes Laurel.
This should be a Roche for Radiant now.
It should.
No Sand King, no fun.
Ghost will lead the way with that bear with the Aghanim Scepter collapse. Going inside the pit. Now the bear versus Tidebound.
He's going to lose all his mana, surely.
He will. The bear's going to die once. Oh, and actually Collapse is all alone in the pit. Gets the Ravage off as well. Collapse will take the Aegis in turn, and boom, dies shortly after along with mid one. Team Spirit, what the hell was that?
How does Spirit do this
The
over and
triple
over
kill
in their
for
games?
Panto. My goodness. They are the gods of Roche Pit. Collapse specifically. He's just got a knack for taking that Aegis.
It's just perfect timing, yeah. The well-deserved tip, gets in at the right time, gets the Ravage, steals the Aegis, and
Man, he must click his mouse button so fast.
So look at the Roche here. What? Oh, it's taking all the damage from the side blades on the bear. I was like, the Roche was high HP.
Yeah, that's true. Wow.
That's all. Okay, I bet Ghost didn't account for this. Because the angle of the bear there is the only reason this play even exists. If it doesn't, you do so much damage to Roche with side blades off of the bear there, instead of attacking Roche directly, and you also wouldn't have been able to. That is such a rare interaction that made such a big difference.
That's a good point. Ghost Bear getting hounded, blocked in by the shards.
As you said, this is the second one, right? He's got cooldown now, no? 50 seconds.
Yeah, 50.
He's going to be a worthless old man hiding in the jungle here.
He's actually useless.
Looked like he went AFK almost.
Well, he's putting all the items onto from his. I didn't know you could do that while the bear was dead. That's kind of weird, isn't it?
Oh yeah, you can put them in stash.
Why is that?
You can do that when you're dead on your hero as well, right? You can put anything in stash, including wards. And then you can...
Oh, mid one with a beautiful split earth onto two. Yatoro.
No Aegis on him.
He does not have the Aegis. You're right. It's collapse. So 2 kills very quickly for MOUZ.
This game is super unpredictable.
Yeah, it is.
It is not following any sort of usual script for this type of game. Big advantage Lone Druid kind of loses it, loses the pit. And then all of a sudden, with the team that came back, just bleeding 2 random kills out on the map. So we're back to even. Ghost has his friend back too.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
This has late game bear potential.
Hell yeah.
This game really has the ability to go there.
Hell yeah. And with a neutral item, Cinderin, imagine the possibilities.
Yeah. It's gotta be so annoying for Collapse to just get chased around by this bear. There's all his mana. Oh, they're gonna try to kill it.
More bear action. They have the leash from Collapse, the anchor.
Oh, kill it. All right. A lot of effort. But well worth it.
Don't worry, he can get
Ghost
all the items
now a miserable man in the forest again, a hermit for about a minute.
I think that's stupid that you can do this, by the way.
Yeah, it's kind of silly.
Will Collapse use the Aegis? That is the $1 million question. Probably not.
That's gonna miss. Nice movement from Panto there.
Side step.
Yeah.
Oh, did I do that?
Love doing this as Pugna. Just blasting the tower from fog, forcing a rotation, and then dodging just feels so high impact for a 5 hero. Oh, he missed 2. He was doing so well. We were this close to greatness. Laurel, big damage actually. He almost died.
Yeah. But running out of steam is Kaori. Burrow strike and an
It's gonna cost him.
It will. Mid one jumps in with the BKB, getting some collateral action. will immediately TP out. So gets the more valuable kill of the two.
In the meantime, Spirit looking for a potential secondary opening. They'll use Yatoro to threaten mid with smoke coverage behind from two, well, I say two supports. Tide kind of is a support.
Laps wants some of this. He'll take out a courier as Yamich gets too stuck inside the cogs with their beautiful, oh, okay, never mind. Boom stuck in the cogs now himself, but gets off the swashbuckle and Yatoro's time has ended. And again, the Aegis is on this Tide, and Collapse, well, looks like he will actually use the Aegis, or they can just wait it out. They're not going to time it. They should have enough to take him out again. Has the Ravage, but there's almost no way he's going to use it. Activates the Kraken Shell. It matters not. A MOUZ getting back this lead with all these aggressive plays.
Oh, they have a Hex on mid one.
That's nice.
He can solo kill any hero except Tide now. That's
regen room, nice.
A massive item here because it proposes an entirely new problem for the side of Spirit. The Sand King is no longer fully safe by virtue of having BKB. The TA, even when she gets hers, still can be caught out. And have to say, in this game, Spirit not in top form. Like some of these couple of deaths that they're bleeding around the map just is a little bit uncharacteristic from what we see from them when they're at their peak. And MOUZ will capitalize on it every single time. I want to say 2 or even all 3 of Yatoro's deaths were avoidable. They were moments that they kind of found themselves in by choice, almost. Close call.
And Yamich actually working on an Aghanim Scepter. 2k away. Oh, Yatoro.
Speak of the devil.
Boom, didn't even need the ult there.
Nice in the middle of the map. This is high ground potential.
Oh, 100%. 70 seconds on the deck. Bear ready to go up to the high ground. They have good connections. Shield crash from Boom. Laurel has to use the BKB just to retreat. It's not what you want to see if you're a Spirit fan.
Bear stuck against the ice, doesn't matter.
Oh, mid one already using the BKB, forcing Rue to use the snowball onto the low ground. They don't have any follow-up, though, that connected. So actually, this might be a successful defense from Spirit, surprisingly enough.
I think mid one committing everything there to try to get the flank, possibly not worth it. This is one of those situations where because the enemy carry is dead, you can just let the bear do the work and wait behind. And if the enemy team tries to interact with the bear, that's when you jump in. But still.
Silver Edge.
Yeah, now he threatens Tide.
Yes.
There's so many good map plays available now for for MOUZ. You just send the bear with Silver Edge and you can kill Tide together with maybe Shadow Demon, maybe even like anyone? I think bear plus 1 hero. Ollie could take Tide out.
It's a nice rune. If they can find a fight, that is. Looks like Tormy is in the cards.
Lone can solo this, right?
I think so.
Doesn't wanna.
Well, the bear's at half HP already, maybe not.
I think that's still enough.
Let's see.
He was waiting on Pango just in case. It would have been alright, but a lot easier with that minus armor. Yamich will get a nicely freely picked up jetpack.
Oh yeah.
Added benefit against Tusk. Fly out of ice shards. It's nice.
True. Hook shot.
And Panto's gone. And Panto's dead.
That'll be an actual easy kill, but the bigger kill is what they're going to focus on. Snowball's going to save the TA for now. So Panto, they will finish off. As Ghost actually forces the Snowball back to the south. And here comes the big Ravage from Collapse. But look at the epicenter damage. It's not enough to save Yatoro as Lara with a BKB mitigating so much damage. A nice save from Kaori as the Lesh will continue to reign free for now, but the stun lock is there. He does actually survive long enough to do enough damage to get a full team wipe onto Team Spirit. And that means high ground potential is definitely there for MOUZ, and expect some buybacks. Or maybe you wait this out and see how much they can take, but I feel like they get 2 lanes if you don't buy back on someone here. Fortification number 1.
Man, this TA has just not worked. It's another death for Yatoro. Just not having the BKB is ruining him. 3 on 5, never really getting there. Yeah, this is absolutely one lane. Could think about the second, 20 seconds, start hitting mid a bit.
Ravage is down, even when he's up. Epicenter's down.
You can always just use the bear, and if it gets killed, so what? You know?
There's the last fortification.
Wouldn't mind him going in again with the bear.
Yeah.
But all right.
They'll respect. 20k lead, though, for MOUZ. Certainly in the driver's seat now. Oh, Roche is up. Forgot about that. I guess that would be a safer play. See the replay of this last engagement.
Yeah, the moment Yatoro gets found here, he is... If not for the snowball, he doesn't even get an attack off this fight. Now he at least gets bought a tiny little bit of time. Well, actually, he still... Maybe did he get an attack off? No, he did nothing. Yeah, it's rough. Again, it's very much so the butterfly effect, right? Where... Not the item, but the actual butterfly effect, where a lot of what happens this late in the game comes down to certain things that happened 25 minutes ago, where if you made one different decision, you have a BKB there. And maybe that team fight goes your way, or maybe you didn't buy Blink and you got damage, and because of that you had another kill, and then you would have had it. Like, whatever it is, it's just, unfortunately, and everybody can recognize this from themselves, you just have games where it feels like everything goes wrong. That's unfortunately one of those, really, for him, where wrong place, wrong time on the map, item timings have been a little bit off, and everything just compounds.
Whoa!
And again...
Wrong place, wrong time for Yatoro.
It was like 0.1 second to going through the gate. You just have these games where you just throw your hands in the air and you're like, I mean, whatever.
Well, that's not true. One thing did go right, the Roche kill with Psyblade.
That's true. He actually did have that. So you're right. Silver lining. He had one good moment there. Aside from that, it's been pretty unfortunate, really.
Yeah, 3 and 6 for Yatoro, not a usual stat line we see. 60 seconds on the deck. Ghost can reign supreme. He actually has a disperser now, so it can dispel the Decrepify anytime he wants.
Got 2 siege creeps here. Spirit have to get rid of these if they want to defend anything. Oh, Laurel losing his entire mana.
Laurel has to use his BKB. Continuing on, they have the vision. Rocket players continue. We'll be able to slither back to base as mid one coming in to try to finish the job. And they actually do kill off the Tide. Collapse, dead in base. Only 3 members up for Spirit. Bear still alive, and they're actually going to go for tier 4s. Actually, this mid-rax will fall as well, as mid 1 making some space for the creeps to catch up.
Watching London is so silly.
Down.
Heroes in the
Collapse flies back. There's the Laurel initiation with the epicenter. They have the Ravage at the ready, but this is just so much damage. Buybacks galore, but Boom doing a great job of creating space. Collapse again has the Ravage, but just can't find an opportunity to use it, as they will call GG, conceding game number 1 to MOUZ.
As the dust settles, Lone Druid almost made it to the Dire base with his hero. Of course, he was just chilling in the triangle while they were winning the game with the Bear, one of the heroes ever in Dota. Nice game from MOUZ, though. There was a little bit of a hiccup in the middle of the game, but aside from that, I do feel like they set the terms. They came off the laning stage nice. They made some good aggressive moves, took the early towers, and both mid one and Ghost got lots of mileage out of their heroes' early strength, which is what you want to see when you run those 2 heroes together. So well done.
Well done, Richard.
These throws have been diabolical. Appreciate it. Yes, well done indeed. And maybe a little bit of a surprise. I mean, obviously, we talked about all of the hurdles that MOUZ was going to have to overcome here, but you wouldn't have thought it based on that performance that they put in there. You know, I mean, just really good synergistic, game plan, well executed.
Yeah, well executed. Like, this Lone Druid first pick actually worked out for them. Sure, they picked the Tidehunter to counter him, in terms of like, oh, I'm not going to get harassed in the laning stage, but you're also giving the complete free farm to this lone druid who didn't die a single time. Like, this is one of the Ghost's, I would say, better overall heroes. This is something that he can bang out from time to time. Even though this is not a lone druid meta by any means, he did manage to do a very good job. Like, even though his bear died a couple of times, there was a point of the game where Team Spirit kind of were making a comeback, where they were actually killing the bear, but it wasn't enough. As MOUZ wanted to reset, they needed to take like a couple of minutes to be able to figure out what's going on wrong and what's happening in the game, and then they just full pedal to the metal.
Yeah, I really respect this from MOUZ, to be honest. Just whipping out the lone druid first pick. You say, okay, we got to stand in. Obviously, we're not going to be at our strongest as a unit. So let's just use our stand-in's best hero to make people ban it. Like, this is such a good win for them, not only because they took out Spirit, one of the, best teams in Dota history, game one. This is boding well for them in general in this tournament. But the fact that now teams are, like, you don't let this through ever again. There's no way that you give this to Ghost. He showed this at TI. He's showing it here again at Wallachia. So yeah, you do not let the lone druid through. The guy is just an expert on the hero.
Yeah, I mean, do you think there is maybe a fundamental failure to address it in their draft, given that it was a first pick lone druid? Like, could they have done more to shut it down with their hero selection?
I mean, at one point of the game, you could feel that this lone druid bear is actually dying. The Templar Assassin,
that's what
Deso, with the Tide
about.
Hunter as well, lowering the armor with the Sanking as well. You have more than enough damage to bring him down. It's just that the fights that they've been playing haven't been really working out for Spirit. I think MOUZ did a very good job with the positioning, especially Kaori on his Shadow Demon. Yamich was going in. He was keeping the distance. And the Boom as well. You did praise him before the game because he had a very good game on this Pango, controlling the backlines, making sure that the rest of the team is going to be able to deal that damage.
But of course, we mentioned the other two cores, and our MVP
save the best
for this
one
match
for last.
Was mid one on Leshrac. I feel like this game was a pretty obvious, early game snowball. We talk about this every time Leshrac is picked after they gave him the innate, the facet that doubles the damage on Edict. Essentially, it's like it's a super volatile hero. Either you completely 1v5 the game, or you die in every single fight. And this was a situation where he 1v5.
He got solo killed by Sanking. Enemies were tipping Laurel immediately after. There's like, did a very good job. And then he understood, like, I'm not going to be making any more mistakes. Really live dynamization coming out from him. Of course, you're going to be building into this Blink immediately, but also the Hex, it caused them a lot of troubles inside of Spirit. Like, one Hex on Templar Assassin, she's just gone.
Yeah, we've got a little example here, I think.
So this was the first one that he got with a little bit of an end of his rune. So getting help from the rune. This is the Blink reveal. This is always a very big one from Leshrac to get some kills on that Blink reveal. This one is from a support rotating mid. At this point, because he gets these other two kills, he uses an Invis rune to get a kill, uses the Blink Dagger reveal to get a kill. Now all of a sudden you can play around him. And I feel like for the rest of the game, it was like, this was a very funny game in the way the team fights would play out. You'd have Leshrac doing all this ground targeted damage, right? And they would focus him. So Shadow Demon would imprison him. And then you have the Sand King doing all this ground targeted damage, and then he would be snowballed. So you had two heroes that are doing damage while immune, and just whoever does the more damage and has the more immunity would win. And because mid one had the better early game, basically he was killing Laurel before Laurel was killing him.
We can talk about Boom as well. I think you wanted to highlight the items.
He had a very, very good game from the offlane. It's not just his item, but these are this is something that usually you don't see. Phase boots on Pangolier as well, because he's playing into Templar Assassin, so he wants to have that extra bit of armor so that he doesn't get bursted. But the Diffusal Blade, which they got pretty early on into the game, it was double Diffusal. He pretty much rushed it, which did allow them to burn their mana, almost instantly. Like Tidehunter, he doesn't have that much mana to work with. The Templar Assassin, when she gets isolated, and this was a great snowball save, which did allow him to blink out, and also afterwards, they're just going to be able to clean up. It seems like in some of these earlier engagements, Team Spirit, they're running out of steam. They just don't have enough, and you can see Templar Assassin, one spell pretty much, she gets rooted, she gets slowed, Diffusal Blade inhibit, and she's gonna die. Look at mid one, he's sitting there, he wants to collect the XP, maybe even deal extra bit of a damage if necessary, and you can feel that Team Spirit, they need to get stuff done during that Ravage. They need to immediately delete 2-3 heroes. If they don't, they're just gonna lose the fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then obviously we saw the play for Roche.
Yeah, it did go back in the other direction a little bit because, of course, we're talking Team Spirit here, but I wanted to show a fight at about 24 minutes that this basically went as perfect as possible for Team Spirit. And granted, it is from really good foresight from Collapse, knowing that the blink in and the steal attempt would happen here, where he gets the Ravage, they take the Aegis. Unfortunately, he has to take it, and it doesn't go to one of the other cores on Spirit. Eventually, they lose it because Aegis on Tidehunter is really not that useful. But that was where, like...
Yeah, they did very good at that point of the game. Before that, they had like 21-minute pretty much full team wipe, which they turned into Tormentor, and then they got a pick-off here on a position 5, I believe, which they wanted to turn into Roche, but didn't have enough time, which did allow MOUZ to get close and get that fight. Even though they got the Aegis, it was still not enough, but you could also show at this point of the game that they have good damage to kill the Lone Druid Bear.
Yeah, well, look, great talking. Time for a quick break. We're going to see if we see some fighting spirit in just a few moments.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Back in your every move.
Hello, everyone. I am here with Boom from MOUZ. Is that what you do it every time? Oh, that's your thing. That's hype. Yeah. Welcome, Boom. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm great. No one ever asks that. Thank you. So kind of you to ask. I'm doing fine. I want to talk to you first up about your fantastic performance at the last tournament. You guys, of course, were coming in as pretty big underdogs and quickly became a crowd favorite, fan favorite, fighting really hard. What are your impressions of the last tournament? Are you happy? Did you meet expectations? Did you have expectations?
I mean, I feel like the expectations were not really there because the tournament before was Fisher and we played it with a stand-in. So we played 2 scrims like when we got there and then we went straight into playoffs playing against Spirit. It was like, I don't know, maybe my teammates had, but me personally, I didn't have any expectations. It was like, okay, we're gonna do our best, and see what happens. And it kind of worked, and we could have done more. We were kind of close to beating Tundra, but didn't work out. But top 4 is like a good result for us, a young team like us.
There's a lot of teams here that would kill for a top 4 result. I mean, you guys kind of came out of nowhere and gelled really well. What's up with this team? How come things are working so well?
Obviously, we know each other, right? Like I played with 3 of these guys on Team Secret before, and I think we had really good chemistry even back then. We got some top 8 or something at an ESL event or whatever, and it was not that bad. And we were kind of like hanging out even outside of the game, the 4 of us. So yeah, we were like teamless after TI. So we're kind of like, yeah, let's play together. We wanted to play together, so yeah, we made.
Now that you guys have kind of become a crowd favorite, is that something that you were expecting? Because there's a lot of people that they like rooting for the favorites, but how's it feel to be a performing underdog team? Does it fire you up, or you not care?
It's super nice. Like the crowd in Singapore, I didn't expect it to be that like hype and loud, to be honest, but it was very exciting, and it was kind of a surprise because we don't really have many like star players, maybe like a Celery, and mid one like an old school guy. He used to be a star back in the day, but yeah, it was nice. I guess he was a home player also, so.
Fair enough. Now, you say you don't have any star players, but after a pretty good performance like that, people are now starting to maybe expect something similar at this tournament. Maybe put you guys into that, are they going to get top 4? Are they going to win it kind of deal? Is that, you thinking all about that? You care at all about that? Or you still super underdogs in your head?
No, I mean, of course you think about that, right? Like, the results just been getting better, like, kind of constantly for us. So, of course, like, we feel like at some point we will win a tournament together. We don't know if it's now, because we have 2 stand-ins at this tournament, so it's a bit random. But, yeah, obviously, like, I guess the expectations come in, like, you cannot escape it, you know? When you're performing well, it's like, yeah, the more pressure comes and everything.
Let's talk about the stand-in situation. What's going on? What happened?
They roomed together in Singapore, Celery and Crystalis, and I don't know, maybe they caught something on the way back, or I don't know, they just really sick, like 39 fever and stuff. So I don't know, they might come later in this tournament, or they might not, we don't know. So yeah, we just look for stand-ins last minute, like we didn't know who we're playing with till yesterday, so we'll see.
Did you think maybe those two are, you know, playing hooky? I mean, is there a chance that they're actually sick? Or maybe they just wanted a little vacation? Celery's done this whole, I'm taking a break, but not actually taking a break before.
Yeah, I mean, it did pop up in my mind, to be honest. They're both Dutch, so I don't know, it might be in their blood, you know?
Damn, just taking a day off work, huh?
I mean, I might do that at some point too if we have a busy schedule, you know?
Maybe it's what works, I like it. All right, cool. So what was the reaction from the last tournament till now? You guys done anything? Have you had any time to do anything? Have you been scrimming it? What's up?
We didn't play any scrims, you know, I went out with my friends, I went fishing.
Hey!
I caught a big carp, a big one.
Yeah? You got a picture to back this up, or is this just a story? Oh, okay, I'll show it later. We'll put it on the screen, don't worry, I believe you. Hell yeah. All right, well, you guys have like a style where there's a lot of teams that are trying really hard stuff, complicated drafts, all that. Your guys' drafts are like beefy dudes and stuns, but somehow it works. I mean, can we talk about that? Is that on purpose? Are you just feeling like, hey, this is how we like to play? Or is this some kind of high-level thing I'm not understanding?
I think it's definitely on purpose, and I think it's just the easiest way to draft and to set up yourself for success, right? Because it's just easier to play. Like, we kind of play, I would say, simple heroes, most of us, and then we have like a crazy guy on mid who plays last picks for himself, whatever he asks, you know? Yeah. So usually the 4 other heroes are very stable, just some chill guys, and then we have a Venomancer, you know, or Gyrocopter mid, or I don't know what he has for this tournament, but I'm sure there's something.
Thank you so much for coming in, Boom. It's always a pleasure to get to catch up to you. Any words out there to the new Boom fans? All right, you guys had a lot of guys from your last tourney. Hopefully you'll have a lot more from this one. Any words for the boys?
Yeah, thank you for watching us. Thank you for supporting us, and we'll smash everyone in this tournament.
Okay, that is what I like to hear. Well, you heard it here first, Boomers. That is what the man said. We're going to smash everybody. We'll see if that comes true. Hopefully it does. Here at PGL Wallachia, Season 6.
Well, you got a boomer over here at least. Anyway, we are partway through this series. MOUZ have took a lead. Perhaps surprisingly, and now a new problem for Team Spirit to think about with this lone druid that's just floating out there. We were just talking about it in the break. We think that, yes, you have to ban it, but then if you do, Ghost could maybe get on his Marcy, and that could be a problem as well.
Yeah, the solution is you go for second pick, so that way you have 4 bans, and you can also ban the Marcy. Because, what was it, Timber, Dragon Knight? You don't want to let those 2 heroes.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They have to be banned.
Well, yeah, they do have to be banned.
DK is kind of a must-have ban. I think a lot of people who don't want to ban Dragon Knight are going to learn the lesson the hard way.
And there we go. They can't be bothered with Ghost.
They actually took second pick.
Yeah,
they took second pick and they're banning.
They're just like, screw this guy. We just
so
can't be bothered.
They're going to ban what, DK Timber? Is that it? I mean, I know there's some teams that don't think Timber is that busted. Like there are solutions to it, but a lot of the time the solutions take so much effort that it's not really worth it. I mean, DK is one where I don't even think you bother trying to solve it. It's just too
I'm
hard.
not even sure it's solvable right now.
I don't think so.
It's just too tanky. He's gonna get the farm no matter what. He's basically combination of Sven plus Terrorblade. That's what this hero is.
Yeah.
Insane late game. Yeah. Okay. Here's the
the moment of truth.
Golden ticket. Do they ban Timber? Do they allow MOUZ to have the overpowered hero?
Well,
and Naga. I mean, that's also a big one.
It's there.
So let's see what they ban. If they ban Ursa, they're probably gonna go with Timber, or like there's still Gyro as well left in the pool. So I think Timber is solvable. Yesterday he was contested in pretty much all of the games except for one where he got picked and he lost the game. So the hero can definitely lose. This is not Dragon Knight we're talking about, but the hero is super strong.
I mean, do you think also as well that you sort of have to be a specialist in that hero now, or is that no longer the
Not
case,
necessarily.
Really? Yeah.
I think this hero was...
Because obviously he was always one of those...
He's in the meta for the last 2 months or so you kind of needed to learn to play it, and it's not that difficult. But also the new build as well makes it a lot easier, I would say, to play, where you're going for the Soul Ring, Treads, maybe a casual Blade Mail if it's a good game for it, and then you go for the Pipe Kaya Sun, so you're tanking up. This type of a build allows you to make a mistake and still get out of alive, because you're one of the tankiest heroes in the game.
Yeah, you're just a normal like utility offlaner that does a ton of damage.
Okay.
Slardar is getting a higher and higher priority today, which I do feel like makes sense. Now up to an 80%
I was going to
rate.
just ask for that stat, because obviously he started the day on like 70-something.
Yeah. And, you know, once again, we have seen it used as a counter to a lot of heroes, like Ember Spirit on the mid lane, maybe Lifestealer Juggernaut in the safe lane. Like, it does kind of block a lot of picks. But it's also just generally a good hero. He has farming capabilities now.
In the mid lane, we saw in the previous series Quap getting removed after getting first picked, making sure that he's going to be having a good time. Because this is one of the matchups where he doesn't really like to play into it. He gets slowed down. We saw potential Earthshaker that they try to run on Xtreme Gaming to try to stop what Slardar wants to do. But at one point of the game, he became too tanky, had that status resistance. So not the way they wanted that game to be played out, but... anything that can stop him from slowing down. We did mention Shadow Demon as well. That could potentially be good. Any kind of a slow. And speaking of slows, this is one of the better heroes in the game with the insane amount of slows and control against them.
I mean, you can go for the facet that gives you you can't be slowed on Slardar against Jakiro. I think that's what you definitely do here, is that you get that.
But what about leg day? You know what they say, never skip a leg day.
Exactly, which is why he's gonna go for it. I mean, it is very good in lane against Slardar. Like, this does block a little bit the off-lane Slardar, because even though, yes, Slardar can't be slowed when you use the sprint with this leg day facet, he does want to right-click. And Jakiro has an attack speed slow as well. It's very hard to trade into a Jakiro with your right-click, so it's definitely a solid pick to secure the safe lane against a potential Slardar.
We haven't seen too much of a Slardar from the off lane. It's almost exclusively has been played from the mid lane, because you want to have that region buff. You want to use his innate ability. You don't get that on the side lane. This hero also needs levels. I think he scales so much better coming out from the mid lane, because you need extra bit of a mana early on. If you're playing it from the off lane, you might need to get some kind of a mana sustained Soul Ring, which is almost 900 gold. Bottle solves the problem, and then we talked about earlier during the pre-show about Slardar what some of his weaknesses are, where he doesn't get that much farm in the mid stages of the game. If he gets shut down, he wants his shard, he wants to be able to, but he also wants his BKB, so kind of need to get those 3 core items, Blink, Shard, and the BKB to be able to, unless you have some kind of a save behind you.
I mean, he's also just stupidly strong in the river.
He is.
It surprises me how long it took people to realize that Slardar is more of a mid than an offlaner, because he literally has an innate that is giving him stats in the river, right? So it makes sense. What lane is in the river? It's mid.
It's been a meme when the river patch dropped. people were like, yeah, this is the strongest hero.
I remember that, yeah.
And he
the
wasn't
theory
really
crafting,
picked.
well, yeah, the theory crafting
I mean,
was there, but nobody did it.
The runes are in the river. People are running down river to gank side lanes, to pick up bounty runes. Like, there's a lot of objectives that are in the river. Roshan, of course, is in the river. Slardar is a great Roche taker. Yeah, it all makes sense.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, what mid can go against a Slardar? I mean, still the Queen of Pain is available potentially for Laurel. Any like melee hero dominator, which I feel like there's less and less of these days.
Yeah, and you're also, I mean, this is the melee dominator. Like, if we think about these traditional dominators, this is like Monkey King. He also doesn't do that well against Slardar, because Slardar can definitely punch back.
Huskar, I guess, is going to dominate any mid laner. Really well-rounded picks from both sides, actually. Lots of stun, lots of damage, team fight, good duo between like these two supports here, for example. Totally agree with what our boy was saying in the interview.
Yeah.
Boom, with saying they just dropped a lot of stuns. It's
yeah.
It's an easy way to play Dota.
It is. These type of drafts kind of play themselves out easily. And also you have good egg protection. You have two BKB piercing tools, plus you have AoE stun. We saw in our earlier series today, 5-man stun level 1. So right now they don't have that much when it comes down to hitting the egg, except for the Jakiro. He's good, but I also don't think he's going to be getting close and killing the egg if you're playing against Slardar and Clockwork.
Do you think Kaor is the best Phoenix player in the world?
He's up there. He's
GH maybe, like in contention. Like if he's on your team, like I like that they're prioritizing the stand-ins best heroes. Like, okay, you're leaving the hero this guy's literally known for. Like when he came onto the Dota scene, he's the Phoenix guy. That's him. And they gave him Phoenix. They're gonna take it.
We wanted to see the swap maybe earlier, but they wanted to see the other two picks, and it's Clockwork plus Phoenix. They don't do as much the Queen of Pain. Like, you can't really gank this hero from the mid lane. And now the question is, do they want to play Slardar from the mid lane, or do they shift it to the off?
Do you pick Puck here? Is the question to beat Quap in the mid lane, and the two supports on the side of Spirit don't really do anything to a Puck. It's easy to orb dodge all of the spells. I mean, Boom said it. They're gonna ask mid one, like, what do you want? He's going to tell them. Yeah. What's the hero? Is it something weird? Is it something traditional? Go for the Puck counter to Quap. I mean, Nature's Prophet is also a little bit less traditional counter to Queen of Pain, but very good in lane against her. Not as good in the game, I think.
Built into Orchid, especially if you get the ball rolling, you get Spirit Vessel from the mid lane.
Oh, they're just going to Huskar. Okay.
Oh, wow.
There's damage to kill Huskar in this game.
There's
you have
answers,
Queen of Pain with Sonic Wave, which is pure damage. You do have Tusk with the tag team, so if you bring numbers, he can't really toggle through that. He can't out-sustain it.
10 seconds remaining.
But it's also another hero that gives them Roche taking. It's not like they needed it, but with Slardar, with Huskar, you could put a lot of pressure. You can basically kill Roshan with these two heroes easily, and we can see Weaver getting a lot of respect as well. We saw Weaver on 17, 18, on 23 as well. This hero tends to do really well. This is a bit of a new trend that Falcons did start. If you see heroes who don't have enough control, some of these heroes that do have control are not in meta anymore, as we've seen, like Shaker's gone, Faceless Void's not meta, one of the worst heroes for the worst matchups overall for Weaver. But yeah, I think this is a very good ban considering what they're playing against.
Thank you, Lacoste. Really appreciate that. Okay, so last pick for the safe lane for MOUZ against Tidehunter. There's plenty of good options. I think Jug and Weaver were good.
Yeah.
Jug is out now.
What about
is out of the pool.
Good old Gyrocopter? Does that work still, or we want to pick something that's going to give them a slightly more tower pressure?
It is a bit greedy though. It is a bit greedy. I feel like they're really banking on like lane dominating here. A lot of the same heroes that kill Huskar deal well with the TA as well. Is there a world where Yatoro takes like one of these two heroes and they pick something to deal with the Huskar mid?
Yeah, it might be.
Is this a sniper mid?
It's either sniper mid, probably sniper mid.
Yeah,
and then
okay.
have Queen of Pain as carry, which has been done multiple times. It's been meta where you like. This is also like relatively good blade mail game, but Queen of Pain carry kind of tends to go for like Falcon Blade, Maelstrom / Mjolnir. Laurel sniper.
I like it a lot. I feel like you definitely want to punish a non-last pick Huskar. You know, you want to say, okay, we're going to show you why this hero is only ever really last picked, unless you have some sort of flex to off lane like Falcons. Sniper does incredibly well against Huskar mid lane. I will say there's jump for Sniper though, like Clockwork, Slard RTA, they can jump and burst a Sniper.
They're winning 2 lanes at least on side of Spirit.
Yeah.
You're winning a mid lane, Huskar against Sniper or Sniper against Huskar, and you're also going to be winning a lane where Slarder's going to be playing into carry Queen of Pain, so you get Shadow Struck, and you're playing into Jakiro, so you literally cannot move. You are. This is going to be Slarder, like there's going to need to be creep manipulation. You're going to be playing with Clockwork as well, so I assume he's going to be starting with boots and try to play it from there, but this is not the lane where you're going to be getting much.
I think yeah, you want to run with boots on Clockwork and do the thing where you cogs the creep wave. The creeps attack the cogs, and the lane pushes out. You want to try to 50-50 that lane. Yeah, this was a very good draft by Spirit. Like I think they took a big edge here. Like
they answered a lot of the problems.
The lane that's going to win is the TA lane. What is TA going to do in terms of like progressing the game forward, right? Like against a Tide
they
as
have
well.
so much damage over time, like Sniper, Jakiro, Queen of Pain. It's not going to be an easy TA game by any means. I think we're going game 3.
Yeah, I think so as well, but we'll find out now, and I'll throw you back over to Cinderin and Suns fan.
Game 2, MOUZ versus Spirit, and a bit of controversy, Cinderin. I'm just using that word to make it sound a little bit more dramatic.
Okay.
Huskar picked not as last, so it can be countered. What do they have up their sleeves? Not a rhetorical question.
Yeah, so historically speaking, this is a lane that's really good for Sniper. I think it's better for Huskar now than it has been, but I still expect Laurel to do well, of course. But I don't think Huskar necessarily gets destroyed. I think he still gets an okay amount, but just doesn't win, which already is a big part of doing well against the hero, is not getting run over in lane. But it doesn't mean Huskar isn't playable, and I do think the hero has some merit here against other things. Cauterize is really good this game. Against Jakiro and against Queen of Pain, there's going to be a lot of debuffs on you that you can remove and then get a lot of heal. So if mid one has an okay-ish game, I actually think Huskar can have decent impact later down the line. Now, comes down to the lane going properly, so we'll see if he can perform according to at least my expectations, which is a minor loss. But my bigger concern is the top lane, like they talked about. I think Slardar Clockwork into Jakiro Quap sounds awful. That is a really hard lane. You're going to have to just pull the waves. You're going to have to try to get by with losing something like, I don't know, 65-35 is probably a good result in that lane. It might get even worse. Bottom lane, though, for MOUZ is fine. Phoenix plus TA into Tide Tusk should be quite good. Double meld there from Ghost. Nice little poke.
That's cute. But yeah, I'm excited to see how this Huskar ends up faring, because you're right. It feels like this is picked to win a lane dramatically, and if it doesn't, it just loses. They do force out a Sniper, which it does feel like can be countered. The panel kind of talked about it. They have a lot of backline jumping type of heroes. You could even add Huskar as one of those, because Blink into Life Break with the Ags. It's a way to taunt. You got the Blink from Slardar. You have Hookshot, of course, and the dive from Phoenix.
Actually, I think...
Oh,
hang on.
Okay, all right.
Should be fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, there's going to be moments of opportunity when Fire Spirits are on cooldown. Whenever they're ready, you can't do anything, because Tusk, this is such a bad matchup for that hero. You're playing off tag team, you're just losing all your attack speed and you can't hit. So this should be a good lane for Ghost, but at the same time, they also can't fully shut down Collapse. And what Spirit have already accomplished down here is desyncing the lane. They're going to get this nice pull through with double range creep and 4 melee. If this one completes, they can wipe out the next wave and then stabilize in a spot close to the tower, which would be very good. And yeah, this lane is just terrible. So far, so good in mid for Huskar. 7-1, 8-1 against 5 and 4. Seems pretty even.
Yeah.
In that department. But yeah, top lane is just... Slardar's getting bodied over it. It's really, really rough.
Yeah, Laurel now with 2 levels of headshot. Wonder if he's gonna... Do you take aim at all in this matchup?
Maybe you can get 1 point just for some sort of value for the guaranteed headshots if it comes to a man fight, but I think you'd probably just go 3-4 or excuse me 2-3-0-1, I guess. Let's see though. The good news for Huskar in this matchup is Shrapnel does very little to you. When you're low enough already, the magic resist from Berserker's Blood and the regen just rather ignores the spell. Have you seen Yatoro co-op before? I feel like I've seen maybe 1 game, but it's not something they go for a lot, which might have, you know, obviously when MOUZ picked their Huskar, they were probably assuming co-op would be mid, and that's a really good matchup for the co-op, and that's why they flex it here. But obviously that kind of thing comes at a cost, where when you do that, you put Yatoro on this hero that is maybe a little bit less of their like archetypical game-winning style hero for him.
Yeah, this was definitely going to be a Laurel hero. And then with the Huskar pick, kind of, I mean, that's one benefit, I suppose, is picking in that order. You force Spirit's hand to do something about it, and like, okay, well, I mean, then again, can he not play Sniper? I've only seen it mid, but can he not play it as a safe lane? I feel like that should be fine, shouldn't it?
Yeah, but then they wouldn't have picked it, right?
No, I just meant in general. Sorry, I didn't mean for this game specifically.
Yeah, you can play Sniper safe lane, but it's a bit awkward. I think the hero...
What makes it awkward?
Oh, hang on. Huskar in trouble. Fairy Fire.
Yep, Root with the nice ice shards, and the last right click from Laurel is successful. The dive. There's enough dot damage to kill off Root. As Kaori will live through the day, and he'll be the recipient of this solo XP that mid one would desperately want. So advantage Laurel in the mid lane, not a huge surprise. TP, successful though for Boom. Now he has to walk back.
I'm looking at the last hit chart, and I kind of can't believe that Jakiro's support has 21 CS.
Wait, what?
At 4 minutes. Like, how is this possible? Has he killed like 4 pulls? Like, what? Is the same CS as Collapse? Like, what's this happening?
What the heck?
I'm trying to imagine, even if every pull is successful and you get every last hit, it's kind of close to this. So he must have taken some lane CS on Panto as well. But Yatoro is 30. Maybe he just got literally every pull for free.
That is so...
It looks like he's a core.
It
when
looks
you look
like a bug in the UI. That is insane. Wow.
It's pretty funny.
Very cool.
Of course, that's a great start for Panto. It's pretty rich.
See if he can capitalize on it. Ward will give some vision here. And obviously another kill onto mid one would be very nice for Spirit. They're going to find 2 supports, though, in the way.
Both teams are very cognizant about this. Obviously, the Queen of Pain can easily be left alone in this top matchup. Even in the 1v2, she'd be fine. So that means the supports are freed up, and Jakiro loves to do this. Just go there with 2 points in Liquid Fire and start going to work with the siege creep.
Yeah, aggroing a bit of the tower in order to give that siege creep a little bit more time, but...
In turn, MOUZ expect this move, and therefore Huskar isn't even present. So he is just going to jungle, and the 2 supports will take care of business. And then that leaves Ghost versus Collapse in the most nothing burger of a lane, tied against TA. Gives you everything if they're on the same team.
But Laurel picks up the haste, gets an easy kill off the back of that.
Oh, he might just use it too.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for mid one. Assassination is enough. Double kill for Laurel. And mid one's game has just become very hard.
Yeah, just did not expect him to run down there with the haste rune.
I mean, this
but
is a
blindly
3K
just
lead.
Took the guess.
3K lead at 6.5 minutes is quite large.
Yeah.
MOUZ thought they had a bit of a switch up.
Oh, they better get their wisdom or they're in trouble. Boom is level 4 against 6 on WAP.
Yep, Yatoro, he gets bashed. He's going to stand his ground, though, because why not? He's got the Sonic Wave. We'll be going for that Wisdom Shrine. Meanwhile, a little fight with the supports is occurring. Rue will die off, but Yatoro does get the Shrine of Wisdom. So 2 kills traded for the Shrine.
That was probably better than I was expecting that to go for MOUZ. When I saw Co-op walk high ground and Shadow Strike the Slardar, I think maybe you could have chased down and even got something more, but it was a good rotation from the supports of MOUZ to at least get the kill experience now. They're still going to be kind of XP starved. In particular, the Slardar is still very far behind the curve. I say that Clockwork's not even level 4. Tough times coming up here. That is... that's one perspective for the pig.
God, you know, I'm just a child.
Yep.
Forever, apparently. I'll be an 80-year-old laughing at this. God, that's good. Good old dotes.
Well, good new dotes, I guess.
What's that?
Good new dotes.
Yes.
That's a very new thing.
Yeah, pigs.
We're putting pigs and very... I was going to say photorealistic dragons. I don't think that's a thing.
That's not, no. It's a different visual style than we've had in Dota, for sure. Bit jarring.
We've also had anime Dragon Knight. We've had a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Bottom lane. Good shards onto TA.
Yep,
I think Ghost will play his way out of this. Maybe. They have Ravage.
They might have to use it.
Sniper's here. He's not playing.
Assassination set up with the Ravage. And Anchor Smash to finish the job. Collapse gets credit for that one. And Spirit just rolling their way through this game number 2 so far. I mean, Boom, still level 5 on the Slardar. Kaori, level 4. Farm and XP disadvantage for MOUZ.
Toro solos Boom.
Yeah. Well, that's a Sonic Wave for you. Kaori, easy kill. And this is turning into a good old-fashioned stomp.
Yeah, funnily enough, the Sniper versus Huskar lane was indeed quite even for a while.
It was more the ganks that came in.
Exactly. It was the problem. What started this entire snowball is the fact that the supports on Spirit are just free to do whatever they want because the side matchups are so good. Prop against Slardar, you can leave. Tied against TA, you can leave. So, therefore, Rue, as well as Panto, have kind of just run the entire map, doing what they wanted. And I say that as Panto has 0 assists, but just the pressure he exerted on the mid lane, got the tower, forced rotations from the enemy team that they couldn't take, stole the wisdom together with his teammates. It's all it takes to build a really big early lead. And now the problem is, even though Huskar is doing quite okay given his matchup and will have a 9-minute armlet, who is he playing with? There is nobody in the team that's having a good game. Not a single hero. The best one is the TA, but TA doesn't work like that. Like, she's going to have to farm for another probably 10 minutes before she really gets involved in anything. That's where you want those support levels to connect with you and make plays, but Clock's 5 and Phoenix is 4.
Yep, finally the armlet comes online for mid 1. But just that alone is not going to have the biggest impact. Boom, at the very least, will be able to keep vision on Yatoro for a bit. His Sonic Wave up in a few seconds. He's going for the Dagon.
Yep.
And of course, that pure damage against mid 1, very valuable with that Berserker's Blood. Yatoro, he's going to be spotted. Life break upon him. There's the silence with the inner fire, and it's enough. Big kill for MOUZ. They need more of that.
I wonder if Huskar gets nerfed, which I think might happen, I guess one way to do it would be to break this combo of Life Break into Inner Fire. It just seems so powerful the way you can silence while flying in, that maybe that would be enough in a lot of matchups that, you know, Huskar used to not even have a silence, right?
No, it was a disarm.
But
Boom, spotted out.
Locked in shards. Yatoro is going to come. Wanted to finish it off, but Panto will be there first.
Tag team with Jakiro is funny.
That's true, actually. I didn't think about that.
It's quite crazy.
Yeah, those double attacks.
It does work on both hits, right?
I don't see why not.
Dang.
They're both individual attacks. That's why you see so many maelstroms.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
What do you think will become more popular next year? Carry Jakiro or carry Silencer? Which one are Valve going to push the most for as a core?
I would, if only because it's been so long, I'd say Silencer. They've already tried with Jakiro. Had a brief moment in Herald pubs.
Yeah, that's good enough.
I think it's kind of cool though.
Kaori, well, get out.
It's quite an interesting set he has. Very purple Phoenix. Actually, Phoenix Suns colors. Purple and orange. I like that.
Yeah, now you have to play it.
Nah.
Or you're a fake fan.
Well, if it was true to the lore of the Suns, then...
It would lose every game?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I was just going to say that, actually.
Damn.
You thought you had a burn, but I was...
I was like, there is a chance this is your joke, but I'm definitely going for it.
And the lead hasn't grown necessarily. That kill making a pretty big difference onto Yatoro.
Yeah, that helps. It's still very much.
When is the next power spike from MOUZ? Their perspective.
Slaughter Blink will obviously be a big help. Phoenix just got 6. That was another one. I mean, they've managed to not bleed out while their supports were very under-leveled. So this is kind of okay suddenly. I think just 3 or 4 minutes ago, this looked a lot worse than it does now. By all means, Spirit are still in control with this lead, but you're starting to get some utility now that can handle some of the problems that you had. Now you have backline jump against Sniper with Clockwork and Slaughter Blink coming up. TA is starting to get toward the Deso, which will make her able to participate in the game more. And Huskar, as you mentioned, the 9-minute armlet is now turning into a Sanj in a moment, so he's also somewhat scaling. I don't know. I kind of have this feeling that MOUZ could pull this one back more so than I did for Spirit in the last game after a couple of the TA deaths. This seems a bit... I mean, it's also earlier, so maybe not a fair comparison.
Yeah.
It's within striking distance. Let's see the 14-minute wisdoms.
Yatoro could just get this kill outright.
If he blink screams and egg goes off, he's in trouble.
Yeah. Oh, whoa there. Whoa, whoa. What? Why is it... What? Why is it changing? Okay, I need to investigate these new things I've been put in the game because I'm so confused. Like the stickers, when you place them on the ground, they show up in chat automatically. Is that how it works?
I don't use this, so I actually don't.
We are actually, yeah. This is such a we're so uninformed with.
I don't know if I've ever used a spray in Dota.
No, I haven't either.
Maybe once or something. But I do think some of them are pretty funny. So it's not that I don't like the concept. I've just never set it up.
Yeah. You know, we were talking about the idea of Valve changing the way that you can get stats, restricting it a bit with like the live games, not being able to watch the pros and some, you know, what type of impact it has. I was going to lead into this, the other game, but since we have a pause here, might as well talk about it. You know, designing my own game with the old Jenkins. We actually did some research about restricting of stats and its impact on games, because other companies, along with Valve, have been, there's kind of a trend where they have regretted, and they've actually made this public in certain blog posts for certain companies, but they made it public that giving all the information to your user base is actually harmful to the game itself, because people figure the meta out quickly. People aren't exploring as much. You're just looking up, oh, what this guy did, that's what I do. There's no brain involved, right? So
I think
that's why you see this trend across all games where stats are not, like if Valve could go back and restrict like the general stats more, they probably would. But that cat's been out of the bag for quite a while.
I think in any game, at least for me, from my perspective, a big part of my joy with playing a game is mystery, right?
Yeah.
It's like not knowing what comes next, or that's also why a lot of people love playing games spoiler-free, right? They don't want to know what's in Act 2 before they even play the game, or, you know, that kind of thing. So I could definitely see that. And it's like a trend that's happened across, like you said, different genres. It's also, in my opinion, one of the curses on MMOs is that when new content comes out, a lot of players have play tested it and have like maybe even streamed it or whatnot, and you already kind of know what's coming before it. Like that whole sense of, oh, I wonder what the next boss does, right? Or what's coming next. It's like games have just changed, but I think from my perspective, it's pretty healthy if we start moving a bit in the other direction where there's less information available for players and more uncertainty. And that also means that you as a player need to accept and expect failure more. I think perhaps that's part of what drove this development, was that people were frustrated with losing, but that's a really big part of playing games, is learning why you're losing and solving problems and figuring out what to do. So that's really cool to hear that that's an overall development. And obviously Valve has done it in Dota with just restricting match data for pros. I think that's...
Well, there's other aspects to it, like with a game like Dota, if you already have this information available and then taking it away feels bad, right? But if you're developing a new game and just never having it available, people aren't going to miss something that was never exist in the first place. But yeah, it's kind of interesting to see how things have progressed across various games and various genres as we're back into the game. 5K lead for Spirit in this game number 2.
This is when Huskar generally likes to Roche, but it's very dangerous when you have zero information on the map about Spirit's whereabouts, so this might just be a whole smoke-on-smoke exchange where nobody faces off at all.
Great movie, by the way.
Which one, Face Off or Smoke on Smoke?
Face Off.
Oh, okay.
Did you see that one?
I did not. Is it Brad Pitt?
I'm surprised. No.
Okay. Is it, what was his name? The other guy?
Yep, that's him.
That guy with Brad Pitt that had the same last name as someone else from yesterday.
What?
What was it? What was he called? Oh yeah, Edward Norton.
No, no.
Was it Edward?
Yeah.
Damn, I'm good with names.
That's one thing out of very little.
Do you think Norton antivirus would have been successful if it calls Pitt antivirus? Do you think that would have made a splash?
Yeah, it's the Pits. Great slogan. Tier 2 tower taken out by Spirit. Controlling the game at the moment, but like we talked about, they haven't exploded.
Nope. Oh, is this a really big gate rotation here coming out of MOUZ? I don't know if they're going to be successful with this. They're kind of too late. Like, they lost their tower, and now they're backstabbing a creep wave.
Yeah, well,
this is just not a good way to spend their time. They're just getting outmaneuvered on the map entirely. It's a lot of wasted value. They want to use their dagger, but no opportunity. No cigar.
Unfortunate for them. A lot of wasted time. Still trying to set something up. I mean, if this leads to a kill onto Laurel, definitely would be worth. He's not too far away at the moment. The problem is the Tier 1 tower still exists, so that's just blocking off a good portion of the map to be able to maneuver.
It's another great example of the value of having just process of elimination with aggressive wards. A big part of the reason Spirit know this is happening is that they have a deep ward bottom around the Tier 2, and they have a top ward around the river. So they can just... Like, okay, 5 heroes are missing and they're not there or there. It's not rocket science where they must be going. So they can just outplay and outmaneuver MOUZ entirely on the map. And this has effectively just been like a wasted minute for 4 of MOUZ's heroes, while Spirit have just got the tower and pushed out and farmed.
Yep. And now they're back to tower pushing. Tier 2 in the mid lane. See how much damage they can do. Maelstrom next on the list for Laurel has the Hurricane Pike.
Yep. Guess he rushed Pike because of the threat of Clockwork primarily. A lot of the time mid-snipers will go Maelstrom first, but he opted the more defensive and slower farming
Initiation route. Starts out. There's the hook shot and the life break on the same target, but the Sonic Wave deletes mid one. Pure damage. Very valuable against that hero. 1 for 1, but that's core for support as the Dagon takes out Boom as well. So 2 cores dead for MOUZ as they continue to bleed. They get back to base. No more casualties, but Tier 2 tower.
Maybe you want to count the tower as a casualty, then there will be one more.
Can you call a build? Can a building be part of casualties? I don't think so.
I guess not.
If it's a living tower.
Oh yeah, plenty of those.
Well, if there was a hero in the game.
Oh yeah, you want to go back to your tower hero? Yes.
It's a cool idea.
Thank God you're making your own game.
Yeah.
Instead of this one. Tower hero.
Yeah. You say
it with such conviction, like you're positive it's a good idea. Like
no, I'm saying it's an interesting idea for sure. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll give you interesting.
Yeah. Every interesting idea can work. It's just about execution on design.
I also think, you know, mixing certain flavors would be interesting, but disgusting.
Yeah, until you find the right combination.
Yeah.
Like peanut butter and jelly. Collapse. Yep. Oh boy. That's the anchor on top of Ghost, and he is gonna be dead. Another big kill for Spirit. And now MOUZ. These deaths are starting to mount up as the lead continues to grow for Spirit. It was kind of trickling in their favor for a while, but this is a big couple of kills now.
Yeah, losing Roche is the biggest part of this. This is so important for the Radiant lineup. You either want this Aegis on Husker or TA, and you're not even going to get it. And lest we forget, in this tournament so far, Slardar, 10 games, 80% win rate. This is not looking like one of them, the wins that is. Especially as he's individually now being hounded by Yatoro.
Yes, he is. Will try to fight his way out of it. Big sonic wave, not quite enough.
We'll keep him alive.
Iori with the glimmer. Going in for the crush, reinitiating onto Yatoro. Where's the follow-up? Oh, there's the silence from mid one. That is enough. Cost him a clockwork kill. Yamich, it looks like he went for the Roche play. Good attempt.
Tried to steal it. It was a little bit early. But yeah, the Huskar win rate being really high, or excuse me, the Slardar win rate being really high, I think is primarily based on mid. I think every game of mid Slardar we've cast has been winning. Liquid also ran it yesterday. I think it's, yeah, every game that Liquid has been in that had Slardar in it, Slardar won, right? They won 2 games yesterday, and we cast them earlier today, and it won with them, and it won against them, I think. And then they won with it again. No, it's 4 games. Plenty of wins when Liquid's involved. Slardar is the best.
Keep it up, Cinderin.
Thank you.
You're doing
We're
great.
hesitating about my name there. Getting old. It's all good. Time for Tormentor. Spirit.
That's just a mini stroke. We get them at our old age.
Actually lost a little bit of their lead, but now they're going to reclaim that part with a nice injection of 2,000 gold. Rue will get the shard. What level of ice shards does he have? Level 1.
Yeah, that's hype.
So not ideal, but it's still... a little something.
How would you rate that shard versus Jakiro?
I think I'd rather have Jakiro's in this game, but I don't think I would every game. But there's like Liquid Frost, Liquid Fire combo against a hero like TA and Huskar is really good.
Yeah.
But there are certain core matchups where it's not as great. But it's okay. Definitely not going to see him buy it.
Looks like he's dead, just doesn't know it yet. Dead in the water, right clicks from Laurel. It's enough. Assassination.
Bonk.
I missed the sniper Conda days.
Yep, that's very popular take.
I miss Conda. This basically doesn't exist. That game that we cast that had it in, that was a breath of fresh air, I have to say.
Remember the original Conda where you would go like multiple rapiers on Prophet and just cast ult from base?
No.
Because it's point and click target, so you had a global ability that did your attack damage critting.
Oh.
So you could use Wrath of Nature from base and just kill a support.
Yeah, I miss those days.
Or the Spirit Breaker charge with Conda. Just charge them from across the map.
Laurel, you're gonna be able to get that tier 2.
Okay, Huskar.
BKB. All right.
Next item unlocked. Now the hero works here. He still needs to be careful about Sonic.
Yeah, I think they're going to wait for Boom to get his BKB. He's a recipe away, basically, at this point.
Yeah. Seems like a wise choice.
Ghost. I guess we'll have at least a 4-staff by that point.
Are Spirit going to let them wait, though? They could just start hitting high ground. Nope, never mind. Heading over to bottom. Got eyes on None of them yet. Okay, never mind, they do.
Mid one spotted. They're going to get the Ravage off. It's only on the mid one, but if it's a kill, then it's worth. Sonic Wave going through everything. Mid one staying alive with the BKB, trying to run away, trying to TP away. In fact, he does fall. That was so close.
Not quite.
Dire's middle tower.
So 2 kills in favor of Spirit. Still with the Aegis, another minute and a half.
I actually wonder if mid one missed a timing this game by going Sange. So if you look at the fight that just happened, if this BKB didn't have a Sange in between, he would have had it, let's say, 3 or 4 minutes ago. Maybe they could have taken a fight with a timing of just armlet BKB and just running at them with Slardar Blink and a smoke.
Yeah.
Potentially. And now maybe it feels like it's a bit too late, unfortunately, for him. Rue will find Yamage, and oh no.
Not going to hit.
Missed it.
No exit strategy for the Clockwork this time around. Try to give the kill to the assassinating Laurel, but Essence Ring comes in handy.
He's going to force Egg here.
Yep, Egg is placed, and now the dive continues. Crush completely misses for Boom, but they do get the kill onto Panto. Harry is a trade, though, as mid one trying to fight his way out of this, but there's nowhere to go. And Spirit, complete domination.
Is Ghost going to hit a hero? He's just farming bottom while all his teammates are dying behind the tower. He didn't TP.
He's been pulling an Ame this game, for sure.
It feels like maybe you could have traded a bit there. You look at Tusk's and Tide's HPs. Was that really not worth trying to defend your base for? I mean, maybe his call was, I'm not joining until I have Pike, which is now.
Yep, time to join. Only a range rack's taken, though.
Yeah.
And only mid one's 5th death. No big deal. Boom has 4 to his name. Now Mjolnir online for Laurel. Starting to pack a real punch as Yutoro has the Kaya Sange, Ags, Veil of Discord, and Dagon. He is very farmed.
That's some nice synergy in the amp here between him and Sniper with all the magic damage. Against everything else than Huskar, that is really good. That is a fast AC, my god. 24-minute AC on Tide. That's got to be one of those below average stats that we love to see. That's got to be really fast.
4, 0, and 7.
When does Tide ever buy this as his second item? Essentially, he disassembled Vlad's for it.
Yeah, this is a superior version.
Yeah.
Keeps the Morbid Mask for the important aspect. Yeah, they're strong. Full team smoke now for Spirit, looking to try to finish this game and force a game number 3. Kaori. He is spotted. Dodging a lot, though. Gets the dive off as well. Attempted TP. I think it's successful. Wasting some time for Spirit this time around. But Laurel just going to continue down the mid lane. And we'll be able to poke at this tier 3 very casually from ridiculous range. Which means MOUZ have to make some sort of initiation play. What do you have up your sleeve? Mid one, Glimmer Cape. Okay, they're going to try to get the stun lock onto Laurel. The 4 stacks are there. He almost gets blown up, but now the counter initiation from Collapse with a big Ravage. But mid one, life break onto Collapse. Going to trade spells, trade some BKBs. Nobody dies. Except for the tower. Because that's the someone. And now MOUZ going to gather up and try to go for round number 2.
It was a valiant effort on the jump, but I think you have to combine more than just Clock and Slaughter on the Sniper. It's not enough. He has Grenade as well as Pike, and obviously a 4-step from his teammate in Panto. So there needs to maybe be a Huskar in there.
Oh boy, Rue. Popping that smoke. They did not have vision for him, and now the pain upon Boom and mid one. Just like that, the fight is over. The fact that that tier 1 mid is still standing, so they have to go this avenue.
Yeah.
Just a killer for MOUZ.
I mean, this is a lane, surely. It's 2 lanes, because technically there's still top to open as well. 30 seconds is a long time.
The tower's still alive. Why didn't you correct me?
I didn't feel like it.
Okay. You didn't know either.
I did.
That tower.
I thought maybe you were talking about the tier 2, to be honest, that they took 5 minutes earlier. It's like, whatever, man.
Just let the old man say whatever he wants.
Yeah, kind of reaching that point now. It's like, yeah, just a Suns fan moment.
Well, they're about to have 5 from MOUZ, but it's looking like 2 lanes.
Yep.
No fortification available. So Spirit able to exit peacefully.
Yeah, they get the tower.
They did get the tower.
And a gem. Now on Collapse, so time to clear out some traps. I feel like TA's hero damage in this game has got to be exceptionally pitiful. I still don't recall Ghost hitting more than like 1 or 2 heroes for 28 minutes. It's been so quiet. 5.4k. Actually more than the Slaughter and the Clock. But yeah.
Yeah, Boom's had a very rough game. That laning stage was a killer.
Yeah. Do you agree with the sentiment that Slardar is more of a mid laner than an off laner right now?
Probably, yeah.
I feel like it's such a big part of the hero to have that river advantage, and you just don't have that in the off lane.
Yeah, for sure.
So you're just missing out on a big part of what makes the hero strong. And if you do place it off lane, I think that can be very good if you know your matchup. But if you're picking Slardar and you're putting it in a blind off lane matchup, I just don't think it's a recipe for success.
No,
it's too exploitable.
All right, MOUZ with a likely last-ditch effort. Going to try to contest the old Roche. A nice hook shot. Big damage from Ghost, but it's dodged thanks to the snowball, and now he's leashed on the high ground. Rue's going to be the first to fall, but a big Sonic Wave. The refraction brushes off a little bit of damage, but Ghost does die in the end. Laurel trying to find the distance. Looks like he's fine, and now MOUZ have to try to exit themselves. But the Ravage coming in from Collapse, hitting basically everybody left on the battlefield for MOUZ. Kaori blocked at the exit. He will be the next to fall. Last remaining member is Yamich. That's going to be the death of him. Ultra kill for Yatoro.
He gets some stickers.
Yeah, lots of stickers, emotes, whatever the hell. They're going to go for the Mega Creeps just in case the buyback situation is there, which we can see 3, well, make it 4 now out of the 5 do have theirs intact, but
they're probably communicating how they're going to make this play. You're not giving them Megas, then you might as well GG. So if you're going to make this play, you got to buy back now. You're going to know what your plan is for initiating. Okay, now I don't really understand why they're not calling it.
Ghost bringing in the NGX experience of never conceding.
Oh, I thought you meant of getting Mega.
That
good
too.
old.
They never.
I mean, there is no way this is a better strategic move than buying back 3 heroes and holding the last lane, right? That has to be the superior choice, even if it's also bad. It's the lesser evil. Anyway.
Well, you can let their coach know after this game if you'd like.
For what it's worth, it probably is irrelevant which one you choose, but I think it's good to have the right habits.
Sinner, we can walk over after this game. We actually have access to everything here. Just give a little whisper in their ear.
I think that's a way to get popular with the players. Like, right after a loss, you just go over. You're like, why didn't you guys buy back to defend your bot tower?
I would prefer more, you run up to them after them and just ask, why didn't you play better? Just make it more general, you know?
Do you guys also think Slardar isn't an offlaner right now? He can be. Oh, Yamich.
Goodbye. Roche is up. The Spirit can put the final nail in the coffin if they want.
Ghost is going to take the Tormentor. It's something. It's the first good thing to happen to MOUZ in a long time. They get a shard for good old Huskar.
It's a tasty treat.
A little more heal on that. I really liked your earlier suggestion of going Axe on Huskar, by the way. In my eyes, the ideal build this game for mid one was Armlet into BKB into Axe, and then Blink fourth. Because the problem that they've had the whole game is that whenever Clockwork or Slardar jump someone, they don't have enough follow-through. But with that taunt, you have a guaranteed jump. I guess what dissuaded him from doing it is maybe the Tusk, just being able to save the hero. But I kind of feel like you have to try to take that avenue when you're losing this hard. It's like a glass half empty, glass half full classic discussion of, well, they have a counter, but at the same time, the counter won't always be there. It won't always be ready.
Yeah, at some point, you have to force the counter.
Yeah, that too.
So Spirit Looking to force this game number 3. Looks like an inevitable. I can't even speak right now. Cinderin.
Missed hook.
Ice Path now. What can MOUZ do? Collapse with
This
the
is a
deep in the
really...
water?
okay, he just TP'd right in front of them, but Snap blinked out.
Damage attempting to do something instead will die at the base of the fountain. As Laurel, well, he's getting bounced left, right, and center. Do they actually have the damage? Doesn't look like it, though. Walrus punches up. Egg about to pop. Good amount of Sunray damage, but the Sonic Wave from the sideline. Yatoro looking to take out Ghost one more time in this game, and no way to get back for Ghost. And the Ravage into the fountain. Still no GG's called for whatever reason. Only NGX knows.
Maybe they think the game isn't good.
And the GG's finally come from mid one. As this game will finally end. Not with a Rampage, though, for Yatoro. An Ultra Kill instead.
But with 2 Beyond Godlikes side by side there, Quap and Sniper, with getting that credit. Spirit look content. Not overly happy, but that was a solid game from them. The strategy really worked out, and it all started in the first 5 minutes. Things going right mid, things going right top, and the support rotations really set the tone for this one.
Absolutely riveting game number 2, Richard.
Riveting the word. We got the Uno reverse. Spirit did to MOUZ what MOUZ did to Spirit. And we saw there just ultimately, you know, when you have a draft that good, sort of how it answered all of the questions that MOUZ were essentially posing to them. What can you do?
Yeah, they were definitely set up for success with the lanes that they did have, having this Queen of Pain, kind of getting flexed in the end to the carrier role, and then also having snipers. So with that one move, 200 IQ move, they pretty much won 2 lanes before even playing the lanes.
Doctors hate them.
This is 2 series today.
Click on this link.
What? Why does this keep happening? You got to stomp one way, stomp the other way. Game 3, series 1 was also not that competitive, right?
Sure.
Does that mean we're not going to come? Give us something.
What's been interesting today, what the tale of today has ultimately been, is that we've had a bunch of games that were over for a long, long time before anyone conceded. This was even more egregious than the one that preceded it. So,
yeah, don't feed at the first blood. Don't give them 5-man blood grenade triple kill.
Yeah,
I think that's what I learned.
We've learned.
Today.
Yeah, I was gonna say we've learned a lot today.
I think we also learned that Slardar is not an offlane hero anymore, unless you can see the matchup and then maybe go for the Slardar pick to counter it, because we said it before, like, this guy's straight up not gonna have a good time playing into multiple slows. There's literally nothing he can do. Like, this lane is just unplayable, period.
To be fair, it is quite difficult to play most heroes into a Quap Jakiro lane. That's like a hard cut the lane type scenario.
Yeah.
But then you have a Slardar who, what's the comeback mechanic?
Yeah, let's say you're playing some offlane Bristleback, so at least someone can stack for you, and then you can clear those stacks, come back into the game. In this one, Slardar, he doesn't have any of that. Like, he needs to sit there before he gets the shard. Like, you could see that he was really struggling.
And the trade-off is what? So you can have a Huskar mid that gets dumpstered by a 14-0 sniper. That's insane. They must have really been banking that, like, oh, there's no way Yatoro's going to play Queen of Pain. It's Yatoro. He's going to ask for a last pick Terrorblade, some shit like that, normal carry. Nah, he played Queen of Pain, went to completely normal build, which meant Laurel could have one of his favorite heroes in all of Dota, which is Sniper, Orb of Corrosion. Excellent. Excellent against us.
The way it started, you said it, Orb of Corrosion. It's slow, it's extra minus armor, it's great against Huskar as well. He gets that haste, and what he's gonna do is find a casual enemy mid laner, peeps him once, ultis, and that's how you set the tone for the game. Like, he can't really lane. He could get, like, maybe level 4, level 5, then go to the jungle, but Laurel knows exactly where he is, finds him in the jungle, and gets a double kill. So very, very difficult matchup to start with, and also very difficult to come back into the fight. Like, he tried really hard. Like, you could tell on mid one the plays that he was trying to make, but it's just you're playing with so much disadvantage. It's so difficult.
Yeah. And we talked about Yatoro on Queen of Pain, you know, like wondering whether or not you would pick it. Did so. This is what the picture looked like at 17 minutes in.
Yeah, we were pretty curious, like, what he was going to be building. He went for the Masochist facet, so he is dealing damage to himself, but getting some extra spell damage. Because of this, he gets Dagon, goes for the Sanjin Kaya. Aghanim Scepter eventually after this, like, basically just plays mid lane.
Yeah, mid lane.
Yeah.
You can see that they're trying to grab a kill. First point of contact, they need to invest pretty heavily to try to grab one of the kills. So they go in, Slaughter, he gets evaporated, he gets Dagon in the end. They know that once they start a fight, they are going to lose at least 2-3 heroes for a trade to getting at least just maybe one hero. And this was a fight where I don't think Ravage was even used, so pretty difficult. They also don't have anything to deal with this Tidehunter. Very difficult game.
Yeah, he went to Satanic AC on Tidehunter. This is like how good his game was. He'd go the absolute Giga Chad build. So if there weren't already enough problems on the side of Spirit, there's no way that they're killing Tidehunter in this game ever.
So, thanks, gentlemen. We are going to have a quick break. When we come back, we are going to have the deciding game between MOUZ and Spirit. We'll see you in a few moments.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello, everybody. A treat for you here today. We have the god himself, Mr. Collapse from Team Spirit. Hello, hello. Yeah, wave to all the cameras. The whole world wants to see you. Good to see you, man. You guys been doing absolutely fantastic. You win the Riyadh, and then after that,
we suck.
Well, not suck. Third, fourth is not bad, but for you guys, it is interesting. You know, what's going on? Can we have a real discussion? What's up?
We're still trying to find the connection between each other, because we got a new player in our team, and we had some problems like on the last TI, also between each other. So we're just trying to play like a team.
Gotcha.
I would say, yeah.
There's been a lot of teams in Dota's history that have won a lot, but then they kind of fell off, and people don't really consider them a threat anymore. But uniquely, this is not a thing with your team. Every single tournament, everyone's still gunning for you. They think Team Spirit can win this one, they can beat anybody, no matter how well you're doing. Do you sense that? Because that's what I get from watching these.
Sometimes, maybe, but if we are in the super bad form, like it was on the after the TI that won Tundra.
Yeah,
we,
like two EWCs ago or something.
Yeah, something like this. And we had a new mid player, Laro. I think we were in the this situation when we were playing kind of bad, and also we were getting struggled with the Laro hero pool. And it was kind of tough situation for us. So that was a period we were no threat for everyone.
Okay.
But by the time goes, we go on to Riyadh and we won. And also we go for the international, we also won. And after that, I think people already getting used to that feeling that they are scared sometimes. I don't know, I'm not playing against the Spirit, and I'm kind of happy and kind of sad.
Let's talk about your team now. You guys feel like you're gelling a little bit more? Have you been working on this since the last tournament, or is this kind of a proving grounds? You're hoping to gel here on the spot?
We were still working on these two problems, and I think we're gonna change something. Not the someone.
Whoa, Jesus!
No,
An exclusive interview!
Stop.
No.
We're gonna change something.
Okay.
In our drafts and in our gameplay. So it will be better for us.
Okay, and everyone's safe. That's very good to hear.
I'm not gonna risk, like in the game, no more risks for me. No more testing limits.
No!
My team told me that I had no to risk, like in
Collapse. No, don't be a boring player, please.
I'm gonna be a like super safe player.
Oh.
Yeah.
Dota's dead. We lost Collapse. Boring Collapse. It's over, man. We're cooked. God damn, that's the most depressing thing I've heard.
No more risks for me. I'm gonna be the super safe player.
You're a nerd.
Then I'm gonna be also the safe winner.
That's great to hear. Thank you so much. For all the teams watching, Collapse, don't worry about him. He's going to be the safe lane boring here. Thank you so much for that exclusive interview.
You're welcome, guys. You can rest now.
Don't concern yourself with Team Spirit. All right, great. Well, as always, Collapse, such a pleasure to see you. It's great to see you at another Tier 1 tournament again, kicking some butt. We're excited to see the Team Spirit return to form. Any word out there for the now very depressed Collapse fans that you just lost, saying you are going to be a boring safe lane hero?
Time to farm, guys. I don't know what to say. Like, yeah.
Time to
Don't
farm.
miss me, like the old me.
Okay. All right. Well, a sad day for us all. Thank you, Collapse, for coming. As we will see more from Collapse's new personality and the new Team Spirit coming up at Wallachia Season 6. See you soon.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yes, indeed, a new collapse. And there were two collapses in that last game. There was, of course, collapse and the MOUZ collapse, which took a long time to go through. But in the end, Spirit were able to come back. What do we think we're going to see now in this decider with everything we've seen in the previous two games?
They need to be aware of potentially flexes coming out, so I don't think we're going to be seeing Slaughter relatively early in the draft unless they are willing to fix it to the offlane where he's going to be having an easier time. But he was not wrong. Collapse, he's saying, I'm going to be playing these boring heroes. He played Tidehunter twice.
That's about as boring as it gets.
It really is.
He tried, though. He did go Assault Cure as Satanic. I mean, that's like the least boring build.
Yeah. It turns out he got to build the Chad build because of the game state. I don't think it was...
Carry items as well. Those are carry items.
Yeah. It's fair. But, I mean, obviously, I think MOUZ, we've got to reiterate the point. They need to get their stand-ins on comfort heroes.
Yes.
And unfortunately, Spirit, they've been around the block. They know what those comfort heroes are. Yeah. And they're able to take them away. So you're in this weird spot in this kind of final draft.
And I think the idea of Slardar as a flex, like clearly today, the stock in Slardar has risen, right? And a lot of the times...
In Slardar mid.
Yeah. And a lot of times this happens, you end up seeing a hero first phase. If a hero is first phase, guess what? We have to flex it. It gets flexed. Another team will flex something which dumpsters the Slardar and reveals, they can do it. Other teams see, oh, Queen of Pain. You can pick Queen of Pain and follow the Slardar around. I think the stock in Slardar is going to go down now because other teams are going to copy exactly this. If Queen of Pain is in the pool, then you can't just pick Slardar and flex it to the offlane because then you can flex the Queen of Pain. She's more than happy being a carry. Or you just ban it. That's
yeah, there we go. That's one way to deal with it. Obviously, Spirit have to still solve the Ghost equation, which they've done there with those bans.
Timber was completely ignored, I believe, in that second game. I don't think anybody wanted to go for Timber.
It's true, yeah.
Yeah, one of the few times. As you said, Jenkins, some of the teams, they think they have this Timber problem solved. I remember during Fisher Playground, the coaches, they've been asked this question a couple of times, and they're like, yeah, we don't know. I think there was a lot of, I don't know, we're not sure, when they were asked about Kez and when they were asked about Timbersaw. So Timbersaw, for me, this hero is just a menace to deal with. Sure, there are a couple of good heroes that are still very, very good against him. Ursa, Gyrocopter in the lane throughout the whole game. I also think potentially Luna could come out. There was one Luna game yesterday that didn't end up too well, but I think some of these lane counters that are good, that scale well into the mid and late game, could potentially be really good against the hero.
I think Leshrac also, which we've seen showcased today, and Viper with like the new Thompson build that people are doing, where you go for Ags and skip the Q. I think that's very, very strong. Like there's enough options that I assume most teams have a couple.
And to your point, you said flex picks are likely to come in, and you got Pango.
Yeah, this one definitely works. He had a great game on Boom in game number 1. They kept that as a flex until the overall last pick, when they then decided to go with the Leshrac overall, which he dumpstered the game with. So expecting something similar to happen. Let's see how they're going to approach this one. Tusk is the big one. I think Tusk, we don't talk too much about this hero, but this hero is a menace. Like, it has everything. His toolkit has been pretty much the same throughout the years. This hero hasn't been changed much. Some nerfs to the Aghanim Scepter, Lincoln Sphere interactions. Same goes for his ulti. Some shard nerfs, but overall, good block, good damage. 2 really good facets that he can play from position 4 or position 5, and also BKB piercing tool plus the save. I don't think you can ask for anything better than his toolkit.
You can't really. I mean, it does leave one hero in the pool though for Rue, and that's Bounty Hunter. Both games, MOUZ was not willing to play against it, and now the question is, does Spirit value it as highly as MOUZ thinks that they valued it? Because clearly they've just played against Tusk and they're like, okay, this hero is way too strong, which I agree. Finally, it's first phase ban, because it felt like it was good before it got buffed. They made it even stronger at laning by giving him more attack speed slow. Other heroes got nerfed, and all of a sudden you have this monster of a hero.
One thing I noticed, mid one doesn't really talk as much. Like, even when it was 24 pick for him, I guess he just said what he wants to play, and he's like, yeah, this is it. This is what I want to play, and got it out of the system, and then he's focused. Yeah.
Nice and chill.
You know what else has BKB piercing disabled that's a good 4 position? Spirit Breaker. Had a 66% win rate, won 2 out of 3 games. Okay, they will go for the Timber Saw. So they're gonna take the bait. All right, MOUZ, let's see it. What's the counter? I feel like Leshrac's going to be banned out because we already saw that in the series.
They have 1 ban on side of Spirit. So let's see what they're going to be removing, whether that's going to be Ursa, whether that's going to be... I mean, they do have a pick out of the phase, but then you are forced to get one of these 2 heroes if you don't want to be facing them.
Yeah, Ursa Gyro. Those are the ones. But, like, yeah. Viper is always an option too. The thing is, like, I guess I know a lot of Timber players are enjoying Blade Mail first against something like a Lesh. Maybe
you will definitely buy it. So I don't think Lesh necessarily is that good of a counter, because you can buy Blade Mail, you're building into pipe, you're super tanky, you're getting Kaya Sanj, Treads, Soul Ring, which increases your HP. You have like 2,000 HP with 2 items.
5 seconds remaining.
And they ban out the Terrorblade. I mean, just a Yatoro classic. Yeah. I also think it's really nice to play Timber in games with hyper carries now, because the hero takes so much to kill in fights. He drags so much attention to himself. Like, I feel like Timber is similar to Bristleback in that sense, where you're building these like utility items, and then you're dealing so much damage in fights that you can't just ignore him. You have to go on him, but then you're pumping so much into him. A hero like TB will just 1v5 at that point.
You had a spicy solution to a couple of drafts, Jenkins. You did say Bloodseeker.
It's honestly good for both sides now. I mean, if Crystallis was here, I would say hell yeah, he's picking up the
He might be
Bloodseeker.
down to actually play it.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't think it's a bad hero, honestly. I've seen it a little bit in pro-rated pubs. Like, people are trying it, and it doesn't look horrible. Carry pool's very strange right now, but I think Gyrocopter still being in the pool. I know everybody considers this a excellent Timber counter, because you, for some reason, the flak cannon procs don't count towards reactive armor. So you can shred him in the laning stage really easily and in the game.
And you always have Rocket Barrage. Gyrocopter is mixed damage, so I like this. I like this solution, because they banned one of the bad counters, and they just took Gyrocopter for himself, which they can still flex, so they're not saying anything. I like that they... Most likely this is going to be played as carry. This is also something Pango doesn't like to play into the laning stage, if it's going to be off-lane Pango, but they also have ways of flexing this Gyrocopter.
Yeah, I think if you want to force the Gyro to be a support, Ancient Apparition will do that, and I honestly think AA is insane against Timber as well. I mean, it goes both ways, because at a certain point, you're going to get the Aghanim Scepter on Timber, which is a shield, which AA does not counter, but up until that point, you are killing him with the Ice Blast, and the Timber Shield can be countered with the simple Yules. Or Nullifier, which Pango likes to buy. And I know MOUZ will play Ancient Apparition.
I feel like you need to have some kind of a reliable setup for AA ulti, because if you don't, I mean, MOUZ as a team, they do play a lot of stuns, something that they did talk about. This is a hero that Timber doesn't really like to play into, and something that they talked about, something that Boom mentioned, is a lot of the times they have mid laner who's playing some crazy heroes. Maybe there's a potential that this Batrider goes to the mid lane. If they pick a position 5 right now and then end up the draft with potentially a carry to try to camouflage this pick.
Yeah, definitely. Because I think Gyro in the game is not happy playing into a mid-bat either. With like the timings mid-bat has, he can absolutely run down something like a Gyrocopter. And they pick a 5 position which can roam around as a, you know, with the clockwork and get kills with Batrider. So this gives options of still having it as a support, having it as a mid potentially.
Yeah, back in the days in Dota Underlords, these heroes, they have a lot of synergy. Keen people. I think it was Batrider, Clockwork, Gyro.
Keen?
I think he might be Keen as well in Dota Underlords, plus Timber as well. 3 of them for sure. Batrider might be as well. We might
still playing that by any chance?
No, I'm still playing Artifact though.
Is there any games that you're looking forward to that are coming out? You should wishlist on Steam.
There's one. Relic Arena?
I've heard of that one.
It's a good one. Yeah.
Wishlist on Steam today. Anyway, Bane comes out. Speaking of dreams. Crushed dreams, perhaps. Very good against Pango for the same reason that Bloodseeker is good against Pango. It's a BKB piercing disable. I mean, pure damage through the Rolling Thunder. You're not necessarily killing Pango like a Bloodseeker does. But if you have any assistance while you're gripping him in the roll, you will kill him. And Gyro is quite good at pumping out that damage, even through the spell immunity. So they're going for another support here. Okay, simple. Very simple. Like,
again,
really...
the offlaner is not going to have a good time. In the previous game, it was Qua plus Jakiro. This time around, it might be even stronger, that you have a lot more kill potential. You can run them down. And another Leshrac. So this puts Batrider in a position where he's going to be played as a support, which means Pango is going to be played from the offlane, and they're going to be needing a carry.
I still like the Lesh, honestly. Even into Timber, who is, of course, going to build a Blade Mail. You know, Bane, Jakiro, Gyro, all of these heroes will like turn and fight you. And even Bane, he tries to Fiend's Grip you, you know, uses his heal. A lot of the time, it's like a man fight between Bane and whoever Bane's fighting. And Lesh will always win that. He will win that against Gyrocopter. Even when Timber has Blade Mail, I think the Blink Dagger timing comes out before the Timber Blade Mail. And you can, if you have a good enough game, which Mid 1 did in the first game, like you can outpace the Timber's tankiness. At least this is the idea. If you're picking it, you're confident as the Leshrac player that like, yeah, of course I can outpace him. But then the Timber's like, I'm gonna get a Blade Mail. I'm gonna have so much HP, he's gonna kill himself.
What are we thinking? Carry that's gonna be coming out for MOUZ. Morph Band. I like this one. It's good against. Like, you don't have anything that he would actually be afraid of in this game. You can't really burst him. He has his innate abilities very good against Timbersaw because of the regeneration. Gyro's building into Satanic, so that's really good.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, there's the argument of like TA is good against Timber, but then you're running it into Gyro with all this damage over time, Jakiro damage over time. It's really rough against those heroes. But good against Timber and lane. Like, I guess the question is, like, are you trying to beat Timber and lane, or are you just accepting that this hero wins lanes now and then playing for something else later on in the game? That's like what the Morphling was. Morphling does okay against Timber and lane.
If they want to punish the lane, I would say something like a Troll can work out. This is something that he doesn't like to play into early on because you're paired up with Clockwork. If you want to have more explosive damage, if you want to be getting the jump, I would say... did not want to say this one, but in terms of lockdown,
It's just Bane.
It's Bane.
Yeah.
It is very annoying for him to play into Bane. Like one spell from Bane, one sleep could set things up for another round of spells coming out from Timbersaw or just an Ice Bat.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, but now it is a Laurel mid last pick or Collapse if they want to run the Timber mid. And they go for Void Spirit. I mean, it's extra jump to catch the Weaver. It definitely does okay against Leshrac. It's very hard for Lesh to ever like run at and do the Edict 1v1 against a Void Spirit. He can easily just dissimulate out or use his ult to get out. It's great at catching Pango. It's hard for Batrider to catch Void Spirit. It's a great Void Spirit game, actually.
It is good. Like in terms of lockdown, they really don't have that much. I'm kind of liking. I think MOUZ fixed some of the issues that they did have in the second game because they did have a lot of issues. I think they made a solid draft for themselves in this one, but favoring Spirit in this one because it feels like this draft kind of plays itself out. One lane automatically won by Gyrocopter and Jakiro. You have Timbersaw against Weaver, plus you also have who's going to be playing at Bane. So relatively strong lane as well. Like Weaver, especially at the early levels, needs to be careful how he's using his Shikuchi and overall Void Spirit. I want to see what the itemization is going to be, because a lot of the times you're going to be seeing Spirit Vessel into Aghanim Scepter. You also have Pipe against Lesh. Maybe a casual Mage Slayer as well could work on Void Spirit, because I really like the combination Mage Slayer plus the Pipe against Leshrac. He just doesn't deal any damage. You're also playing against Batrider, Clockwork, so it's a lot of damage that you want to reduce.
Even Pango. It's all physical damage, but it's spell damage debuff that the Mage Slayer is applying, and you can apply it by jumping through him with the ult on Void Spirit. Perfect Void Spirit pick. I mean, they have last pick, so something like this is going to happen. I mean, MOUZ's draft is definitely not bad. They have
it's a good draft.
They have options. They have good stuns. They have good scaling with Weaver. There's not that much to disable a Weaver in this game. But I'd say, yeah, favoring Spirit just a little bit.
Yeah, and we'll see if the Timbersaw question can be answered as well.
Yeah, not so sure. I mean, there's a lot of answers to him in this game.
Yeah.
Like, they tried. They certainly tried. Pretty much all their heroes.
All right, then. This game is for all of the marbles. I'll hand you over to two commentators that have slowly been losing theirs. Suns fan and Cinderin.
Thank you so much. I've never met anybody with such big marbles in my life, but Richard really takes the cake. Here in game number 3 between MOUZ and Team Spirit. Winner of this will continue on the road as the undefeated team in the Swiss format. Loser goes to the 1-1 losers side thingy that we still don't have a name for, Cinderin.
Yeah, winning this game puts you in a really good spot where you know, at the end of the day, you need to get the 3 wins. That's all that matters. And being 2-0 gives you plenty of time to either, cruise through and just be done with it, or get a couple of learning experiences while still making it to the end. We've seen both sides of that. In almost every Swiss tournament I feel like we've covered, there's been a 2-0 team that ends up barely scraping by 3-2. And then sometimes there's an 0-2 team that makes the big comeback. I think the year, was it the heroic win in October last year? I think they didn't even start off the Swiss well. They just went on a tear, if I remember correctly.
I don't remember myself.
I actually think I don't remember correctly. So I take that back for that example. But
fake news.
Being 2-0 is definitely what both of these teams want, without question. As a side benefit is also that, depending on your perspective, I don't know what you think about this, but do you think it's better to play more games or to hide more strats?
I mean, how many strats are people actually hiding?
Hide is the wrong word. I think hide strats is an overrated concept. But you give, you give
less information.
Yes, let's call it that.
Similar to what Valve has done with the I think it depends on the state of your team. If you're a team like Spirit, well, I guess they kind of have some new players occasionally coming in, but yeah, it depends on how confident you are as a lineup. Like if it's Falcons is a great example, not at this tournament, of course. Less games for them, probably.
Okay.
I mean, do you not agree with that? I mean, if it's a newer team, like if you have 2 stand-ins, then probably the more games, the better.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair.
On average. I mean, sometimes you get off to a really good start and you want to keep that going, but I think it's a case-by-case, Cinderman.
But you're obviously never going to not just try to take the shortest road, because the risk of losing, if you start losing, is never worth playing more games. So.
Yeah, that's true.
Gotta be interesting to see
on
this
the
lane
Batrider
matchup.
support here in this bot lane.
Bat 5.
Yeah.
rather uncommon sight right now, but into the Timbersaw, this is one of that hero's absolute worst matchups in all of the hero's history. This has been one of the counter picks, and it's never really changed. Itemization, you can obviously try to combat it to some extent, but Batrider always comes out on top in that matchup. And it does make it really nice when you can run it as a support and still feel like you have that threat on Timber later in the game. Because think about it, just from, say, a math standpoint, the amount of net worth you need to counter that hero as Bat is so much lower than other cores do. So by running it in a support position, you're getting a lot of value.
I mean, all 5 heroes, you could argue, maybe the panel brought this up, but I wouldn't be caught dead listening to Jenkins, so we took that off to avoid some brain rot. All 5 of these heroes look pretty good against Timber, do they not? In some way or another?
Makes you feel any better, Richard also said it. So.
Oh, perfect. Great minds think alike as Boom getting rocket barrage right now in the top lane. Yamich a little bit slow to the party, but Boom does survive. Kind of an annoying cogs for Yamich, as decent amount to Panto.
To elaborate on something we said last game about Jakiro's last hits, as we found out afterwards, we were both silly enough to not think about cogs as the primary contributor to Jakiro having.
Don't put the blame on me. I'm not the analyst. I'm a moron.
You know what? I will gladly take like 90% of the blame if you're on board with that. Yeah, because I feel like I should have known better. I am a Clockwork player myself, and I hate playing against Jakiro because it destroys my cogs. But for whatever reason, it wasn't clicking in my brain that game. But yeah, it changed the matchup dramatically when Jakiro got the double attack, because it used to be such a bad matchup for Jakiro to break out of cogs against Battery Assault. But now that you double strike, you just get out immediately. And of course, you can just farm the cogs in the lane for bonus gold. And yeah, they count as CS. Every ward in the game does, I believe. And yeah, cogs are a ward. You learned something today.
Well, I knew that, actually.
Wow. I have very low expectations.
I know. Well, you could call them a gadget as well. I like that more.
Yeah, that's not really a category we have in Dota.
Maybe that's from Han, actually.
I wouldn't know.
Yep. Panto.
Yamich
is coming from below.
This is awkward. Yeah, he can't really commit to the gyro's way too strong in this situation. So it's just being annoying. If you look at that, Jakiro already has 10 CS. He must have farmed a lot of small camp.
My God, this Jakiro's out of control. I mean, to be fair, he was actually more farmed than any other support by a wide margin, so.
Yeah, and also, I mean, the cogs are worth about the same amount of gold as a small creep. I think they give about 20.
Okay.
So
yeah,
it's
quite a
basically the same as killing one of these creeps every time he destroys a cog.
That's just like a money bag.
Yep. Oh, here we go again.
Hoping for some more nature's profit coming our way.
So this mid lane has been going dead even. Lesh against Void Spirit. Void Spirit, the type of hero that will rarely really win mid, but can coast most matchups, even against strong ranged heroes. There's a couple that are really bad, but Leshrac should be just fine. You just keep getting the barrier up with your Resonant Pulse, and you trade farm. You're not threatening Lesh at all. But when you hit level 6, you're really nice to gank for. So potentially could see that.
Through 6 stacks of sticky napalm. They get the bugs off of him. And Kaori will take a decent amount of damage from Collapse as first blood is drawn on Yamich in that top area. So Panto, or sorry, Yamich was being annoying as always, but actually caught off guard. Surprisingly enough, Boom. Homing missiles coming for him as well. Collapse takes a bit of damage in this bot lane, but he should be fine.
Actually TPing out here. This is...
And that's all the way to base too.
It's a really good start for Spirit, getting first blood, winning their top lane handily. The panel talked about that. That lane is just a free win. This is what you set yourself up for when you run double melee offlane into Jakiro. I just don't think there's a single double melee offlane that will do well against that. Maybe something like Darkseer Spirit Breaker perhaps has a chance, but your Clock Pango will never do well in this lane into Gyro.
6-minute rune. It will be for Rue.
Can't say Rue without Rune.
True that.
The other way around.
No, that's true.
Oh, Panto. Kinda.
Diabolic Edict. This facet is so insane. Are we seeing the other one at all these days?
Never. Regardless of role, too.
Yeah.
Even the few instances of 4 Lesh that we see, you still take Misanthropy, so you can run down the 5 in lane.
Part of me, I mean, I think this is a really cool facet. I just hope that they don't make it part of the base hero, because Diabolic Edict on towers is also cool.
Yeah, I missed that part of the hero, if I'm honest. I think that made Lesh more interesting as a hero, because it was really something that set him apart from the rest of the hero
I don't
roster.
disagree. I think this one is the same, though. As Astral Step, Yatoro making a very early TP rotation.
Great play call.
Big kill on mid 1.
Yeah. That's not the hero you're expecting to rotate there, but
definitely not.
Anybody joining Void Spirit will be able to kill Lesh at this point in time, and Gyro was the one available,
Your
so
anger is useless.
not a play they thought was coming their way. Collapse again on the receiving end. I mean, this lane is really nasty for Timbersaw. We'll survive this time, though, and Kaori,
TP
well...
support. Astral Step from Laurel. Kaori is certainly dead. Rue gets credit for that one. Ghost gets away safely, though.
I think this is going to be a pretty difficult Weaver game. Like, you picked it into Bane, which is already, you know, the Fiend script threat is one thing, but the last pick Void Spirit will go Ags. The double silence is very, very good this game. Weaver, Pango, Lesh.
Historically speaking, on Weaver, if you have to go BKB and Lincolns, that is pretty feels bad.
Yeah, you have to pick your poison here. You cannot afford to buy both items. I think you're just not going to deal enough
it has to be BKB, and then Grip is the main concern then.
Yeah, then you need Pango or Clock, whatever, to cover your bases.
I mean, you do have a lot of jump. I mean, Blink Dagger eventually, even though it's a 5 bat, will have to get it, right?
Yeah.
Blink Dagger is going to be on Lesh. Pango has the roll, and a Blink Dagger eventually. You got hook shots, so you do have cover.
Anna was talking about potential Mage Slayer on Laurel. He has nothing in Quick Buy right now, but I am curious about that idea. I just think if you go Vessel, I don't know if you also get Mage Slayer, if that's a bit too much.
Oh boy, that actually is just way too easy. One Nightmare sets up everything. Ice Path, another great tool, as Boom and company still want to fight apparently, and you can see why. Mid 1 just shreds through Panto and Rue, so both supports dead for Spirit. But again, it is at the cost of Ghost before that engagement overall. But at least for MOUZ, they get something out of it. Now Laurel with
get more here. Mid 1 is already in bottom, but Kaori is dead immediately.
Oh yeah. Very, very dead indeed. Collapse. Gone on by Ghost for the time being. Has the defusal, so the mana burn doing quite a bit. Lightning Storm, he pops the Soul Ring to get the Timber Chained. Cannot get to the high ground though. Oh my god, he doesn't do it again. That is death for you, Mr. Collapse. Mid 1 gets credit for that from above. Not very often you see double mistake from Collapse. Mid 1.
Oh, that's...
It's nightmared up. Rue's not level 6 yet, but it sets up the Aether Remnant from Laurel.
This makes Collapse's death a lot more palatable.
Indeed.
I think. That's shutting down the Lesh. Considering how much work Mid 1 got done in the first game, they're happy to slow him down at every turn. Time for Rune. It will be top, but damage. Time to go back to the fountain.
This is a real feels bad when you try to steal a rune, die for it, and the rune wasn't even there to begin with. Roll from Boom. Yatoro going in circles to avoid it. Nicely done. We'll eventually get oh, okay. He's got the moves today. Boom. Does have the Swash at his disposal. Ghost. Okay, he's going to be seen. There's the Nightmare. Swashbuckle, though, and a double shield crash. A lot of damage. Yatoro still staying alive. Meanwhile, Kaori, finally the time-lapse comes out, saving the Weaver, but it's going to be at the cost of 2 members of MOUZ. And Yatoro, which was the prized possession, still up and running.
Spirit are doing a really good job rotating heroes correctly here. Ghost's going to lose that trade to a Jakiro. He's level 6, just like the Jakiro is, and even by burning the mana, you still have to deal with the stick charges plus...
Do you get XP for cogs?
I don't think they give XP. If they do, it's very little. I don't remember that, actually.
Nightmare into the Aether Remnant again. Rue has Grip. This is going to drain mana as well, remember.
Yeah.
And with Collapse coming through, this will be a kill onto Mid 1 again. And Ghost gets killed by Panto. What?
And Panto gets killed by Ghost.
How does that even happen?
underestimated the damage probably of all
I guess
the...
so. I mean, we just saw him get harassed down to very little HP. I'm surprised he stuck around.
I think it's
That's a
easy to
disaster for
underestimate
MOUZ.
liquid fire when it's the skill getting maxed first. The attack speed's low and the overall damage is really high. Panto now 114 build. He's got more experience than Weaver. It's a crazy start for the Jakiro.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Spirit in a very comfortable position, especially the biggest part of the net worth lead is just Yatoro is miles ahead.
Yeah.
And that is where you want to be on that gyro. Stacks, not too many. There is a double stack of Ancients for him. But there hasn't really been time to stack. Like, they've been moving their supports around constantly, finding good engagements instead.
Is he not going Ags very fast at all? It's Manta style after the Dragonlance. Is that surprising to you at all?
Yeah, that is a bit surprising.
Manta style for what exactly?
Yeah.
I mean, takes off the slow shield crash.
Helps you against Lesh, but...
Yeah, shares the damage. Missing
Maybe he
something.
just wants it against, like, it's added value because of Bat.
Kills Swarm easier.
Deals with Swarm, Clock Cogs. I mean, there's a lot of little things that might just compound and make it worth it, but it is definitely not the standard approach.
Yeah, we have a fight brewing. Rue trying to stay alive with the brain sap. It's not enough though. Boom, again, pursuing Yatoro. Finally, we get the first stun, but there's no follow-up whatsoever.
Oh my god, he died
Instead,
again on
Spirit
Weaver.
shows up in numbers. They kill off Ghost, Kaori as well.
Did he not have mana for ult? He did. He just didn't time-lapse. He didn't even die in a stun. Guess he just underestimated how much damage he was taking. That's
costly.
It's really costly. The Weaver pick in this game, we've already talked about potential pitfalls later against specific itemization.
That's
He
even
is not
considering if
staying
he
ahead
had a
of the
good
curve.
game to begin with. Which
Yeah, exactly. So you're not even going to have those... You're not going to meet the breakpoints that you want here. Anto's dead. Hello.
Yeah, that'll be a nice little snack for MOUZ, but...
Instant TP out from mid one.
See how this build works out for you, Toro.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I can't help but feel like I'm missing something.
We definitely are.
But it's not
Because
inherently
even for
obvious.
killing Swarm and Cogs, Ags kind of does that anyway. And plus, it's just gonna... It's just a better version.
I think Side Gunner can't attack wards.
Oh, okay.
Can it? I don't think so.
You might be right, actually. Nightmare setup.
That's
Rue.
that threat of Bane. Is there any follow-up? It's on the way.
Collapse is close. The Fiend's Grip. This is all the time in the world, and that is death number 4 for
This
Ghost.
is Ghost's worst game of the tournament for sure. He is just in struggle mode. 4 deaths in 14 minutes doesn't sound all that awful, but it is the carry, and it is on Weaver. We are now over 50 CS behind the gyro. Nice read
Shot.
from Yatoro, but I'm not sure he's going to play his way out of this one.
Yeah, split earth there, mid one. We'll be able to snag that kill. So it ends up being a 1-for-1, which favors MOUZ at this point because Ghost is worth about the same amount as a support with all the deaths that he's racked up. And boom. Trying to set something up onto Panto. A nice ice path with the macro pyre to follow. Kaori is dead. As Panto will be taken out by Boom in turn. The 3 dead for Spirit across the board, but again, Ghost, it just feels like it's collateral damage. Laurel is ticking out to mid one, who is now out of mana. Collapse. He's going to be out of mana pretty soon, as well as Boom with that Diffusal Blade going to town. We'll continue on. We'll have the Shield Crash and Swashbuckle combo soon. Not needed, though. Mid one there to connect again.
So that was a 5 for 3 in total, considering the Weaver kill that we started off. He was part of the secondary fight, but died again. Maybe 5 for 4. It was hard to keep the overview there, but all in all, that must be really good for MOUZ. They got some big kills. They ended a streak. Actually, they ended
Find
a
one on
streak.
Pango now. So Boom. I mean, this Bane, Mr. Rue, has destroyed this game.
Yeah.
Shout out to Slacks, Mr. Rue. R.I.P.
There are a couple of really good matchups for the Bane. We've talked about the Weaver, but obviously Pango too. Right? They had ample reason to pick this hero. It's one of the best solutions to Rolling Thunder in the entire game. It's also quite decent against Bat, who, speaking of, has just picked up a dagger. So that's that 5-bat dagger you were talking about. 17 minutes with 5 deaths is honestly a pretty good timing from Kaori. See if they can put it to good use. I guess the dream kill to find here is likely just going to be the Void Spirit. But he is not at all in the neighborhood for now. But maybe he'll run in that direction. They're lucky. Oh, he's hiding down bottom, sensing that this is going on. Quite dangerous cut-through play here. Kaori will find it.
Lasso initiation into all the magic damage from mid 1 with the hook shot just in case. Nicely done. The more I'm thinking about this Manta, it just has to be the Diabolic Edict. Like we mentioned already, that to see. But then, I mean, you're getting BKB though at some point as well. So I don't know.
It doesn't block Edict.
Wait, isn't it magic?
It's pure.
Oh, you're right, you're right. That is a big kill onto Laurel for Boom, but anytime there's something good going the way of MOUZ, Ghost dies. Seems to be the way of this game number 3. No way to avoid it. 1 and 6 on Weaver. Panto, found by Boom. Rue gets off the Nightmares. Panto will steal the rune and mid 1. Can't pursue any further. Blinked into the ice path, so any counter initiation put to an end. Kaori, rocket barrage upon him. There's the Manta. Kaori's dead. Kaya on mid 1 along with a blink. We'll be going for the full Kaya Yasha.
Yeah, same as game 1. Oh, very quick reaction there on the blink. That was almost inhuman how he got away from Laurel there. He got jumped. He would have probably died.
These boys have very quick fingers.
Quite important. I don't know if that was a reaction.
Hook shot into nothing.
He would have been fine though. Didn't have enough chain stuns anyway. Wait, what is this from Laurel? He bought the Ogre Axe, and now he's queuing up Shard. Now he's queuing up Ags again. He probably misclicked. He probably wrote Ags in his shop search and clicked on the Shard instead of the Scepter.
Yeah, makes sense.
I genuinely think that's what happened. I'm familiar with that problem.
Are you surprised by no Mage Slayer?
Not really.
No?
That's what I was saying. I think if you go Vessel, you don't also go Mage Slayer. I think you go one of the two, and then you go Ags. Because otherwise, you're missing the timing for Ags where the enemy heroes don't have BKB yet. Gonna get lassoed down bot into Split Earth, into... Oh, they didn't quite get him.
Yeah, but the Tormentor will go the way of Team Spirit. Panto gets credit for that Shard.
That's pretty much the dream scenario. You get 4-man ganked on your Void Spirit, he lives, and you get the Torm. That couldn't have gone any better. A slight misstep there from MOUZ. They could have definitely taken that kill with a little bit better spellcasting, but that's the one thing I will say that is significantly harder with the extended armature cogs, is to get the knockback when you want it on a chain stun. Because it feels like sometimes you just pull them in but they don't get knocked back. And they actually needed that chain stun there on the Lesh follow-up on the Split Earth. But yeah, as I was saying with Laurel, by not going Mage Slayer, this Ags is going to be completed before the Lesh BKB comes in. It's going to be completed before the Weaver BKB comes in. So it will find a lot more use.
Toro. He's going to get hook shot damage. He is now getting gone on by Laurel and Yatoro, so death will come. Trying to get to the neutrals. Good attempt, but not to be. Ghost does not die this time. Instead, they clean up Rue. So 1 for 1. And what is Ghost working on right now? So he has Maelstrom, Diffusal, will be the full Mjolnir before going for the defensive BKB. Lasso initiation onto Yatoro. This would be a huge kill, and they're going to be able to get it quite easily. In fact, the question is how much will it cost them? Quite a bit, it seems. 2 dead, and now Ghost gets Yules up into the timber chain. Down he goes, and this is going to be a buyback for mid one. They have to get something out of this, as mid one will have to blink to the right side, and Collapse is getting a bit low, but Boom getting lower as Yamich will join the party, so it turns into a 3 versus 1. So mid one's buyback ends up netting them a single kill onto Collapse.
Yeah, can't say that's worth it, really. This is pretty expensive for Lesh to throw that out there. It's going to delay his BKB a lot, and as we've already established, there's going to be a sweet spot coming up now for Laurel. He's completed now. Now he's queued up the shard, so it seems like he still wants it. Rotating Remnant. This is one of the more creative shards in the game, I would say.
Which one?
The rotating Aether Remnant.
Oh.
You have the shard. It's pretty interesting. And I've seen some, in some pub games, I've seen some people play 4 Void Spirit with the other facet and then going shard, and just placing this insane amount of Aether Remnants. Because you place Remnants when you jump into Dissimulate, and then you place the Remnant that rotates with your shard, and all of a sudden you can kind of create this zone of a fight that's hard to access. Wonder if we're going to see that at some point in the games we cast. That would be fun.
That would be fun. That sounds kind of cool. Probably
new tech, but
if we haven't seen it too much, then it probably needs another little touch-up.
Maybe. I mean, obviously, part of the price you pay is that you're playing support Void Spirit, which doesn't lane very well. But doesn't lane significantly worse than, say, a 4 Nyx, for example. It's not probably comparable.
Ghost trying to catch up on the farm, still a bit down there, but making his way up slowly. Shard, I mean, he has a lot of items queued up. Surely the shard comes before some of this. That's one of the best shards in the game, easily. We'll see how he itemizes. Of course, the BKB is just so crucial, so you just might have to wait. As Smoke. Lasso initiation, but the disarm comes out.
That's a very good
Boom
nightmare.
with the Rolling Thunder onto 2 heroes. Kaori is the first to fall, and now the grip onto the Pango in that Rolling Thunder. Gets the swashbuckle up. It actually kills off Rue. So more damage coming out, but it will cost him his life eventually. And meanwhile, Collapse taking out mid one. 4 dead for MOUZ. And now Ghost left to his own devices will live through the day.
That's a dieback on mid one. He's gone for so long.
A delayed dieback, yeah.
This could be Roche, because, like, what are they going to do about it without their Pango and Lesh? Absolutely nothing. And another big win here for the side of Spirit. What a beautifully played fight from Rue that was. He got the Nightmare to combo break. You're going to see this here. Look at this initiation. So the lasso, this Pango roll is not going to chain stun, so Laurel gets off his spells with the Nightmare and then gets a full duration grip onto the Pango, who, sure, does punish him afterwards and gets the trade-off, but compromises his position enough that there's going to be an ice path and a kill anyway. That fight was all Rue, as far as I'm concerned. That was beautiful stuff. I love Nightmare saves. It's always been one of my favorite things to see in games. Because it's such a high-skill play that requires such a good understanding and timing. It's always satisfying. You pull it off like this. And this wasn't even that he was Nightmare dodging a spell that he saw casting. He was premeditatively expecting the Pango chain stun on the lasso. So it was just out of fog protection. Really nice. 6k lead for Spirit.
Yep, with the Aegis intact, 4 minutes. How much damage can I do with this?
Oh, hello.
Yep, goodbye.
Yeah. Well, he can blink.
He's dead. Surely.
Sure about that?
Yes.
You were right. 0.1 second. You knew. Well, he's still not dead, though.
He will die.
Okay.
Mid one kills off Panto in the meantime.
You knew.
Oh,
you knew.
That's a big silence, though. The Aghanim Scepter being shown in full force for Laurel. Boom. That's the problem with Pango, is even if you get the shard, you still need to be able to cast it.
Yep.
And you don't really want to buy items to deal with it, but Lotus Orb or BKB, kind of the only choices. 100% accuracy for Yamich. You know, he looks like, I don't know why I'm actually going to bring this up because you don't know movies, but he looks like an actor.
I knew you were going to say an actor.
He looks exactly, I don't know the guy's name though. Actually, I'm going to look it up right now. The movie he was definitely in is This Is the End. It's a comedy, Cinderin.
Okay.
I'm going to look that up right now.
I think it's Edward Norton.
No. His name is Jay Baruchel. I don't know how to say his actual last name.
Okay. Oh, no.
Hook shot misses Yamich. Oh, boy.
You
no
cursed
longer
him.
100%.
He started thinking about movies.
Production cursed him. This is the end for Yamich. For
Hey. Damn,
Jay
what a prophecy.
Baruchel, Barat.
Oh, that name actually sounds familiar to me now that you say it.
If I show you his picture, you might recognize him. Well, you can just look at Yamich.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 6 out of 7 now.
I feel like I've seen this guy before in Dota.
Very likable character, though, in all his movies, which I can only name one.
Yeah. Okay.
Speaking of one, mid one in the triangle, we'll be able to finish the BKB here.
Finally. This got delayed a couple minutes from those deaths and the buyback. He needs this item badly to play against Void Spirit, and of course the tons of magic and pure damage coming out from Jakiro and Timber to help them.
Yep, well, very shortly, the BKB will also be there for Ghost. So this is a pretty big power spike for MOUZ. Just need to wait out the Aegis, and I can probably try taking a fight of some sort. A lot will hinge on Kaori's ability to initiate, but the Nightmare and to start things out. Still the BKB available, of course, is Root being taken out first by Kaori. Laurel pursuing the Bat Rider, but we'll find some distance. Should be okay. Mid one at half HP, Collapse. Continuing on. And Ghost has figured it out. Only 1 minute left on the Aegis. So a lot of time wasted here from MOUZ. Nicely done.
Yeah, are they gonna get anything meaningful with this time though? So, Buck close to Ags, Bat working on Ags. I don't know if I love that from Kaori. Like, how likely are you to find double lassos here versus having, say, the utility of a PKB or a Lotus Orb like we talked about against Bane and all this silence? Well, you're not getting either if you're getting caught. Might escape this. Let's see. Quite healthy.
Follow that fiery trail. Collapse. Can't close the distance. Instead, he might be in a bit of peril, although he's going to get aggressive. Gets off the Yules to start things out. Has that Aghanim Scepter. Wants to go to the boom room. Actually getting bounced left and right by Yamich as Ghost is nearby. We'll avoid the explosion, though, as you can see the Clockwork just getting exploded by Collapse. And now they have to stun lock onto the Weaver. Down goes Ghost again. And boom, in that Rolling Thunder, has to try to roll away. Will do so. But that, I mean, that's a full BKB that is just not able to be used for Ghost.
Yeah. Panto's been on point with Ice Pass this game. He's got really good spell casting. Makes such a huge difference to find that one angle. Otherwise, you had traded Clock for Bane, but if Weaver can fight there with BKB and you get a lasso, like, who knows how that's all going to end up. Oh, is Collapse going to run this one down? Might try to. He is on the hunt. Mid one's out of there.
This is a long chase.
Yeah, that's not.
And while this is happening, Daedalus officially completed for Yotaro. So he's packing a punch. This is still without an Aghanim Scepter, by the way, which he is not queuing up still.
Yeah.
That's so crazy to me. There's something I don't know.
I feel like even a late Ags now is still
Ags
quite
is never
good,
bad. It's
but
never bad. It scales. It's
oh,
the lasso Collapse
yes,
pops
he
the
survives.
BKB, and now the Aghanim Scepter is going to be put to use against Yamich. Do they have a TP cancellation? Yes. Yamich dead, and this sets up the Tormentor for Spirit again. So they're getting pretty much everything they want here. And Rue with the AoE Brain Sap. Always a nice thing to have. Only level 2, though.
It's kind of crazy that you take 4 counter picks to Timber, and he still seems like the... not necessarily the biggest problem of the game, but he's up there.
Yeah.
Like, You just get this BKB on and Axe on him, and he can go into 5 heroes and not die. And so even if you buy a Yule's on Bat to remove the reactive armor, well, he can cover himself with the BKB and keep it running.
Kiori working on an Aghanim Scepter, halfway there actually, so trying to go for the double lasso plays, which can be game-breaking. But it's a big if, because sometimes it just doesn't do anything.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, realistically, what double lasso does he find? Maybe some gyro plus a support if they're a little bit close, or... I feel like Timber is always just going to YOLO in alone, and then Void Spirit is going to be jumping all over the place. It's definitely not an obvious game for it. Oh, he's might even be cooked, and it doesn't matter. Nope. He's surviving.
Oh my!
In another universe.
Wow.
That was close.
First by Cinder and again.
Happy to help.
My goodness.
Another find. Clockwork.
Damage. Gets the hook shot off. Tries to buy himself some time as the Rolling Thunder actually bouncing on the outskirts of the cogs. Panto looks to be dead. First to fall in this engagement.
This time the Ice Path missed, so Clock does make it out of there.
Collapse getting in very deep mid one, still relatively healthy. Pops the BKB, but definitely didn't need it. That is a costly mistake for him now. He was definitely in the clear. 10k lead for Spirit.
This area is not safe for them yet. Spirit have this nice ward off to the left, covering the access point to the triangle, so if anybody walks up to farm there, they could just smoke their way across and get a quick kill, or they could keep camping the area, but now they're going to go back to their own side, prepare for the Roche, knowing that MOUZ might try to pull a move here with the 5v4 situation. But after they've established that the area is clear, they can just chill around their outpost, bring back the Jakiro, and then maybe go for a smoke of their own. They have resources to fight, that's for sure. And they know BKB is on cooldown for mid one for another 40 seconds. So this will be a sweet spot to jump that guy. No real save for the side of MOUZ. Here it is, so... Can they find any sort of initiation up to the high ground for Laurel? He's going to break out Kiori immediately.
Blinks out in time.
Lateral damage,
now
maybe.
onto Pango, the double silence into the Aether Remnant. No follow-up, though. Panto a little bit too far behind.
Maybe Rue was going to blink and go for a grip there in Fog, but I guess Fog being unaccounted for dissuaded him. He's just playing very defensively and just waiting for Pango, it feels like. Just wants to get the full grip on him. Mid one, hello. Immediate blink cancel with the Enfeeble.
Yeah, but the lasso is successful, and the Bane gets forced after the other side, does die. Collapse, trying to get some retribution. Kiori, first to die on the side of MOUZ. Now the stun lock, at least potential onto Collapse, the BKB from Ghost, so he has the time lapse now. He does. Trying to Shikuchi away, back to half HP again, though. Do they have the vision? Aether Remnant does hit and finally activates as the BKB ends. So 2 dead for MOUZ. This should set up a Roche for Team Spirit. They get the Ice Path. TP cancel again. Make it 3 dead. Make it 4 dead. Leave this one for Yatoro. Triple kill for him. Into the pit. Spirit goes now with firm control of this game.
Always fun to watch Gyro with the innate, the chop shop. There's been some theory crafting about which ways you can disassemble for max value. Of course, this is kind of a variant of what we see Dooms do with the Devil's Bargain, where you buy an item, use it for a bit, sell it back at 85% value, I think it is nowadays, and obviously that's what makes Midas so good on that hero, but on Gyro you can just disassemble every item except, just like, what is it, Rapier and Midas, and you sell recipes for full value. So you can make on-the-fly adjustments. And this will be a butterfly adjustment. I'll go on to him. Aegis. This was Roche number 2, right? Was this Roche number 1? No, it's number 2. He just took the banner himself. Okay, I was looking at Panto first. But
middle tower is under attack.
probably want to pass that flag on to somebody else. Don't see him placing it himself.
Production has a real pig fetish, it seems.
Yeah, it's cute.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
We love Poogie. Gonna need a new emote for that. Poogies.
Damage with the Aghanim Scepter, which feels like it's just for Rocket Barrage, or Rocket Flare, rather.
Yeah, whenever you play support clock, you don't really utilize the other value of overclocking. It's so rare that it matters that you get a little bit of extra radius on your hook and a little bit more
Which
text.
is sad, because I feel like you can make it a lot cooler.
I mean, this was clearly introduced to try to make clock a core.
Ooh, trying to go for the initiation, but Laurel gets the better of them. Doesn't have any more astral steps, but Kaori taking heavy damage, and there's a Fiend's Grip. On to mid 1.
Kaori's dead too.
Big
His
death.
missile is going to eventually reach him, I think. Unless, can he blink and make it out?
Whoa!
That was very close. That would have been a kill with the damage from just the Whirling Death, I think. Didn't need any follow-up spells, but narrowly made it out. Bonk. The lead keeps growing for Spirit, though. Not too much positive to write home about for MOUZ. It feels like this entire game, MOUZ has not won a trade. Is that true?
It's probably not true, but
almost
it's mostly
every
true.
fight,
Yeah.
Spirit always trades something.
Well, this
away.
is a good trade. Rue for nobody.
Something. Yep. So finally, getting something out of this Observer Ward that Kaori had placed. That's not going to last, obviously. But the gem on Laurel will clear up this area quickly, and they're still going to go high ground with Lesh dead and with the banner and with Aegis. Yatoro is a monster level 25 as well. That's the Flak Cannon cooldown. It's such a simple talent for a base spell, but on a hero like it's such a good talent.
Yeah.
To get lower cooldown on Flak. Forcing him in a bit.
Toro kind of in a weird spot, pops the BKB, forces the time lapse at a Ghost. This is a trade of double BKB now. Of course, Toro with that second life though will stand his ground. I mean, there's 2 minutes left, so you don't have to use it here, but you're gonna force it.
Mid-1. Oh
and
no,
Toro
that's
does
no
drop,
good.
but mid-1 in a lot of trouble, puts himself in a horrible spot.
Ooh.
90 seconds dead now, and that's a 5 versus 4 for Spirit.
That could
Be able to
have
get the
been very
barracks.
good if he pre-BKB'd on the blink in, but now he might have to use a buyback for this.
Well, he does have buyback now. Didn't have it initially.
Yeah, I just got the gold or the cooldown. I'm not sure which one it was. It must have been the gold, but Spirit. Do they fancy their chances of going for a second lane? No Aegis this time. But yeah, they're definitely gonna at least try to force out the BKB. Or excuse me, the buyback out of Lesh.
Yeah, there's the lasso. Laurel trying to lead the way. That's a lot of damage to collapse. So successful defense here from MOUZ, but it does cost them the buyback, of course. For mid-1, big hook shot though, but no follow-up onto Yatoro. Just pops the Flak Cannon and destroys Clockwork. Unfortunate for him as Laurel pops the wand, gets to the high ground. They take out Boom easily. Have that vision advantage as well as mid-1 gets off the Hex, gets off the Split Earth, gets the damage onto Yatoro. Big kill for MOUZ. Looks like that's all they're gonna get.
Yeah, and the problem here for MOUZ is you're getting no collateral at all. Like, you get these long death timers, but you have nowhere to go. There's no Roche, there's no Torm, there's tier 2 towers that you're probably gonna need 40 seconds to even reach. So it's nice and all to get these kills, but the buybacks are equally expensive, if not more, than the reward for the kills on Gyro and Timber. So it didn't really help you much. And it leaves you exceptionally vulnerable now to just getting either... Well, if Lesh gets picked off, the game's probably over. If Pango gets picked off, perhaps you can still defend with some clutch plays, but yeah, there's basically no margin for error now on the MOUZ side.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Laurel closing in on level 25. It's another excellent talent here basically always see the Astral Step crit, I do believe. I feel like the route has been pretty rare.
Yeah, on the other side, mid one is 25. Went for the Diabolic Edict explosions. And Boom about to hit 25, which would assume the Rolling Thunder cooldown is what he takes.
That's the one thing they got from the buybacks was the XP. But this kill could just be a game ender.
Yeah, that's going to be a dieback. No chance at all. That's a full 2 minutes.
2 minutes, 5v4.
Yatoro comes back up, and they can just go down a lane. Yamich in the meantime.
It's getting burnt to a crisp by the flamethrower.
That is quite a bit of damage, and Yatoro comes in to delete Ghost, so this game might have just ended. They do have 2 buybacks there, but like you said, it's still going to be a 5 versus 4 as more items being disassembled, it seems.
Shopping it up. Doing a trade-up contract.
Still not doing
Valve software. Aerocopter's superpower unaffected by the CS2 market crash.
It's a nice thing to have, for sure. So top lane's going to be taken out for sure.
Have to buy back everybody here that you can and do your best. I guess Clock can hold his and then just YOLO in and then buy back for second life, but how on earth do you kill Yatoro without your Lash? Yes, Satanic, 4k HP.
First tier 4 taken out, and this has to be the last stand for MOUZ in this game 3. Now it's going to be a fully exposed Ancient. Backdoor protection does kick in, but just as the tower dies. So a soft reset for Spirit.
It's unfortunately not even enough for MOUZ to kill this next. As long as one of these 2 waves reaches the base, they can still go Throne. 40 seconds. I guess your one concern is getting lassoed into Fountain, but bar that, as long as Gyro hits the Throne from as far away as possible to the top right, there's no way Kiori can reach there.
Yeah.
Surprised to see him be this timid about it.
Yeah, I agree.
But
20 seconds for mid one.
Kind of giving mid one almost a chance to come back to life here. They're gonna let it go. Okay.
I guess so. I mean, maybe they want to wait for the Mega Creeps to actually enter the base, but yeah, I feel like they could have forced a fight there for sure. But if it's an extended fight and mid one comes back, then maybe they can try to turn it. I don't know.
Potentially. And I don't think this was a mistake. It was just surprising that they didn't go for the killing blow.
It's more discipline than we're used to.
It doesn't get harder by doing it this way. Let's put it like that. Heading down to bot. Roche can spawn in 5 seconds. It's obviously statistically highly unlikely.
I think the timer in the bottom left actually shows now. Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does after it reaches.
So that's a new thing because that was gone for a while.
But until the theoretical spawn shows up, we don't know when it spawns.
Right. That we never did.
No, but I mean, why not though?
Oh.
Is there a point to not letting us know in advance?
I mean, if there's a smaller tournament with just Dota TV, 6-minute delay, I don't know. Does that mess with it?
That maybe you're right.
I didn't realize they fixed it though. that was for like a full year. They had the ambiguous clock. Right, excellent.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, why do you have the clock anymore? Now you could just remove the clock in the pit. It doesn't really add anything.
Yeah, Roche doesn't like clocks anyway. That's part of the lore, I believe.
Oh, that shouldn't have picked him then.
Smoke from MOUZ. Lol.
Hail Mary time. Indeed. They cannot give away this Aegis to Yatoro, and they know it.
They need a double lasso.
It's a lot of blue circles under their heroes. This is 4 heroes with Ags. Cutting behind. What's the dream scenario? Lassoing 2 heroes, of which one is Bane, I think, has to be the absolutely perfect thing that can happen.
Yeah, doing the full wraparound. Now the creep's starting to enter their base from the top, so
increasingly obvious.
The game could just end during this fight without them even being in the base itself. They get the lasso. That's a dead Panto to start things out. And they get Yatoro. Okay. Double buyback, though. Laro's getting extremely low. He's going to get ticked out by Boom. Triple kill for Collapso. That's the one hero they could not focus, and he's going to take advantage of it. But Yatoro coming back with that Shrine, and that's an ultra kill for Collapse, and that should be the end of the game. Mid one trying his best to delay. Ancient exposed, though. Double buyback from MOUZ, and now it's a 3 versus 5. Yatoro can just rain free onto the barracks. Yamich can only look on because this is the end for MOUZ in this series. Collapse jumping in. But the damage from Yatoro just collateral onto Kaori. Dies inside Fountain. Mid one with one last-ditch effort. Has the Aghanim Scepter. Doing a decent amount of work, but it's just too much damage from Spirit as they will take this 2-1.
That was not at all the way I imagined that final fight would pan out. They killed Jakiro and Gyro with the double lasso. Neither got saved by Bane, but they just buy back in return, and it doesn't matter. Just winning on raw number of lives. If not for buybacks there, that might have been an angle for MOUZ, but obviously, you know, Spirit are playing around the fact that they have the buybacks in the high ground. So,
yeah, so MOUZ lose this 2-1, but a good showing from both teams. Richard.
Yes, thanks for that. The last throw. A game of mice and men. MOUZ made a pretty good fist of it, as well as you would expect across the series, having the stand-ins and all of the other issues there. But in the end, Spirit, you know, class is permanent, and they were able to execute their game plan and win the series.
Yeah, we wanted to see action-packed game, because game 1, game 2, they were not very competitive. You could see which way it's going to go from the start to finish. This time around, there was a lot of these small skirmishes happening around the map. In most of them, Team Spirit were getting ahead, getting the most out of it, trading their position 4 or position 5 for a core kill plus a support in most of these engagements. So there was a lot of twin gate rotations happening, in which MOUZ, they didn't get what they wanted from it.
Yeah, death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah, and I'm very impressed with Collapse, that pretty much there's an entire draft tailored to countering him, because obviously if you're leaving something like Timbersaw, Naga Siren still in the pool, it's because there's some sort of counter. In this case, there was potentially 4 counters, but I found this very impressive, by the way. Yatoro rotating towards mid. This is something that he does when he's mad that he's losing. Like, you see that he'll go mid. I remember seeing him do this on, like, PA ages ago, and everyone was kind of mind-blown because carries didn't really rotate. Like, he was the guy that started, maybe him, Mickey, or, like, the players that you'll see do this. But that was an absolutely necessary rotation from him.
Yeah, speaking of rotations, obviously some nice twin gate rotations in there, Dom.
Yeah, we had a bunch of them. We've seen Beaver going for like double diffusal blade. They had this in game number 1 with Pango, but this time around they had an observer ward on the side near the twin gates, and Rue, he was always there ready to go and make stuff happen, because he's the only guy who can actually shut down Weaver one spell, even though in this engagement they got a couple of kills. But again, every single time he gets close with Weaver, he's going to be dying. You can see already Sentry placed down. Ghost is going to come close, which is going to leave Ghost dying one more time. Team Spirit, they were so fast with the rotations that they've been doing. And again, you see heroes getting like solo killed on one side. There's going to be another one where Rue goes in. He's going to set things up. 2 rotations going to be coming with the TPs. This Nightmare into Fiend's Grip gives you more than enough time for you to be able to bring in the numbers and make sure that you're going to be killing the Sewer, which kind of put him in a spot where he's always in the middle of the pack.
Yeah.
Plus, he also didn't go for Maelstrom immediately. He went for Diffusal Blade, so his farm is not going to be as good.
Yeah, and you mentioned Yatoro. You know, again, a sort of textbook game from him. We can take a look at the itemization here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I think is interesting about Yatoro is that he goes for Manta style on Gyrocopter. And, you know, we were theory crafting, like, why is it that he did this? I think it was a good game for it. You can Manta kill the cogs. You can Manta when the Blink Lasso is coming. Manta kill the Weaver bugs. Like, there's a lot of things in this game that take number of hits. So having the Manta is good. But honestly, in general, he just likes building a Manta style. And this is where... Yes, Yatoro was having a very good game, but also his other cores were having such a good game that in this fight, they go and collapse. They absolutely need to kill him. He's pumping out so much damage in these fights, but with the BKB Egg and Scepter combo, there's currently no real way to purge the
I could hear the comms, like, go, 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 you know, we can kill him, and then when he pops the BKB, bail, go back immediately, because once he uses that Aghanim Scepter reactive armor, you're not going to kill him.
Right after that, by the way, I saw Yatoro bought Boots of Travel 2, travels in on his teammate, immediately go to the secret shop, disassemble it, because the Boots of Travel 2, the majority of the gold comes from recipes. So he sells the recipes for 100% and then buys his, I believe, Swift Blink, or maybe it was Butterfly. But he buys something from the secret shop. I can't believe I've never seen that before on Gyro. This tech makes so much sense.
Yeah, and obviously the guy on the screen, Collapse, I mean, we asked a lot of questions about whether it was sage to let the Timber Saw through. Obviously, no slouch at using it, and it's so strong right now and can do kind of so much for you, and you have to use so many resources to kill it. It's kind of like, I don't know, I still think it has to be a ban at this stage.
I think we're in a meta right now where you need to have answers for certain heroes, because we talk about Dragon Knights, Marcy's, Naga Siren, this Timber Saw as well. You can't ban all of them. There's always going to be something that's going to be slightly imba, and you need to find the answers for it.
Final thought from you?
I'm not sure what it is. I think you need like the hard answers, not the soft answers. Like we need to see some Bloodseeker coming out against Timber, something really crazy, because the not crazy things are clearly not working.
Well, gentlemen, it's been great hanging out and talking Dota with you all day, but now it is time for the changing of the guard. That means we are assembling on the panel the T-Gunner, as I'm calling it, the duo. Shiva's going to be here too, and you're going to have BetBoom versus Na'Vi, so stick around.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another fantastic interview. Today, we get treated from Na'Vi to Mr. Zayak. Good to see you again. It has been a minute. How are you?
Yeah, hello, everybody. Yeah, nice to see you too. I'm doing cool.
It has been quite some time. I think the last time I saw you was the International long ago. How has your life been? You have been on so many different teams. You've had your ups, you've had your downs. How you been?
And finally, I got my new team, like very young people and very like crazy beasts are here. So we got also a new coach, SY, which helps me to tame them. So,
yes. Tame those little beasts.
Yeah, because they are too crazy. So we start making it more about discipline and becoming a good team.
Okay, fantastic. Well, I did want to talk to you about that because you used to be the new guy on the block, you know? This like guy, he's fresh, who is this guy? Now you've had a lot of experience and you've got all these young bloods, these Zoomers out there, a lot of brain rot, you know, they're kind of crazy. How you dealing with that? What's it like to be the mentor role now?
Yeah, I'm trying to give them like my experience from life, like which things are really important, which you need to like maybe slowly delete from life, because it's when I just came to them, it was too many brain rot things, you know, too many TikToks, too many some crazy stuff, but for now I'm feeling like we become a real professional team.
So as a guy who, you know, looked up to players, became a pro player, now you're seeing the next generation, what do you think about these next generation Dota players? What are they good at? What are they bad at? I mean, because a lot of the old guys, they're coming back and they're winning now.
Most of them just know much more because they had a lot of information, a lot of, you know, tournaments experience, which they can learn and everything. Mostly they just, you know, one of the most important things in Dota, so you can be flexible and you can be like, you can still learn, because in Dota you had some patches which like changing a lot, so you need to be ready to learn some new things, and that's why kind of like younger people just doing it better. So yeah.
So coming into this tournament, how are you guys feeling? Is there any other teams that you've been looking at? How do you think you're going to do? What's the expectations? What's the general vibe of the boys?
I mean, first of all, we already played on PGL Wallachia and we got something like top 8.
Yeah.
So first point, it's getting further. Overall, I'm feeling like when our new coach, Aske SY, joined us, we coming to tier 1 team much faster. And as I felt, we can beat every team in group. But we still had sometimes, some problems in eliminating stage or in playoffs. So I'm sure if we will handle that pressure in playoffs, we might win this tournament. Let's see. But overall, yeah, we're feeling good. We're growing up fast, and yeah, let's play some Dota.
Hell yeah, that's my boy right there. The confidence is brimming. That's what I like to see from you. Okay, well, coming out here, especially with these players that have been doing very well, but they haven't been super tested, right? Do you think that you're gonna be able to keep up that mental in this one? I mean, let's say that you're up against a very strong team. We got Xtreme here, we got Tundra here, we got some big boys. You gonna be able to fare well? How are you gonna keep the pillows for the crying? Or are we gonna be succeeding throughout the whole thing?
I don't care about the teams which you said, because as I said, we're growing up as team. We're doing our strategies, our job. And for now, it's only start of season. Maybe every team can lose for us.
If there was a patch halfway through this tournament, would that be good for you or bad for you, for your team?
It's very hard to say. Because we prepared, a lot, because we played billion quals and yeah, we were playing insta after TI, and we knew about that patch a lot, so it's also good for us. But it's, as I said, we're also kind of flexible, and our guys are ready to to find new things, some combos, some imba strats and everything. So it's 50-50, I'm not sure.
All right, well, it was so great to be able to see you again. Thank you so much for making time for us. Always great to see you at events. And with Navi, I'm sure you have a lot of fans out there. Any words for him?
Thank you, everyone who cheering for us. We will try to show our best, and see ya in Dota.
See you in Dota, baby. And you'll see more of Zyx and Navi here at PGL Wallachia Season 6. See you soon.
Yeah, you'll see Navi in just a minute as they will be featured in our upcoming matchup. We're at the halfway point here at Day 2, PGL Wallachia Season 6. So it's time to check in with what has happened and, of course, check in with what's coming. And what's coming for sure is on your screens. My two people on the couch, we got T-Guff and Gunnar. Gunnar, how are we doing on Day 2?
Doing great so far. It's been good games today. There's more 2-1 series again on the Xtreme, which I like. I like 3-game series because it's a lot more fun, and they've been really close too. I think yesterday was some kind of lopsided 2 games, game 2s, but today I think all 3 games have been pretty good.
I have no opinions. After Swiss, Day 1, Day 2, I wait to Day 4, Day 5 because everything keeps changing, everything keeps evolving.
Wait, you said you skipped the most important day.
Day 3.
Day 3, where there's teams that are 0-3 and 3-0. It's
3 doesn't exist.
Okay. Well, what does exist are, I have 2. In this case, B, the second letter of the alphabet. We can take a look at what has happened on Stream B, because there were
what, again? Oh.
3 indeed does not exist here. And they are, once again, speed running, Tigov. So fast.
Yeah, again, luckily the Wallachia schedule is best of 3s, unlike some scuffed BO2 tournaments that we have in the calendar. But yeah, they're just taking a page out of other tournaments. Well, cool. Congrats, B-Stream. And your one-sided, lopsided, boring Dota.
Here?
Not here, though.
Not here. Not here. We can take a look at the A-Stream. This is a pretty late start time for the halfway point. We got 2 series, full 3 games, and those weren't snoozy games either. As Gunnar, as you already mentioned, those are close ones.
There's also Mega Creep games, defending the Ancient. I think the Liquid Xtreme had a game where everyone thought it was over for 20 minutes, and we're all just waiting there okay, when's the game over? But they defended the Ancient for a very long time, and I mean, I'm kind of hoping for more best of 3s.
Well, I mean, you'll
obviously
full series.
Sorry, Gunnar,
okay,
but
full series.
Yeah.
3-game series. Sorry, 3-game series.
I think, yeah.
Do you prefer the best of 3? Do you prefer Team A wins, Team B wins, Team A wins? Or do you prefer Team B wins, Team A wins, Team B wins?
What a question is that? I'm just gonna take this and move forward because I think one series that can definitely go the distance is our upcoming one, and we should focus our attention on that because it's Na'Vi taking on BB Team, and these two teams, I would say, Tigav, they are considered pretty close to each other at the moment.
Yeah, they're both like relatively middle of the pack teams where at any minute I could see them breaking into a top 4, a top 6. I think there's a lot of expectations on the rosters. I think maybe more on BB, especially because Na'Vi's been, I'd say in the last year, on the rise. Of course, Na'Vi Junior getting promoted, having an underwhelming TA, I'd say. But if there ever was a time for this roster to really step up, it would have to be now. But unfortunately for Na'Vi, against BB, it isn't a good matchup for the roster. When you look at 2025, this roster versus BB, they are 3 series losses to 1 win. And then all time, when you think about the organizations, again, the Na'Vi rosters just haven't done well. So it's going to be an uphill battle.
But it's also maybe this is where the lines cross, you know, because it's Na'Vi is on the rise, slowly climbing, and BB Team, they have to still show that they are going to be on the rise with a little change of their roster, because BB Team is actually has the opposite. I feel like they did so well at TI, coming fourth, great. They changed their roster a little bit, Gunnar, and it hasn't fully clicked just yet.
Yeah, I think they've had decent success. They got second place, I think, at the Fissure, right?
Yeah, they did.
Which it felt pretty good for them. Also, they lost the Falcons, which had just won TI, so no shame, I would say, losing to TI winners a month later. But I think they're very hungry, because you always want to win a LAN, especially when you get second place. It's like you get that feeling of, I want to get first. I want to actually have won. I want to be able to step away after these games and not feel sad, because every tournament you go to, you're always sad. The only people that aren't sad are the winners.
Yeah,
That's fair.
The thing as well, when I talk about BB, is like when I look at the players, in my head, I expect them to be always winning tournaments. So when they get fourth or a second, I still feel that's like a middling result for me, because it's like, yeah, they're meant to be winning everything. Or not, maybe not everything, but like they should be the Tundras or the Falcons at some point in a calendar. It's never really clicked to be that consistent for them.
Well, they have had a couple of championships here and there. Especially, they are the defending champions here for Wallachia season 5 here, now season 6. So we'll see if they can defend that title. It does start here, and we should dissect this team a little bit more, because when we are looking at this team, there's something you noticed, Tikov, in Kataomi's Heroes.
Yeah, I think when you look at their first tournament at Blast, they looked quite underwhelming, right? They were playing Disruptor, 25% win rate. They were dabbling with Bane. Of course, Chen is a very, very powerful hero. But as they then moved away from a 9th to 10th place finish, they moved to Fissure Playground. They got second place. But look at the heroes that Katomi's playing. It's like lane dominators, ones that really want to go, if I see you out of position, I will kill you. Tusk, Warlock, Jakiro, Bane, they are very, very aggressive. Sure, there's a slight overlap, but I love the fact that the 5 has kind of identity shifted slightly. And that gives a lot of life to Kiritich, the newer player, because I think when you look at them in Blast, underwhelming, very average. Suddenly, second place, everything's coming to life. But I think it's because of the hero pool on 5 that then makes the carry look a lot better in the game as well.
Yeah, I think it's always the pairing of the lanes. Like, you'll see some players in both side lanes, offlane and carry. I would say that they kind of swap the support, and you kind of see a new playstyle or like a breath of life. Like, even with, I would say, Ari and 33 to go to Tundra, I think 33 plays a bit differently now with his new position 4. So I always think it's really interesting to see like a small change, like one player changes, and just how it can change a completely different player's playstyle. Well,
speaking of small changes, that's something that Na'Vi did as well after TI. The change was just getting in a new coach. CY in the driver's seat, he's already sitting down and ready to go, and it seems to have elevated this team a little bit as well.
Yeah, it always helps, I think, especially when, because like there's always different types of coaches, and I think you can see already there, right? CY, he's in the drafting position, Zat's taking a step back. I think this type of ideas guy can always elevate a younger team, because when they see an idea, they'll think about it and go forward. When you have coaches that aren't maybe the ideas guys, and more like hype men or whatever, it can kind of hurt a team sometimes. And I think Na'Vi, critically, they need ideas. They need to keep enabling this like young roster that's trying to get to the top. So yeah, CY, of course, with gaming, he's an ideas guy. You pair that with Zayats and the discipline and like the in game, it is just a recipe to eventually find these strategies to make top 6 runs.
I think the
top
big
3.
thing also is just confidence.
Yeah.
He was with Gaming Gladiators for a very long time as their coach. They had a bunch of success working with him.
Yeah.
So now you get this guy and he's like, wow, this guy kind of knows a bit about Dota. I'm going to trust his ideas. And it's very easy when, even if the ideas aren't the best, which not saying they're not, but if you're all on the same page, that's what matters in Dota.
It's also kind of an exciting test for CY as well, because when you get to work with Gaming, a team that's consistently making the finals, it's quite like a comfortable entry, right, for himself. And now he moves to like his own kind of project. So it's like, how good of his ideas on Gaming, how good are they now going to be on Na'Vi? It's like, as an individual, it's a real test for him as well. And we'll have to see probably in 6 months' time, maybe. Like
even adapting to players.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think they're really the same playstyle as Gaming.
No.
As pretty much any of their players. So it's kind of now he can't just be like, oh, let's just do the exact same strats. Like you still have to adapt to. I have these new 5 players. They've been playing together for quite some time. Right? I think at least about a year for most of them.
For most of them, it's been a year or 2 even.
Yeah. So he has to kind of join them, which is I think is also pretty interesting to see.
10 seconds remaining.
Starting off the draft, we are seeing the Jakiran that we already mentioned are like the big heroes, at least.
Yep.
For BB, again, not really surprised at all by this. You lock in that safe lane, you're going to be pretty happy, and I will be intrigued to see if Na'Vi will try and like counter the Jakira in some way, or if they're going to pick a strong melee 4 to just pull the waves, and you have to try and play into the level 3 timing of Jakira. That can be very formidable.
Well, what do you like for Shakiro?
I mean, sure, there's some dispel options through offlane, but that can often be quite one-dimensional.
Yeah, I think that like people pick Abba sometimes as offlane, and it always is like,
Yeah. I prefer just having, a 4 that can pull the wave, get that early XP. When you get like a level 2, level 3 timing, if he does step up by himself, you can go for the kill. So a little bit of kill threat, but critically just wave pull.
Yeah, there's one other change on the side of BB Team that I still wanted to touch up on a little bit as well, with Armen stepping in there as the coach role after TI. How do we, because we have seen him, I think we only seen him coach Nigma Galaxy in the past.
Again, another ideas guy. Plays a lot of pubs. He fluctuates between like rank 400 to like 700, I think, around that kind of that area. But in top level pubs, especially for coaches, I think MMR on them often can vary quite heavily. So that alone, he's going to have the respect of the players because he's playing in the same games. He'll have his own ideas, and I think again, for teams like BB, where they already have the macro gameplay locked in, it just takes one guy to come in and go, you know what, let's try this hero, let's try that hero, and that's what they need to elevate them. So
yeah, I think one of the things with BB Team was in the past their strengths were laning stage, and like this early game, and almost that they would like do the same things every game in a very consistent way. But if you stopped what they did, they would kind of fall flat, which is why I think they would always get to this like top 4, top 6 position tournaments and then not end up winning a lot. But I think when you get these high MMR player coaches, you get like the high skilled players that give you an outside perspective. Now he can be like, hey guys, in this mid game, you need to kind of think about these ideas. Like try to secure the map in this way and kind of help them move from just a one-dimensional team into kind of a more well-rounded team.
Saying that though, they are leaning on a lot of heroes that got them the second place in the last tournament. Centaur, I think, was like the most played hero for Miro. It was like 7 games played, and then of course the Jakiro that we already mentioned. So, but the way that they're drafting is they are laying the foundation for their mid, their carry to pop off, right? Like when you're opening up with Centaurs and strong 5s, you're giving just so much time in the draft to get some counter picks into play. And then for
also
now,
just, you make them have to check things, like less things off.
Yeah.
Because usually the biggest thing with drafting is these last picks, like the 24, 23, kind of 18. It gets hard when you're like, hey, you're playing carry. You have to counter pick your lane. You have to pick stuns or catch or something. You have to do like all these like things. You have to push out waves. And now they're already saying Jakiro can push out waves. He has stuns, slows. Your Centaur has a stable lane. Like basically making it so your later picks have less responsibility and they can just pick the things that they feel are most comfortable in the game or confident.
Honestly, I know Navi's lineup so far, it feels very like predictable, right? You've got the double support that wants to play through a core. You can take over towers very nicely with the End Creep, and then you have the Never Blast of Pugner, DK as well with Dragonform. Like it's very, what's coming. It's like the lanes look very strong. The first catapult wave, second catapult wave, it will get pressured. So I'll look towards if BB's going to try and play into that, pick up some heroes to try and take the fight to them. At the moment, they don't really respect that too much, other than like Centaur parking himself in front of a tower. They have some little skirmishing spells, a little poke here. But I think Jakiro Muerta that's like the big answer they have at the moment, where if you put them in the same lane, they can, maybe delay Na'Vi a bit when they go for the siege.
The scary thing right now that both teams kind of will think about is the mid tower, like 5-minute siege. So Na'Vi has Pugna and Ench, which are both very good at just taking this mid tower with like level 4 and supports level 5 if they won't be 5, but just taking this mid tower. And so it's based on the mid matchup is very big. You want to pick a hero that doesn't really get roamed on by the Enchantress, like Queen of Pain would be an example for BB team.
Yep.
And so now Navi's probably thinking the other side of if they can pick a hero that's pretty like Puck, something that just is very fast, very early, can help the supports kind of, you want to like enable these supports to have a good game.
And it's scary often when you have this type of lineup from Na'Vi, because if they can find an offlaner that then applies pressure to the safe lane, you can't bring your supports to react to the Ench rotation because you're locked into a side lane battle, right?
Yep.
So they go for the Bristleback. Bristle into...
Off-lane, right?
I'd assume offlane, yeah. Like Bristle into Jakiru Jug. Depending on the levels, there is a world where Jakiru can just keep chasing the Bristle down.
Yeah.
But if they don't get the kill, and now suddenly Bristle has the Ring of Health...
I can even see the angles where he turns around and then he just quills.
Yeah, exactly.
Kills him through the spin because it's all physical damage.
But I feel like when you look at this, like people will be like, why are they picking Bristle? Like you're just gonna feed, right? But it's kind of a balance. Just depends on surviving that one kill attempt, getting that first item, then you just turn it around and you just free farm, and you never get killed again.
Yeah, I like it. And then this leaves the Dragon Knight a bit more open too, that it can go mid or carry, which is, it's nice for this one banning phase, because now BB team kind of has to decide like, are we more scared of mids or carries? Whereas if they picked a mid there, now they're just like, oh, we'll just ban offlaners.
Yep. And a nice little Viper ban. I mean, in fairness, we don't see much Viper, but into DK, into Bristle.
Do you like the new Viper build?
What is the new Viper build?
It is people call it the Thompson build.
It is.
You go 0-4-4. You go no points in your queue.
Yep.
And the whole playstyle is you just they can't stop you from farming. And then you end up going Ag Shivas and you reduce the attack speed by like 140.
You're very tanky.
That sounds, okay, it sounds effective but boring.
It's very boring.
So the reason why I side is I like the build conceptually because you farm nicely, you defend your tower, you're really annoying. But I feel like there's a time and place for it. Where some Viper picks,
I've seen
you
people
need
do
to
it.
go for poison attack.
Yeah, I see people do it, and it's a Viper matchup that they can just win.
Exactly.
And you could put points in your queue, but you don't, and then the other guy just free farms.
But that's what it's like. So, yes, I like the build, but also situationally, and I think Viper, like with the shard, applying it to towers, I think that's like a really
cool.
like it's not very respected much.
It's really strong for high ground pushing.
Exactly, and like you just throw that into a Jug Healing Ward style lineup, and then Centaurs behind you. Like you could easily get 20-minute Roshan.
Even the break, there's 3 heroes you can break, right? Bristleback passive, Enchantress ult, the Dragon Knight innate.
Yeah. I'd like to see a little bit more Viper. I think it should be.
I don't know if we've really seen it that much.
No, not really. At least on our stream, no. Yeah. I know it's got just picked in the Heroic series earlier. It was Team Raw that played it. No, Raw played it. Yeah. Oh, there you go. That's the one pick in the tournament. Didn't win.
Did not win. All right, so one more ban coming out on the side of Na'Vi. And it is Na'Vi that picks out of this ban phase.
I want Na'Vi, like for me, I would want kind of a mobile kind of spirit hero, like Storm Spirit or Puck, or I don't know about Ember, but like that type of hero.
The ban Puck pick SF.
Interesting. I wonder if it's mid or carry, that kind of changes the entire dynamic of the team. Because if it's a mid Dragon Knight, they're going to play around the Dragon Knight, pressure early, and let the Shadow Fiend kind of do his own thing. Whereas if it's a Shadow Fiend mid, I think sure you can kind of pressure, but it's more on this guy to actually win his lane, outplay the enemy mid. And it depends a lot on this next pick.
So with the Corp ban, the Puck ban, they're just going to pick, okay, they go Prophet. I'll say, like, what active mid heroes are left that aren't melee? And then suddenly, of course, I completely forgot about Nature's Prophet. So at least it's a way that you aren't going to get raised out the lane.
I'm a bit worried about that Nature's Prophet, honestly. I think they put the Shadow Fiend mid.
Yep.
And I think he'll just kind of free farm versus the Nature's Prophet. And I've seen some kind of lane games where at this like level 4 timing, the Nature's Prophet's kind of weak in the lane. And I feel like that can get abused by Shadow Fiend. And then when the supports come, you don't really have spells when you're Nature's Prophet. Like, you don't go your E, your W is useless when you're getting ganked. He loses that 3v3, he only has Sprout.
But you're also looking at a Na'Vi lineup that, in regards to the control, they want to win their lanes, they want to snowball the early game, because they've got Dragon Tail and DK and Requiem and Shadow Fiend. They're playing it into a support mortar that's going to be able to cancel the Requiem very nicely with the calling or Deadshot. And I'm a little worried that Na'Vi has oversubscribed to the snowball of
like
the
early physical damage.
Very, very early, yeah.
Objectives, towers, like this 15, 20 minutes you want to just group.
And if they make mistakes and suddenly they're looking for, okay, when's the Hex on the Shadow Fiend? When's our, our next item to feel good? And on the flip side, I do agree that there is a world that Prophet can just get run down. All the supports come mid. Now you lose your mid tower and like smokes are going left and right. But stability on BB and then tempo on Na'Vi.
Okay, let's hear the opinions of our commentary team as well. MLP, are you happy with the carry pickups here? I feel like this is could be a touchy subject. What?
It's all right. We
It's
like
all right?
the carries here today. No one's trashed today. Not yet. Not yet.
Not yet. The day is still young. How about you, John? What do you think we got here?
I like the speed that Na'Vi has. I have the confidence when Niku plays the SF. I think that's one of his best heroes, so maybe it goes a little bit for the underdogs.
Okay, well, I'm looking forward to seeing the game in your hands now. Let's get to it.
Thank you so much, Shiva. We do get into it. Game number 1, Jonathan. Na'Vi up against BetBoom. What do you think about these drafts, John? We didn't really talk about it at all quite yet. Do you like either draft a bit more?
Yeah, I think I do enjoy what Na'Vi has built up for themselves, this early physical kind of output that they're going for, this pretty high tempo that you can bring out. They can kind of counteract the split pushing that you might want to get done here on the side of BetBoom as well. You've got good clear with a Pugna, you've got decent ways of just dragging some creeps around here with Zayats as well. So I think they can manage this style that BetBoom is bringing out, but they have to kind of win lanes. I think that's the one caveat here for Na'Vi. Their lanes have to go pretty darn well to hit this tempo, because if you're going to be playing from behind, you've potentially got the Bristleback and the DK that's just going to sit back and farm. Your SF connecting with just the Enchantress plus the Pugna might not be enough in coming up with solutions for some of that early pressure from BetBoom. So this is where we have to see whether or not Na'Vi can bring out some of that laning prowess up against, the favorites in BetBoom. But we have seen Na'Vi do that before. We have seen them in some games where their laning phase just looks amazing.
It certainly can be that way. And I always like to remind people, Jonathan, this Niku kid, very, very cocky. Very cocky, this Niku kid. And sometimes he performs, sometimes he doesn't. I want to say most of the time he is very exciting to watch. You'll remember him from his mid-undyings, Jonathan.
Oh, yeah.
That's the one we like to mention quite a lot. Speaking of the devil, Niku, of course, on the mid-SF, going to be up against the Nature's Prophet of GPK. Jonathan, how should this mid lane go?
I mean, it should be pretty much going the way of Niku. There's not much you can really do to manage this as an SF, as a Nature's Prophet. You can just kind of try to farm. You can't come too close. You don't have too much pressure onto the SF. You can't really use Treants, not that you usually do nowadays anyhow. So this should be pretty free for Niku. Should be happy enough to just get his farm. I think the key here for GPK is just soaking some of that EXP up and looking for those opportunities on the side lanes. He has gone for Nature's Prophet, as we have seen a lot of mids go nowadays. Early aggression, get some early gold for your team, almost like a bounty hunter very early on in that sense, and just kind of escalate from there. The issue is, again, whether or not you can have those connections onto the side lanes. There are opportunities. There's some squishy supports. We'll have to see if GPK can kind of eke something out, say, by his level 5. A little bit of a jump on PMA.
Yeah, PMA in trouble already. Kiritic going to find first blood very early on, just that level 1 mark, and he'll be very happy with that start. Best start you could have asked for here for the side of BetBoom. Not so much for Na'Vi. PMA probably not going to be too happy about that, but in fairness, these early timings with the Jakiro Juggernaut, it's pretty revolting to play against.
And it is. You really don't have much to do there for PMA, and we heard the panel talk about it. The Jug plus the Jakiro, when they find those early kills on Bristle, it's just going to be a rundown. For PMA, it's going to feel like maybe level 3 stabilizes a little bit more even then, with how far behind you'd be expected to be at that point. It can still be a little bit of a struggle for PMA. So not expecting any difficulties for Kiritic on this Jug. Very straightforward lane to play. Not much they can do to try to disrupt. We're seeing PMA already trying with the pulse, but you can see how punishing a Jakiro is. Just get some of that Liquid Fire or Liquid Frost on, get a couple of right clicks with your dual breath as well, and you just lose half your HP.
It's a lot of damage. It's not very fun for old PMA at the moment, that's for sure. See how he does try to deal with it. I mean, it just keeps going as well. Kataomi's not looking to back off, just continuing this aggression. Of course, top lane, we haven't really talked about that one too much. You've got Ridius here going up against this Muerta. And, I mean, so far, Save just trying to be as annoying as humanly possible. Do you expect this lane to go either way here, John? Is it just a farming lane we're expecting?
Yeah, this is the most stable lane out of all of them for both sides. You've got a DK, you've got a Centaur, both are just going to be farming up. The key thing here is for kind of trying to just mitigate some of these pulls. And Save is always good at contesting. And I think the one thing to always be aware of when you've got the Save Muerta, this guy lines up his shots well. He knows where to be. He knows where to drop that calling every single time. He is getting out-poked quite hard by Riddies, but the beautiful thing about that Muerta as well is that you'll always have a damage source into Decrep. Mind you, a support Muerta doesn't tend to have that much damage with, say, Gunslinger and right-clicks when you pop Pierce the Veil, but you've always got something to at least maybe stop a blink if you're trying to save or something. So there's always some of that utility coming out from Save. But again, very passive lane. Maybe you can start to play around with, say, a stun into a dead shot with calling, but hard to see a DK falling very early on in that lane.
Yeah, certainly so. It should be a pretty safe time for him. So far 1-0. Mid lane has been favoring Yakult just a little bit. It has been a bit of a even trading style lane though. GPK not falling too far behind whatsoever. Pretty much expected. Suppose as the levels do come up on Niku, maybe you expect a bit more aggression with those raised plays, but for now GPK just doing a very nice job of sitting back and not allowing any kind of opportunity here for Niku. And I suppose either way, both mid laners looking pretty happy right now.
That they would be. I think for GPK, again, he's going to be watching those side lanes. He's going to want some aggression coming out from either top or bot. More than likely bot lane, which again, when you have a Jakiro and Jug, there's a lot of opportunities to set something up for that early teleportation to come in. Just not quite yet. Lanes have stabilized just a tad bit. You are finding some good build-up on pretty much the entirety of the side of BetBoom. You're not too far behind Na'Vi in terms of CS at the least. PMA is the one suffering the most. And we have seen this with Bristle. You fall a little bit behind, it can take a while to catch up. But at level 3 with Double Bracer, harder to kill off.
Certainly so, though. Kataomi chased down. Zayat's able to secure that kill with PMA. Is now Kiritich. He'll be okay to retreat, but they'll be more than happy with just securing the Jakiro's life. Bit of relief here for PMA and get back to the farm game for himself. Kiritich, of course, no struggles whatsoever on the Juggernaut. Probably really has no fear down at this bottom lane. As long as he does have spin available, highly doubtful they can actually kill him off. And we will see Kataomi eventually just make his return back into the bottom lane.
Yeah, I think the one thing to remember is, again, when you're pushing it to the limit with spin, as mentioned by Gunnar, Quilt Spray doesn't care, it's physical, it's going to go through the spin, and the stacks don't get dispelled as the rotation's here.
Absolutely is. Zayat's going to go down. PMA now in danger once again. They'll continue the chase, but they haven't really got the slows. In fact, Kiritich does need to be a little bit cautious.
Don't need the money.
We're starting to stack up. Looks like they're all going to be just fine.
Pick up the money bags.
Well, where is he? Did they forget about it?
Yeah, he left a bunch.
Oh.
Oh, they're gone.
You can't do that.
Yeah, they're gone.
Oh.
He picked most of them up. He left 3 bags. Not, not the most gold at this point, like 18 gold maybe, so no biggie. But that is the rotation we're looking for, right? And that's the activity you'd expect from GPK. A little bit more top.
Yeah, absolutely. They are going to jump in, save. Bit of danger, trying to go after Riddies, and he does secure the kills. Now Save, trying to find a way out. Miro with the body blocks, but not going to be enough against the breathe fire, and got the juice. Obviously not going to try to deal with Miro here at all by himself, but nevertheless, support's being traded. I don't think you're really unhappy either way. Just do support, not too big of a deal.
You're maybe a little bit happier on the side of BetBoom. It's a lot of resources coming out from Got the Juice, so he does have the wand charge at least for some mana injection, but he'd rather save that, of course, for HP, which means he's not going to have as much to play around with that lane.
GPK, mid lane, popping a pretty big gank here from Na'Vi as Zayats and Riddies making the rotations over, and that's one thing that we didn't really talk too much about, but the support duo of Na'Vi, they can connect into this mid T1 tower very early. You've got a Pugner Enchantress with a Siege Creep. There is no defending this once GPK is down. And that is, again, one thing Na'Vi can really start to snowball, right? Like, just keep doing this every single chance you get.
Yeah, maybe start to set up something in the triangle to set some vision, ensure that there's no catch-up farm flowing through. And again, play into that high tempo that you're looking for, right? Because once you hit level 6 and got the juice, you're going to be looking to play even more towers with all of that damage.
Looks like they might be grouping up top over the Shrine of Wisdom. Zayat's actually not going to get hit by the dead shot of Save. So does manage to secure that shrine. Nice TP away from our Centaur. So Na'Vi unable to secure a kill, but they want the tower. They don't care for the kill, John. This is a really kind of a death ball strat almost. It feels like they're just running at these towers at such an early moment. And I imagine the bottom T1 tower may not last too long either at this rate, John.
No, just a little swing over. And I think the big question now for the side of BetBoom is, where's your damage coming in from later on in these fights? We were talking about the potential with, say, Jakiro He's got a lot of output, but it's going to take, level 6 when you get macro power. It's still a ways off, especially with just having one shrine. I think the double shrine would have helped BetBoom weather the storm a little bit more. Your Jug with Omni Slash isn't going to feel particularly amazing against a Bristleback or a DK anytime soon. So it's a matter of all these timings for Na'Vi lining up. And yeah, the net worth lead isn't amazing by any means, just less than 1k. But what you can do with the map control now for Na'Vi is the big part. You take this tier 1 down bot, you start to set up some forward vision. All of a sudden, you can't reach across the river to set up for these ganks that GPK really wants to find.
Yeah, very, very tough situation now for GPK. Just been choked out of his own lane, and certainly it just doesn't feel like the opportunity is going to be there right now against what Na'Vi are providing. I do wonder if they just make the rotation down bottom here. I mean, Niku's already halfway to level 8. Full level ahead of GPK right now. And I think you may as well just go for the final tier 1 tower. We'll see. Niku's still sticking around the mid lane here. GPK, of course, trying to keep up. Niku will just clear out the creep wave and keep GPK. And this is another thing you can do against these Prophets. Just keep the waves pushed out. He can't leave the lane.
No. And it's going to be every lane that gets fixed like that. Again, you've got the Pugna who can also do that if the NP's trying to jump around.
Karaomi. Already enchanted up. Will be able to eventually start running. Blood Grenade did, of course, land from Zayats, but it's not proving to be enough quite yet. Those Zayats just diving right in. PMA here as well, and Karaomi is indeed gone. And look at that, Jonathan. Na'Vi onto their 3rd tier 1 tower prior to the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, it's just beautiful. I think, again, it's this understanding of what they have to do with their drafts. And when you think about Na'Vi in past tournaments, it feels like...
Niku. Yeah, they've committed the Omni, the Requiem. Oh, it's not perfectly timed. Nice attempt, though, from Niku. It's PMA. Just getting some money back as they do get out of there. And Kiritic, he will take the tip, of course, from his teammates. A very nice Omni Slash committal and a nice escape out as well.
Yeah, an important kill to find with how much Niku's been getting. And he has been sort of the backbone of all of this aggression coming out from Na'Vi, as you're still needing that build-up on Got the Juice, needing some of that build-up on PMA as well. So it is the SF that you're looking to connect onto the side lanes, and that is also the one core that you can kill. Right? Again, you have issues with Bristle, you have issues with DK. A very lucky find to just catch Niku off guard at that moment, even without the supports in. Just having that opportunity with GPK, finally getting some charges up on his urn as well, so he's going to have a lot more of a threat if rotation does come in, going into that full Spirit Vessel, which will definitely help with so much regen on hand, with the threat of life drain, and of course the Nature's Attendance later on. So you are finding some ways of stopping this as well. I think the key thing for BetBoom is, again, stemming the bleeding. Just hold on. These tier 2s can't fall as fast, of course. Just try to get some vision out. Look at the wards they've set up. Very nice and defensive. Nothing across the river. They're very focused on just playing on their side of the map, forcing the side of Na'Vi to overextend, perhaps, and trying to find openings when that commitment is made.
Probably the smart way to play it. I mean, if you're BetBoom right now, you're just trying to bide your time a little bit, hit that mid-game timing, and start to move out from there. And Na'Vi, with all these tier 1 towers gone now, you kind of question what the next objective is. Might be time for them to sit back and kind of do the same thing and just secure some farm. GPK, he'll move in, got the juice the target, but he gets the stun off in time. They'll still land the Sprout, but he can quell through it. Miero cutting him off with the Centaur on the way out. But it's not going to matter. They don't have quite enough control yet. They got the juice perfectly fine. Is now Niku. He's got Requiem in 2 seconds. Invis as well. No sentries placed down. But he's not going to take the risk in trying to go after Miero with that. Instead, he'll just hold his position in that dire jungle, hoping they come to him.
I think they saw that smoke through their ward. Nice little sneaky vision right in that slit. So they might have seen the smoke, even though they're trying to sneak around here. They should be aware on the side of Na'Vi, and you already have, PMA pulling out from bot. Nice little read from Na'Vi. Nice little sneaky ward as well to spot that smoke.
Certainly so. PMA, the right thing, just getting the hell out of there. It's time to take the stacks in the triangle instead. Sadly for BetBoom, it's going to be a bit of wasted time for them. They will also find a nice amp damage rune now, that bottom room spot. And Niku, of course, will say thank you very much. Take that for himself. Yeah, it seems like Na'Vi also just happy to sit back for a little bit, just secure some farm and get some core items up. BetBoom probably welcoming that bit of farming time, considering the way things have gone. As Zayat, mid lane, will be chased down. Omni Slash even committed to ensure they can secure this kill. I think Kiritic just understanding they don't have time to waste chasing this Enchantress.
No. And it's a fine kill to find. Again, Omni slashing any of the two bigger targets, probably not going to really do much. Omni slashing Niku is your best bet, but it's unlikely Niku will put himself so forward after what happened last time around. So you just take what you can get, you go back, you reset, you keep that farm game going. Battle Fury up for Kiritic is a big timing, as he can now just start to overtake the net worth, right? Like, despite this game state, Kiritic has been trading blows with Got the Juice on number 1, and he's going to be able to maintain that parity, if not a slight advantage, as the game goes on. A little bit of a chase down top.
Gonna try for Riddies now. Riddies, silenced up, does crawl through the tree line, but it probably won't matter. He'll try for a TP to Crepify, and it's gonna be enough. It will be enough. Quick thinking from Riddies. He will escape, and I'll tell you what, it's going to be very annoying for GPK. Just every attempt he's had at a gank with his team really hasn't been panning out.
Yeah, it's not been panning out, and it's been wasting a lot of time on the map. Again, just look at the position Na'Vi gets when you're kind of committing that hard with that kill on good old Zayats. It didn't really matter. You've got room up top and bot to keep farming. You make that move up top, it frees up the bot lane again for PMA to just keep farming up, for Niku to hit his big item spike with the Yashakaya to get that Requiem fully going. And you have to be a little bit aware of that on the side of BetBoom. Again, this is playing into their style with the NP pick. They're trying to maximize it to its full extent, but if Na'Vi bails out of a lot of those engagements, Verve has to.
The top Stampede to try and save, and that will be more than enough. He'll just pierce the veil and TP out of it. Meanwhile, GPK trying to get started on this mid-tier 1 tower with the dominated creep of Miero. I love the skellies coming out. And there'll be no defense for this either, it seems like. They'll just allow it to go down. Eventually a glyph will be forced, and PMA will eventually make his way over. And so perhaps they won't let the full committal go. In fact, they will protect it in the end. Very, very nice.
Yep. Managed to snag themselves an extra Shrine of Wisdom here as well at the 14-minute mark. So they're feeling pretty good about themselves. Again, getting much needed EXP you'd want on these supports, always massive. Karaomi already having that value point in the macro power. The maxed out Liquid Frost and Fire is really what's going to be threatening here from the Jakiro. Just one little Liquid Frost, the damage coming through is going to be insane. You even have a little Ripper's Lash just to help that process if someone overextends. So again, just more tools for the side of BetBoom. And for Na'Vi, again, they were off to a good start. They took all these tier 1s by the 9-minute mark. It's just slowing down severely in the last 6 minutes. Again, waiting for this build-up on PMA and on Gauntlet Juice, but it's also just a ton of space. Even though these ganks weren't panning out for the side of BetBoom in some cases, it's been a lot of space for Kiritic. Still number 1 in net worth, has the Yasha into the Manta now, is getting all of that free space. The defensive wards giving him a lot of room, a lot of confidence to just play a little bit extra forward if he'd want to. And at some point, Na'Vi, I mean, they're still strong. Again, they have just hit their Yashakaya timing on Niku and are working towards a blink, which isn't too far off, all things considered.
Nothing on PMA. He's a tanky boy, though. Of course, with Riddies right behind him, there's no real chance in hell of killing him off. Spark will be dropped as well. Niku, though, getting a nice Arcane Rune up at the top rune spot. On the bright side for BetBoom, Kiritic, he's been having a very free time. Top of the net worth board now on the Juggernaut, and is starting to escalate out of control with the Battle Fury up. So that is happy days for BetBoom if they want to just put their trust into Kiritic. Na'Vi, I do wonder if they're at all concerned about this Juggernaut and the farm rate that Kiritic does currently have. But there's not too much they can do about it right now anyway, in fairness. It is a bit of a nice spike for BetBoom at the moment.
That it is. It's still a lot of room as well for Got the Juice. I mean, Maelstrom's coming full, Mjolnir's coming in, along with a Blink Dagger next. And that could be the launching point once you've got the stable initiation, the Blink on Niku and Got the Juice, just to actually get this fight started your way. That could just be it for Na'Vi. Wait for that timing to be up. A little bit of room for BetBoom to, again, try to reclaim some space on the map. Bot tier 1 just going down with no contest. A nice little forward ward to set up for a fight around this area later on, or just for a little snipe from GPK, which would be useful to, again, just get the money flowing with Nature's Prophet, which, again, hasn't been the most active game for the NP mid, but also not the slowest, all things considered, considering how both sides kind of want to go about it. So, yeah, they've laid the foundations well. I think for Na'Vi, again, once these timings are up, 1 blink up now for Got the Juice and 1 blink already up for Niku. This is the point where you will have to start to look to make some plays. This is when you're really strong. You've got your initiation. You've got ways of just getting a stun into a very quick Requiem with Iyasha and Kaya. We'll have to see if they start to make something happen off of this smoke. Again, lots of defensive wards, but nothing to spot out the smoke at the very least across the river.
Keep in mind, you also have the blink up on Miero, and Miero certainly has that counter initiation possibility with his own blink in for the stun. Na'Vi, they have grouped up and smoked up as 3 thus far. PMA, he'll lead the way for his side, and they're looking towards Miero. Miero will quickly blink away, though, seeing PMA showing up, knowing something is a little bit awry here. And immediately Na'Vi, they just bolt towards the bottom lane. They want something out of this smoke. For now, it seems like the only thing they're going to get is Kataomi, though. And Kataomi, he's already kind of done his job. He's pushed out the wave. He's tanking the gank. They know the smoke was coming. And so ultimately, this smoke, I wouldn't really call it quite successful.
No, not quite. And that does reveal all your tools now. They should be able to check the inventory and see those blinks. So the surprise factor is kind of gone. You've done a great job of spreading your heroes around here on BetBoom. They've you know, kind of disengaged from this mentality of looking for isolated ganks. And just, again, as you've mentioned, just go back to farm game.
Oh, Niku, quick blink away. Requiem channeled, but the Omni Slash, it's going to be there in time. Keratich getting right in the nick of range to ensure he avoids that fear for the Requiem. And that's going to hurt for poor old Niku.
And that sets them back by a lot on Na'Vi. Like we were saying, this is the strongest point in the game for them with the blink reveals, and it doesn't really find a kill. You're feeding more into the win condition of BetBoom with Kiritich just being massive now on this jug. Going beelining next for the butterfly. And once that butterfly is up, suddenly this damage coming out from Got the Juice not as relevant. Your lockdown options on Na'Vi is very reliant on just really single target blow-ups later on and the Requiem Fear. Which again, as time goes on, you start to get answers. You know, BKB start to become a possibility if needed. Maybe some of the aura items start to come in as well. The Pipe from Miero will offset a lot of that initial magical burst as well from Na'Vi. And for Na'Vi, there's just been no progress, right? Like, all these items are up, reaching the 20-minute mark. They are set up for Tormentor at the very least. But again, at some point, you will have to look for a fight, and you will have to start to think about some tier 2 takes, setups on Roshan if you'd want that. Think about like the long-term transition into like a mid to late game scenario for your team, and the ideal situation for this kind of lineup is at least a tier 1, at least a tier 2 down. Probably looking at 2 tier 2s when you have so much push on hand.
I mean, at the very least, they are still keeping up nicely. I mean, Got the Juice is only about 1k behind Kiritich's Jug at this point. The DK is starting to feel like a bigger and bigger problem, especially once that BKB is up, of course. It's going to be a rotation now from BetBoom. Save. Make his way through to the Dire Triangle. Shadowblade up for Save, so he can get up for his team, as they will see Niku. Miero, he's going to jump in again, this time with a hoof stomp out. Deadshot's not going to allow him to get the ice path off Niku. He's being healed up, he's got a bit of time, and he'll be able to get out of there as GPK.
Oh, no.
GPK will be left behind. Oh, look what they're doing to my boy.
Oh, yeah.
Look what they've done to GPK in this game, John.
I mean, he got baited in a little bit, right? Like, they missed the dead shot. They did land at least the ice pad, but not all the pieces of control came out on time. And he jumps right in front, not respecting maybe Na'Vi hanging around. It's still close to tier 2. It's still close to that top jungle that Na'Vi still controls, and gets a little bit ahead of himself. Some big punishment coming out there. They are setting up again to steal out, and they do steal another Shrine of Wisdom. So again, some small wins for BetBoom, but that does compensate for maybe a little bit of that loss on Niku earlier. A little bit of a shame that when Nature's Prophet dies, he doesn't make a tree for himself.
Niku's in big trouble. He's getting soloed right now. Save. It almost looked like he was going to do it himself. It really did. Niku dying another time, a perfect setup from Save, and I'll tell you what, John, that's a concerning sign for Na'Vi. Niku's just not having a great time surviving.
No, and that's the second time we've seen him in that position. The first time down bot, now in the bot lane as well, closer to their tier 2. He has a little bit of a target painted on his back, but that's all from the movement that BetBoom's been doing, right? Like, they've been taking this Shrine of Wisdom. It should, you know, there's no defensive vision there to stop that or to even try to punish that. They make use of that area really well, considering they've gotten it twice.
Save. Oh. It's been such a nuisance here, Save. Got the juice. He got his BKB off the courier just in the nick of time. Save. Maybe should have killed the courier first. Riddies, he will stick around and be the sacrificial lamb. In fact, never mind, he will not. Decrepify TP will prove to be enough. And somehow they even got the juice out of there. And again, the real unfortunate part was, Save saw the courier coming in. The BKB was on the courier. Had he chose the courier first, that probably would have just been a kill on the DK. But you know, it's pretty hard to know at the time.
It is. I think the risk there is that, you know, just instantly blink off, or you've got a little bit of a window for a blink away from Got the Juice. So it's a risk you have to kind of balance out. They did force the BKB usage instantly, so it's down a charge, which doesn't feel great for Got the Juice. But 8 seconds is still significant at the very least. And I do like what BetBoom's doing, right? Like, again, they're looking for opportunities. Now they're starting to set up some wards around potential Roshan later on, waiting for the nighttime shift, perhaps, to kind of try to contest on their own up top. They even have a ward down bot anyhow, so they have a clue as to when Na'Vi will try to play that group-up game and take this big objective. In fact, they see them just walking in. This ward not taken out the cliff.
It almost feels like Na'Vi just want to force a fight around this Roshan pit. They haven't even tried to sneak in. BetBoom. Do you pick up a butterfly on Kiritich? He's got a big power spike now, and they're moving in. Zayat's actually almost just dead. In fact, Roshan's about to kill him. Zayat still running, does get taken down, and now the double ice path. Oh, Riddies is gone. They've already lost both their supports. But Na'Vi, they can't leave. Roshan's still available. They've got to fight this one out. The buyback's incoming. Zayat, he'll commit his GPK. Will go down. Meanwhile, Kiritich trying to sneak the Roshan. He's almost there. He just needs a bit more time. And he should be able to get away with it, and he does. Now the Omni. And Mira with the double stun. Got the juice. Trying to run Nico. Nico's trying to salvage. And he might have it. Miro's down. Kiritich needs to run, and he will do so. Save jump, get back in now. Nico's gone. What? What do you mean? Save will do it him damn self, but he will go down eventually. A 4-for-2 trade. I guess a 4-for-3 considering the buyback from Zayat. I mean, what happened, John?
I mean, it's just really great staggered play from both sides, I will say. A lot of good moments coming out for the side of BetBoom. Maybe this choice to go for the Aegis. I mean, in the end, you do get that Aegis up. For Kiritich, it also cost him like opportunities to stand in front, to get some hits, to clean up some of these softer cores, to maybe get better Omni Slash, get a better spin-off. And that is the trade-off. You sacrifice some of your teammates for that Aegis. You deny it away from Na'Vi at the least. Look at this. It's just really good poke. Again, all of this came down to just having that vision set up from BetBoom, and then just kind of dancing around. The patience on the side from Got the Juice to wait for his BKB, just having the confidence that PMA was tanky enough as well. Just dancing around all of this junk.
I just realized Got the Juice was just pinging bags of gold on the ground mid-fight. Don't know why I was doing that. No, I mean, it looked like such a horrible fight.
Oh, yeah.
For Na'Vi. It's actually unbelievable they managed to turn it around. And that was that particular moment. Got the Juice. He got saved with the Decrepify on the tail end of that. And Niku, seeing the opening, jumping in for the Requiem. Unable to quite find Kiritich, but he found practically everyone else. Props to Save for kind of salvaging a little bit at the tail end of that, but ultimately not quite enough.
No, and it was really unfortunate for Kiritich as well. His Omni ended up going onto an Enchanted creep.
Oh.
Like, he wasted at least 3-4 slashes on that thing at the tail end, and couldn't quite find the cleanup. I think if that wasn't there, or if he got luckier with bounces, it would have been more even.
They're gonna try and pick up the Juice, but he's a tanky boy, even with the Spirit Vessel against him. They won't be able to lock him down, and now Na'Vi, they seem like they might reset and go again. Do they want to commit? I mean, it's against 5 heroes. They're not 5 themselves, and in fact, they will not. They'll hold the high ground of that Radiant jungle for now. Kiritich.
Oh, do you see him?
Be careful, sir. He'll hesitate. He knows something's wrong. I mean, mind you, it's not going to be that easy to deal with Kiritich, Sean. He's got the double life available with the Aegis. If it wasn't already hard enough to just find 1 life. They'll move into that tier 2 bottom tower, Na'Vi. Meanwhile, BetBoom, they'll start forcing in the mid tier 2 tower, and I think Na'Vi might be forced to try and get a defense going here.
They do have time, but they'll just have to go for the trade. I don't believe a high ground's coming out from BetBoom just yet.
Oh. Maybe. I mean, they've got 2 minutes.
That's fair. For Na'Vi, I think they could try to maybe rush it themselves, TP back for the defense. the ultimates all back up, and I think the one issue you'll have is you'll always have GPK split pushing, so you've always got to kind of try to find a solution. And now you've got to try to find a way to jump Kiritich. Your most ideal way is really just got the juice with Blink, but it's difficult to see that happening smoothly up against the Jog.
Let's see if it does work out. Kiritich, he's not backing off here, Jonathan. 1.5 minutes on the Aegis. Kiritich will play it safe. Does get his Aghanim Scepter, though. Keep in mind, no buyback gold available for Kiritich. Not that he'd need it in the opposing base anyway. Does he want to commit with the Ags? You've still got a minute left on the Aegis, but Na'Vi, they're sneaking up from the backside. Got the juice, trying to find the supports. Kataomi, though, with a very nice ice path. Again onto two, and Nico! Nico, he's still alive?
Save!
Nico's still alive! Oh, and he gets the Requiem off in time. Miro's down. PMA trying to man fight here. He'll find GPK, but he does end up dying as now Zayats also being chased by Kiritich. Kiritich, oh, Nico! Jumps in. He'll save Zayats. Gives him another chance at life. Riddies, meanwhile, he'll go for a run. He's pretty slow right now and probably will end up dying. And he will. Do you go back for the high ground?
And that was the entire salvo out from Na'Vi. You've got the numbers advantage. You've got Swift Slash coming off in a short moment. I will say in that last tail of the fight, Riddies is just doing so much work, right? All of these decreps, all of these heals coming in, providing that little bit of a window for Niku to actually get his Requiem off. Just that little bit of durability. The racks will still fall, but at least you nullify a threat onto a secondary with no tier 2s up. Although, Kiritich is actually going to look to force it a little bit more here.
Kiritich, he knows how strong he is right now. BetBoom, they are still the much stronger team at this point. I mean, Na'Vi, they've been trying to show us some brilliant moments here, but BetBoom still the stronger team as of this point in this game, number 1 of this best of 3 series. See if they can find a way to defend this second lane of barracks. So far, the range racks is gone, and it seems like they will not be greedy. Kiritich, he'll leave the melee barracks alone, more than happy with the prizes he's claimed. And I don't quite blame him, John. He should be happy.
Yeah, it still works out in their favor. It was a good enough defense from Na'Vi, but it's hard to say that when you still lose your racks, but I suppose you could have lost more. The threat of Megas, or at least the threat of 2 full racks falling, is quite high. And Na'Vi, for their part, despite all of that, they're only 2k behind. So it's still a relatively even game. You're just seeing how many things have to go right for Na'Vi. You have to be careful with your angles, and the area control that you have on the side of BetBoom is massive. You can never underestimate a good ice pad coming in here from Kataomi. And for Na'Vi, you still have some tools coming in to help rectify this. You've got the Sight of Vice coming in from Niku, another source of single target control, which again is very pivotal in trying to catch out Kiritich on that Jug before he can Omni, Swift, or just spin. You do need that jump initiation, and it's got to come either from that SF or the DK. Tormentor going the way of BetBoom again, a little bit a free shard up for Kataomi. Just a little bit more going on with Liquid Fire and Liquid Frost up now. Just more slows to have to contend with, more damage coming in, which is always pleasant. And for Na'Vi, yeah, it's just a matter of how fast can you get the single target control going. You've got a BKB coming in for PMA as well. It's still a ways off from finishing the farm on that one. But it's really the Sight of Vice for Niku that should change the game. Just about 380 gold away, so not too far off from that. The issue is, can you actually catch someone? Because we've seen them hit these timings, we've seen them hit these item spikes that on paper should be really good, but BetBoom's been able to dance around them quite nicely and kind of exploit some weaknesses from Na'Vi in terms of where they are in the map. Sometimes they just get a bit greedy.
You've got to give big props to BetBoom, considering that this game 1 draft, like the plan was to get active very early on with this Prophet, and it just got shut down so effectively by Na'Vi, but yeah, they kept their composure, and they're just looking fantastic now for this game number 1. Certainly feels like their game to lose at the moment. That's for sure. Na'Vi, though, still holding on strong. 4-man smoke committed by BetBoom. A counter smoke now by Na'Vi. They'll run through the bottom lane. So will the side of BetBoom. They might legitimately run directly towards each other. In fact, never mind. BetBoom, they change their mind. They'll run south. Is this even an aggressive smoke, or are they just trying to reposition here?
it looks like they might be thinking about setting up for, say, a fast Roach respawn, which could be a little bit quick, 30 seconds away, and they're already set to kind of ambush.
Yeah, got the juice, getting caught by an ice path. Kanomi, they're looking to back off as Niku. He'll just jump right in with his BKB, but that's his BKB down. Has now got the juice, trying to find the Jakiro, but Kanomi still out of there. He's fine, as now Miero jumps in. Hoofstop is out, and they've got the juice. There goes your carry. It's all up to Niku to get the damage out if they want to keep fighting, and they will not. Here comes GPK, looking for some stragglers. He won't find them. But BetBoom, they've smoked up again. They want more. Second Roshan now officially available. We've lost the Poogie, Jonathan.
Oh, no.
We have officially lost the Poogie.
Never feels good when those Poogies run away.
Oh, big stun as well. Miero and Ricky.
All right.
First hit deletion. Make it another. Zayat, he's gone. Kiritich, my goodness.
He's been unstoppable on this jug. He's been able to manage his lane well. He knew what to do with farm. He knew where to be. He knows when to Omni Slash, when he's free to do so. His decision to take that Roche did pay off earlier, and now they'll find her secondary. Na'Vi, half a minute is a long time here for Got the Juice to get back in, and you have to deal with a high ground defense, a potential threat onto your Ancient already. There's a tier 2 they could clean up here on BetBoom if they'd want. It looks like they'll kind of play it safe, take care of that first. But Na'Vi, again, it's been hard to work these angles out. You have two supports that are really good at sustaining and really good at pushing, not really able to set you up. So every single time Na'Vi has to go for these fights, it's very high risk. You have to jump in first with your SF. You have to jump in first with your DK. Try to find the stuns on these targets and hope that you can get your spells off. Hope that Requiem can kick in. And the damage and control provides you coverage to kind of play your game. It's very difficult for, like, say, PMA to play this in and out bristleback game when there's no threat from your supports. Like, that feels like the best way for the bristleback to kind of have a threat. He's being backed up nicely with supports who can help him control. You don't really have that when you've got the Enchantress and the Pugna around. They've got some slows, yes, but nothing really to massively threaten, which means, again, that all of that pressure is just on Got the Juice and Niku, and they've just not had the smoothest time in trying to play that frontline jump.
Well, Got the Juice popped Dragon Form there. Looks like he was ready for a fight. It will not come. I do not believe BetBoom have seen that he's committed that, so could work in their favor, John. They might just wait it out and rush the base if they do ever find out. But now, BetBoom, they'll hang on the low ground. They'll just look for a Shrine of Wisdom.
Yeah, this could be really awkward. I mean, Got the Juice just bought out his Reaver.
Oh.
So buyback's like 1.1k away if they do get caught off guard, or they just get initiated on a high ground defense. You're going to be playing without your DK, which, again, it just feels like the damage isn't there when you've went full magical on Niku and you went full durability on PMA.
Oh, his Dragon Form's on cooldown for 45 here, John. He's going to have no Dragon Form. It's just about to wear off. And they know it too. They saw him. Kiritich, he'll move in. How do you fight now? He's got the juice. He'll jump in the old-fashioned way. Does absolutely nothing as Kiritich with the Swift Slash. Going to force him back. BetBoom still paying their respects, but PMA's BKB about to wear off as well. Nothing really holding BetBoom back now from going for this bottom lane of Barracks. At least I don't think so. Not quite yet. You've still got 15 seconds for the Dragon Fall. Kiritich to move in again. There's your range Barracks gone. They'll move on to the melee. Jump in from Got the Juice. Dragon Form is still 5 away. They'll stampede to the Hoof Stomp. Neko is gone as Kiritich will wipe them out. It's got to be over. Na'Vi, they're still trying. They've committed some buybacks here. PMA, who'll chase down GPK. Can't even find that. Has Got the Juice now jumping in. Niku, he's in as well. They'll find GPK. There's your Omni Slash committed. Niku and Got the Juice, they're both gone.
That's it.
Kiritich, he's too much. He is too darn much, Jonathan.
Yeah, he really is, and maybe that's one of the reasons why, again, you shouldn't... You know, Jug's not here that you necessarily think about banning. He has been rising up a little bit, but Kiritich on Jug is just a different piece. And I have to say as well, we didn't really talk about it too much, but I love what Save did here. We saw the early Shadow Blade, the early Silver Edge really set up for a lot of these kills, simplifying that process on DK onto the Bristleback. There was just no way to leverage that innate tankiness these two heroes had, which again made it difficult to try to play these frontline sort of tactics with Na'Vi with all of the lack of options they had. It was just a really difficult game to leverage. They had a good early game, but transitioning was a bit tough for him.
It certainly was a tough transition, Jonathan, but what isn't a tough transition is us throwing to the panel. Let's go back to them and see what they have to say.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yeah, let's break down in this game because it kind of played out a little bit different than what we initially thought. After the draft was done, we thought if Na'Vi was going to have a good shot, they're going to be very fast. And that part did not do, well, they didn't do the draft justice there, T.
Yeah, no. So like Na'Vi was meant to break some early towers, get some, map play going, be aggressive. None of that happened. It kind of just like they took a little tower, and the game was very chill, very farm heavy. There was kind of like an awkward mid game where I feel like you cannot allow for the farm to lock in for BB. You have to keep finding kills. It's difficult though. They did have 1.5 stuns, which means it's harder to smoke gank.
A bit.
But yeah, it's tempo draft, didn't tempo, they lose.
They do lose, and that did make for an even mid game, and that was of course exciting. A little bit of back and forth, and one particular back and forth was a little bit more exciting than the rest, Gunnar.
Yeah, I think there's a cool item I saw was Muerta bought Silver Edge, and then.
But this is the first
fight.
The 24-minute Roche
fight.
fight.
Yeah. So this fight I thought was really cool for Zayats, for Na'Vi, where he dies at the start of the fight, and then he's gonna buy back here. And he basically gets a creep from this camp right next to him. And he basically micros it next to the Omni Slash, tanks the Omni Slash from his Dragon Knight. He does die too, so he dies twice in the fight. But he micros his creep, saves his Dragon Knight, and they're actually able to kind of play this fight out in a better way. Right, it's right here. You see the Omni Slash, tanks it, moves it away. It lets his Dragon Knight live, gets the stun, gets the Shadow Fiend ult, actually able to survive the fight.
But you can see as well from this clip how awkward it is for Na'Vi, because when you look at your offlaner standing next to Jakira, right? In other games, that Jakira is just dead. The fact is, BB can just continue kiting and go, you know what? Thank you very much. We'll just reposition to the high ground. Sure, again, with the Requiem and a little bit of turnaround, Na'Vi still looks good. But in the big picture, BB was always able to kind of craft the correct position. And like Jug just never died in this game, right? 12-0-4. He gets the Aegis. He gets every item he wants. It was... Yeah, just a...
It's what you talked about in the pregame, right? They picked Jakiro. It kind of secures Kiritich's game, his early game, and he just farmed.
Yeah, and you do mention that BB Team was able to craft the correct scenario for them, and they were able to craft a nice item for themselves, Gunny.
Yeah, so it was Silver Edge, which I thought was really funny because he just went Brown Boots Silver Edge, and you were surprised when I said it. You thought like he had other items. And we talked about when they banned the Viper, that break was actually really cool this game because there's a Bristleback, there's Dragonite, there's Enchantress. And so I think Save kind of noticed that it was a very good break game and they kind of need this damage. And so here in this fight, you see Dragonite blinks in. He feels really strong, right? He's really tanky. He can go BKB. He has a Pugna to save him. But Nullifier, Silver Edge. And look at the damage. He's just dead in like 2-3 hits from the Omni Slash. He doesn't even need a full duration. And I thought it was really cool just to see that item. And I don't think many players would have went in this situation.
No, not first item on the...
Yeah, especially not Brown Boots.
That's some like curse-looking build in certain games, but in this game, it looked very nice. Again, like you have the Centaur, you got the Prophet, multiple ways to start, so Save can always just position himself nicely behind his team who are setting him up every time.
Yeah, and that leads to a nice victory for BB Team in game 1 of this best of 3, with Kiriti's being the standout player, not dying a single time, and overall just being a solid player. I feel like this was a team effort, though. We can name Kiriti's the standout player, and especially because he didn't die. But I feel like when we're looking at BB Team, especially with the couple of changes that they've had, this looked like a unit. That's what we want to see, Gunnar.
Yeah, I think this was the type of game that when it's a bit slower, it's a whole team thing. Like no one's getting caught out. Mm-hmm. Everyone in the team fight is casting their spells properly, and when you're choking them out to everyone, like if I'm playing perfect, my team's not, you're gonna give space to Na'Vi. Mm-hmm. But the fact that they're all playing good, Navi's kind of slowly getting this net worth disadvantage, and even just the high ground pushes, it got a little close. There's some fights that could have been bad, but I think they played in a nice way that they always were pulling Na'Vi into them, forcing weird jumps from the Shadow Fiend and kind of pulling the fights in a good way.
Yeah, and there were a lot of spells cast very nicely, as Gunnar says, and some of those spells were also cast back to the caster, which happens when a certain item is used, Tigoff.
Yes, unfortunately, this is not the season for Lotus Orb. And you might go, what do you mean, not the season for Lotus Orb? I'm going to show you a very boring clip, all right? Probably the worst clip I can show you on Weatherman. And it's simply in slow motion as well, but that's fine. We'll fix it. It's a pink bristleback. Crazy, I know. High energy Weatherman, don't worry. Because I want to show you what happened, right? Cortero's Curio, right? The TI event, Do we remember that? Let me show you a clip from the beautiful lower bracket Game 3 final, right? Look at this Centaur. He's going in. He's got some effects on him, but I want to quickly pause for a second. Can you actually see what's on him? Quick moment in chat. Do you see a Lotus Orb, guys? Yes or no, please? I'm waiting to see chat. Yes, no's. Thank you very much. Of course, the answer is yes, but you barely can see it. So that's where I wanted to do a little bit of a deep dive, a little bit more, right? We're seeing Lotus Orb Blues a lot more. It's a big pink ball nowadays, not this weird little yellow blob of the Quartero's Curio. So I did the stats. Again, stats don't lie. Here we go. During the International, there was a 57% win rate when we had the effect that was literally impossible to see. But during, modern day Dota, competitive tier 1 in this season, it's a 49% win rate. Pink blob, 49% win rate. Literally invisible, 57% win rate. All I'm saying, guys, is in the current patch, with the way that Lotus Orb looks, it is a lower win rate item. You need to be careful. It's not as broken as it was. And unfortunately, PMA could not reflect any Omni Slashes because he could see the item. Thank you very much.
I will say, I think it's supposed to sit on 50%, so this version is probably better.
Yeah, no, seeing items and spells is quite a wonderful mechanic, I must say.
But
so
it's kind of balanced around being able to see, right?
Yeah. So, I know a lot of people have been complained. So I looked at the stats, and it's kind of funny that it actually is kind of true. There's a healthy percentage difference between the two. So if we are to have little custom effects in the future, let's just ramp up that little bit of visual, just 10%. I like changing the effects and stuff, but it's just a little too hard to see.
It is, and now it's back to the way it
Yeah.
So maybe teams are gonna, because it's an intuition item as well, right? Maybe people have to get used to not being buying Lotus Orb as often anymore. We're gonna find out if there's Lotus Orbs in game number 2 coming at you after a break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Everybody, Slacks here with Save from BetBoom. Welcome back to Wallachia, our returning champion. How are you doing?
Good.
Good. Does it feel good to be back? This is your home now. This is Wallachia champion. You rose the trophy.
I mean, sure, it's nice, We just won previous Wallachia, so it feels nice to come back.
What is going on with you guys since then, huh? Yeah, champions, very good. I've had some little ups, some little downs. How you been?
I guess we didn't win anything after that, right?
I didn't say that. You said that. I would never put it so bluntly.
Yeah, I guess we had pretty fine results after that Wallachia, some top 4 in TI. Just played in the finals of Future Playground.
Yeah.
I guess we're doing good.
You guys are doing good. Is morale pretty high still for the team? You guys feeling all right? Sure. No, yeah? You just kind of blew that out. Everyone okay on the team? You having fun?
Yeah, of course. Right now, yes, but after we didn't qualify to Blast Singapore, we were kind of sad, but now it's fine.
Would you give any advice to, smaller players coming from the god Save himself of what to do when times are tough in Dota?
I don't know, it's a tough, I guess everyone has his own ideas, You need to find balance, what works for you, in terms of mental health, whatever. I don't know, it's different for everyone.
Fair enough. Let's talk about post-TI. I mean, you guys had a hell of a series against Xtreme. It was very fun to watch. One of the best, I would say, in the entire tournament. Very close games. You guys get the opportunity to face them here again. Are you looking forward to that? Do you care at all? What's the feel there?
I don't think it's going to be anything personal from TI, but yeah, I feel like I want to face them. They have a new roster, I guess. They have nothing to say now. And why?
You know, FY is coming back, so it's kind of interesting.
Okay. Are they the team that you would want to face off against the most, or is there a team you're gunning for here?
There's not really teams that I want to face, you know. There's no Falcons.
There's no Falcons, and I did want to talk to you about Gaming Gladiators. I mean, this is a team that I feel like you guys had a big rivalry with. You always going back to back, always facing off against them. Now they're gone. Does this feel like you're missing your nemesis? Did you have a bigger nemesis than Gaming Gladiators?
I don't know, man. Not really. I mean, in the past, we used to play a lot in Gaming Gladiators, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, last year, we didn't lose even a single time against them. But when it was back with Wallachia, it was really interesting to play against them. But we still had a good win rate against them, even when they were the top team. So, yeah, it was fun.
Who's going to replace them? What do you think is going to be your big rivalry? I think I might have already heard it.
I don't know, there's a lot of good teams to know. I guess it's still going to be some Falcons, Tundra, some PARIVISION. It's all good teams.
Would you rather beat Falcons or PARIVISION if you had to choose? You'll lose to the other team, but you'll beat one of them. Who would you want?
For sure, Falcons.
Just because they're TI winners or what?
I mean, I lost like 4 grand finals to Falcons in 2 years. So.
That is true. That does weigh on a man. Well, if Falcons were here, would you beat their ass?
I don't know, man. It's kind of random, you know. You can always win, you can always lose. It's all about small details.
It's a healthy mentality to have. It's small details that win a Dota game, huh?
Yeah.
So in this tournament, do you guys have any goals? Because you've been doing a lot of tournaments lately. You've been up high. You've had some lows.
I guess our goal is winning. I guess top 1, yeah. We just lost the final in Belgrade, so probably we want to win now.
Yeah, that would probably be good. Winning is great. Do you think it's going to affect your team in any way if you guys get that big W, or is it just another tourney for you?
It for sure will affect us. I mean, we have Kredic, new player. He did not win tournaments, so it will be nice for him to win.
Okay, well, Save, as always, thank you so much for coming in. It was a great interview and being able to catch up with you. But the world does want to know, though, is this the 2-time? Will you guys be walking away with another victory here this season on Wallachia?
Yeah, it's going to be nice to be back-to-back champion.
Okay, you heard it from the man himself. We are ready for the 2-in-a-row victory here at PGL Wallachia Season 6. Thank you so much, Mr. Save, for your time, and you'll see more BetBoom coming up soon.
Yeah, Save has taken a step already in the right direction, of course, being here to be having a chance for that back-to-back championship. And in this series, they're also 1 game up against Na'Vi. We're going to find out if Na'Vi can strike back, force out a 3rd game to this series, or if VB Team will take this one with the 2-0. We're ready to head into the draft actually as well with Tigov and Gunnar here. We saw the draft coming out for game 1. We didn't think Na'Vi's draft was bad. We had a specific play style in mind for them. They didn't play that style. So what do we want them to adjust? Do you want them to adjust the play style so it fits with the draft, or do you want them to adjust the draft so it fits with their play style?
I will start by saying I was being polite in the previous draft because I think you have to.
Okay.
You don't have to.
I'm excited. No, go.
I mean, their draft was when Na'Vi often doesn't do, like, when they stumble in a tournament, it's because they do drafts like this where they go, you know, they get a bit too creative. They lean more on like some player-hero combinations, and it doesn't really gel well. Like, the idea of winning a game on tempo and limited stuns is not a thing we really see much in Dota. Like, you don't see the 20-minute win, right? When you look at this lineup, it's meant to be oppressive and map breaking, and I'm just not really a fan of it too much. You know, it's just like, it's too volatile for me personally. But I'll always give praise to a team trying it.
I don't like Shadow Fiend mid.
Sure.
I think it's a very volatile hero.
Okay.
Sure, some games you'll pick it and like he crushes the game, but I feel like there's so many games, even at TI I saw it a lot, that he just kind of has low impact. And I just think it's a very unstable hero compared to the enemy mid. Nature's Prophet. This guy's going to have impact no matter what you do every single game. Like, he's going to teleport, he's going to gank, he's going to buy whatever items you want. You can buy the Vessel, you can go like this early game, you can go more Maelstrom, greedy. And for me, I'm hoping Na'Vi kind of goes slightly more basic. I think the Bristle's fine.
Yeah.
But I'd rather their mid just more some utility, like Initiator, Spirit, Puck, Storm. Like, I hear that does stuff. I want him to actually like control the game and win the game for his team.
Yeah, I mean, again, a lot of Na'Vi lineups, when they look really good, is because they have this like overlapping kill potential, multiple heroes, little combinations, mid plus off lane, carry plus whatever. Like, they can go make moves. And you look at that last draft, and there's none of that. It's just a very simplistic attempt of trying to win a game. And yeah, we'll see where they want to approach this one. Of course, BB, they go back for the Jakiro, a hero that we do often see them pick up, and they go for the Beastmaster again. I say again, but they haven't picked it yet in series. Not opposed to it, they're very strong.
What did they pick your last game?
They picked the Centaur.
Okay, interesting. So there's not really a reason that they don't pick the Centaur. I think they're just changing it up to change it up. Was the Beast wasn't banned?
The Beast in the last game was banned by Na'Vi.
Okay,
yes.
okay.
It was banned in the 10th position. This time around, Na'Vi banned out the Abaddon.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, so we got a little bit different introduction to the draft already.
But the draft is the same identity though from BB. It's like
pick
strong 5, pick strong offlaner. Again, Beast could technically still be mid. But outside of that, the formula is still the same, right? It's force Na'Vi to pick 3 heroes. They're going to double pick now in 14-15. Once they do that, they can decide what's happening with Beastmaster. So very, very clear cut. And for Na'Vi at least, they go for the MOUZ.
Okay, I really like the PMA Mars. I think it's one of his best heroes.
Much better.
Yeah, and they select the lane combo straight away with the Eng Mars there as well. I mean, we already highlighted the Eng from the previous game. Zayach plays a killer one, and you would still consider it slightly flex maybe as well if Redis can play it on position 5?
Definitely. I'm more excited about this Mars for what it does, kind of their playstyle. I think PMA's Bristle is very good, but I've seen his Mars kind of wreak havoc in a lot of games, and it gives them that kill potential, that fight, whereas the Bristle kind of needs other heroes to do it for him. Now you have Mars plus a damage support, or you have Mars plus Dragonite. They can Chainstone, and it kind of gives you options, and that's what I think they really want. Whereas BB Team's kind of just almost picking the same
same
type of draft.
Especially with the win that Save had on Muerta in the previous game, that is still an undefeated hero just overall in this Wallachia, which, I mean, it looked so good, and the fact that he's allowed to just go brown with Silver Edge and still have that impact before he even has Silver Edge, that's quite impressive.
I would say in this game, he has a little more responsibility than the last. I think when you have Centaur in the Juggernaut, even the Nature's Prophet, like those 3 heroes kind of do so much for you that you can just exist. I think when you have Ursa Beastmaster, they rely a bit more on the support to like get Atos or get defensive items and protect his team.
So he can't be as greedy.
He can't be as greedy.
I'm a little scared for Na'Vi though, in the fact that they have a lot of cores that do the same thing, which are go even in lane and farm type heroes. Because, DK, MOUZ, they don't burst into the game like with this explosive damage. Like DK can set up for a tower siege, but then you want heroes around you. MOUZ can go for a arena setup, but again you want heroes to capitalize on that arena. So now they go for the Terrorblade, which means DK is your mid. You already know MOUZ off lane, Terrorblade going to carry. Like sure, when this draft gets to the 20-25 minute mark, everyone's got a couple items. They are going to be so strong. The scaling is incredible, but I am a little wary of the pacing. If BB can find some Beastmaster timing to play on, like the good Helmet Dom, Helmet Overlord, if you really continue pushing that into Na'Vi, they are just going to be reacting and not getting to the items.
Do you have preference where the Beastmaster goes?
I mean, they're going to hold it to the end of the draft, but I think I prefer it to be mid because you're playing into TB Ench in the safe lane, and Beastmaster mid into DK is very chill.
I like it as an off lane.
Okay.
Because so versus Enchantress, you're kind of incentivized to go axes, and no points on the boards because you'll take them. And versus TB, actually the axe max is pretty good.
Sure, true. Yeah.
So it kind of both heroes are weak to axes, and usually a lot of the ways that I've heard people talk about Beastmaster is you want one hero to counter one and another counter the other. So it's like, for example, one lane that people used to run was Slark Enchantress, because Slark would purge, he would dispel the axe stacks, and then Enchantress would deal with the boar. So it's kind of like Beastmaster couldn't do anything. And I feel like they kind of doubled up on the anti-boar.
That's true. And also, with that logic as well, if Beast is playing the offlane, you still have that safe lane pressure that you really want against the Terrorblade to then kill that tower as early as possible, force him to play like an awkward part of the map. If you play it from mid, it's less likely that you break the safe lane tower,
Yeah, because it's a bit more greedy.
It's a little greedy.
You're going to go farm your ags, and then sure, he's really strong with his ags, but he also, I feel like, will be tied a bit more towards the mid lane versus Dragonite and not be this like accelerating farming ancient stacks because he'll lose his tower to Dragonite.
So with what we said then, if Beast has axe spam and will feel okay in the off lane, you then have Ursa who's going to feel okay in the safe lane. Just a big lane counter to DK is what we're expecting, right? Like a Huskar type hero, just punch, bully, and then play on that.
I don't like Huskar specifically, but yeah, I think something along those lines. There's Necrophos, which I've been seeing a
I like that hero.
more.
Yeah.
It's still not the most popular, but it's good versus DK. It's good versus TV. It's good versus Mars. Sure, the Enchantress can purge, but I feel like, especially with the new, I don't want to say new shard, but the shard that gives you that mobility. Like even if you get purged, you can kind of like jump out of the fight, kind of survive. It's not stuns. They will be limited on stuns, but I think it's an interesting idea.
But then if you want like laning, you can then go for like a Monkey King then. You just lane nicely. You're always going to get your farm against DK. Sure, you might, but then like you just play them up pretty well, right?
Quick question.
There's so many options actually.
Are we actually seeing Na'Vi going for their last pick being a position 5, or is there any flex that I'm not aware of? I mean, the Terrorblade position 4, I don't think is a thing anymore.
I think it's likely a position 4, something to link with the Mars. I don't know, just anything versus Ursa. You kind of just want some anti-Ursa, which...
All the big fours that we mentioned before are available, right?
Like Snapfire's okay, Hoodwink's okay. People might pick Bane in this situation if they like Bane 4. I don't know if this team likes it in particular, but you kind of just want something that hits the Ursa every time he walks up to the wave and helps your Mars exist there early.
They are a Grimstroke team. To be a bit more aggressive, but I'm not really a fan.
Scary versus. I feel like
I prefer the snap.
Yeah, you need
It's the
something
safe
with
one,
peel because in this lane, Jakiro, Ursa are going to go on your Mars.
Ring Mask.
Okay, I like that too. It's safe. It is peel because you'll have the whip.
Instant Undying. They
so
did not care. Yep. So it's going to be mid Beast and then the offlane Undying. So at least in BB's read, they want just the free chill Beast into DK. They don't want to think about axes and all this stuff to try and play out the Terrorblade. Instead, they go for a last pick Undying. And again, I mentioned that damage is an issue a little bit for Na'Vi. They aren't explosive with any of their heroes. All of their cores are physical damage based cores that need items to feel good. You pick an Undying that can Tombstone, Flesh Golem, really stand his ground. You're going to brush off a lot of that damage, especially if he goes for like Crimson Guard or anything like this.
I think they're one of the best teams around the Undying offlane.
They are.
Like some other teams run it, but I feel like Miero in particular is one of the best. And it looks like a good pick. I think the laning stage will be pretty free for him. He's versus 2 very low strength heroes, low HP. Like he'll just free farm it. Also opens up save to rotate to other lanes. I think this draft's a bit scary again for Na'Vi.
Again, like I feel like Na'Vi have put themselves in this position where, compared to the last draft, which is all tempo, this is now all about laning efficiency, scaling, taking the perfect fight, and making sure that when you enter the game, every core has like the 3 items that we're looking for. But when you look at BB, they don't care about that at all. They have ways to progress towers through Beastmaster Jakiro. They have Roshan potential with Undying Ursa. They have Tormentor taking. Like the difference in lineup is BB can play from lane to end the game. Na'Vi kind of need to just...
They have a period in between where they still need to gather all their...
There's so much gathering. So again, if this is a 40-minute game, 100% there's going to be some hype back and forth. But it's going to show a lot of skill from Na'Vi to try and get to that stage.
So if it does get to that stage, which lane has to make sure that time that they need is going to be had?
I think maybe even the DK needs to have a good time to try and
I think Dragonite mid is always like if he has a good game and he gets his blink, gets kills, like it's good, but then there's games where he like gets a 12, 13, 14, 15 minute blink and starts being slow, and then he doesn't really have high damage supports, really. Like Enchantress doesn't do much damage. Ring is okay, but he needs to get off the ground and like actually do the damage, otherwise him plus Mars is no kill threat.
He does that at level 6, luckily Gunner.
Does he?
Yeah.
Is this because are you happier seeing him on a DK compared to Shadow Fiend?
I like it a lot more. Actually, he does have. I liked it last game too for the mid tower pressure. So they have tower pressure, they have kill threat. He's gonna buy blink. I hope he controls the pace of the game. That's what I want to see from him.
Okay, let's see if he can do that on the Dragonite as we are heading into game number 2.
Thank you so much, Shiva. Game number 2 is upon us, Jonathan. Na'Vi versus BetBoom. BetBoom, of course, 1 game ahead currently Do you feel as though this new draft from Na'Vi is going to be enough to force us to a Game 3?
I think it's a decent draft. You and I were having a conversation about what could have been better for Na'Vi. I think you and I were in agreement as well that PMA's Bristleback didn't really have impact. This Mars should be able to do a little bit more. In terms of team fight, in terms of lane, it might not be any better as they're already looking for a bit of a clash here.
Save. He does hit the dead shot. PMA still going to be okay to retreaters. They don't really have any other lockdown. Because if you're Na'Vi, I don't necessarily recommend fighting against level 1 timing of an Undying. Though they are sticking around to try and contest this bottom bounty rune. Zayats will eventually retreat. PMA still posturing, but eventually will leave. And rightfully so, as they are going to end up for a 2-for-2 trade anyway, so not really too big of a deal. Of course, Jonathan, we'll start with the mid lane, where you are going to see GPK on his mid Beastmaster. He'll be up against the Niku Dragon Knight this time around. How do you feel this lane goes?
Yeah, it's pretty static. I mean, you've got the threat with Axe spam later on for GPK, of course, as the panel was saying. And you've always got the Boris to slowly poke and prod and keep that lane shoved out if you'd want, get control over the runes. If you time it at the 2-minute mark, not the most important thing for a DK to maintain, but very important, of course, for GPK to maintain his spam. And it is very static. I would say you're not going to be threatened out as a DK. You're not going to be threatened out, for the most part, as a Beastmaster either. The axes are the one thing. If GPK can consistently land some good wild axes, that magic damage can stack up. But that is very mana-dependent as well for GPK. So it's kind of a wait-and-see, farm what you'd want. I'd say you are a little bit better off in GPK because you can flash farm, maybe into jungle in between. You can cycle through these boars, try to micro for a pull or a stack if you'd want, if you'd really look at that way instead of the lane advantage. There is that. You can see Niku already trying to farm some of those boars up. Completely misses on the Breed Fire, but that does happen every now and again.
It does. Of course, top lane, you are going to have Miro and Save here up against Riddies and Got the Juice once again. This time, Got the Juice playing the TP as Riddies. Just deleted. And, you know, I should mention as well, Jonathan, you and I, we were watching the draft, and you quite literally groaned when you saw Muerta being picked up again. Would you like to explain to us why you didn't like that pickup?
I don't know. It's not that I don't like it. It's just Save loved this hero.
He does.
It's like, if he can play Muerta, he's just going to play Muerta. There's nothing that's going to change, and we know how he's going to do it. And it's, I mean, it's great. It's good. Saves Muerta is amazing. It's probably one of the best in the world. It's just, you can kind of get tired of it after seeing it so much. But you can't fault Save, right? Like, it works well. It does what it does. It does what it has to do. It's really good poke here. And it really ties in with Undying plus Tombstone. Like, the Calling and Tombstone is just a nightmare combination later on. So I can see a lot of value in that fight that didn't even have any of those combos. So there's a build up into a threat up top. This lane for Got the Juice is just not going to be comfy. You know, you get decayed a couple of times. The threat of a dead shot becomes massive because you just have no strength on this hero. In fact, he had to go Bracer on the Terrorblade just to try to have some bulk here into an Undying lane. At least you are limited on Miero by his mana, but he's going for that Soul Ring. It's not going to be too far off. And then the spell spam will commence. Just a couple of decays into maybe a Soul Rip dead shot could kind of take care of that Terrorblade early on if you're not too careful.
Yeah, absolutely. How's the bottom lane been going? Oh, we really haven't looked at the bottom lane at all. You've got Kiritich and Karaomi, of course, against Zayats and PMA. The thing is, I don't expect Kiritich to have any kind of rough time.
No.
It really did feel like a great Ursa game. Still feels like a great Ursa game. Laning stage-wise, he's going to have a great old time, even up against the Enchantress of Zayats. You're just not really seeing the impact yet. And you've once again got a Karaomi Jakiro, which is what I groaned about, John, because I was like, well, why would you give this guy the Jakiro again?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen how much Jakiro can do, not just for BetBoom. We've seen quite a fair bit of Jakiro so far in the past few months, and it's just everything. Like, just look at that combination.
Nice
just like
speed
that.
from PMA, but it means nothing by the looks of it, as Kiritich will happily take his life away. Karaomi, I mean, this guy, he just knows what he's doing when it comes to Jakiro, and as we're seeing, BetBoom, they'll continue to pick it if they can.
Yeah, and it just wins you the lane. It's almost the same story here for Kiritich. From that game one, just getting that steady build-up, no real threat coming out from PMA. And that is a concern. You're playing up against an Ursa. Once that Battle Fury is up, maybe you take a quick fight, maybe you wait for the blink into Roshan, and then things start to go downhill very fast. For Na'Vi, their own tempo has to... It kind of relies on Niku hitting 6, trying to get connections, or just forcing a tower with that Dragon form. We'll have to see later on. It has been a little bit of a struggle in that Beastmaster lane. He's been able to farm up, but you have seen when GPK has that full mana pool, level 2 Axis up, he can really pressure onto Niku. Like, the magic damage is there to make this DK tink twice. At least, again, with a level advantage, you're going to hit that 6 slightly faster, and at least you'll have the Dragon form before the Roar is up, so you can maybe do some chip damage on the tower, or look for a support rotation onto mid to help take care of that GPK problem.
Niku's not even having a... I mean, he's having a great time in terms of CS, but GPK starting to really rack up the damage with those wild axes. You're starting to see a few issues here for Na'Vi. I mean, all lanes are getting pretty rough. In fact, GPK, he might have a kill on his hands if Niku wants to keep sticking around. Niku even pinging out for some help now, as he just can't remain in the lane anymore up against all this magical burst. And I'll tell you what, it seems like BetBoom, they've got themselves 3-1 lanes. In fact, Niku almost getting sniped by GPK. How close was that? How low did he get?
That was really close. He did have a wand charge afterwards. I'd maybe estimate 20.
Oh, he even got the self-cancellation.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a nightmare, right? Once you've got the axes, you've got the water runes to sustain yourself here for GPK. Not much Niku can do. And even though a while ago he could have hit 6 a little bit faster, GPK's the one with the threat.
It could be careful. Be careful. GPK, he's going to get jumped eventually here by Zayat, so try and salvage this. Riddy's also going to show up, but he's taking too much damage from save. Of course, power runes are spawning up in about 10 seconds from now, so they want to at least ensure that they don't hand that over to GPK, but even got the juice now rotating over just to make sure they do find save, but save, he's being an absolute nuisance here, almost finding Zayat, but not quite. They will at least hand over the power rune to Niku now. It is just a shield rune, but I think more importantly, they didn't give it over to GPK.
No. It would have been a nice one to play with for GPK, looking for that pressure onto mid, or just some aggression to bottle top up to get more mana, of course. And it is a lot of time committed out, though, right? Your Terrablade's not in the jungle, not farming the lane.
Yeah, man.
Oh?
How do you run from this?
You don't.
That's my thing. How do you run from this Jakiro hero? Well, he's going to find a way this time around, but it's just the amount of slow being provided by Kataomi. It's nothing to scoff at.
It is just too much. It's such a good combination with Ursa. Stacking those slows, getting that burst damage. These tanky heroes that you do have in Na'Vi are much easier to take care of with that Ursa on hand. And that's going to be the challenge, right? Like, how are you going to kite this Ursa around? He doesn't care too much about arena. He can rip you to shreds in your own arena. BetBoom again setting up for a nice take on the Shrines of Wisdom, and Na'Vi again might be giving them away for free. Double Shrines once more. Just like Game 1. This is something BetBoom's been very good at. Yeah, finding off this EXP.
This is becoming quite concerning now for Na'Vi. I mean, it doesn't look that bad yet, but it's getting bad. Tier 1 mid-tower at the very least. They are going to trade off those Shrines of Wisdom for that mid-tier 1, which will alleviate some of the pressure here on Niku. But certainly, if you were to choose a winner of this early game laning stage, it is certainly going to be BetBoom.
Oh,
no two ways about it.
They've found everything they wanted. A free lane for Kiritich. This Battle Fury timing is going to be on point. You've got the levels already built up on Miero as well. And he is starting to get into that sustain game. He's going straight for a full Crimson Guard later on. The Vanguard coming out first. But once you've got that, it's like the panel was saying, like Gunnar and T-Gov were saying, like... Crimson Guard on Undying up against this physical lineup, you're suddenly not going to have burst.
GPK gonna get jumped now, but he's pretty tanky. He'll pop the roar out on Riddies, just looking for a kill, and I think he might just have it. In fact, Riddies does have the whoopee cushion to get out. GPK, though, has an Invis rune to play with, so they don't actually have the detection, and now he'll turn back around with the axes once again. They'll slow him up another time with the Impalement Arts. But GPK, he's just waiting for axes, John. He couldn't care less. He's just an axe thrower here. Zayat's almost going down. Niku, he's still trying to chase, but you've got to be wary of that app damage on the axes. It does start to rack up as GPK now on the run. Here comes Kataomi. Riddy's in trouble once again, and he will drop. The save, gonna be chased down, looking for a deny attempt at the neutrals. Is gonna find it. Denying everything as now Niku, he's in the middle of nowhere. He'll try for a TP play out, and he will make it. They have no way to cancel. But it still doesn't really prove to be a great fight for Na'Vi.
No, I mean, again, look at the commitment it takes to fight over those runes. All the space you get at the top lane.
Sunder's out. Miero not going to be able to continue the chase. Tame the Beasts out as well. Got the juice trying for the Tombstone. Will be able to get it. Miero not looking to back off though. Will continue to move back in on Got the Juice. More decay spam coming in, but Got the Juice going to be okay for now to survive it. John, you could kind of argue he's just sending a message at this point.
And he is. I mean, he's just keeping Got the Juice in trap, right? He needs to shove the lane to farm the jungle. He's not getting that build-up he'd want. You've already got the Vanguard up and running on Miero as well. Again,
oh no. Got the Juice. He'll get away for now. He's under that T2 tower, but Miero able to get that final decay off. He'll be happy to die for this. No problems here for Miero. It's a great trade on their part. And of course, he's going to immediately respawn, John.
Yeah. You've got to love that ceaseless dirge coming in. Nothing lost too bad.
The first time I played Undying,
yeah,
after that classic came out, I sat in the fountain for a solid minute being like, why did I respawn? Where's the respawn music? That really happened. Worst part was none of my teammates noticed I was missing, John. That reminded me of my marriage almost. Anyway.
Says a lot about your impact, Michael Phoenix, huh?
That's what my wife said as well, John. Na'Vi. They need some impact right now.
That they do. And again, the key timings to watch out for at this point is this blink on Niku that he's working on, a little bit of the Yules from PMA to try to self-set up into the spears. Again, the issue is you're just playing into this ultra durability coming out from Miero. This front line on the Undying is just insane. And again, this area control you have, sure, it's no arena, but Tombstone, the calling is just almost sinistrous to... That's sinistrous. It's not a real word. It's almost...
I know, John.
It's almost evil to play. You know, it's a very evil thing to drop in the middle of everything.
You could have corrected yourself and said sinister, John. It's still...
I know.
You know, you don't have to go to evil, John.
I know.
Right?
I know.
We just fix our mistakes.
Yeah, I'm trying.
That's okay. That's okay.
No, I failed English in high school.
Which is crazy, because you're American.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it happens more often than you'd think, Mike.
Top lane. Readies. Going to be perfectly fine. Miero's not looking to back off at all.
No. I mean, there's no reason to when you've got the Vanguard. There's just no magic damage to worry about. And Blade Mail into Crimson Guard. All of a sudden, no one's going to be doing any damage. You've got all the room in the world. Like, we have not seen Kiritech take part in anything. He's just been free farming into that Battle Fury, into the Blink. Not too far off from that recipe for the B Fury now. So, it's smooth sailing for BetBoom so far. And Na'Vi are the ones that are going to have to look for a way to be disruptive once their own timings are up, but it just feels like you're playing into BetBoom's timings a lot closer than you are to Na'Vi's timings at this point.
Hunting down PMA down this bottom lane. PMA, he'll get the read to back off. BetBoom, though, they're still kind of moving in. He'll have... Oh, he doesn't see them! He doesn't see them. They're hitting into the tree line. That's unfortunate for PMA, and speaking of unfortunate, GPK, he might get caught out, and he does. Na'Vi, they find a decent trade, in fact a pretty good trade across the map, but they will still lose that bottom tier 1 tower. And the game is still looking pretty horrendous if you're Na'Vi.
That it is, and it's an important kill to find for Niku with the blink up. You know, it's a big core kill, you're severely behind. You will find a tier 1 top in exchange to even out map control just a tad bit at the very least, but again, it's just scary to think about what BetBoom will want to do. They invade that triangle. They're clearing out everything. They've got the Battle Fury now fully up and running on Kiritech. He's going to be free to consider a move into Roshan or just keep the flash farm going until the Blink's up with a BKB. And for Na'Vi's end, I mean, you've got some breathing room coming out for Got the Juice. He's trying to recover. He's still pretty behind in comparison to the other cores. And you're even further behind on PMA considering that top lane. So again, it just stalls out when you can play because you've got a Ringmaster and Enchantress support. Again, they can't do much connecting into any of these heroes just yet. Maybe they could with PMA. Probably your best bet, or with Niku with Blink. But the threats from the side of BetBoom are just way too high. Again, the area control, the single target control they have, this adds timing on GPK lining up sooner rather than later still. Just about 600 gold away. And once you have to deal with the Drums of Islam as well, with all of this durability, with all of this AoE, soft AoE control, it gets challenging. Na'Vi, though, will try with that smoke up.
They will. They've got to try something. Na'Vi, they'll head towards the top lane. You've got save if you do want it. GPK, he's the bigger target. They'll try to head towards the Beastmaster. They are going to find him. Immediate TP's out for GPK, but he's already gone. Shrine of Wisdom now trying to be taken by Save as the double ice path. He's going to come out from Kanaomi, trying to buy more and more time. Save, he'll stand his ground. He'll get the Shrine of Wisdom. Now Niku trying to find a way out. Will be able to do so. They don't have the TP cancellation. And you've got to give props to Na'Vi. They are getting away with a couple kills that you probably shouldn't be able to get away with.
Yeah, it's just been rough for GPK. Getting caught out, not even wards down in that area either. Just really good game sense coming out there from Na'Vi, knowing where GPK would want to farm in the triangle into the left side. And if you are BetBoom, it might be worth it to consider some defensive wards. At least they've got all the wards in the world down bot. None of that's really covering GPK. He's not really usefully covering him. Down bot again.
Okay, they're going to find Got the Juice, who's completely out of position. Not anticipating the rotation that they will save him for now. Got the Juice, in fact, never mind. He'll throw the Sunder out and they don't have the damage. I say out of position. I suppose he always felt safe with Riddies behind.
Yeah, it would have been really rough for GPK if there was a little bit more to help out there. Post Sunder forgot the Juice. If they were set up a little bit more offensively, 3 deaths in a row just like that for GPK wouldn't feel great. Still, they're stalling out the game nicely. They do still manage to hang on to that tier 1 bot here for BetBoom though, so the map is still feeling really good for the side of BetBoom. Again, easy access points into Roshan, just more areas of the map that you can kind of hold steadily to. And
Big spike though. Very big spike now. You got Blink on Ursa, Crimson Guard on Miero. They will pick off save though in the mid lane. They won't really save the tier 1 tower. In fact, they still find enough damage to get the final tick onto it. GPK. Be careful, so those Croakers. Be wary of those Croakers, Jonathan. It's Riddies. Go for a run. Drops everything pretty much onto Miero, just trying to TP up, but a very nice ice path right on the edge. Will ensure they are still able to find something.
Maybe a little bit of a commitment out with the Tombstone drop, but probably not expecting anything at this point anyhow. Again, like you mentioned, with Blink being up on Kiritic, and Roshan becomes a very real possibility now for Ursa, and it's at that point where you start to worry for Na'Vi. Full Ags being done for GPK as well. So much damage that can come in with the Drums of Slama, plus having that beast mode up as well. So much damage just flying out from this hero front. And we see how long it takes Na'Vi to kill him. Like, yes, they can kill him off, but it takes like 3 heroes single focus on him. Just a little bit of a challenge.
Well, again, it feels like you've got a pretty big item spike from BetBoom. Like, you've got the Blink on Kiritic, you've got the Crimson Guard on Miero, and now you've got the Ags up on GPK. So I don't think they need to smoke up. They don't need to. They can just play the farm game for a little bit longer. I wouldn't blame them, though, for going for a big team fight if they so wish. Even maybe a Roshan attempt this early on wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah, Rosh is not going to last too long with a Drums of Slam plus an Ursa around if they'd want to take it. I think the key thing is they don't want to give opportunities to Na'Vi as well. They're showing a lot of respect for some of that potential, especially in tight areas when you're playing into Arena, of course. It can be a little bit daunting to have to deal with Arena plus a Wheel of Wonder on top, all of these whips coming out with Tamed Beasts. There is a lot of counterplay that Na'Vi can establish. The one thing that BetBoom doesn't know is there's no real vision coming out from Na'Vi onto the pit anyhow. So they would be free to sneak one away if they'd want to. But again, a lot of respect coming out there. Considering the game state, it isn't a massive advantage by any means, on paper at the very least for BetBoom. But again, as mentioned, these power spikes are a lot more significant than they are for Na'Vi. Like say, Got the Juice has his Manta, which is nice. It's not quite the snowballing point for the Terrorblade just yet. You've got the Orchid up on Niku with his Blink, which is a lot more significant. The issue is, how does he kill off someone exactly, especially if Miero's hang around anyhow with that Crimson Guard. He's got a lot of damage block as he starts to get the decays off, if he manages to get a couple of decays off before popping that guard up. So it's just a matter of, they both feel like there's a lot more to work for. I think on Na'Vi, this is a very sensible take, that they need a lot more before they can start to play confidently here. Like, PMA with his Blink, probably at that point you could start to look for more commitments out from Na'Vi. And again, that makes it probably a little bit simpler to think about, say, fighting into the Roshan, which will again maybe make BetBoom hesitate until they find a pick-off, which they might find now with a little bit of a smoke sneak into that gate right across the map now. See if they find a flank.
Seems like Kiritic is the one that's about to get jumped. His team is trying to make their way over. Kiritic, he's a tanky boy, but he's taking a fair bit of damage. He'll still be fine to retreat as now BetBoom still moving in with their smoke, looking to cut off Na'Vi. Roar is available for GPK, and he's going to find Zayats at the very least now, jumping right in, but they will save him for now. GPKs are sitting dark. GPK's gone. Miero trying to salvage the team fight, but he's going to get sundered up. He needs to run.
The Impalement Arts will land though. Miero, he's just so slow on his way out. A double kill for Got the Juice, and suddenly, Jonathan, the game's looking a lot better for Na'Vi. Save. He'll go for a run with the Pierce the Veil, but the stun is still going to land for PMA. And eventually, they'll have their way with him. Oh. And that was a fight you really didn't need to force.
No. That was very forced out from GPK. Getting the roar off onto Zayats after he pops the Nature's Attendants. Not really the damage there, especially when Kirtich is forced to reset. So quite optimistic on the side of BetBoom. I think if you just kind of back off, if you're happy enough with Miero recovering and saving Kirtich, you're already in a good spot. You know, you waste that Orchid reveal, you waste your time, you go back, maybe you still utilize that smoke across the map. You can see the win probability heavily favoring Na'Vi off of that movement, and it's at this point for BetBoom where you start to feel like, all right, you've got these tools up, you've got this Ursa who's going into the BKB. Surely at that point, you know, BetBoom start to try to line things up themselves. If they start to miss at that point, like let's say in the next 2-3 minutes they don't find a team fight in Tarosh, things start to feel a little bit simpler for Na'Vi. Again, playing into these fights is going to feel better. They have harder control.
Jump in. Niku has the stun. He'll hold on to it and won't even look at Kano as he slowly dies. Niku now mega kill streak for himself and the Dragon Knight. Pretty good considering his lane was pretty atrocious with the wild Axis spam from GPK. With that, BetBoom kind of on the back foot now. You've still got Kirtich that's farming very effectively on this Ursa. But the other two cores in the game, Miero and GPK, starting to fall a little bit behind. Of course, Got the Juice right on the tail of Kirtich as well in that net worth department. And of course, these Terrorblades very, very scary to have to play up against.
And that they are. And again, I think the key thing for the side of BetBoom is just when do you feel like you can start to play into this? Looks like maybe the timing they're looking for is triple BKBs. GPK, Miero, and Kirtich all working. I mean, you already have one Kirtich, but you're working on the two other cores. They'll smoke now. This one could lead into Roche if one side wins.
I mean, smoke on smoke. GPK is going to get spotted, but they'll jump Niku first. Niku, he's going to be saved by the escape as Kirtich running out of his BKB. Now, in fact, it's too much damage. Kirtich, he'll pop the ulti eventually. Niku, he'll make it, or rather die to Kirtich, who does make it out. Now the Will of Wonder holding a couple down, but BetBoom, they've already found two of them. Both the MOUZ and the DK going down, and that'll mean BetBoom, they can pick up this amp damage. They can move in for a free Roshan attempt.
There's no threat of an invasion out from Na'Vi, not without the Morris at the very least. No arena, no area control to play with, no DK to soak up that front line. Nice quick Roche finally coming in. GPK having a secondary life. They can go again.
Yeah, they certainly can. GPK still has the roar available. Happily jumps in. Zayats to go down. And it's almost like that last team fight never happened. It really is. I mean, in fairness, that last team fight, you know, this time around we had an Ursa initiate.
Yeah.
They let GPK sit back for a bit.
That's it, right? Like, you just jump in, you manage to get the space, you manage to kind of space yourselves out a lot better, right? Like, you get full coverage on Crimson Guard. You manage to actually get a decent enough roar target and some good axes coming out. And, again, you've got this leverage with the BKB up on Kirtich that the single target control onto the Ursa just won't work. And you don't have anything that will pierce through debuff immunity, so you are free to hit and run here on Kirtich, and that is kind of the turning point. Like we were saying earlier, when it looked like they were going to wait around a little bit, this triple BKB timing could be devastating. In fact, you're just going for one in GPK now. Miero is just shifting into the Lotus Orb, into the Ags. Just a lot more to sustain his team, turn some spells around, take care of the Orchid, I think is the big one with Lotus, and you know the decay spam is just going to be devastating with the Ags up onto even the Terrorblade at the later point in the game, still not the tankiest in terms of raw HP. PMA, along with Niku being strength heroes, just lose more and more damage as this fight gets prolonged with the full Ags up. So, again, a very calculated game from both sides. We're only 9-9 at 24 minutes in, but both teams have been very smart with how they take these engagements. The ball's in the court of BetBoom at this point, though. Again, they've managed to play to their strengths well. They've sat out these weaknesses they've shown. Kirtich is alone, though, for the moment.
Kirtich. Well, BKB TP away with the enrage. Not looking to stick around at all.
Save has stuck around, just looking for a TP attempt, and we'll find it. It is still anyone's game. Asher now up on Kiritich, so his solo pick-off potential is just now through the roof. Not going to be too fun for Got the Juice if he does get caught with an awkward bash. Speaking of Got the Juice, he will hang around the bottom lane for now. He's feeling safe enough, but BetBoom, they are starting to run directly towards his direction. It's Niku, he'll be the one to tank the gank, but he's not really the one who wants to die first. Niku, he'll get saved by the escape back from Riddies, but it's not going to be enough in the end. They'll continue the fight anyway. Got the Juice trying to salvage his team fight the best person can as Miero moving forward, taking damage, but it's not enough damage. He's just so tanky. He is so tanky. Double kill for Miero. Zayat's on the run out is going nowhere. And Na'Vi, the fight officially lost for them. It's BetBoom reclaiming complete control of this game number 2.
Yeah, and for BetBoom, a lot of things went right. You are seeing some of the damage coming in from Na'Vi with Magic, right? Like, the output of this Ringmaster can be high. You didn't have to expend your BKB into secondary life for GPK and Got the Juice.
I mean, they could jump him. Kiritich? He'll hold out. I thought he might have gone for the blink in, but he decides better of it. Fair enough. Didn't have the enrage to play with.
It's a little bit far forward. You always have to be a little bit cautious. The next big thing I can see for BetBoom, if they can kind of have an item slot for it later on, a nullifier to just take care of these saves coming out from Riddies. Suddenly these fights are just so much simpler. That's the one saving grace we've seen from Na'Vi. That little escape back is stalling out quite a fair bit of time, allowing them to pick and choose how to re-engage, look for an angle in some of these fights. Not all of them, mind you. It hasn't been too successful in the last few fights, but could be a consideration for BetBoom if they start to find that a little bit more of a nuisance than it already is. 12-9, 8K lead coming out for the side of BetBoom. And for the side of Na'Vi, they just haven't been able to get control in these fights the way they'd want to, right? Like, we're not seeing as many connections with, say, the Arena and the Wheel of Wonder as often as you'd want. It's been a lot more fragmented by the time BetBoom comes in. They're forced to play a lot more reactionary on Na'Vi. And where Navi's been the most successful is when they're the ones taking offensive. You know, they're looking for these ganks. They're playing around with Niku with a Blink and the Orchid. They're trying to hunt down these heroes one by one. Or, you know, maybe a wider team fight. But if they're the ones to start it, I think Na'Vi has a much cleaner shot because they are reliant on getting that position.
He's found Niku again here, bottom lane. Niku gonna get caught with his pants down. Not anticipating the jump in from GPK. That is very bad news for Na'Vi.
I believe that's the same spot Niku's been dying in as well from game 1.
Yeah.
Just forward in that bot lane. Good vision coming out from BetBoom. Again, considering what happened in game 1 for Na'Vi, this is something that I think they're going to have to look back on the replays. This lack of area control, this forward vision coming out from BetBoom, their lack of control in shrines, it's all kind of collapsing into this point where leaning forward in these lanes is just not safe, especially down bot. It's just not very safe considering their lack of information on the map, their lack of control on the map.
There goes your tier 2 mid tower. No problems here for Kiritich. Na'Vi, they're the ones that need to find a way back into this game. He got the juice, he's been farming very nicely, and you can see just how hard he's hitting in these team fights, but he's not really been allowed to just stand there and do his job. It's been very chaotic throughout these last couple of fights. Miero's made life pretty hard as well with all this all this defensive ability that he's providing his team. Just feels like at some point he got the juice doing no damage once Miero's around.
No. Again, like just a couple of decay stacks, popping that Crimson Guard open. It's a nightmare. It's unbelievable how much damage block you get from that Crimson Guard. Again, for the most part on Na'Vi, you are stuck on all physical. So once that's up, you just have no way of stopping. Or you have no way of bursting them down. I like the solution coming out from Niku, just trying to go for the full nullifier, take care of some of those barriers at the very least, or to simplify for themselves. But it's going to take a lot of time, and it's only going to take care of one target. They're going to have to pick and choose really nicely here on the side of Na'Vi. And again, like, I like how fast Got the Juice has been farming. Again, considering this game state being only about 2K behind Kiritic is not a bad position to be in, for sure. It's a very playable spot. It's just that it's a very challenging game for you as a Terrorblade to actually sit there and do your damage. I'd say the pressure isn't on Got the Juice. It's really down to, can PMA and can Niku find the right targets at the right time as their tier 3 is being sieged away?
I mean, they're trying to go for a top tier 2 tower. It looks like they're trying to actually go for a bit of a base race for these racks. Maybe just force BetBoom back, but BetBoom, of course, see no reason to do so, and Na'Vi, they see a reason to do so, so they will eventually make their way back over. GPK more than happy to just take a tier 3 tower and retreat with the rest of his side. I mean, you can just wait for the next Roshan attempt. There's no need to rush this. And in fact, BetBoom, they're just going to smoke up as 4, so they'll run towards the Twin Gates. Maybe head over to the top lane instead. Roshan, I mean, we'll find out soon when it's going to respawn.
And that's going to be the major flashpoint for sure. Na'Vi cannot allow another free take coming out there for BetBoom. They were, again, they had a good read earlier, the smoke on smoke. They knew that was around the timing. BetBoom would be on the hunt for an engagement or try to get an ambush going into Roche. Didn't quite cleanly line up their way, but they should have that read. Next Roshan would lead to severe damage on their high ground if you're not too careful. At the very least, a decent snipe on GPK's courier. So you won't have, at the very least, that full Shivas anytime soon. You do have the gold fully for the plate mail. So that is a little bit of a stall out. I don't think it's the most significant, considering that how much damage you're doing elsewhere anyway, and how much you lose out, how soft these heroes get on Na'Vi with just some decay spam. I'd argue Miero's BKB is going to be the bigger item timing compared to the Shivas coming in, just because if Miero is just free to stand, spam out all the decays in the world, what are you going to do? Your lineup is just not going to be tanky enough, as it is a smoke on smoke again, going into the Roche.
Absolutely. Second Roshan of the game now. Certainly something Na'Vi cannot afford to allow to go to the way of BetBoom. They might not have too much of a choice in this matter if they can't win this team fight. Na'Vi still holding their position in the river. BetBoom back into the Radiant jungle they'll go. Na'Vi will move into that dyed triangle now, not feeling too safe. There is vision in the Radiant jungle. If BetBoom have their smoke wear off, which it just about will, they will take out the ward. So now Na'Vi knowing the position of BetBoom, but there's going to be another smoke out here from BetBoom. Na'Vi still patiently trying to make their way
sort
in.
of rune taken. They know the position.
Shield rune for Niku. He's going to jump in with it. Immediate Lotus Orb. Double stun out. Kiritic now jumping in the ice path. Locking down a couple. Got the Juice needs to retreat a little bit as Kiritic now looking to run as well. They'll drop the Will of Wonder, but Kiritic is going to make it. Nobody dead quite yet. Miero on the run. Niku, he'll stun him up. They've also found the Jakiro. Kataomi, he'll be the first one to go down here for BetBoom as Miero, a bit of a sitting duck, will also drop a Na'Vi. Back in the game by the looks of it. They'll have first dibs on Roshan.
That's a little bit interesting from BetBoom. There were pings coming out. They saw the shield rune being taken. So they should have had a good read as to where Na'Vi was going to approach from, but does fall short a little bit. They can re-engage nicely. This is going to force a twice over for a tink over for Na'Vi, as they can't fully commit with a buyback. So no arena, no BKB. BKBs are still up for Niku though.
But they are.
There's an option here.
Roshan happening yet. Dragon Form going to wear off as well for Niku, so they're going to have to wait just a little bit to try and re-engage or re-initiate for a fight. That's an opening for Roshan. Like, BetBoom could try to force this. It is certainly risky considering the buyback committals you just made. But it might be your best shot at trying for the Roshan before Na'Vi are ready to go again. But they will not. They'll hold position in that Radiant jungle, hoping for Na'Vi to make a mistake, catch somebody out of position, as both sides have bought smokes once again. Question is, Jonathan, can we see Na'Vi get an upper hand, a nice initiation this time around once again? There is a power rune in 10 seconds. What's the better snap damage, Jonathan? Oh, never mind that. They'll jump in. Miero, he's been stunned up. A PMA, he's in as well with the arena. Miero still perfectly healthy as GPK now. He's going to find Niku. Niku with the escape back is going to be fine for a little bit longer, but Kiritic won't leave him alone. He's still trying to run, but Niku's down. They're on to Zayats. Now Zayats will drop to boot. And that's a 3-for-0 trade.
And it's the exact same start to the fight as well, right? Like,
Got
get
the
that
juice.
jump in Nero.
They're trying to fight this one. GPK's pretty tanky though. He's going to walk his way out as PMA will be the one left behind. Na'Vi, they've brought back on both their supports, but it's all for naught. They couldn't get there in time.
And that was just very optimistic to try to go for that play without your 2 other cores, without at least your DK. Without Orchid, it just doesn't feel like the damage is there. Now a very free Roshan coming out the way for BetBoom, opening up that high ground in a massive way. All these transformation heroes as well. You're going to be down Dragon Form, at the least on respawn, it's only a few seconds off. You're going to be down Metamorphosis for quite some time on Got the Juice. So what threat is there from Na'Vi without that Metamorphosis on Got the Juice in the next minute 20? Not much. BetBoom can do what they want. If they want to pressure onto the objectives, they could. There's a tier 2 up top if they want to play it safe. They can wait for some item timings to be up. They're very, very close to the full Abyssal on Kiritic, which would be a massive launching point for them to kind of wait around for anyhow. And at that point, it's going to be, again, a very tough show. I love that Miero has gone back for the Ags. He's been queuing up this BKB for a while. But he goes for the Ags. He hits his level 20 with the Decay talent up as well. That is a lot of strength to lose every few seconds, every 2 seconds. 8 strength every 2 seconds. This Terrorblade is just not going to be tanky. No one's going to be tanky on Na'Vi, and you don't have anything like an Aura Plate.
Oh, no. GPK's in again. Niku's going to be all right, though. Seeing Zayats is there, he won't continue. In fact, GPK maybe getting a little bit too excited, but has the BKB TP out. Gives a high five on his way out as well. Why the hell not? Still, 3 minutes 45 for the Aegis, of course, of this Ursa. So they could just wait out the BKB of GPK before they try to move high ground. We'll see if Kiritic wants to do that. I think that's probably the smarter choice.
Yeah. I mean, he's got the full Abyssal up as well. You are fully set to just lock one in if you'd want to kind of get a clear shot. And again, for Na'Vi, at the least, you have some of your spots back up. Meta's back up in that window. Dragon Form was popped earlier. At least just a minute left if you can kind of stall out that way on Na'Vi. But again, BetBoom is just getting bigger and bigger. Refresh, almost done on GPK, I believe, flying out now. So double Roar, double BKB on hand. A very big challenge for Na'Vi to try to lock him in, if they have to. I think ideally, Navi's been going on Miero. You've got to look for GPK almost, if you can. It's hard to see. He is tanky, as you've said multiple times, but if this double Roar comes in, the game's just over. The fight's just done.
Here we go, BetBoom looking to approach the top tier 3 tower. You do have Na'Vi pushing out the bottom wave, trying to force a defense from BetBoom. Pretty much all they can do right now. It's not looking too good for them in this next team fight. BetBoom, not to be dissuaded, they will start to move up with the Roshan banner being placed. Na'Vi, the ones that need to find a way to defend this. PMA, he's already been caught out. GPK with the Roar, but the escape back is going to buy the time they might need for this MOUZ to get away, though PMA still dropping low, is forced to pop his BKB to run. So was GPK, however. No Rax is down yet. They'll have to wait for the next creep wave. And in it comes. Kiritic moving in once again. They'll use him up. Kiritic enrages, more than happy to keep going. No real threat apart from Got the Juice. Has Got the Juice. He's just pushing in the bot wave. He's onto the Rax now of that bot lane. And they are actually getting away with this. In fact, it seems like Na'Vi's going to find the first Rax of the game. GPK will defend.
I mean, now that you've gotten the Beastmaster out, there's no way to siege onto the high ground. A little bit of a missed opportunity for GPK. He refreshed on the Roar, but never managed to look for the angle on the second Roar, being too far behind those racks in that engagement. So you do manage to waste one resource. There's no double Roar coming out anytime soon. There's no double BKB. There is an opportunity for Na'Vi off the back of Got the Juice, just playing a little bit more ratty here, forcing a response out. And you are eating through some of those tools from Roshan. Banner's gone now. Aegis just a minute left. You know, it's going to make BetBoom maybe think twice about trying to get that approach up. But there is still a window if they'd want. It's just a very narrow window at this point in the game. But they are keeping that pressure up top. A little bit more challenging without that banner. But again, possibilities are there. Mind you, all your tools are up in Na'Vi. Meta's up. DK Dragon Form only a few seconds off. Arena's still set to go with BKB ready as well on PMA. again, could be a bit of a challenge if you're not too careful.
Here we go, Kiritich. Back into that top racks. Mind you, there are TB illusions still running at the bottom racks as well. But Got the Juice is here, but they will have to go ahead and defend the bot lane. So just a range racks to be taken. They don't want to give anything away for free to Na'Vi. Na'Vi doing a pretty good job of just wasting out the time of this Aegis completely. They will go for a big smoke up. BetBoom, though, probably realizing this is coming, they will look to retreat back towards their side of the map. Na'Vi, though, continuing to pursue. BetBoom will go for a 4-man smoke of their own now. Swift Blink even up on Kiritich. They won't mind a big fight. Yero, he'll move in for a quick invis. BetBoom, if they can find a good fight, it's back to the high ground for them. Refresh Orb, even up in 20 seconds for GPK, so almost got the double roar available. Rudy's barely able to get away. And it seems like nobody will get caught out for Na'Vi.
No. Love what Zaitz is trying to do, play with vision, try to break the smoke. No one quite walks close enough. And again, a little bit of a stall out, some opportunities for Na'Vi. They are getting bigger and bigger. Like you mentioned, Got the Juice has not been too far behind in that word. But that Daedalus does deal a massive amount of damage even through the barrier. You've got the BKB not too far off now for Got the Juice as well. And again, it is getting a little bit simpler to play the Terrorblade game at the very least. You don't need to worry too much about being controlled. There is a lack of control. You can try to kite around the Ursa a tad bit as well, so long as Kiritich isn't able to jump right on top of you, you are more than happy. You have a good amount of Outworld staffs here as well, just for a little bit of that stall factor, which is always fun to see. What a lovely item that is. 5 of them on this map so far.
I hate it so much.
It's an amazing item.
I hate it
it's so good.
much.
Wow, such high impact gameplay. The sad thing is, you know, again, I knew it was going to be good, but it's also the most boring neutral in the game. It's just so boring. It's not even funny.
No.
You know?
No.
It's not comedic. It's just lame. It's good.
It is, Jonathan.
Just so lame.
18k ball. Oh, hold on a minute. GPK. He's jumped in. He's found Niku, but Niku's going to be saved once again by the escape deck. So GPK going to refresh, go for the roar once again now onto the MOUZ, but a nice force stop out of the arena. Kataomi, though, continuing the chase, holding down the MOUZ. Niku, meanwhile, will jump in. He'll take care of Kataomi, who will ensure PMA will survive. Now, do BetBoom need to take these risks? That's the question I have now. Do you need to try for these solo pickoffs? Because now Roar's gone. Refresh Orb Roar's also gone. You've lost Kataomi. I don't know.
It feels a little bit unnecessary, right? Like, I get trying to get extra value, but with that space in the map, what do you really achieve from that for BetBoom? Does that allow a little bit more in Kiritich? Not really. It's just farming into the Ags plus Blessing at this point. Miero just looking for his own Octarine for spell spam. You're not getting as much as you'd want out of all of this. And for Na'Vi, it's just a big boon. Free gold, a little bit more room to pressure onto objectives, mid being siege now. And again, with Got the Juice's damage, does not take too long, even though it is a little bit of annoying playing into save with the Ags. But they are evening out the game just a tad bit again. And for BetBoom, that's the kind of play you have to be a little bit cautious about executing on. Like one small mistake like that, an opportunity like this on the high ground.
Jump in. Kiritich, he's right onto Niku. The escape backer would have finally come in to save the day, but it still seems like Niku's in big trouble. They'll force staff him out of there. Now the Will of Wonder back into the Ursa. Perhaps they've got something going for them as Kiritich is gone. No buyback available in the Ursa. Oh, BetBoom, what have you done? Miero in trouble now. But he's very tanky as Niku. He's going to jump in. So will PMA. They're both dropping low, though. PMA, he'll be saved by the escape back once again from Reddy's. Still alive for now. The Yules will keep him up, but not for long. They will find the MOUZ. And that will put an end to the push of Na'Vi.
It just goes back to what we were saying here a while ago. With how much Got the Juice has found for himself, if you're not right on top of that Terrorblade as this Ursa, if you're not focusing on trying to burst down Got the Juice, he will do damage. Like, this barrier is not going to do as much on a Crimson Guard. There's only so much you can do to mitigate that with a Daedalus Scotty up, with all of these stats you're playing with and got the juice. And it was a decent enough attempt coming out from Kiritic to pin down Niku. Niku's not the issue, right? Like, this DK is not the damage dealer. It's not the threat. It is got the juice on that Terrorblade. And he's the one to watch out for. GPK, a little bit forward, has to be slightly concerned. It's the side of Na'Vi starting to set up for that Roche number 3 now with a refresh shard and cheese and the banner and Aegis. This is going to be a very big opportunity onto the high ground here for Na'Vi, and BetBoom are not in position to contest. They don't want to without the Ursa. So a freebie take for Na'Vi. This is the turning point in the game. Like, 14k behind doesn't matter when you're 45 minutes in, and all it will take is just another very, very good fight for Na'Vi. I'd say that last fight, again, the last 2 fights, actually, from BetBoom has just felt hasty, right? Like, this decision to jump Niku and Kiritic, getting kited around a little bit, the decision to force in top, sacrificing Kataomi, just not the ideal circumstances you're looking for in BetBoom. Almost looks slightly impatient, I would say.
Oh, now they're going to find save as well, just barely in the nick of time. Niku will spend a bit of time just chasing down save. Nullifier out. The dead shots are going to make it really obnoxious to try and continue chasing him down. Eventually they should have him. Oh, the blink though. We'll get another nullifier out. PMA is going to be there with the stun. Keep in mind, BetBoom is making their way over. But it seems like they're going to leave the building as well.
Yeah, just a bit of a freebie. Not the biggest kill for Na'Vi. There is still a buyback left for save at the very least. But again, that does not really buy you that much space here. At the least, rune control for the amp damage on Kiritic, that could make a massive difference in the next fight if he can get on top of the right target.
The win probability there, John. 52 to 48. Pretty close affair, considering. Rack's now being taken, jumping from Kiritic, trying to burst down the TV the first life, and he's got it. The amp damage making life very, very easy here for Kiritic. The escape back, gonna save PMA, but he'll jump back into the arena now, saving got the juice. They'll continue the chase though. Miero doing a lot of damage now on the Undying. They've got to be a little bit careful here, but got the juice. He does get 4 staffed out. BetBoom, they've still got that fight in them, Jonathan. Not to be outdone.
That they do, and again, it just goes back to some of those mistakes in the previous fights where they were jumping the tanky targets. This time, getting the focus damage down onto got the juice. You can see how squishy the Terrorblade can be. I say squishy at 3.2k HP. You just rip that to shreds with Kiritic, and that's all you have to do. Take the damage away from the equation. The rest of Na'Vi might not be enough of a threat. Look at that. 2.8k damage just from the Ursa alone. Basically 1-0ing him in literally a second or so. And that's all you have to do. You have to be so careful on Got the Juice. Without the Aegis, playing forward now is a massive risk. He does not have buyback gold either for quite some time. At least 1k that he's 1.4k that he's going to need to farm up. So a missed opportunity for Na'Vi. A big swing back, I would say, for BetBoom now, as they can play the stall game and look to maybe just measure themselves up against the next Roche if they'd wish. They are starting to run out of slots, though, to really start to grow. There's still the Ag's Blessing GPK could go for if he'd want to. Look for something else to slot in there. Maybe even just get the Blink upgrade if you'd want, just to jump in and out a little bit more. Overwhelming wouldn't be too bad to tank up a little bit more either. Maybe there could be room for a pipe. It does feel like there has been a little bit more damage. I would say some way of just isolating Zayats would be nice as well, just because this Ench left in the back line, if it is allowed to just stay there, has been doing significant pure damage. We are at that point in the game where Impetus does do a lot of work. So you do have to be somewhat cautious about that on the side of BetBoom. But we'll see. Again, we're at the point in the game where net worth leads don't matter as much as we are at 48 minutes in. Next Roshan still 4.5 minutes until we see the timer come in. So it's going to be a little bit longer until you can start to consider some of these safe objectives. Na'Vi is taking the initiative to play outside, though, of their base, shoving out the waves, trying to go hunting is 5, quite a fair bit. Getting a little bit risky, but if they find something, let's say even Miero would be a nice little tasty kill if they ventured far enough, but it doesn't look like they're willing to tempt fate too bad. Nice little spike out for Na'Vi, though, having the full Ags up on Riddies. Having that escape back with 2 charges does provide quite a buffer for Na'Vi to play with in terms of You know, stalling out these fights, finding a better position, buying time if everyone else is a little bit further back. So this could be the pickup for Na'Vi that kind of changes this dynamic now for BetBoom in terms of engaging into these fights.
Absolutely. BetBoom now, 4-man smoke up. Miero, he'll just quickly pick up an Octarine core. Doesn't leave him with any buyback, but he does have the Ceaseless Dirge whenever he does need it. Counter smoke now from Na'Vi. Right by each other as well, GPK, Kiritich. Should see Zayats any moment, and that they will. GPK, he's going to make the jump in, trying to burst down Zayats, but a very nice arena spear from PMA. He found two of them. GPK, he's in such big trouble. GPK's down. He'll buy back immediately as they're onto the Muerto now. Save. He'll pierce the veil. The Ursa though, Kiritich, he'll buy back as well. Miero now being targeted, just taking so much damage, but they found the TB. The escape back from Riddies. It'll buy the time. They still have not got the juice. He's out of there. Niku though. Niku's in danger. Will they finish off the job from the DK? That they will. Niku is gone. No buyback for him as they're onto the TB once again with the ice path of the Karaomi. Got the juice, trying to get out. Escape back once again, buying a bit more time. Got the juice, still surviving. GPK right on top of him. The Sunder, he's still alive. Got the juice, finally will go down. They'll finally get him. They're on to another. Zayats to drop, that's an immediate dieback for him. And BetBoom, they should be able to finally safely approach this high ground.
That they should. They do lose their range racks down bot in that entire process, but not the biggest loss in the world considering what you get for it. You forced the buyback out from Got the Juice. Really nice cheese play coming in there as the Sunder was still slightly on cooldown, unfortunately for him. Just not enough to cover all of that on Na'Vi. Very costly for BetBoom though. Like, all of these buybacks coming in puts you at massive risk. Having to buy back on Kiritich at this point means you're under pressure to find something, and Roshan is still a minute 40 away, so it's got to be the high ground. You've got to commit into it. At the least, again, you've got a 20-second window where Metamorphosis is not a threat, so you've got some time here to clear out some quick objectives.
You certainly do. BetBoom, mid-racks will be quite quickly taken. They'll force the glyph out. Nothing Got the Juice can really do about this, but watch. Kiritich, he's going to stick around for a top racks as well. 10 seconds till Niku's back up. Another 35 for Zayats. They stick around for the Megas. When bottom lane is exposed, they won't have to go through a tier 3 tower. Miero makes the call. He wants to go for this. They'll smoke behind Miero. Using Miero as bait for this next team fight. It's going to be a hard one for Na'Vi. They'll still be playing for another 15 without Zayats as Niku immediately jump the arena speed to try and save with the escape back with Niku. He's a sitting duck surely. How does he get out? The answer is he doesn't. Kiritich has picked him off. Miero, he's tanked through all this damage right now. They actually just don't have enough to deal with the Undying.
No.
He's fine. Back onto the bottom racks they'll go. Zayats has respawned. And BetBoom, they do decide that they'd rather leave and play it safe.
Yeah, they need a little bit of a reset. That was the refresh popped out there from Kiritich. And again, you take a massive risk when you jump Niku first because Got the Juice gets the room he wants to do damage. So all you do now, wait for Metamorphosis to fade. Gonna be a nice window to walk back in. You had around 7.6k HP on Miero. This Octarine plus Ags is just ridiculous and Undying. Plus that -2 second decay cooldown as well. There is no way you're bursting this guy down. And that is, again, the massive nuisance that you have to contend with here on Na'Vi. There's always going to be this massive fleshy body just right in front, and you can't really stop him from just spamming these decays out. Na'Vi in a little bit of a touchy spot. Again, once this Metamorphosis fades out, you're still in a position to force this on BetBoom.
It's going to be spotted by Got the Juice. Kiritich seeing if he can go for a quick snipe on somebody. Still 20 seconds without Niku. Refresher Orb now available on Miero as well to make matters even worse. A lot of zombies in these team fights. Roshan now also going to respawn. And it seems like BetBoom, you just make the call. Go for the safer play, Jonathan. No need to risk high ground. Just go for the free Roshan.
Might as well. That will give time for Na'Vi to get Metamorphosis back up, but it wasn't too far off at this point anyway. And Roshan, with a free refresh shard, going to be feeling pretty good about having that on hand for the side of BetBoom. Don't really know who you'd want to hand it to. You already have 2 refresh orbs up, and you just hand it over to Miero instead. But he also has his orb up, never mind. So maybe just, I don't know, double Ice Pad could be nice. Could be the way to go about it, and Kataomi will pick it up. Double Ice Pad, double Macro Pyre can really change the dynamics of these team fights. 2 lives up on Kiritic, the cheese up for save, as you don't really need it on Miero. Key thing now for BetBoom, right? These are the conditions they have to meet. You have to jump Got the Juice first. If you jump Niku, Na'Vi can still fight into that. We've seen it before. This DK being blown up, not the biggest deal so long as Got the Juice gets the spacing he needs to use his Metamorphosis. And that's really the big question. Can you do that, Na'Vi? Can you give the space to your Terrorblade to just whack away, to do the damage he needs to do? Can you stall it out well enough with the escape act usage from Ridis and, you know, back up this Terrorblade? Because in the moments where Got the Juice is forced to be escaped act and force staffed out, that's moments where he's not doing the damage he needs to, right? So he can't be the one soaking up all of this attention, but BetBoom, that, you know, that's exactly what they want. Satanic now fully up for Got the Juice. He can fight back, even as Metamorphosis fades with a Demon Zeal. So there's a lot more tools here for Na'Vi. It's a little bit more dicey for sure, but the options are there. It's just a matter of how do you jump in now? BetBoom, they've got to be the ones to take the initiative here.
Well, you can see that that win probably going up substantially after the last couple of fights, and of course, Turax is going down. Na'Vi, careful, big smoke out now from BetBoom, looking for somebody.
Oh, it's a long flank.
It is a very long flank. They'll head up towards the top lane. There is vision here for Na'Vi, but they won't see them through the smoke. Ward's placed down. They won't see that either. PMA, I believe he was spotted there for a moment. They won't dive too deep. They might for Niku, though. They may for Niku. Kiritic is thinking about it. He'll hold out for now. He'll reveal himself in the end. Jumps in on the range barracks. That's 1 Rax gone. Just needs the melees. He'll pop the in-range and try to go for it. He will end up retreating. Niku, he's going to jump in with the nullifier out. They'll try for GPK, even with the arena down, trying to put the Beastmaster, and they've got him. GPK is officially down for 2 minutes. That's an opening for Na'Vi. They'll try for Kataomi now. They'll find another. Kataomi, he'll buy back as Kiritic. He's going to jump in for the fight, trying to go after Niku, but Niku's being forced up all around the place. It's Kiritic. He's going to lose his first life, and he's in the middle of nowhere right now. Spear is going to land. He'll get the enrage off in time, but Got the Juice just doing so much damage. Kiritic will refresh. He'll have another enrage available, but he's going to use it to run. And then he will. He'll get the hell out of there as Miero's actually jumped right back in, and so is PMA. PMA will go down. Meanwhile, Miero's still fighting on his own, but he will end up dying for the rest of his squad to retreat. Of course, again, he does instantly respawn, so it doesn't really matter. But Na'Vi, they've held on. No megas yet, but there is an exposed Ancient.
That there is. I'd say there were 2 things that, or one big thing for BetBoom that they did that kind of cost them that long flank. They dropped the ward right under the sentry, and I believe they were right within vision of that Obs ward. Now, Save was forced to take care of the sentry, and that just revealed the smoke, which meant that, you know, you had to make this choice on Kiritic. He just had to go for the racks. The jig was up, but that meant, again, you're not finding that angle onto Got the Juice. You're forced to maybe play tag with Niku. GPK gets completely isolated. No saves on the side of BetBoom in terms of trying to bail your supports, your cores out once the nullifiers are on. So he's just stuck in limbo without having to be able to pop his BKB. And without that roar, again, getting that setup for the burst window of Kiritic is just not there. Very difficult spot for the side of BetBoom, and very valiant defense coming out from Na'Vi, hanging on for a little bit longer onto just 1 Rax though.
To move in, Got the Juice. Will be okay. Miero moving in onto Niku. Niku, very slowed up, will be forced to BKB to run. The Axe Jakiro making life very, very challenging in these fights. Now he's got the juice. He'll move back onto Miero, but he's just so tanky. 8k HP right now with all these decays being thrown out. Make that almost 9k apparent. Why not?
You'll have to see it. This is peak Undying gameplay, of course, for good old Miero. And he does manage to at least, I don't know, waste the Dragon form a little bit. Waste the BKB, but not the biggest deal considering there's a minute window. You're not looking to re-engage just yet on BetBoom. You did manage to sit through the moment with no buyback there for GPK. So it is off cooldown now. He has the excess gold necessary. And that means that there's a lot more of a safety net now for BetBoom if they want to take that risk once more. Roshan, still 3 minutes until we see that spawn timer come back up. So there's a lot of time here for both sides to consider their options. For Na'Vi, again, the ideal thing for them is just play with Got the Juice super far back, or far back enough that they're forced to jump someone else. Niku has enough HP to tank through some of that damage. The saves from Riddies is actually key here. I would argue, for the side of BetBoom, if you can't jump Got the Juice in the back, then you should hunt Riddies. Because these escape backs, man, even with Nullifiers up, with the BKBs running on Na'Vi, there is still a massive window where they're just safe, where your initiation just falls flat, where you're not able to kill off these heroes fast enough, and Na'Vi can regroup, rethink, and reposition for these engagements, find a better target, find the targets they want, and just make it super difficult for the side of BetBoom. So it's a really hard game of cat and mouse for both sides. Na'Vi themselves, for their part, do have a hard time starting these fights on their own terms. It almost feels like they have to bait in the side of BetBoom to jump someone like Niku or PMA and just kind of get the ball rolling there. Rely on that escape back coming in from Riddies to kind of provide you that counter fight back in. So it's difficult when that's your entire game plan, or that's the most effective plan you have on hand. I can't see them taking a big fight outside unless it's by the Roche Pit, where, as we've seen from these two teams, they've enjoyed going smoke on smoke with each other. So that's something we could look forward to in the next minute 20 if it does happen.
Your 5 items.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go.
Let's get 5 helmets of Undyings on both sides.
We've got one.
That's one.
We've got one. GPK has one.
Surely Miero gets one, right? As an Undying. Shouldn't that be guaranteed?
You'd assume so. You'd assume so. Of course, Minotaur Horns coming out as well, Jonathan. Very important. Spider Legs, one of my personal favorites.
Yeah. Those legs are fun. Very nice on Kataomi.
I miss, what were they, like a tier 3?
Yeah, they were tier 3.
Oh, so
right?
So good.
They're very funny at that tier. Very, very funny.
Amazing.
Too much. Oh, Divine Regalia forgot the juice. That's some confidence.
I mean, his back is against the wall. I think you're just kind of going for the, the one play that can maybe make your way out of this game. Unrelenting Eye for our Undying, Jonathan. No Helm of the Undying, sadly.
Yeah, the stat res is good, though. And he's not been dying anyhow for the most part. So it's...
Oh. Jump in. It's going to be Zayat. No buyback.
Ooh. He bought out the Vlads?
Yeah, he's got no gold. Short 670. Ancient still exposed. PMA is going to reveal himself now. BetBoom still being pretty cautious with the way they approach this. Kiritichi will move in for the final lane of barracks. Niku's going to try and force the fight. Can't really do too much quite yet without Got the Juice. Meanwhile, Got the Juice getting the macro buyer put on him. He'll be okay as well. Miero is still frontlining for his squad as they're going to make the jump in onto Niku, trying to burst down the DK, but the escape back. It's going to buy more time. Niku, he's out of there for now, but surely not for long. They're just continuing to try and protect Niku, but he's down. They'll buy back immediately of this Dragon Knight, but now PMA and Got the Juice are in trouble. The escape back again going to give them a secondary chance of life. Niku, not the Thunder. Oh, he's all right. But Got the Juice is gone. And Niku, he got the surprise of a lifetime, John. He just respawned. Miero's still going.
12k HP.
Well, I mean, why not more, John?
120.
He needs more. He needs more HP.
Lord. 128.
Jump in. Jump into that fountain. Nobody's killing you, Miero. Nobody's doing it. GG's call. 12k HP.
128 strength.
It's been a while since I've seen this much balance in one hero, John.
Oh, Ice Frog's finest creation. And what a game 2 coming out, right? Like, it was, I think it's fair to say for Na'Vi, even though this is a 2-0, right? Like, this was a lot closer of a series overall. This game 2, very challenging for Na'Vi. I think they fixed some of their draft issues, just not quite enough to overcome BetBoom in this time.
No, absolutely not. You can see the faces of Na'Vi not too happy, but we do have some happy faces on the panel.
We are having happy faces because this was the type of game we wanted. We talked about how this game, once it was reaching around 40 minutes, then we would get those even fights that we want to see in a game where it's back and forth and great just content from a viewer perspective. And we did get that. BB Team, of course, still winning there at the end, but it was a very entertaining game. We're going to attempt to break down how we got there, T. This game was... It was basically only coming to life in the second half.
Yeah, no, I think Na'Vi did a pretty good job in the mid game, finding like a couple poking kills. Right, the DK went to go explore, do some stuff. There are some like clutch arenas from PMA to contain the fights, and of course got the juice. He had some decent farm. They had a good Skadi timing to fight with, but the issue I still see with Na'Vi's lineup is they had to do so many things like perfectly that the brute force of BB, even though they made so many mistakes in this game, this was not flawless, but they could make like 8 mistakes that other teams would punish. Na'Vi just physically couldn't punish because their draft didn't allow it. So we had to keep watching Na'Vi like overperform in certain moments, and you can't reliably do that for an hour-long game.
Yeah, and I mean, there was a lot of times even when they were down like 15, 20k gold, Na'Vi was still actually managing to take fights, which I thought was really cool. There's a one mid fight that was really close. They forced down multiple buybacks, and even this last fight, you can see there's like chances for them to win, but I think, kind of to what you were saying, they just didn't have that like extra oomph that they needed with maybe a hero pick or whether it was gold net worth gameplay. They just didn't they were missing like something to actually like get the win.
Yeah, we're gonna relive a few moments, a little bit ones that were a little earlier. So we're gonna start like relatively early on in the game, T-Gov.
Yeah, this is a player that I liked from Na'Vi, right? This is what I'm praising in regards to Niku on the Dragon Knight early on. Was like he instantly jumps onto the Ursa, but then they kite back, and once they kite back, they kind of bait BB into kind of a questionable fight, and Zayat, his positioning for, from 18 to the end of the game, he was always frontlining on the edge, baiting heroes in, baiting a roar, critically opening up the fight for an arena to go well. And this is where I think, BB, at least, even though they win the game, these are the type of errors that, if this was a slightly better draft from Na'Vi, that's the end of the game for them, right? It's just like, okay, now you can't fight Terrorblade, he will be able to control every meta timing. But I feel like that was pretty cool from Na'Vi, poking, kiting, utilizing their tools. And then for BB at least, they don't really care. They just brush it off, go for the next fight, run it back.
And there was, of course, on the side of BB Team, they knew that eventually they might have to deal with a fat Terrorblade and Gunner. They were getting prepared for that.
So I thought a cool itemization was Kirtich just rushed an MKB and there's not really any evasion. But it was kind of prepping for this butterfly timing. I think a lot of the meta carries, specifically like Juggernaut and Terrorblade, kind of get this third item butterfly, and it kind of forced him to have to go Skadi, which it's mostly, I would say, good versus healing or ranged cores. And all 3 cores for BB Team were melee, so it's like this isn't a super high value Skadi purchase, but he kind of feels forced into it. Because you want this like mid game, either like tanky damage item, and I think that kind of hurt them. And if he was able to actually get a good butterfly timing with no MKB on Ursa, maybe it changes. Like he gets an Aegis, he can push high ground, and it ended up just delaying the game that they don't get this big power spike. And then we got really good fights. Like this was one of the few fights in the game that I saw Na'Vi had the potential to win the game. We got a really sick double arena there. This arena catches the Ursa like right as his BKB's ending, and like I don't even know how it pushes him in there. And I thought that after this fight there's going to be a really good chance that Na'Vi could win. Like they take one more fight like this, they have 8 minutes with no buybacks. But obviously in these late game team fights, it's kind of too hard to win versus 7-8 heroes in a fight.
And also you can see with Na'Vi there, right? Like you have the BKB from the Terrorblade, then he gets put into the escape act, they disengage, and now because the BKB's been used and they've already run away from the first fight, that secondary fight, BB don't really need to play on anything, right? Because you got Ursa with Ags, you got Undyings with Flesh Golem, multiple Soul Rips, Lotuses, and ways to just play 2, 3, 4 like engagements within a bigger fight. And for Na'Vi, they are locked into that one big moment. It needs to be like so successful. And
you get stuff done with the arenas.
Yeah,
like, pretty much their whole team fight is arenas.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the drafts that have good team fight end up having multiple layers. Like you say, this draft has so much team fight. They have like Tidehunter and a Puck and all this stuff. And this one felt like it was Mars. Like your supports don't really have like Snapfire, Hoodwink. It's just like, sure, your Ringmaster does this kind of stuff, sure, but it's not enough, I would say.
But then it boils down to the itemization that we showed, right? Because in any of these moments, if Terrorblade was able to go for Butterfly, then get a Daedalus, then grab a Satanic, like in that order, every fight would have been, oh my god, they're dead in the arena instantly, right? But because he had to itemize to be tankier, to respect the MKB, like these moments of maybe finding the comeback felt like execution was a bigger thing rather than just relying on, TB naturally becoming the big hero of the game.
Yeah, and I'd like to put another player, up for potential standout player of this match other than Miero. Miero obviously played fantastic, but I think both games we had Kataomi on the Jakiro, and he was super stable with intense ice paths, macro pyres, obviously, especially once he got that Ags.
I just feel like Miero knew he was going to be a stand-up player because he's posed in a way where he's pointing very clearly, like, this is me, this is my accolade. Like, it's a good pose. It's probably the best.
It is actually a great pose. You're 100% right.
Yeah, and then Kataomi just trying to hear the haters because, my guys is 12-4, 24 on Jakiro, but I think BB is showing us that Jakiro is potentially one of the best opening pick supports where you don't really want to reveal anything other than my safe lane is going to be a kill lane. Like it just feels good. I don't
even need to be a kill lane. I would say like you can pick Jakiro to secure a weaker carry and you're still happy. It's just the type of hero that good laning stage, scales well, good team fight, has a bunch of utility. It does a lot of really nice things that it's pretty scary. And I also like the facet people are going, the Twin Terror, which is like the damage one. So you kind of win your lane even harder with that facet rather than the ice path. I just like it. I think it's pretty solid. Something you can pick early. People don't pick Rubik. I think it's a weak hero. So a lot of the counters to it are not that strong right now.
We might see Jakiro just popping up a little bit more throughout the rest of the day. There's only one more series left, though. It's coming your way after a break. It's Tundra versus OG.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back. We have got one more series coming your way here tonight, and it's Tundra versus OG. Both teams coming off a win from yesterday. Of course, for Tundra, I mean, we kind of expected them to be here. I think OG is the one that made an upset yesterday. We had them 2-0ing PVision in a very exciting series as well. So we're going to focus our attention on them first because they are here. They're in the 1-0s, and I think, Gunnar, that is very cool to see.
Yeah, I don't know if we were expecting them to the PVision series, especially at 2-0.
Yeah.
So going into the second day, I think they have another tough opponent. I would say it's pretty much, of the top 3 or 4 teams in the world, you put Tundra and PVision are there pretty easily. And they kind of have them back-to-back, so it's a big question mark. And I think if they're able to, even if it's not a victory, like win one game, have some close games, I think it feels good going into this tournament further.
I agree.
I like the fact that OG played their own Dota. Like a lot of teams, when they get to lands, they start drafting in a way where they're over-respecting their opponents. Like, how do we beat Falcons? How do we PVision? And like, whenever you look at their games, even when they were named Aureus in the previous tournaments, like it was always, hey, we're gonna play our Dota. And like maybe it doesn't work out, but it was kind of fun seeing like their little take on certain things. Like they've got a game 1 draft against PVision. They've got Spirit Breaker with Ancient Apparition and Nature's Prophet. Like it's such a fun combination, right? You charge a guy, then throw in these global spells. It's just refreshing. And of course, once they can hone in some of that discipline, it's always going to be fun to see them.
Yeah. And one thing that is also refreshing is seeing the OG brand name on an SEA roster.
Yeah. The brand name has been pretty much on every player available in the scene, it feels like, at this point. As since TI13, we did a little look. OG has played in 3 different regions. They've had 11 different South American players play on their roster. They've had 18 different players play on the European roster. And then they just picked up the SEA roster, of course, you see here. And in regards to closed qualifiers since TI13, outside of invited tournaments, they've only won 1 closed qualifier across the 2 regions, South America and Western Europe. So it's not been very good for OG. They've played with, I think, 34 different players across multiple regions, won 1 qualifier. Nothing looks good in that regard. But when you look at this roster in SEA, what they can do is, it feels like finally there is a path to some type of success for this organization.
It's also an established roster. Like,
Yeah.
I think most of the OG rosters have been, they kind of pick up players or pick up, like they build a new team. I think the South America roster was the only other one that was kind of a pre-built roster to some extent. So I think it's, and that one was somewhat successful, I think. So I like it when you kind of give support to a growing roster, you let them do their own thing, and kind of let these players shine.
Yeah, and shining they did yesterday with already having their victory against PVision. Let's see if they can do the same thing against favorite here in Team Tundra, because I'm not gonna lie, I think this is definitely, I think PVision yesterday underperformed heavily, and yesterday we saw Tundra and they look hot as ever. We saw them lift a trophy just a weekend ago and they seemingly have not dropped a beat, and I take it. It looks grim.
Yeah.
Tell me, make it less grim. Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna lie to you. Right now, Tundra is in that form where, using the phrase fundamentals, of course, it's a thing that Aoi always yaps about, but their map play is always consistently good. Their ability to draft and punish a wrong pick is very good. Like when you hit that form, it feels like you need to be on your best game to try and beat them. Because like yesterday, they're picking a Drow Ranger on last pick because Pure's just calling for it, right? A lot of the heroes that Pure's playing as well, it's based on the vibe of the draft, and that's something that you can never really prep for, because how are you going to get into the mind of a carry player or an offlaner that's calling for a random hero, right? And yeah, Tundra, they are very scary. So
it's pretty cool that none of the heroes that the teams played yesterday are overlapping.
Again, that's why I'm really looking for that to be a thing as well in this series, where I want OG to respect what Tundra has, but go, you know what? If we give you Lycan, this is an actual draft. We're ready to beat your Lycan. I think a lot of teams sometimes, halfway through the draft, they go, wait a second, are we even countering what we've given 33? And then they kind of make mistakes, right? So just preparation is critical against teams that are on the top of their game.
Gunnar, I have a very important question. BZM and Ari used to be on OG. Obviously, it's a completely different roster, but do you think that there is some extra, I don't know, feelings going up against an org you used to be a part of, even if it's a completely different roster?
I don't think so much as the org. I think when it's old ex-players, like your ex-teammates, you feel more, but there's always no matter what, there's a connection. You're always going to want to be whatever you left. So they probably want to be OG, but I also think at the end of the day, they just want to win.
Fair.
They want to keep, whenever you're at the top of your game, you want to stay there. So I don't think any of them are really satisfied. Like, they won 1 tournament, why not win 2? Why not win 3? And all these players are very hungry. They've all kind of been at the top of their game. The newest, I would say, is Ari, to just being like the peak level. But even he's seen some success in the past. So I think all these players are, I see them as a roster that is willing to succeed for a full year, like a Gaming Gladiators or Falcons, where they were like constantly at the top of the game the full year, and not one of the teams that does good sometimes, but not others.
They want to be consistently
top 3, top 2, top 1.
Yeah, winning.
They also want to lock in the wins before this Reddit thing where they keep asking for a patch. What happens if they get all nerfed? Lock in the trophies now.
All 33 heroes.
All 33 nerfed, and then suddenly
you just make it so it's like 33 just gets 33% less gold.
Yeah,
than everyone else.
Yeah,
that would be fair.
It's a good innate, a player innate. There you go. I just saw the head dead. Yeah, it's a bit unfair. Yeah.
I mean, this is a completely different roster.
And
but
also,
apart from the Euros, obviously they came top 8 still.
Yeah, and at TI, maybe Tundra can actually field a full roster for once at this TI. That could also help the org a lot, because stand-ins and visas haven't been their best friend.
3 years?
It's 3 years now, I think. Yeah.
It's
fourth's the charm. You can't look out Tundra from a 4th TI.
Yeah, that's the classic 4th time the charm. That's the saying.
That's my favorite saying.
Yeah. Maybe like the bike meme where they put the stick in that. Maybe they do it on purpose. Maybe it's all a conspiracy.
To be honest, it worked for OG to be the underdog.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
We're gonna be the underdog.
They knew their stand-in like months in advance, and it's like, there we go. Yeah, that's a whole lot of nothing. But anyway, look at this. More head-to-heads. Average duration. I always want a team in a tournament to consistently create these long games, right? beforehand, it's obviously Spirit. That was like the last Wallachia thing where it's like, I mean, any tournament they go to, I feel Spirit does that. But if OG, even after one series at 60 minutes, if they can give us more of these long games, like they were so beautiful. Like the Dota that they had, it was like rapiers and they had diebacks.
I would say as someone who has been on a team that averages like 45-minute games, when you play versus a team that averages like 30-minute games, it's not very good.
Sure, the XG debate, right? Where it's an XG, the late game team against, sure. But
the styles just don't match.
Yeah, we at Seattle TI, we had the longest average game team, and then we played versus Gaming Gladiators, which had the shortest average game length, and it was not very pretty.
Sure, but that's, again...
So you want them to try to delay Tundra's game?
No, I mean more like OG clearly has shown the tenacity to, in both success and failure, find ways to create longer games, right?
Okay.
I like the fact that they're always proactively thinking of the next step. Some teams, they have long games because they just don't do anything, right?
Okay.
They shove waves, they're passive, they're hoping not to lose, right?
Yeah.
They're playing to win. That's the key thing.
To be fair, also, in the second game that they played versus PVision yesterday, at the start, it was actually PVision getting ahead.
It was a very bad game at the start for them.
Yeah, so they had to make that comeback, and they had to show that tenacity that he is talking about. So yeah, that is cool to see. That is for sure. I do think that you prefer to play from at least an even balance.
Yeah, I think they're hoping that it's at 30 minminutes, 50-50.
That did sound like I was hoping that they would lose the early game. But no, it's
make that comeback.
Yeah, it's all, again, it's going to be scary. Again, when you look at Tundra, it does feel. I think I echo Gunner's statement in regards to it feels like this should be their year, that they can win multiple tournaments, create this kind of little bit of
final
history.
boss. Be the final boss.
Yeah.
So how do OG attempt to make a dent into Tundra's shining armor? Because it's not been successful.
I mean, it's hard, right?
It's very difficult.
If we had the answers, we'd probably be somewhere on the
Behind
stage
the
playing.
team,
Being a coach, being a player.
I mean, not
because yesterday we saw Nigma Galaxy. So they tried two different approaches in the games, right? Because in the first game they removed the timber saw, they removed the axe, and they're like, you know what? We're gonna remove those two. We're gonna make sure that 33 does not have a good game, and then 33 still had a good game.
That's because Nigma also just failed to draft heroes that work well together to win the game.
Yeah.
So they approached the bans in a nice way, offered up some heroes that you expect Tundra to play, but then they kind of stumbled over their own feet by not picking logically. That sounds quite rude, but I look at their both drafts and
cohesive draft.
There's no cohesion, right? So critically, like, you know what Tundra's going to play. You leave an axe, there's an axe. You leave a timber, there's a timber, right? So I want them to have if they pick a Lycan, then you have like Gyrocopter and Tusk and things to win the lane and ways to protect towers and fight. Like, just prepare correctly.
Okay, well they do start.
I was going to make a point. I want them to leave the axe, ban the timber, ban the Lycan.
Well, no.
I'm wrong.
Okay.
So they ban the axe. Unfortunately, I do think you should ban Timbersaw too. Well, they're OG's first pick, right?
OG is first pick this
So
game, yeah.
maybe you take Timber first pick if you're confident in it. But you should definitely not give that to Tundra. I think that's been a mistake some other teams do. And Tundra is basically, I would say their MO right now is basically you pick Timber, Axe, or Lycan, or like the big three for him. And then Whitemod's always going to be playing like his random Chen or his Jakiro, Pugna, these like very solid early game heroes. And they just, I think it's a big combination between Whitemon and 33 and how they play this like aggressive early game together. And trying to find a way to shut that down, maybe picking a really strong safe lane duo versus them, shutting him down. But you need to actually pressure him. You can't just have him have a slightly slow game.
I'm also scared for OG when they were first pick because, like, let's say you take the Timber. I can then see a world where Tundra go back for the Clockwork. Then they get a Drow later in the pick, right? Because traditionally, you pick Timber, you ban Ursa. There are many more counters to a Timber safe lane. And I feel like Pure is the type of carry player to be able to go off meta slightly to ensure that I can beat you in lane. Because Timber's often, when you ban the Ursa, they get their free access to being top 3 net worth. They'll always be this like frontline hero.
I'd say the nice thing with Timbersaw is it is a flex for most teams. Like Tundra will probably put it off in every game, but just because 33 is so good at it, BZM can play
the big 3 bans.
The big 3 bans, the Lycan also, yeah, because that's what Tundra got their hands on yesterday. This time, I think as a player, you're probably pretty happy to see 3 of your heroes first phase. It's a big compliment.
Funny. It is funny.
You are, because now when Nigma banned Puck on instead of Lycan, right?
Yeah.
If that is a big thing, then Tundra here will go, okay, BZM, we'll lock in the puck, because if that's what Nigma's banning, they're respecting it. That's the benefit of having a player like 33, right? Because he soaks so many bans, other people are going to get it. And instead, they just go for the Bounty Hunter.
I don't really... So the Shadow Demon's been popping up in a lot of the drafts relatively early. This hero kind of concerns me, because I feel there's a lot stronger heroes that you can pick.
Like
Jakiro. Jakiro, yes. Yep. Or Dragonite's, I think, a different example, especially when you're banning the Timbersaw.
Yeah.
I just feel like it's kind of like meh.
I mean, the score was 2 and 7 total.
I just think it's one of the heroes where you pick it because you don't know what else to pick. And I think a lot of the successful teams in tournaments end up having specifically cores that they're really confident in, and you're just picking them. One of the metas I remember a long, long time ago was Terrorblade. And at the start of the tournament, it was like, oh, you can very late pick it. And then by the end of the tournament, it was first pick every game. And I think that's kind of the hallmark of winning games, winning these tournaments, is one of your cores is like, I will win every single game when you give me this core hero, and picking it. And I feel like Shadow Demon is just not really that.
The only kind of saving grace, though, is I think players are now respecting Disseminate more, the second spell.
Sure.
Being able to buff up the HP, kind of acts like a Blade Mail-esque, like do damage, get in the middle, soak.
Damage amp if
damage
it's an
amp.
enemy.
Exactly. Like that is conceptually quite fun to play around, but then you need the correct lineup to utilize it.
I think conceptually it provides a lot. You have save and initiation on the disruption. You have disseminate, which is really good for all the reasons you said. I think Shadow Poison is kind of its worst.
It's very meh. Yeah.
Your ult's really good in this meta of Glimmers, Force Staff, Solar Crest. Like, it dispels all of that, a lot of the meta heroes too. I just feel in a lot of the games it can end up looking pretty mediocre when there's random heroes running at you, and you just kind of sit there like, oh, I press my disruption and I'm useless, and I just die. Like we saw yesterday with the Lycan was a good example.
In regards to that as well, like when we talk about like Jakiro or Shadow Demon as an example, Shadow Demon, as we describe it, it still opens up for, as always, like the puck, the storm, there's Queen of Pains, like anything elusive, you hate. So now as long as OG respects that Shadow Demon is not the hero to deal with it, then I'm fine. If I see like a low control hero, then Tundra picks up highly elusive mid laner with a lane winning 5. I'm already seeing the recipe of an uncomfortable game from OG. Maybe I'm getting a little bit carried away, but
yeah, I would like to see OG pick up a damage support as their other one, either their 5 or 4.
Yeah,
like a Tusk, Hoodwink, Snapfire. These just like strong heroes that complement your Shadow Demon. That this guy's more of like utility. He doesn't do that much besides click his random spells. But you have a guy who has kill threat.
Bounty Hunter is also just a fun hero to think about because you have good move speed, good armor. So no matter what lane you're playing, you can pull waves reliably. You set up for map play really nicely. You always get that extra ward out, which down the line will be smoked upon.
In regards to setting up map play, do you want to see Tundra going for some of those heroes that will be able to support that map play? I mean, what is it? Nature's Prophet, AA they had yesterday. Anything that can follow up on, hey guys, I found someone.
It doesn't need to be global map play, but
Invoker.
more just low cooldown. I'm ready to break through my lane and do stuff.
I think Tundra in the past used to highly value BZM Invoker.
Sure, yeah.
I could see that one.
Yeah. Tundra, at least, they go for the farm style, right? I mentioned that Bounty just pull waves and can play any lane. You put a Doom, he's going to relish that type of lane.
How much gold do you want? Yes.
Much gold. Many golds.
Many
Hero, good.
much gold.
So that's the damage support.
Yep.
The lane securing support.
And the primal. Ooh.
All right, I'm liking the draft. Like, I'm more confident with OG draft now. The primal is somewhat of a flex. Like, it can go mid, it can go offlane. And it's kill threat with damage, plus Jakiro is kill threat with damage. And now you kind of have heroes that do stuff. And that complements the Shadow Demon as well. You can disseminate your primal, he runs in. You have save when they try to initiate you. So the draft already is looking a lot more filled out, I would say, versus Tundra than the ones we saw yesterday.
Tundra is showing an element of greed, right? Of course, you said about, gold, yes. And that is easily something that Tundra can fall into as a problem, where Primal, it's a blink dagger, you're going. Supports, levels, they're playing behind. As long as they get the first Wisdom Shrine, there's a lot of purpose for OG to play into. Whilst Tundra, if the picks don't go towards aggression, they are just going to have to weather the storm, allow OG to make the plays and dodge them for a bit.
So when I see Kez, I think it is picking aggression, but he does need a little bit of time to be getting to that point, right?
it really depends on the 5, I feel, especially because Pure plays it in the safe lane. If you have a strong 5 in your lane, you can play in front of the wave, keep chasing people down, like be really annoying. And then after that, yes, you're going back for a Falcon, a Deso, an extra item or 2. I say Falcon.
I think the most common build is just like Deso Manta Ags or Deso Ags.
Yeah.
You got.
It's like Deso is like you go for a fight, maybe play for like an objective.
And then you end up farming again.
And then you want to go farm again, right? But it's not as consistent as other
I'm
cores.
actually surprised because I think from my experience, Primal's pretty good versus Kez. Because you have a BKB piercing grab, and he gets relatively squishy in the game. And so you end up just being able to kill him. But
they do go for the aggressive support though, right? You've got Disruptor. When Primal steps up to trample, you can jump out with the Kez. I can't remember what it's called, but the second
Grappling
blue spell. Is it Grappling Hook or Claw? Or
something claw.
Grappling, something.
Yeah, that spell, he can jump away from the damage of Primal, right? And then when you have the damage, Disruptor just drags him back in. So yeah, fun lane. And Ursa, okay, yeah, solid pick from OG there, right?
Good versus Doom.
Very good versus Doom, right? You got status resistance. You can also chase down the lane. We already mentioned that Jakiro is one of the strongest, kill supports in the game. You are going to be able to kill, but Tundra likes playing into these lanes because of how well they drag waves, dodge. I would be surprised if 33 really offers himself up to die. But let's say he has a bad game, they can easily kill him 2-3 times if he is, in positioning.
I think the Kez is always still funny when I see, because so from my experience, I feel like players don't really have a good understanding of like damage levels of the hero yet, because I think it's a very high skilled hero that takes a lot of knowledge to play. So the only players that kind of are playing it right now are the ones who've played it a lot. And everyone who doesn't play Kez, you don't really the difference between a really good Kez and a mediocre Kez is crazy. Like the amount of damage they do. So
yep, it is scary to think that I have died to level 30 Kez players, and their combination is so clean that I'm disappearing, and I still haven't seen pros like hit that reliably yet.
Yeah.
Like the point is like we are still weeks or months away from them truly getting to the same level. Like yeah, there's still more to see from Kez.
From someone that gets Kez as their signature hero. We haven't seen the signature player yet.
Yeah, like
I would say there's a couple of that
they're
are really
very good.
Mick is extremely good at it. I think Pure is a very good Kez.
Yep.
I just think specifically for the players against Kez, I think sometimes it's weird because a lot of the other heroes, even the new ones, the damage is relatively easy to pilot. Like if you think when Primal came out, like sure at the very start people were bad, but at some point you realize this guy's gonna have phase boots and trample, and that's like the amount of damage this hero does. It's flat. But Kez, especially when he gets his like Ags timing, there's so many spells and combinations that when you do it a 10 out of 10, the damage is so high. But when most players are doing it, especially in pubs, which is where you get a lot of your information and feeling from, people are doing like 5 out of 10 combos. You're like, oh, this hero doesn't do damage.
Like when you get like SFM players of like epic moments, I am scared for the SFM artist who has to make one for Kez. Like trying to jumble all the different yeah. And also it's not as clear as like Invoker, it's clear, right? Meteor is Meteor, Sunstrike. But with Kez, it's like, ooh, this little claw, this one, yeah.
Different swords, swapping out the katana.
It would be beautiful. At least for OG though, like coming into the first draft, other teams have kind of after 2-3 picks have blundered, and you could feel that aura of Tundra should win this. But with what they've constructed, I am relatively happy with their ability to make this very, very competitive. Like draft-wise, both teams are kind of in their wheelhouse. You've got the aggressive nature of Pure, the lane of Whiteman, you've got the scaling of 33. Like Tundra is very Tundra. And OG is let's kill and run around and hold hands and.
But that does sound OG-esque. What are you talking? That sounds classical.
Yeah, I'm saying both teams are in their little.
It's good for both teams.
Yeah,
it should be a good game, is what you're saying.
Fast forward 25 minutes. It's an absolute one-sided.
Well, classic. So classic Tundra that we saw yesterday and that we've seen plenty of times before was minute 20 rolls, and it's over.
That's not really the same in this game.
Okay.
Because of Doom, it's more going to be like they're going to poke for that big kill.
Yeah.
Might get an objective after. You sit back. Doom's up again. Then you go. It's not as like snowball.
Not like yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm kind of confused on what OG wants to pick here. I think ideally you'd want to put Primal mid and counter pick the Kez, but I don't really know what a Kez counter pick is for the offlane.
Isn't it bad?
Ooh, okay.
Yes.
A Kez counter is Dispel, right? Because his stack and buff is very dispellable. Or very, it's just dispellable.
It's Kazurai Katana, the passive.
Katana, yeah, the yellow one.
Katana passive.
Yes, the yellow state passive, that one is Yule's, Lotus, Aphotic Shield, all of this stuff, perfect.
Very good.
So, yeah.
That's basically how it works. It's like every time you do physical damage, there's a percentage of that gets applied as a dot as well.
Yes.
So when Abba's just dispelling his carry, instead of him taking 3,000 physical damage, it's just gone.
Yeah, and also then you can proc it if you hit them from behind and then stun them. And
It's a stun only if they're turned away from you.
Yeah, it's from the
and
back.
If they're looking at you, they can't turn.
Yep.
But they can do actions.
Panel by panel, we get better at Kez, guys. We're gonna get there.
All right, so final hero for Tundra.
BCM hero versus Primal Beast.
Yep.
I mean, I think I like Invoker still.
Yep, there it is.
Okay. It's a BZM classic. It's good with Bounty Hunter. It's good versus Abba. You can just tornado him, burn the mana. It's decent versus Primal. It's not like amazing versus Primal, but it's fine. And I think the big thing is specifically just the Ahri Bounty Hunter. Like
the
you just
map
set up
play.
With Sunstrike catches. It just looks good.
But is he going to go for Exhort in this game and it goes more towards the greed? Or is he going to go for like Exhort or like... Well, actually, both of the options are fine, right? Between the other two. But
I think it's more likely he goes Exhort, but I think the Wex one is fine. The Ags Rush. I think either of the two builds. But I would say BZM as a player more often than not goes Exhort.
Yeah, at the moment he does have Exhort Facet locked in.
Yep. Nope, he has got...
No, sorry, Wex. Sorry,
he does have Wex.
I meant Wex. Yep, sorry, thank you.
Oh, he is Exhort.
Now he's Exhort, yep. Every time I look at... Oh, okay. I mean, they can't see it, but we're just getting absolutely discoed by his Facet keeps changing, but it's okay. Now he's looking at Exhort.
Ancient of Galaron. I have a quick question. So when we talked about the supports for OG, we had like Shadow Demon, okay, then we want the damage dealing support to go with it. But are we then happy to have the Jakiro as a 5 and Shadow Demon as the 4? Is that the preferred option?
Yes, because both safe lanes for OG and Tundra need to be like aggressive and like the tempo, right? You want Jakiro Ursa to get early Battle Fury, he runs around and does the objectives. And then for Tundra, you need Kez to have a good time, otherwise Invoker farms, Doom farms.
I think also Invoker's not really good at contesting Tricamp stacks, and Shadow's really good at stacking the Tricamp for a Primal Beast. So I think what OG wants to do in this early game is Tim is going to stack his Tricamp. They're going to do it with the Primal Beast. He's going to get a really early Blink Dagger, and they're going to play around him. That's like the main focus of how this draft wants to play. It's basically Primal Beast runs in, he gets shielded by the Abba, dispels all the random things, and enough space for Ursa, hopefully 1v5s.
Okay, I have a very important question to our commentary team. Mike.
Yes.
Have you heard of the term to Kez it up?
No, I haven't, Shiva. I'll tell you what, I'm quite nervous. It's the first time we're casting a Kez game, and John and I, we still have no idea what this hero is.
That's fine. I've got it's a solution. What's he doing? He's Kezing it up.
He's Kezing it up. That's it. He's Kezed all the way.
You guys know one spell?
Yeah.
You name one Kez spell.
You don't have to. He's Kezing it up. We're going to see if he can Kez it up in this game.
Let's Kez it up, Jonathan. Game number 1 between OG and Tundra. Thank you, Shiva, by the way. I literally have no idea what I'm going to say when this hero does anything. Grappling Hook, John, I think is one of them.
Oh, you remember that one? I just remember Raptor Dance because it's annoying.
The thing is, John, even if I know the names of the spells, right, I don't know when they happen.
It's just too much text. You mouse over one thing. It's like a million texts. It's like, I don't want to read. I don't know these values, you know. Invoker, at least you mouse over it. Makes sense.
Switch stances. Don't
and you click spells, and then you're like, all right, this is what this does. Kez is such a zoomer hero. My brain's too melted for this, you know, at this point in my life.
I would genuinely prefer 48 Spell Invoker. I really would.
Yeah, no.
I would genuinely prefer 48 Spell Invoker.
Yeah, because it would be individual things, you know, just little things. It's its own spell. You know, it's not like this modifies this and then this plays into this and you have to switch into this stance to do this and this. It's like, it's too much.
Oh, woe is us, isn't it, John?
Woe is us.
Or us.
You know, Pure knows what he's doing. He should be able to Kez it up.
Does he?
I'm sure he does. It's him and Mike that has been playing this hero to the detriment of everyone else. So we shall see.
Natsumi.
He's getting Kezed up. Just a tad. I don't know.
The bird scares me, John. It really does.
It's a dinosaur, isn't it? We've had this conversation.
Is it?
Yeah, birds are dinosaurs. They should have made him a chicken, perhaps, to really fit into that. Still, no chickens on mid.
Page. Of course, in the mid lane. Going to be up against BZM. Yopaj has been playing quite a bit of Primal Beast throughout Wallachia Season 6 thus far, to some pretty nice performances. Of course, they found a 2-0 victory yesterday. And now, up against Tundra John, arguably best team in the world right now. I wonder, can he perform the same way for OG?
I'd say this matchup for him is not the easiest. BZM has the range advantage. Sure, you can kind of try to collapse onto him, but Invoker, especially by level 3, maybe 4, if you're going for a little bit more on your other orbs, can kind of have counterplay, some pokeback, some ways to interrupt on that rundown here from Yopaj. Yopaj is going to have to try to look for the wave pull later on, trying to stack double waves and get farmed that way. But again, Invoker is a hero that can kind of punish that, along with the supports you have. Right, you've got Disruptor that can swing by, you've got a Bounty Hunter that can swing by with no sentry pre-planted onto mid. So there's some angles here later on for Tundra to kind of make this as hard as possible for Yopaj if they even want to focus on that. We'll have to see down the line. As, again, Yopaj has had a great time, but BZM on the Invoker it's always a threat. Just as Pure is on his Kezing it up. You know, this hero is just so strange. I will say from experience, its power spikes are strange as Ahri dived a bit.
Yeah, he's going to be all right. One of his spells is called Shodosai. Shodosai, John, I didn't know how to pronounce that. Whitemon is going to go down. Tim's securing first blood. Pure in danger. Will be okay. I have a funny feeling, Jonathan.
Yes?
That Kez is going to be one of those heroes that I really enjoy seeing die over and over again.
I already do. I don't know why you haven't enjoyed it yet. It's just fun to kind of see him die. Look, I also have a feeling in this game, OG is going to be targeting Whitemon, but just to send a message. You know, he left Southeast Asia. He's played against these boys quite a few times. Of course, this lane for Pure, maybe not the most stable. Neither is Natsumi's. There's some pokeback that can come in from 33. Not quite the biggest creep in the world just yet. The swiftness aura is decent enough. Does have the double bracers on that Doom up, but you do have a lot of aggression. Again, we've seen this lane combination with Jakiro Ursa in the last series is just devastating. So 33 will always have to watch himself. Not much Ahri can really do to kind of stop that aggression either.
You are trying to go for a dive. Nico is going to go down. BZM with a very nice Sunstrike. And, well, of course, it's begun. Nico with the voice line spell.
Oh, yeah. You know, that's a classic Nico thing. All the way back to Adroit, if one could remember such times. Again, you're seeing the issues in that bot lane. A Doom Bounty Hunter is just extremely passive. Right? This is a free time for Natsumi. He's finding all the farm he could ask for in the world. You are still farming up quite nicely here on 33 as well, but it's not really any laning pressure to speak of. So it's going to be a comfy ride for Natsumi to just build into Power Threads, perhaps, or just build into the Battle Fury and just kind of get going that way. The mid lane has been pretty manageable from Yopaj. He is finding quite a fair bit of denies, actually, on BZM, which is quite important there. And again, lots of poking and prodding down bot, but not much you can really do for the final commitments. At the very least, trying to keep everything balanced in terms of the lane. You've always got the large camp access here for 3v3. So maybe down the line you could find something good to devour. I'm not even sure if you'd want to invest more. Infernal Blade, again, a little bit poked back, slowing down to jump onto him, but I don't see any offensive potential that can come in. And I think, again, you're happy enough to just play it as a farming lane for Natsumi. You would love some kills, but Tundra are not going to openly give you those opportunities here.
So far, 1-1, nice and easy here between these two sides. Mid lane, it's been a pretty even affair. Currently a little bit better for Yopaj, but you got to consider the fact that BZM, of course, did find the Sunstrike kill earlier on, and probably will find a little bit more as time does go on. Not too interested in trying to do too much towards Yopaj. Won't really bother. BZM just continuing to secure his own farm and XP. Pure looks to be having a pretty good time up the top lane, of course, on this Kez, 26-5 in terms of CS. You heard our panel talking about it as well, John. Like, we don't know what the counters to this hero is. I imagine Abaddon's probably going to be one of them.
Yeah, it's a pretty safe bet. Maybe something like Oracle as well actually isn't too bad. I'd say even Omni Knight would be decent, but not at the same points in the game. It's a little bit back and forth with that one. But again, with Kez, it's just very strange with his power spike overall. Right? Like, he has this slower laning start. Like, there's no real threat in level 1 to 2, even 3. At level 4, it starts to kick up. Level 5 into 6, you're going to die in lane. That just tends to happen. If you misstep just a tad bit, the burst damage is all of a sudden there. And then as you ride into maybe level 10, it starts to kind of plateau a bit. It's just strange. Like, that's the sense I see whenever I see this hero, at least in most games. Here's that rotation into mid that we were looking for, that they can set up for, but Yopaj is tanky.
6-minute power rune's what they really want to try and dissuade Yopaj from taking. It's going to spawn bottom anyway, and in fact, they're going to go in with the Chaos Meteor Tornado setup. Yopaj, he's tanky, but not that tanky. BZM making short work of him. Top lane Pure. Pops a bit of harassment, going to be perfectly fine to retreat. They do end up losing their Doom on the side of Tundra, so there is that, at the very least, on the side of OG. But you do lose Yopaj, which is probably a bigger deal.
Yeah, it's an important kill to find for BZM. I'd argue that the kill for Natsumi is maybe enough to compensate. Just again, this faster battlefield time can be big.
Pretty awkward scenario, but Pure, he's just going to jump in with his grappling hook and just takes makes very short work as Yopaj was glimpsed back there for a moment. He's still in the top lane, still trying to get in range for a pulverize onto Pure, but Pure will just step back and just sit back and relax for a little bit. So 1 for 1 at the top lane, certainly in the favor, once again, of Tundra. Meanwhile, Natsumi trying to pressure 33 away from this Shrine of Wisdom. In fact, he might just have a kill, and he does. Natsumi finding another kill now to 33. Shrine of Wisdom taken their way. In fact, both of them are. Skem, he'll cop the Sunstrike. He will die, but he does allow a nice safe route out for Natsumi without taking any kind of damage. And of course, with both Shrines of Wisdoms being taken, you're going to be very happy as OG.
And you are. Just a little bit of a faster 6 on Tims is going to make a lot of impact with that Demonic Purge. And again, they've done a great job of just kind of playing around here with Natsumi. This is their strongest lane overall for the side of OG. They've slowed down 33's game by a huge margin. This is still a Doom with Devil's Bargain, so recovery isn't too bad here for 33. It's just going to be a little bit more of a wait. Nice quick timing on Falcon Blade, as you can see here for Pure. A full minute faster than what we've seen on record so far here. And he has, again, had a pretty fantastic lane. Like, theoretically, all of these theoreticals with the Abaddon on the field is nice alone.
Ari's being such a headache, but Natsumi's even getting involved. In fact, there's 4 heroes from Tundra here. They see Natsumi, they just show up. Natsumi, no choice but to try and force the fight here as he's got no way out. He's going to die. And Tundra, they are just making life impossible here for Yopaj as they'll go for the pulverize back in onto Ari, at least secure a kill on the bounty. And that they will, but can you get away now as this Primal Beast? 33 will move in. Yopaj, though, able to onslaught away as it looks like Skem will have to be left behind. They'll glimpse him back. Tims will show up. Demonic Purge out onto BZM. 33 dropping low now. Yopaj, he'll move back in, and 33 may have overstayed his welcome, but no. They don't have the onslaught nor the trample to play with, but they do at least get BZM. As meanwhile, Pure takes down Nico. And thank goodness, John, we didn't see it, because I would have had no idea how it happened.
It is what, like, we were saying, theorizing, right? Like, by the time you hit level 5 into 6, you're just going to kill someone. No level 6 just yet, Nico. No real way to save. I do like that little interaction we saw with BZM on the Tornado. I love that. You still somehow trigger Trample from spinning around.
And Natsumi's been having a very good game thus far. Ari, going to be the 3rd death here, or rather the 3rd kill for Natsumi. Sure, he had that one awkward death in the river, but even that fight ended up panning out for OG. So far, so good for the safe lane Ursa. Just about 300 gold behind Pure, who's having an even better game.
Yeah, again, the free farm you're getting here on Pure is just insane, right? Like, he's found free pickoffs onto Nico. Nico doesn't really have anyone to back him up, so he's kind of left on an island. Nico is going back for the Midas. We've seen him do this a couple of times yesterday where he plays from behind on Abaddon, he goes Midas, he just tries to farm his way back to relevance, which is fair. An early rotation out from Pure through the gate. Again, he does have the damage to overwhelm here if they'd want to just try to paint a target onto someone's back. Unfortunately, Natsumi has left the building. Nice read as no one's farming up top.
Oh my, they just won't leave Yopaj alone. No power runes for the poor Primal. Tims will be forced to intervene and try to save the Primal Beast, but Yopaj, no onslaught to try and get away, and he will go down a BZM. And you've got to give props to Tundra. They are absolutely smothering these power runes. And Yopaj, he cannot catch a break.
And that all really stems from the fact that you can leave top alone, right? Like Whitemon's free to walk around, down bot to cover 33, and that gives Ari the space to just keep ganking onto mid. And we talked about the shortcomings of this Primal Beast. The panel was pointing it out, but this is not going to be the easiest Primal Beast game in the world. A lot of ways to interrupt you when you're trampling in, when you're onslaughting in or out. You're going to need a fast BKB here for Yopaj. He is queuing it up after his blink. But it's going to be a while longer, of course, until he can just safely play aggressive for the team unless they can ensure that it's a solo pickoff. So what it does feel like for OG, they're going to be playing a lot slower of a game. You've got an off lane that's just going to be sitting with Midas. This Abaddon's really not going to do you too much good until maybe a Radiance is up if you want to go that direction. Still, the mischance could be very important in stopping Pure from just playing his own game. Natsumi, he is still getting that good progression onto the battlefield at least, but he is being ganged up just a bit. The nuisances with Ari is online with a track up. This is where it gets dangerous for OG. If Tundra just start pushing the envelope, start finding these pickoffs, it can snowball out of control very fast. And again, you're basically playing 4v5 here on the side of OG. You just can't expect much from Nico anytime soon here.
You leave Nico alone, John.
Yeah, not Nico.
He had a rough game.
Yeah.
A rough series last game. He's gone now. Right?
Yeah, but Nico is also having a hard time. What's up with our Nikos?
That's true.
A great time.
I mean, in fairness, Nico tends to have a hard time, right? It's just kind of an SEA thing at this point, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, his lane's just being ganged up. You've got Pure.
I mean, I don't blame Nico, John. He has no idea what's going on with Pure. He doesn't know how he's dying.
No one knows.
Nobody knows.
The only thing I understand is the Echo Slash from, what was that game mode?
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what I
Nest of Torrents. That's it.
That's it. That's all we know.
It's like Valve conditioned us. This is Echo Slash. You know, it's like, all right, okay, that's cool. And then nothing else.
It's great minigame, by the way.
Still play it.
I
probably learn more about Kez. Kezing it up.
Mid tier 1 tower is going to surely go down, but Pure, he's going to be okay. They'll drop the Static Storm into Yopaj. Nico, he is frontlining for his squad, but it seems as though nobody will be getting caught out. So very nice disengage. Compliments of Whitemon, of course. And sadly for OG, there's really just no play right now, it feels like.
No. Again, it's a waiting game. You've got an off lane that really can't contribute yet. Yopaj needs a BKB. Maybe the blink alone is enough if you catch someone all by their lonesome. Could be one way to go. Natsumi's just about to finish up his Battle Fury, and there's just no one to connect with these supports. And maybe Yopaj again with the blink, which is up now. Can make some good connections out with Skem. Like, that is going to be enough damage to find these kills. It's a matter of, can you take map control back? Because you're playing into this Bounty Hunter. You do have some sentries set down, but Ari's already planted some forward vision down bot, and he's just being such a massive nuisance. Like, his impact on this Bounty Hunter has been massive this game. Although,
well, as you say that, Yopaj seemed to agree, Jonathan. Jumps in and takes care of it. Rest of Tundra will look to just retreat. The thing is as well, I mean, Natsumi, he's getting relatively close now to the Battle Fury timing. That'll help his farm start to escalate a little bit more and have a better time in keeping up with Pure. In fact, there's your Battle Fury now. OG, not quite at any kind of power spikes yet, but certainly still in the game, as apparently Pure has a full Deathslayer up now, John.
Yep, he's been farming fast, you know, he's gotten free kills, a free lane. Kez clears out these camps quite quick, clears out the waves quite quick. No one's defending their triangle as well. Free farm for BZM. And
it's slower than average.
Average for, I guess, for Kez, but that's still a bloody fast timing at 14 minutes in with a Falcon Blade power treads.
Yeah.
So, you know, you're very happy here for Pure. You're gonna eat anyone that shows up, like any isolated hero. Maybe not Nico, now that he has potentially the value point in borrowed time that he's holding on to. But if you catch a support out, you can kill him. The Ursa could be a little bit more challenging if he manages to get Enrage off. Still, it is key timing now, as they are smoked up as well in Tundra. They've got that Doom ready if they need it. And Natsumi is pretty far forward here.
He certainly is. This will be a big pick-off here for Tundra. Ari will give all the info they need. Static Storm dropped immediately on top of the head of Natsumi. There is just no chance of survival here up against Tundra. Not on his own anyway. Very nice pickup now from this dire end of things. That's kind of the key for OG. Like, you really do need Natsumi to have a decent game here. It's just not happening at the moment. Well, it was, but it's slowing down, and the farm speed of Pure is starting to look a little bit intimidating, John.
And it is. Again, no one's been walking top. Top tier 1, still at half HP, very nice and healthy. Pure still has all of this reach into this top lane. No one is dealing with Kez. I think OG's just trying to ignore it as long as possible, get their farm going on their end, but it's coming at huge sacrifice. Right, you're 3k behind, 323's recovered. With his Midas up and running, he's tied in with Natsumi's net worth after dying multiple times in lane. And your triangle is just out of your hands for the most part.
They've spotted Ari out, I do believe. They'll try to make it as hard as possible, but Pulverize is going to come in with the blink from Yopaj, and Ari will end up dying. Any kill's a good kill right now for OG. They'll take it.
That they will. And, you know, we were looking at those stats earlier on in this matchup. The average OG game has gone 60 minutes.
Oh, good.
You know, their longest game has been 70 in comparison to Tundra playing at an average of 24 or something in that ballpark.
Oh.
So, you know, it is an OG match as long as it stays long. Classic Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
Got the full Ags up on BZM, so you've got the Cataclysm up and running, which it's just going to provide lots of vision if you want to scout out that way. You've got the combination, of course, with Kinetic Field and Static Storm. No early BKBs, of course, as it's still relatively early to expect a full BKB on anyone just yet. So there is a lot of threat from Tundra. Heck, you imagine a Cataclysm on multiple track targets. Just a lot of gold waiting to get pumped up here by the side of Tundra.
Absolutely. Whitemon will get caught. Yopaj with the Pulverize, going to find another quick support pickoff. Ari just towards the south. They have not spotted him yet. He'll stick around the area. You do have Tundra. They have got BZM down at the bottom lane, but it doesn't... Oh, in fact, Ari will eventually run into a sentry and get dusted up here by a Skem, so he's going to be another kill now for the side of OG. And again, I think any kill's a good kill for OG. They'll happily take it.
It's buying space for their cores to catch up as well. Nico is almost done with his full Orchid, so that's going to be some key piece of control. Although, maybe not onto Pure, as his Manta style is almost done. Just still a ways off from the recipe, but just lacking a recipe at this point. I think the big thing now for OG is, with Natsumi having the Blink Battle Fury, and potentially just going into the BKB that we tend to see, once these items are up on Natsumi, can they actually look for a fight into Roche? Can they even sneak Roche when Tundra has all of these ways to scout? Right? You've got the Invoker with Sunstrike, you've got the Invisibility, scouting with the Bounty Hunter. Can be a little bit challenging for the side of OG to try to play around that strength.
Oh, that's a Sunstrike. My goodness. Disruption is safe from the glimpse back. BZM. I don't know how he predicted that, John.
Yeah. Good thing for Tim's, having that disrupt right in time for being glimpsed would have been a nice freebie. But look at the confidence on Tundra. Just constantly playing in the triangle, constantly looking for threats as 5, and still buying a ton of space out for Pure. And again, there's just been nothing to answer up on top lane. It's just been void of activity from OG. It's just been a free game for Pure. Pure's playing the perfect carry game, where he doesn't have to do anything. He's just sitting back and farming. He's got his Manta style up already. Just no contest to this Kez. And with the Manta up, he's not going to be scared of this Orchid on Nico. And again, like, how do you pin him down? It has to be Yopaj somehow. A little bit of a smoke play into the gate coming out from Tundra. And they are drawing lines. It is only Skem. Maybe not the biggest deal, but Track will make this a little bit tastier.
OG. Skem is going to get caught out. We'll try to buy a bit of time. Won't be too much, I don't think. The Skem will get taken down by Pure. Pure, again, having a great old game. No real threats for him at all. Looks like he's queued up the Aghanim Scepter next, Jonathan.
Yep. Staying in line with the build that we've seen from Kez for the most part. Deso, Manta into the Ags. Having a little bit more... having a little bit of that lower cooldown, just switching between, is going to be quite nice, of course, for the Kez to just do whatever he does. To make it simpler to Kez around, as one would say. And for the side of OG, it's just going to be down to these BKBs now. BKB on Natsumi, BKB on Yopaj. Going to be the crucial points in terms of actually finding some aggression and maybe playing around some objectives. Tormentor freely open for Tundra. Again, just nothing happening up top for OG. So we'll take the freebie gift for Whitemon, having that Tundra strike on ground. More ways to scout around this crazy lineup they've got. At the least, the gate movement is red with wards planted earlier on here from Skem. So not going to lead into too much aggression off the back of it, but it really is OG kind of in the passenger seat right now. Like, they don't really have options just yet until BKBs are up. But even with BKBs up, can they find the key targets? Can they put a stop to Pure? Will their single target control be enough to deal with this Kez? And they're going to have to layer it perfectly. Again, Tundra's major advantage is just how much they can see on the map. Sunstrikes, Cataclysms, a bounty hunter that you have to spend 1,000 gold to just stop.
Pure. They have got Pure. They will disrupt. Pure, though, going for a run is going to be just fine. There's just so many ways for him to disengage as well. He's got this parry. He's got that other ulti that does the whole invis thing with the bonus movement speed, because the Raven's Veil is what they call it, Jonathan. Yep. Yopaj, 33, they're going to run into him, but a very nice static sword from Whitemon into the Cataclysm. It's only really going to land onto Nico. Nico in trouble with the borrowed time. He will be able to disengage, that they will glimpse him back into the loving arms of Pure. And Pure will find himself a kill here as Nico does go down. Yopaj now also being chased, but gets back to the high ground as they continue to rush OG. Pure just looking for a target. He's going to go try and move on to Yopaj, but he won't be willing to dive that deep. In fact, they'll just ping out the Roshan. No Nico, easy Roshan attempt. And of course, this is against the Ursa that really wants the first Roshan of the game.
I mean, they still have that fresh BKB on Natsumi, at the least, even though Yopaj had to expand his. Static Storm is still down for a little bit longer. This could be an opening for OG, but that Rosh doesn't take too long to fall if you just leave it alone.
They've got the blink in, they're going to try going onto BZM. They've already found the Invoker. Roshan, only half HP, 33 dropping so darn low, but we'll be able to back out. He'll TP away looking for the reset. So OG protecting Roshan for now. In fact, I dare say they should probably go take it. Pure, he's going to get jumped. He'll parry though. Apparently Natumi's dying to the Kez illusions now. Glimpse him back. Why does this hero have all these abilities to parry and stuff?
I don't know.
Parry, oh, is this Dark Souls? Are we playing Elden Ring? I don't. What's going on? Natsumi. Pure. Gonna jump in. Roshan, it will go the way of Natsumi. On they go with the chase onto Ari now. The kinetic foot gonna make life a little bit hard, but they found Pure. Oh. They've got the Kez. Oh. They'll take down the Kez, Jonathan. You know what they call that? What? Jollibee, Jonathan. They just made some Jollibee fried chicken. That's what they did.
Oh, they are hungry. You know, the manager lane can't quite find that here.
That's a two-piece shot.
That is a nice crispy chicken. And Tundra, it does feel like there's a couple of things coming out here for Tundra. Right? This flanking position that OG manages to find, isolating out BZM is massive. He's a lot of your disruptiveness, your control to kind of set up for Whitemon to find that kinetic field in Static Storm. And they just expanded Static Storm in that moment. OG got the right read to take that engagement, even though Nico was still set to respawn. Not like the Abaddon is massive anyway, although the Orchid is of relevance, but with Static Storm down, you're just free to actually play that clump up game on the side of OG. And they get that punishment they're looking for. They have a slight advantage in terms of net worth. You're still in a very good game here for Tundra.
Here's something I can offer as a person that's played against these Kez, right?
Yeah.
After the first time they die, I find the heroes completely garbage.
Oh, yeah. No.
It just, for whatever reason, after they die that first time, it's like that mystical aura they have. It's just gone.
Yeah. No, I think, again, it's kind of down to how his power spikes work. I'd say around now, it's kind of plateaued as they
Ari. They are going to find another. Yopaj, of course, consistently great. I mean, he's our idol, you know?
He is.
That's why they call him the idol.
Yeah.
Consistently good, 8, 2, and 4 on the Primal Beast.
And it's rather interesting. I actually remember a conversation with Yopaj during his birthday. I asked him when he'd be back, because, you know, he was just out of Shopify. They just left. And he said he'd take a break. Take a short break until September. I was like, all right, see how far that goes. As they kind of whiffed it here.
For a chase, Nico pops the borrow time immediately, not looking to mess around at all with Tundra. Meanwhile, Tundra, they'll just TP back to the mid lane. Not too interested in trying to force anything. Of course, there is still 2 minutes 45 on the Aegis of Natsumi, so it's not really advised that you force these fights as Tundra. OG, however, certainly advised for them to try for these fights. Yopaj will be having a gander. In fact, he finds BZM. A great target to start on. Onslaught in as well with the silence and the trample out. It's still not enough for BZM. He's dropping low and he's gone. So is Whitemon. That's 2 gone now for OG. 33, he'll pop the Doom right onto Natsumi, but he'll look to disengage. Here comes Pure, but they'll just disrupt him up. Now Natsumi looking to turn mid-Doom back onto 33. 33 trying to run away, and he will do so. But OG, they're fired up now, Jonathan. Enough messing around.
Yeah, I think it's just been off the back of Yopaj getting all of these jumps in, right? Like, this is where their strength lies. As we were talking about earlier, it has to be the Primal Beast getting these jumps in, finding these isolated heroes, or even just catching someone out using that BKB to its full potential. Primal Beast is one of those heroes that doesn't care if their BKB is down to 6, right? You channel Pulverize, chances are you're going to have the backup damage to just kill someone off, if not use the last few seconds of your BKB to trample and onslaught and try to murder someone. So they've really gotten full value from Yopaj managing to get that farm. They're getting a lot of scaling out from Natsumi. He just goes straight for that bash to help get some
disruption. It's not going to be a jump though from OG. They're just trying to mess with Pure at the moment.
The illusions get to spread the DOT damage.
Of course they do, John.
Beautiful.
Of course they do. Pure. Ari. Gonna scout out Natsumi, although the TP will be fine. Natsumi, he actually did have a basher.
Yeah, no lucky.
Just I thought, oh, there's no basher. No, he had. Just very unlucky.
Had one hit. You know, that should have been a hit, one-hit bash.
Ari, he's gonna get caught out anyway. So they still get a bit of a consolation prize for their trouble.
That they do, and you know, OG are really starting to clear this game back their way. And now the question for Tundra is, how do you go defensive on Pure? It feels like he's just getting jumped.
How do you go defensive? How do you not be defensive? Johnny's got about 5 abilities that are defensive.
I mean, that's true, but you know, how does he stop all of this control onto him? It's like once he's isolated away, once they find him in the middle of these engagements and just lay onto him, he's just kind of dead at the moment. The Manta alone is not quite enough.
You're right, John. Huh? We should buff this hero.
Please
we should buff it, shouldn't we, John?
Please don't. No.
Just buff it.
Can you imagine if the new hero, whatever it is that make him out, has 20 spells and 3 stances? Can you imagine that?
Look, all I want, truthfully, all I want is the gamble. Just bring me the gamble. Well, I don't need these 20 spell heroes. Just give me the gamble.
I wouldn't mind it. You know, I'd find it funny. They go in for the all-in ult to do 0 damage. Love to see it.
It'd be amazing.
And
that'd be the best hero to cast.
It's easy to understand too, right? Like it's just one set of spells. It's all gold related.
It's all gambling. It's all literal gambling. It's amazing.
It's not like this. This is, you know what Kez is? Kez is what a weeb imagines they are.
Oh, now you're upsetting people, John.
No, but you know, everyone goes through that phase as a anime fan when you're playing around with swords.
What?
Tims? Not everyone?
Oh, I watched Naruto, John. I don't think I played with swords. Tims, in trouble. Tims will go down. What are you talking?
Not everyone? Really? Like, you know, you're all right, or you pretend you're a ninja in Naruto, this quote-unquote
I've never
Naruto?
pretended to be a ninja, John.
Yeah. Wait. No, that's something I know kids do.
Okay.
I remember kids in grade school doing that. Like, you know,
I don't know what
in the Philippines, everyone's a weeb.
Okay.
So there you go. That is just outing OG as the original weebs.
My apologies to the weebs watching right now. My apologies about John X5's behavior. Whitemon will be able to TP out.
Actually, think about it. Isn't this the most anime hero? Wouldn't you say?
You think so, John?
Yeah, because I don't understand Naruto. This feels like something that you see in Naruto. I don't understand it.
You should watch it, John.
No, I really don't want to waste what few years I have left on this earth.
It's
watching
a classic,
million filler episodes. Thank you.
It's not One Piece, John. We're talking about Naruto now.
Okay, so 2 million filler episodes is what you're saying. Right, do we count Boruto into that legacy as well?
Don't make me expose what kind of anime you're into, Mr. Violet Evergarden.
What? Yeah, that's a good anime. What do you mean?
Violet Evergarden.
Yeah, Violet Evergarden's great.
Stop it, John.
What do you mean?
Have some shame, John.
It's a great anime. How dare you? You're saying K-On! Is not peak? It's peak.
What the hell's K-On!, John?
Natsumi,
he'll take the Tormentor. John, just stop. It's just this. Anyway, moving on. Tundra. How embarrassing.
It's not embarrassing.
Not you, Tundra.
I do like this though. Pure is going for the Lincolns. We were asking how does he stop being focused, just ensure that he doesn't either get disrupted or pulverized. And Lincolns should provide him some leeway to just Kez it up and escape if things get dire. So does provide a little bit of a leeway, a little bit of allowance here for Pure to play his game. Still, deep smoke.
Well, Natsumi. They won't go from yet. They did find the Courier of Yopaj, so Lincoln Sphere not going to be available for a little bit. Tundra. They do end up going down towards the bot lane as we are going to see a 5-man smoke now committed by OG. So they might... Oh, Pure.
Oh, no.
Pure. Can they kill him in time? Whitemon's around, but he can do nothing. Pure is gone. More chicken, Jonathan.
That's all you need to do, apparently. Just grab the chicken by its feet and beat it to the ground. It's a pretty brutal
graphic, Jonathan.
That's exactly what he's doing. Pulverizing him.
Nico. He's going to be all right, surely. Sunstrike will flame, but it won't even land as the Static Storm and Kinetic Field also holding Nico down. He does still have borrowed time to play with, so he's perfectly fine as Natsumi now jumps in on 33. They'll take down the Doom. Ari on the run, but OG unrelenting. Going for more onto Whitemon. Ari will go down. Nico now back on a Whitemon, but he'll have to leave him be.
I mean, again, they're just splitting Tundra apart just enough. I'm liking what we're seeing here from OG.
This is what I'm saying. People, when OG picked up this team, I knew there was going to be doubt.
Yeah.
I knew. Yeah. They always say, oh, why would you pick up the SCA team? Why would you do that?
Yeah.
The current OG squad are beating the best team in the world.
Yeah.
And I bet you the doubters are dead silent right now.
I am a doubter. I was a doubter.
Oh, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with
I gotta say, I was a doubter. I will give context. When Yopaj left Shopify, he took 2 months off Dota. 2 months. 2 months he was just resting up, recovering, enjoying his time in the Philippines. I was like, all right, it's gonna take him some time to get back in top form. And here we are in Wallachia, and he's looked pretty damn good on his mid so far.
He's the idol, John.
In the first 2 days, he really is. This almost reminds me of peak. Is Boom Yopaj peak, or was it Neon Yopaj? Which would you say is peak Yopaj?
See, now you're asking real questions, Jonathan. In fairness, I mean, after the Shopify Rebellion run, you probably did need a couple months break, John. It's a bit of a stretch to call it a run. It was a brisk walk at best, but
it's fair. And again, Southeast Asia's had a rough time. It's kind of shaping up for Tundra. I think they had this idea, with his Kez, and I think OG just found the answers, right? Like, even though the lane for Nico didn't go well, his itemization is just on point. Like this Blood Torn, the early Orchid pickup after the Midas, having this single target control, having this Primal Beast that can just hold any of their heroes down with a BKB, has been doing a ton of work, has a lot of natural armor as well from Uproar if he manages to cast it. So it's just a lot of things that makes it harder to play that burst game that you want to have on Pure. Heck, he only has 4 charges on his Deso. He's not been able to snipe out as many kills as he'd want upon picking up that item.
That's actually so sad. 33. Uh-oh. 33. He'll get pulverized by Yopaj once again. And there's no help for him. He's dead. Yopaj. I mean, he had a horrible laning stage, but apart from that, Jonathan, he just took his time and it all works out for him. Everyone else will just retreat from the side of Tundra. I am starting to really wonder what difference Pure can make with the items he's building up now on this hero. Because it doesn't seem like he'll survive if he gets pulverized.
No.
Ari?
Gonna get jumped here by Tims. Tims feeling it now as he'll rush Ari. Ice Path from Skem from the north, catching him. So Ari down, BZM also in trouble, and Pulverize out from Yopaj. Will ensure he cannot get away. They will smother the side of Tundra. Wymon to go down. That's fourth for the price of nothing. And the chicken, Jonathan, the chicken's somewhere.
Yeah, well, they didn't get to pulverize the chicken down, so does make sense. That has been the tried and trusted method of keeping Pure down. Still, the opening for Roshan. And again, the way OG are identifying these targets on the map, right? Like, Tims gets jumped, they instantly get on top. He has the confidence. He knows he's not going to get bursted if Pure's not fully committing onto him. And from there, it just cascades down. You just, again, you're not getting all your tools in order on Tundra. It's OG that's just kind of jumping in, getting the initiations they'd want, getting the kind of openings they'd want. And for Tundra, it does feel like it's been rough, right? Like 33 is just walking around the map. He gets pulverized, dies, doesn't really get to doom anyone. Maybe he tries to doom Natsumi. Natsumi just gets to run away. You've got to worry about the disruptions coming in. A lot of ways of just bringing this Ursa out of danger with the doom running. And on Tundra, I'd say this kind of maybe ties into more pressure on Whitemon, right? It feels like now you're kind of looking for a good kinetic field in Static Storm. You're almost hoping that Whitemon can farm an Ags to disable those BKBs, to mute them up, to allow you to actually take these engagements if it does spread into a wider 5v5. And that Ags timing on Whitemon is going to be key. And he's a long way from that if he wants to go for that yields first. So, I know, the ways to simplify for Tundra are still a ways off. You are getting good farm still on Pure. He is going all in on damage.
Oh, nice sentry. Very nice sentry. It's almost like they can smell him around them, John. Ari will go down, and I've got to say, and I know I've been picking on this hero quite a lot, John, but you've got 23k net worth on Kez just about.
Yeah.
It feels like he's done absolutely nothing after that laning stage. And I'm not blaming Pure.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, what does this hero do now? Have we even seen a Raptor dance yet?
No, if I recall right. I think the one issue with Kez, specifically, like I know Gunnar was saying that it does scale up quite well, and it does.
Okay.
But I think as a carry, its explosive damage output isn't as amazing.
Tims. Oh, disruption on himself. Trying to push out the wave, maybe. Gets the blink away. And does successfully get out. In fact, the rest of his team is moving in now. Yopaj might have a look in for the big pulverize once again as BZM almost gets hit by the rock throw, but no detection anyway around that area. Tundra still playing a game of cat and mouse, just not wanting to engage at all with OG. Still 2.5 minutes just about on the Roshan as BZM will eventually reveal himself down at that bottom lane, but immediately Blink TP's out, and he will be successful in doing so. It really just feels like Tundra they don't have a carry right now. Like it just feels like such a 4v5.
Yeah, and again, I think that just kind of boils down to how isolated Tundra has been. I don't think they've been clumping up as hard as we've seen from OG. They have taken a couple of stances, you know, the smokes through the gates just not lining up. But it does feel like for Tundra, they need to be cautious about just being alone. I think that's the key thing. If they are caught one by one, which has happened like 2-3 times in a row now, OG capitalizes. And again, you don't have a wave to cover each other. You can't get the static storms you're looking for. We haven't really seen the impact either of the Cataclysm from BZM outside of scouting either. Not that you have the best setup for it, but it does feel like that's something that could also come into play, whether or not you can, again, maximize kinetic field somehow, or bait out BKBs, retake a fight without that debuff immunity to worry about. And there's a lot of conditions for Tundra. Whereas when you look at OG at this state of the game, it's just a simpler game. You have 2 saves on hand with the Abaddon and with the Shadow Demon, and that's just enough. You know, you make that commitment out, you have to deal with all of these saves. There's just a lot of ways to bail Natsumi out, bail Yopaj out, and ensure that this burst damage threat, this upfront threat from Pure, isn't fully there. Mind you, he has the Daedalus up, so there is a ton of damage coming in now. The issue is, does he have the time to actually apply all of it and just kill someone off?
Oh, maybe not. Yopaj, Natsumi, they've both jumped in. Pure is the target, and they've got him. Pure getting the Kez experience. Here we go, Yopaj in the middle of nowhere right now, but the disruption will buy him the time to get away surely. They'll throw a Doom out, but it means nothing if Natsumi is just jumping 33. Ari trying to get away, cannot do so, I don't think. They'll at least take down Tims and Nico. They'll defend high ground, but it's just BZM and Whitemon left. They do have buyback, so it does seem like OG, they will not stick around to try and finish off that T3 tower. But I think you're more than happy with that fight anyway.
And you are. Yeah, again, it's all about isolation here. And they jump that backline, they get full focused on Pure. They stagger their item usage quite nice, so Yopaj inadvertently pops the Lincolns with Pulverize, then you get the Abyssal usage perfectly on Natsumi right afterwards, providing a little bit of that angle in. And again, that's what your concern is here for Tundra. Just look at that. Perfect stacking, perfect coverage from Natsumi and Yopaj on that move forward. And you just melt on this Kez because you don't want to have to go for BKB. Pure's queuing it now, but you know, it's too late. Like, he's died a couple more times than you'd want on this hero. The BKB will help to cover now with the Lincolns, but he's going to have to find the time for that now. And again, you've got the room here on the side of OG to feel pretty darn happy. Like that fight, sure, you sacrifice back with Nico, but he's done his job. He's already gotten the saves off. Tim's also managed to bail out Yopaj. Those are sacrifices you're willing to make on OG.
Oh, absolutely. Lincoln Sphere now coming out as well for Natsumi. And Tundra, it feels like you draft this hero and you're just so lost to what to do if it doesn't perform. You know, I don't really blame them. It's just, even I'm lost as to what they're meant to do. Like, Pure just can't engage without that BKB, and even then, they can break the Lincolns and go for the Pulverize. It just feels like with Natsumi's Ursa, you've got so much damage that you can pump out instantly.
That you can. It's, again, it's challenging for Pure to play in the style he'd want to. I think the vision Tundra had for this game, right, with the draft they had, is that they'd snowball harder with this pickup of Bounty Hunter. They have the stability on the offlane.
Not going to be happy with this. Yopaj does have the gem up. Ari, he'll try to go for a run. Does have the Yule Scepter to cancel the onslaught. And will go for a TP play out, and looks like he'll be just fine. Very nice from Ari.
Waste a little bit of time at very least. Doesn't quite get too much down. No vision being set up here from Ari. Again, I think the game plan from Tundra, the idea they had with this draft was that they'd snowball harder with a Bounty Hunter and Kez, right? They'd go hunting with this Deso timing, just never materialized. Here we go.
Yeah, nice pick if they could find it. Natsumi, though, he's actually ended up jumping Pure! Pure is gone again! Oh, and they've even found BZM. I mean, it's child's play now, John. It's not even a contest anymore.
It's just Tundra kind of running, you know, almost isolated. This reminds me, actually, a lot of the last series. This is almost what Na'Vi did, where they're splitting across the map. We saw Niku kind of die in that same spot multiple times. Tundra are just trying to find farm, trying to work the map because they can't really play aggressive. Right, so they are trying to work the map, but they're not working the map together. They're trying to be efficient. And in that split up apart, it just provides OG with these angles. When they do manage to get a lucky smoke movement out, a really good read coming out from OG to keep down Tundra. And that is an opportunity to try to force out a buyback. Heck, more durability in. Tims with a full Aeon disc up. So the saves are very much guaranteed to come in, even if you try to jump the backline first. And there goes this first set of racks, and Tundra, I mean, you know, you don't have your two cores. You don't really have a way of playing around this just yet. Yeah, you don't want to buy back. I know. This is a threat from OG without Aegis up. You know, Roshan isn't quite up yet.
Oh, yeah, this game is looking very, very over. Let's see if Tundra can find a way to keep it going. Refresher Orbs now available on both Nico and Yopaj, and you've even got the Boots of Travel 2 up on Natsumi. It's on the courier. He'll bring it out rather soon. They'll get 2 lanes of barracks. They'll retreat after that. Not willing to take too many risks here, just playing a nice, clean game. There'll be a Refresh Orb now available on 33. For all 33, like, he's been finding Dooms, but they just haven't been meaning too much because he's unable to chase anyone down once he's committed it. Roshan, of course, going to be available to boot, so perfect timing for OG to just retreat back into the pit. Find that Roshan, the third Roshan of the game, and of course there is going to be 0 time to try and react as Tundra. And now a Refresher Shard available on Tims, as well as a Roshan banner, Aegis, and Cheese. Tundra, I mean, this is going to be the last fight they've got in them. I just don't see how you keep the game going if you lose this next big fight. Cataclysm's going to give the vision on OG. They know where they are, but how do they engage? I mean, it feels like Pure has to kill off somebody ASAP in it. They do see Tims, but Nico, he'll charge him. Natsumi's in as well. Looks like Pure's going to try and jump Tims, but Tims is actually perfectly fine. There's just not enough damage, not enough control. Nico will chase down Pure. Meanwhile, Natsumi's been doomed up, but he's still perfectly fine. He's got that secondary life, and Pure, he's completely alone. He is completely alone. A quick mill is what OG just had as Tundra. They can do nothing.
No. I mean, again, rather unfortunate for Tundra. The first target they find is Tims. He's just, again, just way too durable. Aeon Disc, lots of saves, nothing to nullify the 4 stabs here. You just don't have any way of counter-controlling the saves on OG. And this is just giving them all these allowances. Right? It's just easier to play when you've got a Shadow Demon who can bail you out, when you've got this Abaddon who can just jump in non-committal. When you've got the Aeon Disc from Tims because of how well his game has gone. And for Tundra, this is where, you know, the game plan just fell flat. They had to do more at the 15 to 20 minute mark. They had to play with a bounty. They had to use that early timing from Pure. He had timing coming out.
Ari's been caught. Saves himself with the Yules, but BZM now also caught out by Yopaj. They found an even better target. BZM, he'll buy back, so is Pure. They're going to try one last time to salvage this game. 33, trying to go after Nico, try to find something. They'll silence him up, but Tims will save the day. Now Yopaj back in with the pulverize right off the 33. A godlike spree. They'll find another. Surely this is going to be the game. Nico onto Pure, but will blink away. More buybacks incoming. They're still trying for Tundra, but it's a 4v5. You've still got a cheese. You've still got a refresher shard to play with. You've even got the Roshan banner still there. They will take it out eventually. I wonder, do OG really want to retreat? And it seems like the answer is yes. They're out of gas.
Yeah, maybe just get some of these cooldowns off first. They did have to expend a lot net engagement. No double pulverize.
40k net worth lead, John.
Yeah.
40k.
I don't know if anyone came into this one expecting OG to have a 40k lead over Tundra.
I certainly did.
Did you?
No, I mean, I had my doubts when I saw that Kes hero, John. I didn't want to call it trash. You know, I had an experience yesterday.
Yeah.
I wanted to say, I wanted to say it.
I mean, again, I feel like it's been 2 carry players that have been playing it. It's been Pure and Mika for the most part.
Yeah.
They're the ones making it look good. But overall, the win rate has also just not been particularly amazing. Has it? I know we saw the stat. It was like 46 in that ballpark. And I know that's the historic stat, at least that I've seen from the past 2 tournaments. So if this hero has a place, it has to play fast. I think even accounting for this potential late game scale, I'll honestly say it's not as impressive as some other heroes in late game, like say this Ursa, like say Terrorblade, TA in late game scenarios.
Literally anything.
Yeah.
I feel like.
It's a tempo carry, I think is the biggest thing about it. It just has so much potential in the first, arguably at the max 35 minutes of the game. And if you don't maximize that potential within the first 35 minutes, it drops off quite hard. Its damage values just aren't as high on paper as it is for every other carry. It's slower as well, right? Like the Kazurai is a DOT percent-based damage, yes, but it's a DOT. You can dispel it. Its flat damage increases 200%. It's not the most amazing.
Not a great record here for Ari, John. Broken the record for most deaths in a game thus far. 14 is the current record.
It's only day 2, you know? There could be more dying to be had here.
I mean, it's one of those records where you hope people just keep dying. As Yopaj will jump in onto Pure, but he will disengage with that Raven's Veil. BKB now available on Pure. Let's see if this is the difference maker. Ags as well on Whitemon. I feel like that's the actual difference maker. That's the big one. Keep in mind, BZM also brought a Scythe device. A lot of utility now being added to Tundra. OG will back off as Tundra. They do go for a 5-man smoker. Chase is on for Skem. They've got a track on him. They know where he's going. Nico will be by his side and gets rid of the track. Cataclysm to give vision. They'll jump in onto Skem. Skem's still perfectly fine. They'll side device him up though. He does have some help around him. It seems like Nico just not deciding to back off immediately, and now maybe they can jump him on the Abaddon. He'll pop the borrow time immediately, but Nico, he's surely got no way out of this one.
And that's the first fight from Tundra we've seen in a while that's actually panning out, though. They've taken a long time to get Nico, but they do get him eventually. So Tundra finding an opening in this game 1.
Yeah, this time around, it's OG that kind of splits apart a little bit more than you'd expect. Not quite playing as a unit, again, trying to maximize the map. I think the choice to give the gem to Skem instead of Yopaj to free up his item slots is costing them. Like you mentioned, on that high ground foray Yopaj had, didn't fully commit for the Pulverize because they just kind of lost vision. Got the Raven's Veil off, just gets to run out. You really need that gem on the front line here instead of the back. I'd say Ahri scouting around is not as big of a threat as it is to find Pure and BZM if they do try to sneak in. That Ags is doing work as well. It prevented Nico from refreshing his full borrowed time, so making that process to kill off the Abba a lot easier. That does reveal it to OG. So they know Static Storm Ags is up. They'll probably be more willing to preemptively BKB at this point. But whether or not that's effective, we'll have to see. Tundra are hanging on. 1 racks left. 32k lead coming out for OG at 36 to 15. We are getting the average OG game time though, Mikey.
We are.
51 minutes in.
That's just basically our average game time at this point, John.
That's it.
We don't do under 1 hour games, you and I.
Well, I guess the last series was.
Oh, you know. But we did get a tier 5 item.
Yeah, true. It did go that far. All right, fair enough. Well, when will we get our 90-minute game for the tournament?
Probably tonight, now that you've mentioned it. Hope you're not hungry, John.
No, I'm not. I'm good. I would like a nice burger. There's some good options here that you have experienced.
I have, John.
I have heard.
Yeah, you did.
On advice of certain people.
Never trusting Slacks again.
Hey, it was good. It treats him well. You know, you're just not American enough, Mike.
No.
That's it.
And I never will be, John. I promise you that. Well, Tundra, they're still in the game, John.
That they are.
Minutes in. The net worth lead now down from 40 to 30k, so we are slowly making our way back into this.
What's surprising to me is that the win probability is still heavily in favor of OG. With all of these tools on Tundra, there is an angle in. It's just, again, maybe harder to execute on, considering that OG will have to stream in 1 by 1, or your 2 saves in back just aren't able to come in time to get the disruption plus the aphotic shield off. So that is the one thing. You have to split OG apart here on Tundra. They've done it once. Whether or not they can do it again, we'll have to see. Top is being pressured in. Roshan, we'll see in 2 minutes when it will, it's going to be 2 minutes until it's fully back up. So it's going to be a little bit longer for the secondary lives to come out for either side. I'm wondering what Pure will do once he frees up his item slot with the Yag's Blessing. He could go for maybe a Basher if he'd want. Basher Abyssal could be the way to go, just to pin someone down. A Nullifier also would not be bad here if you want that. Just, again, stop the 4 stabs. Stop all of the saves from being all too relevant, and just have a way of just, pinning down Natsumi if he does jump too forward.
Setting a new record once again, Jonathan.
What if every time he dies, the stat just comes back up?
It should. It should, because it's a new record. It's a new record set. Let the viewers know about it, John.
Ahri, come on. What did Ahri ever do, Mike? What did he ever do to you?
Died 15 times this game, John. That's what he did. Thank you, Whitebot.
Oh, that's a big... No buyback. No Static Storm for 62.
Oh, that's a problem. Yopaj now looking for more. Rock Throw is not going to land on anything. But it's a 2v5. I'm still of the belief that OG can't really be contested right now in a 5v5 engagement, let alone a 5v3. And amp damage rune even. Gaben saying, please.
Yep.
Approach high ground, gentlemen.
Yeah, and that should be the call for it. I will say, Whitebot's buyback is actually pretty cheap. He has 900 gold. He's only lacking 30 gold, which is a little bit sad, but also happy considering that he's just so important to these fights. Full Ags done for Natsumi as well, a full Blessing done. So just a little bit more coming in with the end redraw in hand, and again, this should be the start of the high ground. Whitebot, maybe they're not aware, not having buyback, playing it safe, and again, waiting for Roche in 20. For the side of Tundra, the Roche threat is real for them to fight into. Like, again, you get the Static Storm off first, you manage to entrap all these heroes. Maybe Kez can Kez it up and Kez everyone around, just like Morbius would. He's morbid. He's Kezing.
He is the Morbius of the Dota world. this Kez hero.
I'm telling you, he's just like that one guy who was really into Naruto and would run the ninja run. Didn't you have kids like that?
Yopaj. Onslaught, not going to land on 33. OG really want one of the cores to go down so they can approach this high ground. Roshan is available though. They'll just go for that instead, I think. 4th Roshan of the game. Cataclysm to give some vision. Pure's brought out a Blink Dagger as well, so it looks like he just wants to be able to just jump in and blow somebody up ASAP. We'll bring it out on the Courier. Axe Blessing as well, of course. Looking for a Refresher Orb next. Nico is going to be jumped by Pure just for a moment, but they won't commit all the way. Nico, in fact, happy to charge them down. Blinks and avoids the tornado, finding Ari in the back. Skem now finding out Roshan exists. A beautiful macro play with the ice path for Pure.
No buyback.
Oh, no buyback available for Pure. 33's got one, but it's not looking too good. In fairness, they've basically been playing without Pure for the whole game.
That they have.
So nothing's really changed.
And to be fair, Pure is only like 50 gold away, so it's going to be a little bit shorter. At least he's going to have buyback around the time he has with 60 seconds left on his respawn. Roche open, but Natsumi's going for the play instead, going into that base, TPing out.
Yeah, ignores the Roshan. This is interesting. I mean, what was Roshan's HP?
About, let's say 8/10.
Okay.
Pretty full.
Okay.
Still
they'll
pretty
go
full.
back for it. Doesn't
Maybe
really matter.
9/10. It's full.
Yeah.
Basically full.
They'll go back. It's fine.
Yeah, just trying to look for an opportunity. I do appreciate that. Like, Yopaj just tries to play aggressively, doesn't quite find the opening. And now they can still go back. Roche has the full complement. And Tundra, at least again, has the buyback up on Pure on that 60-second mark of his respawn, just getting enough from the passive gold. Question now is, how do you take these fights? Because again, it's OG kind of catching the front line. Well, I have to give props to Nico. Like, he's just running forward, full confidence on this Abaddon, dodges out the big spells, catches the backline, forces the action onto him, and he's a little bit too tanky. He just has lots of ways to recover.
There goes Whitemon. And while Whitemon's probably the most important hero of the game right now, in fairness, with that static stall, he'll buy back immediately along with 33. Jump in, Nico, onto BZM they'll go. Ice Path can land with the macro fire drop from Scam. 33's jumped in with the Doom, but what else can he do? The Pulverizer's out. He refreshed, but he gets nothing else off. They'll drop the Static Storm, but he catches nothing. As Pure, he'll try to do it himself. He'll jump right in onto Yopaj. Yopaj, though, still alive with the disruption save. BZM, meanwhile, being chased by a very angry bear, is now Natsumi. Right onto Pure. Some chicken joy for this game. Number one, I think, Jonathan, is Pure. Gets away with that Raven's Veil, shows himself on Scam, but is still probably gonna die as he will dance his way to the grave, and GG is called. OG will take game number one. And John, that part of me wants to say Kez is trash so bad. I want to say...
We're close. I think if we see
we're
it
really
lose again,
close.
personally, like we get our own casted game where Kez loses again, then I give you full rights to say it's trash. This, I mean, Pure tried his best. Look, his early game was amazing.
I'm not
he got the
blaming Pure.
timings.
I'm not
They
blaming
just
Pure.
couldn't connect.
No, he couldn't. But what we can do, John, is we can connect to a lovely panel.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, Kez could not connect. He could not Kez it up in this game. There were maybe a couple more issues that Tundra could not solve. And I'll be very honest, Mike was earlier talking about how there were potentially a lot of doubters when OG picked up this roster. And to be honest, I might have been one of them. And I'm very pleasantly surprised to see OG putting up this performance. And I think we're in for a good series here, Gunny.
Yeah, this was a good game. I was a bit worried in the other game for specifically Yopaj. I said that I think he kind of missed some of his moves. He died mid and then he ganked top. He didn't really get much out of it. But in the mid game, he just kept getting really good pickups. Like he gets this Invoker mid, which I thought was really good. Like he started a bunch of fights, and I think for me, he was kind of the standout player.
It really helped a lot with OG that like Tundra just failed to make good moves, which is kind of hard to say, but they had this like pure top net worth But then the Doom, of course, he got shut down. He's playing into an Ursa lane. You have to play on the back foot. They felt a little bit clunky when they weren't connecting. And I think, if anything, OG, when they made their prep for the series, they identified that Tundra have 3 big pacing heroes. They get banned out. You put 33 on a Doom. It's a farm game, right? Look at the lineup of OG. It's fight. It's overlapping aggression. You've got an Abba last pick, so Kez doesn't feel good. You've got an Ursa who also doesn't care about Kez. It's like everything from OG is kind of tactically quite brilliant in putting Tundra in a playstyle that isn't the reason why they are winning tournaments, right? It's maybe half a year ago or so, but with Pure on the roster, like, I like seeing them be more aggressive, play through 33, don't just, you know, sit back and hit creeps.
I think even with him being this greedy farming hero, he didn't have the net worth to back it up.
Exactly, yeah.
It wasn't like, oh, at least 33 is really fat. He was like the lowest net worth core in the entire game as a Doom, which is not what you really want to see. So they didn't really even succeed with this greedy playstyle in this game.
And he was dragged into so many moves. Like, when you, like, without needing to show you, but like, how often do you see 33 getting like thrown into like 3-4 smokes, contesting like early Roshan? Like, there's so many things that just felt uncharacteristic. But again, when you see OG's lineup, you kind of want to try and do a little something. You can't just sit back and farm, right? Like, if you allow them to scale, they are going to just break you. And like, you know, Natsumi 18 for 2, Yopaj 13 for 3. Like, their stats speak for themselves. Like, they really just beautifully outfought the side of Tundra.
I think the most important thing is, in this game in particular, that, you know, OG had a specific thought process to their draft. The strategy was there, and they executed exactly what they needed to do, which I think is something that we see lacking in sometimes in other teams, even if they do show promise. Then playing the strategy exactly as it's intended to is it's obviously a big win just in terms of getting a win here, a W against Tundra, but just a big win for the team as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, it's also the game 2 kind of 1-2 punch of the Abbott offlane primal mid that we saw OG beat PVision with. We see the same combination now come into this game. Of course, in this game, it was more the draft enabled the heroes to look good. It's not as if OG's got...
It's cleaner.
Yeah.
Way cleaner game.
Yeah, like OG's not going, oh, we need these heroes to win. It's more like, oh shit, the draft's good, let's pick them, right? And like you said, that game was a little bit messy. This game, very clean.
It was clean. We can look at a couple moments. One thing is about a Roche fight that happened relatively early on compared to how long the game lasted, Gunnar.
So T, you weren't a really fan of this Roche attempt, right, by Tundra?
Yeah, this is the one that I was mentioning where it just felt kind of forced, right? Like, sure, you've got a Kez with a Desolator, but no one else really punches the Roshan quite nicely. So they put themselves inside the pit, and OG, they identify, wait a second, this is unacceptable. We shouldn't allow them to do this. And they just rally together, completely breaking Tundra. And I feel like this is a move that you probably wouldn't have seen Tundra make before. But now they're more aggressive of a team. They're like, let's go for it. And it's just like, it's just...
They didn't have like a good Roche here. It's like, they don't have an Ursa.
Yeah, it's so it's like, for a 33 team, their map play is always like, the choice feels right. You know, it's like, there's this aura of like, if they take a bad fight, it's because like the team had to overperform. Here, it's just like, they just do a really bad Roshan, basically offer up the game to OG and go, please, take game 1. We want to play 3 games if we are to win the series. Like, it was a really bad Roshan call.
I mean, it was also a really good primal call, especially in hindsight. I mean, I know you had some doubts initially, Gunnar, but I think your doubts were maybe gone by this point.
Yeah, I think even in the last clips, but this one, we always see that he was constantly catching the Kez in particular. In the draft, I said that I think Primal's a really good hero versus Kez because he's all about this BKB kind of timing, but he wasn't really able to buy the BKB because he had to go buy a Linken's.
Yeah, and you can see here, just this is the timestamp just after the pickoff that Gunnar was talking about. Pure, he wanted the Linken's to be able to survive the Primal. Natsumi already had the Abyssal Blade. So it's like, you want a Linken's to survive Primal, to survive the jump of Ursa, but the big thing around Kez is you're a BKB hero. Like, the best form of Kez is like Manta, Deso, into like 3rd, 4th item BKB.
Ags BKB.
Ags BKB, exactly. And you want to be in the middle of the fight. So the fact is, with Primal, with Ursa, with all these heroes changing the build of Kez, you don't get the same damage output because a Linken's allows you to survive the jump, you do one spell combo. A BKB is like, you're doing everything in the entire fight. You're breaking multiple heroes. So yeah, just not being able to lock in a BKB hurt Pure a lot. I mean, he had no game.
Yeah, he did not have a game. And whether that was just, you know, obviously the play from OG, or maybe Kez just didn't really fit into this lineup. We'll have to wait and see if maybe Tundra tries the Kez again in game number 2.
The human body was built to move. desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello everyone, we are here for another episode of not Guess the Hero, it's Make the Hero with BZM from Team Tundra. Now BZM, what we're going to do here is I'm going to show you a role, we're going to show you some random items. You're going to need to choose what role you want and what hero you want to match those items. Alright, so let us begin now. First things first, we're going to ban a position and you cannot pick off lane. I'm so sorry BZM. Show our first two items. We are going to have E-Blade Disperser, no one cares. What position would you like to be in, BZM?
Probably mid.
Mid? Okay, mid. We're going to start off with mid. Do you have any heroes in mind? What is a Disperser character?
Maybe Wind Ranger. Maybe, for D-Blade, Techies.
Okay. Techies Disperser?
Techies official.
That's okay. You know, evil and good. Yeah. All Wind Ranger Techies. Let's see the next items.
Oh my god.
We can imagine this is a 90-minute game.
Actually, I can see like some Herald Marcy buying Atos.
Okay, Marcy, Skull Basher for the old, Disperser for things.
Yeah.
What does the rod do?
It's disgustingly bad. It's disgustingly bad.
Now, would Marcy still be in the mid lane with these items?
Honestly, Mirana. I can see Mirana.
Okay, now we're cooking. Mirana actually, well, why does Mirana have a Skull Basher?
I don't know why she has an E-Blade.
Why does Mirana have an E-Blade? Let's go ahead and see the next item here. Oh God! Is that good?
You cannot have Disperser Diffuser. You cannot.
You can back one.
No, you cannot.
Are we staying mid?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. All right, we are locked in the mid. Now, is there any item that would make this work somehow?
I don't think so.
This seems unbelievably offensive.
I can see if we somehow remove the diffuser blade, because it's awful.
Yeah.
We get a Hurricane Pike and a BKB.
Let's see our last item here.
Oh my god.
Okay, it has synergy with the E-Blade.
Techies, no?
Techies! Let's take a look. All right, so you're a mid lane
Sell
Techies.
The diffuser, sell the Disperser, and the Basher is for, I don't know, cover.
Yeah, it's just for stats.
Yeah.
Are we sticking with Techies? Is that your final answer?
Maybe I can see like some support player that picked Void Spirit on mid.
Void Spirit?
Yeah. And then they're like going magic with the Atos Veil E-Blade.
Oh, you know what? I think you're actually convincing me.
And then they're like, I need Basher to cancel BKB TP.
Yeah.
And the Disperser Diffuser, they probably misclick, you know. Like.
They probably misclick. Now let me ask you this question. You're in a game, playing, there's a Void Spirit on your team, he went mid, 50 minutes in, you see these items. How mad do you get?
If the guy got to minute 50 with these items, props to him.
Okay. These are your items in your game. You went mid Void Spirit. How many reports are you getting out of 9? How would you rate yourself?
Again, the fact that I got to these items should mean that I should have like at least 10 kills, maybe. Otherwise, I don't think you can
get away from the game with less than 7.
Okay, so 7. I'm gonna have to concur with you. If you made it this far for these expensive items, you had to have done something. So perhaps a couple people didn't report you, but it is gonna be about 7.
Yeah, you're actually right. I feel like you can like any hero just buys the Atos Veil E-Blade and they're like owning. And then they're like starting to throw and they buy like whatever they want.
Sure.
Diffuse or Basher Disperser because they thought they won.
Yeah.
But then they dive Fountain.
Yeah.
And
So-
they end up with these items. I can actually see that.
No, I can see that too.
I can actually see that.
So 7 out of 9 reports, I have to agree with you. Well done, sir. You made something out of nothing. Absolutely horrendous items, but a good try. I believe you, BZM. Thank you so much for playing, and we'll see you guys play more here at PGL Wallachia 6.
And BZM is about to play right now as we're heading into game number 2 of the series between OG and Tundra, where OG is 1 game up. Now, they did it once. Can they do it again? I'm very close to jumping on the train. And I just want to know what needs to happen for OG to make this happen, because how much of the victory we just saw them have was to do with the fact that there was a Kez and it didn't play out because it didn't match well together with the greedy side of Tundra that they had in that game 1.
I wouldn't say it's Kez at all.
Okay.
Kez is a good hero. Kez won his lane. Kez was top net worth.
Okay.
It's the losing lane Doom, which we expect, and the farming Invoker that never was able to kind of come together and bring harmony. So
I do think, even with maybe like draft issues, you could say, I think this was more of a gameplay from OG side. I think they played the map really well.
Yeah.
And I think it's more, I want to give like props to them.
Sure.
That
100%.
even in the draft, we said, okay, this is a good draft from OG, but it's also a good draft from Tundra. Like, sure, maybe you'd want a little more different things from Tundra like we've seen in the past, but I still think this draft was winnable for Tundra, and I think that OG kind of just played faster than them. They kind of beat them at their own game, which we were scared. We said that their average game time was 16 minutes, but they were able to kind of have this like early, fast aggression around their team.
And this was a 58-minute 32 game, so they're doing better by like a minute and a half.
Yeah, it was, of course, the game against PARIVISION that went 70-something minutes.
Critically, though, I think for OG is they have shown us that if you do ban correctly against Tundra, you feel like you have more of an even footing that you can show good map play, you can show all this, because like we never got to see Tundra like do like a good smoke or like any of like the we're gonna try and win the mid game style of plays successfully, right? But that is because, like Gunner's mentioning, their map play was good, their like everything was just good. Like there's no real negatives from game 1 for OG, but I think it really comes down to because of their prep, they can do that. So for Tundra at least, the adaptation will be respect OG is gonna be aggressive and ready to have really strong laning. Have some laning yourself. Don't allow yourself to play for a farm game. Like just have an element of let me punch back into it.
So just to confirm the bans or the draft versus Tundra is ban 33 heroes in a row.
Yeah, you would say do the same thing
you
again?
just ban Lycan, ban X, ban Timber.
I mean, sure.
Someone's got to pick it up,
out.
right?
It worked out.
I feel like someone has to get an advantage out of these bans. When you keep banning like a single player and something should be slipping through, maybe the puck instead of the Invoker at some point.
The thing is, as well, like we forgot to talk about Beastmaster for Tundra, but that's because I think 33 lost a little bit of faith with it. He lost in 1 game in Fissure with it at Blast Slam in the first game of MOUZ in the playoffs. They had a very good early game on Beastmaster, but then they threw away the lead with some like poor team choices, and since then they just haven't really gone back for it. So it's like maybe they lost faith in Beastmaster. Then there's the 3 heroes that we mentioned, and of course there's other heroes that you can play around for 33. But yeah, like if I was OG, it's like put 33 on Doom, play for a high-pacing game. I'm gonna be confident in like my team's ability, right? So that's all I want to see from them. Try and find more ways to put 33 in a.
Do you think 33 would ever play Mars?
No.
Why not? Isn't Mars considered to be a good
doesn't
option?
like it.
Okay, sure. I mean, I don't like some heroes either, but if they're meta, I kind of have to play them anyway if I want to win.
He's not ever had to like 33's never been a player where the meta has dictated his gameplay. He's always been like, these are my heroes, I'll be the best at them, and I'm gonna like.
I mean, he is. So
Yeah.
I won't take that
Like,
away from him. But
Yeah, he like.
I know just like from like talking to him a bit and like knowing of him, I think he has enough of a hero pool that it's okay that he's missing 1 or 2 heroes.
Yeah.
Like, I think probably what other offlaners? Maybe Magnus. I don't know if I've ever really seen him.
Not really, yeah. And the last time, I just double checked, the last time he played a competitive game on MOUZ was 2021.
That's mad.
Yeah. And that was on Mud Golems, which was like the pre-iteration to Tundra. Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe he's been secretly practicing in his pubs.
I would not keep my hopes up for that. I think he definitely has enough hero pool, and his hero pool also changes how the game is played. Like if you think of the hero that or like just his hero pool, it's like Broodmother, Beastmaster, Lycan, Beast. I said Beast, but just like these heroes force you to have to play a certain playstyle.
Yeah.
As opposed to just like, oh, I'll just pick Mars. He does whatever. He does his own thing. Like he plays 33 games.
Yeah. The thing as well with 33 is outside of the heroes that we're mentioning in regards to the ones that get banned, the Axe, the Timber, Lycan, they're the Tundra first phase heroes. And it's like, this is our draft identity already from pick 1. Try and beat us. When you don't do that for 33, and suddenly later in the draft, you get access to his Tidehunters, his Enigmas, right? Like the kind of the gotcha picks. That's another thing that Tundra could potentially do if they feel like, oh wait, they're targeting 33. Let's not rush to pick his hero. Let's allow the draft to develop and go elsewhere.
Yeah, and let's see if OG bans out the Lycan again in this position, or if they go for something else. We did have Tundra changing it up. That means that the Primal and the Baton are out, but Marcy and Naga Siren are in.
I kind of like that from Tundra, where it's like, OG, you beat P-Vision with Abba Primal. You also then lose to the OG Abba Primal.
Yeah.
Oh, what do we do, guys? Let's ban the Abba Primal. And
I could see leaving Lycan and then taking Naga as the first pick. Like you could ban the Marcy if you want, but I like Naga a lot versus Lycan. Carry, people can play carry too, still, even though it's support more often than not. I think carry Naga is still acceptable, and it's just a good lane, good matchup versus Lycan. So you kind of like make 33 a bit more shy to pick that hero.
Yeah, they will do that. You know what? We saw it on the ban side, I think, once today. But Slardar was super popular yesterday, and today I feel like we didn't really get to see him. What happened?
I don't know if much changed. I think probably the value of Jakiro went up a bit, I would say, in the earlier series. But I know earlier this morning I was seeing some Slardar in some of the first 2.
Another bounty hunter.
I'm still slightly suspicious of this bounty hunter. I think there's definitely games we have seen it here that it crushes. And
it was funny. Slardar, Slytherin crush. Come on. T, don't look at me like that. That was a punny.
you didn't laugh at my Dragon Knight one earlier, so I was...
What was the joke again?
It was about
Don't make me explain it.
Dragon Knight flying at level 6.
Oh yeah, it's flying.
I was laughing inside. Don't worry. Anyway, back to you, whoever was analyzing
about Bounty Hunter. I've seen it have some success, but I'm just a bit worried because I feel in the last game he didn't really get off, and they also double down on these supports where they pick Disruptor and Bounty, which are, you know, the second you're winning the game, you're getting these fights, these skirmishes, you're getting kills. Oh my god, it's the best feeling in the world, right?
Yes.
But the second you get behind, and now you're like, hey guys, let's split push. If you're a Bounty Hunter and a Disruptor and your carry goes...
You are lost. Yeah.
They go, hey guys, let's just delay. We need one more item, and then we can fight. You're like, oh, okay, I'll go sit here and watch you guys like
smoke, break a smoke or something. But I do feel that even though we joke about the Abba Primal ban, another problem for Bounty is when you enter the mid game, you want to go to a lane where there's like a core that's vulnerable, and then you collapse on them. But when you're running into a Primal lane, that doesn't feel good. You run into an Ursa lane or an Abba lane, doesn't feel good. Like every lane, every core,
they're just tanky.
Was able to shove away the bounty. So it is already moving towards a better bounty game because, like, kind of just mentioned, the tanky heroes have been removed.
I don't think they'll take the Doom again, which is what they did last game. Just because I feel like picking Doom into Naga doesn't really feel that good.
Yeah, I mean,
there's a reset for the Doom. You press the song, so you could go the angle of trying to pick a 33 hero later. I think maybe ban Void Spirit, take Puck.
Can't you
just BZ and Puck?
The thing is, though, like against Naga Siren, both Jakira and Disruptor are also pretty good 5s, right? Because you have the glimpse against it.
They could just take it.
High range. So maybe Tundra just double pick support here. I say double pick. Pick a support on 13, as they've already got the bounty. So they show 2 supports very early on.
5 seconds.
Again, often double picking supports is exploitable, as you kind of see like the theme of the draft.
You can set up your lanes in a good way.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one of the things you both said was very good against Kez were specifically Abaddon and Primal. With those out, should we be having Kez very high up on our radar again?
I don't have a good take on Kez's draft priority. I think it's, for the people that can play Kez, I think it's more of just like, oh, we're at this pick, we need a good carry. Kez is a good carry. Like, we'll pick it. It's just a strong hero.
It's also like when you look in what they drafted it last time, they saw SD, Jakiro, Primal. They're the 3 heroes when they pick Kez. I'd argue a good Kez player sees SD, Jakiro and goes, if I have my Deso, my Blink, my Ag, my BKB, they're going to die. These supports will disappear. Sure, you can kite a little bit with the Jakiro SD, but on the flip side, you also die in like 1 second, right? So I think maybe just squishy support duos is a Kez like indicator potentially. But Tundra, they opt to go for a little bit of flexibility with the 13 pick here.
I think it's likely going to be 33 Pango. I would say just off rip, but it's definitely a flex hero, and it's good versus Naga. We talked about it. You have roll versus the Song, so this guy tries to like Song TP out. You can roll through. It gives you a free BKB. I think it went to a dip. There was a point in the past where Pango was in every game, and then I would say somewhere around like 6 months ago, it started getting a bit less popular.
And it's also not looking too good at the moment. Yeah.
But I think it's getting more popular, that people want to pick it, and
you just can't be reliant, like when you pick Pango off lane, or you're flexing but know it's off lane, you can't be reliant on Pango being all of your team fight. You need to make sure you still give a little bit more life to the rest of your draft. And talking about Slardar.
There he is. I mean, he is still the most picked hero, I guess, of Wallachia 6.
He's a pretty good hero. That's a decent win
Look
rate.
at that win rate.
That's good.
That's hype.
That's very high. But
I have abused this hero for MMR for a few weeks now.
Congratulations.
It's just a great hero.
Yeah.
Good.
Oh, yeah.
You can still use it right now. Just pick it. It's good mid. It's good off lane.
You see Bounty Hunter. You also, again, like Pangolier. There's 2 ways to stop Pangolier, right? It's the control him through his wrong with like BKB piercing stuns, or just kill him. So put a Corrosive Haze, have a ranged core, you are going to disappear. And I just like the fact that like when I look at the OG3 picks once again, there's map play, pick-off potential, maybe still missing an element of damage. They got lots of control, right? All 3 heroes like to find heroes and set someone else to do damage. The next 2 picks, I want to see convert on that catch. Like, we get the crush, we get the lasso. Who's getting the kill?
I know who's getting the kills.
Isn't Puck really good on 18 here for OG at the moment?
Yes, I think Tundra should pick Terrorblade, because right now, if I'm OG, I'm looking at Templar Assassin. Very good minus armor with the Slardar. It's good versus Pango. It's decent versus Bounty. Pugna is kind of low interaction with, but you have a silence with the trap and the shard. And so I think Tundra kind of needs to preemptively soft counter the TA, which I think Terrorblade kind of does. Like, sure, you might be sad about Terrorblade versus Bat, but I don't think you can care. It's fine versus Slardar. I just think if they don't pick a hero, like if they pick Puck or something here to try to prevent OG from picking it, they just get TA'd. And I think the game looks really hard.
But then, yeah, also we just said that Pango needs to have more stuns around him. They don't have it.
There's a Kez.
They do go for the Kez.
Kez again. That he has a stun and a bash and a silence and a grapple and invis.
Yeah.
And a silence.
Yeah.
And a slow.
Yeah.
He does have literally everything.
And lifesteal. If you can remember what his spells do, that is. I still think TA is good for OG. I really like it. And I don't think Kez in particular is a TA response. He doesn't really get super tanky. And sure, like he'll kill the TA in a man fight, but
outside of like the
there it is.
Like that, do you feel Tundra at least has given an indicator of we want to just fight, right? That's what I'm seeing here. It's It's after laning phase, we are just going to try and brawl you. Like they want to actually play into the map. There's no real scaling, right? It's 1 item Kez, you can fight. 1 item Pango, you can fight. It's very, very different.
Pugna good at fighting. Bounty, obviously when they pick it, you want to fight. You want to get these track kills early.
But we're still needing a 33 hero on the side of Tundra, no?
It could be the Pangolier. He's dabbled with it in previous tournaments.
They might want to dodge the Pango TA matchup because that one's kind of hard. Especially, I want to say the fastest most people are going is double jump rather than the Thunderbolt. I believe it's Thunderbolt, right? I think the other one, the rolling Thunder facet.
Yep.
And that one's pretty bad versus TA because just refraction dodges the entire double jump damage. So they might want to dodge it and put it mid, and then pick a 33.